Chapter 38. A/N, hello all. Just a heads up. We're getting to the point where the Emily and Atticus development is playing out. I think the foundation of their relationship is well worked out, so this development has pretty much run its course. Let me know what you think. Over the course of the next few weeks, I'll probably review my earliest chapters and edit them as I see fit. If I can, rewrites are more difficult than starting from scratch. This story has gotten 250,000 views and 50,000 alone were on the first chapter, whilst on average only 5,000 consistently read it, so I've got to change a few things to retain readers. I started this story in September with only about 30k or so words written, and much of the story is published as I write. I will be taking a break after I write the chapter that begins the Grindelwald War arc, largely to build up chapters and to set a more reasonable publish schedule. I'll keep you all up to date with my plans. Enjoy. Break. 29th of December 1941. He knocked on Emily's door and walked in after he heard her voice. She sat cross-legged with her quill in her mouth as she read a tome, frowning as she read it. He looked at her amused before he walked behind her and stroked her arms as he leaned in to kiss her cheek. She leaned into a little but kept her focus on the tome, and he chuckled a little. "Emily, my father has asked us to come to his office," he said softly, and he heard her sigh before she closed it and turned to him. She got up and kissed him lightly on the lips before she murmured, "I was just getting to the most interesting part of the book." She shook her head as she stepped back and looked at him curiously. "What does your father want with the both of us?" she queried, and he shrugged lightly. "I don't know," he admitted. She hummed as she looked at him curiously but began to move towards the door, and he followed. Soon enough they arrived his father's office and entered it, and he saw his father and his great-grandfather waiting on them as they talked quietly to them before they turned to them. "Son." "Emily," his father acknowledged. "Please sit," he said, and Atticus glanced at Emily, who had an impassive face on, before he returned to look at Benedict, who was serious-faced. Once they sat, his father spoke up. "I have received a marriage contract from Lord Black for you, Atticus," and his eyes widened. His father looked at Emily briefly, and he did the same, and he saw her hands clenched as her eyes looked slightly manic. "Before you get the wrong impression, I have not accepted," his father said smoothly. Emily POV. "Before you get the wrong impression, I have not accepted," Marcus Sayer said smoothly. She unclenched her fist slightly, but the anger she was feeling remained. Yet was implied, she knew that much. She knew that this was likely going to happen, and no amount of preparation helped with the dread she was feeling. "Are you going to accept?" Atticus asked, and she turned to him. He was tense, his eyes were hard. "So they sprang it on both of them then," she thought quickly as she returned her eyes towards the elder Sayers. "It depends on you," Marcus said calmly as he eyed her. "As well on the both of you," he said with thinned lips. "So that is what this is about," she thought with gritted teeth. "What Marcus is asking is whether the two of you have a future together," Benedict interjected. "Are you against our continued courting?" Emily asked through a forced calm, and Marcus shook his head. "We aren't against the courtship between the two of you, but we're arriving at the point where the most prudent must be addressed, whether or not this is a courtship that leads to betrothal and eventually marriage," he said calmly as his face became impassive whilst he eyed them both. She turned slightly to Atticus, and he turned to her. There was no doubt in her mind that their future is intertwined, and she was certain he felt the same. "But this..." He turned to his father. "Father, can you give us the room to discuss what you're asking?" Atticus said lowly, and Marcus nodded after a few moments, and Benedict did the same and left the room. Emily got up and she paced as soon as the door closed whilst he cast some muffling charms. "Your family is trapping me," Emily said with some venom. Atticus shook his head. "They're not. In all honesty, I'm surprised it took this long for them to bring it up," he sighed as he got up and leaned against the desk before running his hand through his hair. "My parents got betrothed at 17, Emily, and my grandparents were much the same. They all chose each other, of course, but contracts are necessary to protect both families and to outline certain things," he said calmly as she continued to pace. She knew in their society, betrothals were common. Many of the Slytherins in the upper years were betrothed or courting, and some were already betrothed in her year, namely Malfoy. She halted and narrowed her eyes. "Why aren't you angry that they're pressuring us?" she asked sharply. "I'm unhappy that they sprang this on us," he told her. "It reeks of politics, and my father placing this on us, even if it too early, is his way of approving of us." He sighed. "Rejecting House Black is not an easy decision, Emily, and it's one that has to be delicately handled. Besides," he paused briefly as he got off the desk and made his way to her and grabbed her hands. "We're bound together, are we not? Our path is one and the same, more or less," he said with a lopsided smile. "Marrying you at some point was always something that I wanted, and discussing what we want now rather than later has its own advantages," he said with searching eyes. "Is the prospect of marrying me so reviling to you?" he asked quietly. She wilted as she stared at those eyes of his, so expressively vulnerable in that moment. "No," she said softly before she sighed. I never believed that I'd ever be in this position, and even after we got together and declared how we felt about one another, it was something that I didn't want to think about," she admitted to him. She wasn't opposed to marrying him, to have it known that he was hers in every way. But she didn't like the connotations of marriage. "Why didn't you want to think about it?" He asked gently. Because in theory, it's not something I mind, now that I have you, but in practice she paused briefly. I'm well aware of what expectations and the trappings of marriage, especially in this society, she said with blazing eye as she took his hand off her cheek. You're concerned about the terms of the contract? He asked intently. I am. She said firmly. I care for you immensely, Atticus, and it is something that I want, for our paths to be completely bound, she said softly before her eyes hardened, but that does not mean that I will remain ignorant to what your family would expect from me, what society would expect from me as wife, and it is something that I cannot accept, she said as she took a step back. Marriage meant giving up control, giving up her independence, her body. Why would you think you'd be in that situation? He asked her confused before he continued. Your rights would be guaranteed within the marriage contract, one that you would help write given that you are the heir and eventual head of your houses. You'd never have to agree to anything that you don't want to, Emily, he promised to her. My father changed the terms of his contract with mother to a simple courting one and without any infringes on her freedom. Contracts, mostly in grey and light families, are simply methods to protect assets, alliance terms, and underlying the boundaries in the relationship, he told her. Boundaries? She asked. I think, he began slowly as he ran his hand through his hair as he thought on it. It's often regards to the role each of them have within the relationship. Supporting academic or career pursuits and the like. He told her. It's a way to ensure there is reneging of agreements prior to marriage. He said finally. She pursed her lips. It was not terrible, all things considered. She watched him carefully. Will your parents agree to what we wanted for each other? To be equals, without holding power over one another? She asked carefully. They will. They can't interfere in that regard. He told her firmly. They both understand how much we care for each other and our personal relationship is not something that they'd want to infringe upon, he said firmly. You can help write the contract with me, or my father. My parents will agree to it, I'm sure of it. He said as he tried to address the problems. Your independence, your wealth, your ambitions, they will always remain yours, and we will write the terms so that you could not lose anything that you don't want to lose. I swear this to you, Emily, he said passionately as his hands moved to both sides of her face. She was wilting and she knew it. This marriage contract would bind us for eternity and everyone would know it. He said softly as he looked at her earnestly as he tried to convey to her the merits of being married. I wouldn't know how to be, she scrunched her face in distaste. A wife, she ground out as she struggled with the concept. Wife. Women aren't equal in marriages, Atticus, she said as she stared at him as she took his hands off her face. In ours, it will be. He said firmly. Emily, do you doubt yourself from asserting yourself if you disagree with me? Asserting yourself with others if you become my wife? He said as he stared down at her. And regarding not knowing how to be a wife, I wouldn't know how to be a husband either, he said to her with a bemused smile before he shrugged. We'll learn together what it means to be married. We'll set the rules in our marriage, as equal partners bound together for eternity and through magic, he whispered to her as he squeezed her hands softly. She liked the idea of being bound together for eternity and through magic. She would never fit in the mold of a wife. But she could redefine the role as she pleased, to suit who she was. She would not be known merely as Atticus Sayre's wife. She would not be an afterthought to him. She closed her eyes momentarily. I would want to write the terms of the contract with you or your father. I won't budge on that. Agreed, he replied easily, and she could tell that he was pleased from the tone of his voice. I also want to keep my titles separate. She said sharply as her eyes opened, and he nodded before he grimaced. I know, she said as she understood. I have to inform your father and grandfather of my Slytherin heir status and that I will be seated within the Wisengamot. She said displeased before she frowned. Does Benedict know that I'm a Gaunt? She asked him, and he frowned before he shook his head. I'm not sure, he admitted. I think he must do if he's not against us courting. She sighed unhappily. I think father had to tell him, he continued. The contract must be good if they didn't reject it like they have for the many I've received over the years, as he furrowed his brows. I thought Sayres were allowed to court as they pleased and marry as they please. She asked, irritated. We are. But sometimes if someone is not courting, he said delicately, and she narrowed her eyes. The younger Sayres can be encouraged to spend time with the person of interest, to see if they can match. It happens from time to time, he said with a shrug. But we are courting, she said heatedly with thinned lips, and he nodded slightly. We are, but he said carefully, given who the blacks are, and your own ambiguity, he said as delicately as he could. She could tell it was not something they could dismiss without knowing where we stood, he finished. She wrung her hands free from his as she stepped closer to the crackling fire as she considered it. She was well aware of what society thought of her. Even if she charmed them, the question about her blood status was one that needed answering. The ambiguity of it all helped her in this respect. The fostering of the Sayres, the way she conducted herself, all of it helped in establishing herself to be like them, even if they didn't know how she was like them. But even so, there was only so much that could be left alone. Their courting raised many questions, and the lack of answers made many suspicious. Her own circle were becoming curious with the way she'd been acting. The stances she was now adopting, one of moderation as she shifted her rhetoric to suit their future goals, did not go unnoticed, she was certain of it. She also wasn't blind to her associate's subtle looks as she spent more time with Atticus. It had been one of the things she chastised him for, regarding the time room. It would have helped in many ways. She sighed. And now this. She pursed her lips as she watched the dancing flames. She understood her counterpart's act of disappearance more clearly now, to remove herself from this society until she was ready to take control, without any of this in her way. Disappearing but returning when the strength of her magic and the end of her wand decided for her instead of inane politics that she was now mired in. It had its appeal, it truly did. She was already becoming exhausted in dancing on a tightrope with her associates and the future she wanted to build. She turned towards Atticus, who looked at her concerned. She looked at his stance, the slight defensive posture he took on as he looked at her. He was nervous. Nervous about what she would decide. It was strange how one decision could alter everything. She could refuse to agree to marry, refuse to divulge her Slytherin heirship. Would they end? She pushed through the pain she felt at the thought as she deadened her emotions. Atticus, above all else, is loyal to very few people. His family and her. He wasn't like her. She was incapable of feeling true care for people who surrounded her. Not in the way normal people felt. As she met his beautiful purple eyes that shone so brilliantly with the interspersed green flecks that accentuated how unique he was, she knew she'd never care for anyone other than him, and that in itself was a wonder. She had no idea why she was capable of loving him. Why it was him. Only that she was glad for it. Her counterpart never had him. One who she let through, willingly and wholeheartedly. But he was different from her in this way. Whilst he did love her, he loved his family as well. And she suspected that she wouldn't win, not completely, if she made him choose. It should have upset her, but it didn't. There was a part of her that wished her own family hadn't been the disappointing train wreck that it was. Even if she didn't really care for the other Sayers, she did like most of them. They weren't the worst people to consider, family, to choose them even if it was by proxy. I will marry you, Atticus, she whispered as the words traveled the distance between them. His face broke into a large smile as she saw the happiness in his eyes. He pulled her in and kissed her deeply as she wrapped her arms around him. She let herself be engulfed into him. They broke apart but kept their foreheads touching. I'm so pleased to hear you say that, Emily, he said as he looked at her adoringly. She smiled softly at him as she brushed her fingers across his face. She supposed it wasn't too terrible. I do need a king beside me as we rule. She whispered as their eyes met. You have never needed a king, Emily, but I'll gladly be the king you want, he returned softly to her, and she smiled broadly to him. Keep saying things like that and you'll keep being what I want, she said teasingly, and he chuckled as he pulled her in a little. She leaned back a little, removing her forehead from his. I'll tell them about my status as Slytherin heir, she said as she frowned a little before she thinned her lips. I don't want anyone to know, she said firmly, and he nodded seriously. It is your right. He agreed before he considered it. It will huge news for a founder's heir to return, he said curiously. I know, but the conditions, she said, and he hummed in agreement. Salazar and House Slytherin are dark and in the current climate, he said with a wince. Yes, she sighed. Elsie. Pop. Missy Riddle. The elf inquired. Please call Lord Sayer and Benedict Sayer into the office. Yes, Missy Riddle. Pop. Soon enough, the elder Sayers walked in and looked at them curiously before they went to their seats, and she and Atticus followed back to their own seats. Expectant looks greeted them and she spoke up for them. We'll marry, she said calmly, and a pleased look passed on Marcus' face whilst Benedict was reserved. Excellent, he intoned approvingly. We have conditions, however, Atticus interjected. Such as? Benedict asked with narrowed eyes. Emily will help write the contract. To ensure that she isn't losing her freedom and is my equal, Atticus said firmly, and Benedict's eyes narrowed. That is not how it is done, Benedict said with an annoyed tone. Usually the contract is signed between heads of families. I don't have one and I am the heir to my house. That means I am who you're dealing with on the opposing side, she said calmly as she daintily brushed her hair behind her ears. Benedict bored his eyes into her before she continued. It could be said, she said calmly as she crossed her legs as she relaxed back into her chair as a hard glint grew in her eyes, that you would seek to take advantage of the last scion of a most ancient and most noble house, she said calmly as she eyed him with dark amusement. He laughed. The Gaunts were never a most ancient house, he said with scorn. They were merely an ancient house who lost their noble status centuries ago, he said with a disapproving look. She smiled at him, shark-like, as she raised her hand and willed her earrings to appear. One for House Gaunt and one for House Slytherin. She watched Benedict's eyes shift to her hand, and once the ring materialized his eyes widened comically. You're... Marcus trailed off astonished, but she kept her eyes on Benedict. She suspected that much of this was his fault, and she would take great pleasure in letting him know that she was Slytherin's heir. The true heir of Slytherin, Benedict murmured softly as he stared at her hand. I am indeed the heir of Slytherin, and once I am of age, I will become the first to take up the permanent seat of Slytherin in centuries as I become Lady Slytherin, she said with gratification. Benedict's eyes snapped towards her. How? He asked with intensity. I am aware that your family, the Gaunts, were Slytherin's heirs, but the last Gaunt who qualified was centuries ago and none since have managed to take it. It was thought the true heir was gone from your line, he said sharply. The subsequent Gaunts were unable to meet the criteria set by Slytherin, she said, pleased with herself. Slytherin approves of me, she said with a tilted head, and Atticus chuckled next to her. She turned to him and smiled at him before turned back at the elder Sayers. So any objections to my involvement in writing the contract? She said softly as she eyed the two men. Marcus began to chuckle as mirth took him over. No objections, he said smilingly, and she turned to Benedict, who was eyeing her intensely. No objections, he said finally, and she nodded to him. He'd likely not pose a problem to her in this regard. But there seemed to be an underlying dislike in him about her. If he knew of her counterpart, well, it was understandable, but still, it was annoying. There is one thing that is non-negotiable, however, Marcus said, and drew her attentions back to him. She looked on expectantly, and he continued, 2 children, 2 heirs is non-negotiable. He said seriously, and she set her jaw as he continued, even more so since you are the last of the Gaunts, the last of the Slytherins. For your bloodline to end, it would be a travesty, he said seriously before he turned to Atticus. Similarly, son, the Sayer line has lived for over 4,000 years. It cannot end with you, he said sharply as his eyes bored into Atticus. She looked at him and saw that he was grimacing before he turned to her. She knew then, that children weren't out of the question. She kept her calm as she turned back to Marcus. We can discuss at a later date, she said firmly as her eyes blazed. We have much to talk about, and that, she hesitated for a moment, is something that is not resolved immediately. She said as diplomatically as she could, even if she wanted to deny it completely. But she knew that it would have to be done delicately. Benedict said nothing as his eyes peered into her, and Marcus nodded lightly. It is understandable. He said carefully. Now that you know that I am Slytherin's heir, she said as she moved past, that. It cannot be a reason why you refuse the blacks, she said sharply. You don't intend anyone to know? Benedict asked curiously as his eyes narrowed. At least not yet. She nodded slowly. The climate as it is, would not be conducive, she said delicately, to a returning Slytherin. She said calmly. True, with the way the darker families are under suspicion, even if nothing is done, the return of House Slytherin would only make it more difficult right now, Marcus said with a sigh as he leaned back in his chair with a thoughtful look. Indeed, Emily agreed. It would also bring undue attention on me, and there are many parties who would rather Slytherin didn't return, she said with thinned lips as she glanced at Atticus, who understood her meaning. Dumbledore already knew of her parcel tongue, and if he knew that she was the true heir of Slytherin, it would cause a lot of trouble for her, and he may no longer remain passive, and she was reluctant to be truly antagonistic with the man whilst they were in the same place and with him greater than she was, for now. There was also Grindelwald, of course. Chances are that he may be interested in gaining her allegiance, and that was kind of attention was far from ideal. How do you propose we break to Lord Black that we are rejecting the contract? Benedict posed to her. After all, for all he knows, you're a mudblood with no heritage, he said calmly. Grandfather. Atticus began lowly, and she turned to him and she saw hard eyes gazing at Benedict. Never mention her and the word mudblood in the same sentence again, he said coolly, and Benedict turned to him with angry eyes. I know you're not calling her one, Atticus continued as she felt his magic stir, and she basked at it, and before she knew it she was smiling. But I do not ever want to hear it. He said as calmly as he could before he added please with a bowed head which placated Benedict. Marcus laughed as he looked at Atticus with a proud glint which she honestly could understand. He defended her against his family, and she never felt more vindicated. She reached out with her hand and he took it and squeezed it gently. Benedict huffed before he shook his head and eyed them curiously. At least you two care for each other, he said with a strange tone to his voice. Nevertheless, on paper, without informing him who you are, it will seem as if we are rejecting a daughter of House Black for someone who has nothing to their name or any pedigree. That will get filtered through, and it will also have consequences for you, Miss Riddle, Benedict said sharply. For now, your ambiguity protects you, but that has been put in jeopardy with the way House Black is acting, and it can't be completely discounted that they are also pressing against you. After all, you are friends with a number of the Blacks, are you not? Lucretia and Doria are still at Hogwarts, and Heir Black is in your year, he commented as he watched her closely. Her eyes narrowed as her mind considered it, and she tapped on the armrest of the chair as she considered it. She wasn't certain that Orion was behind anything. It was doubtful. After all, why would Lord Black listen to him in the first place? But it wasn't something to be discounted. Lucretia and Doria? She questioned lowly. Lucretia was a 6th year whilst Doria was a 7th year. She felt her hand being squeezed, and she turned to him and saw him look at her seriously. Doria is my friend, and I know she would never ask for this. She's interested in someone else, he said amusedly, and she nodded slowly. She was aware of their friendship but not of her interest. Curiously, she didn't think anyone she was associated with did. She'd have to ask later on. Lucretia. He trailed off. I don't think it's her either, it's not her style. After all, she never involved herself in the politics of it all, he commented. Orion then, she mused out loud. It's what I suspected. If it is anyone who would seek an advantage, it would be him, but I'm not certain if he's involved at all," she said before she released Attica's hand as she tapped her chin. "In any case," Marcus interjected, "it matters not a great deal with how we deal with this. We have to give Arcturus something." Marcus pressed. "The contract itself is a prelude to an alliance against Grindelwald, and it is something that we are for," he told her. "An alliance with House Black would be formidable," Atticus added. "With the two combined, we'd be a lethal frontier with all the resources at our disposal," Atticus said appraisingly. "Just so," Benedict said. "Ideally, a marriage to bind the families would have been perfect, but it is not likely in this generation. Without giving an adequate reason that doesn't slight them, an alliance may well not be possible," Benedict said with thinned lips. "It would also damage future relations, and that is unacceptable," Benedict said sharply. She understood the difficulty they were in. It depended on her, and it was something she was not pleased about. "Would you be able to have him make an oath?" she asked curiously as Marcus and Benedict looked at each other warily. "So," she added, "it would be for a duration, say," she said as she pondered on it. "When would it be beneficial to her to come out as the Slytherin heir?" "In her 6th year, when she turned of age, and thus be able to claim the lordship." "Summer of 1945. she said finally. "When you're graduating Hogwarts," Marcus added as an afterthought as he thought on it. "Do you not wish to claim ladyship as soon as you're of age? You'd be able to sit on the Wisengamot and vote," Marcus prodded. She looked at Atticus in a certain way, and he understood. She wanted to do it after Grindelwald was defeated, by Atticus' hand, the conquering hero who marries the Lady Slytherin. Any negativity regarding her would be mitigated by this. She wasn't certain when that would be, but 1945 was safe. "Grindelwald," Benedict said, and she nodded at him. "If the timeline remains, then Grindelwald will be defeated by Dumbledore," Benedict said disapprovingly. "In 1945, September, and with you out as Lady Slytherin, before he gains his influence, but drowned out in the aftermath of the war." Benedict trailed off. Atticus pursed his lips but said nothing. She knew that he thought it wasn't yet time to tell them of his plans. It also confirmed to her that Benedict knew, likely, of her future counterpart. "Indeed. Of course, we can add the caveat that I'll release him from his oath if the time is before then," she said finally. "We can work with that," Marcus nodded. "If he doesn't agree, even then he'll know that you are not what you seem, and that would have to be enough," Marcus said with thinned lips before he got up. "We will sit down and write the contract in the summer, Emily," Marcus added as they all got up. "Acceptable," she said with an inclined head. And they walked out the room, leaving her and Atticus there. "I don't know how hard it was for you," he said softly as they stood next to each other. She leaned into him a little. "But I know it wasn't easy." He chuckled a little as he wrapped his arm around her. "You've changed much, Emily," he said softly, "and I will make sure that you don't regret it," he promised to her. "I know you won't," she returned softly as she stared at the fire which was dimming. The fire that had been crackling, dancing as it burnt through wood, was now dim, weak, on its last embers, and she helped but obsess on it. "Break." Arcturus Black POV. Lord Sayer Arcturus greeted as Marcus exited the flue. "Lord Black," Marcus said with an incline of his head. "Welcome to Grimmauld Place," he said candidly, and Marcus nodded at him. "It's been some time since I've been here," he said as Arcturus led him towards his solar. "Yes, I think perhaps 8 or so years ago," Arcturus mused. "Indeed," Marcus said, and they fell silent as they walked towards the solar, and finally they reached it and walked in. He cast a spell at the portrait, masking it and prevent it from learning anything. Marcus looked on curiously but didn't question. "Fire whiskey?" he asked. "Please," Marcus said, and he poured in 2 glasses and walked over to the fireplace and gave the glass to Marcus before they both sat down. "So, we have plenty to talk about," Marcus said before he sipped on his drink. "We do," Arcturus affirmed. "First of all, have you decided to accept the contract?" Arcturus asked sharply. Marcus looked at him stone-faced. "No. We haven't. My son is already courting someone and is set to marry her," he said calmly, and Arcturus grew stormy. "You rejected a daughter of House Black for a mudblood?" Arcturus asked, displeased. "One that brings you nothing, one that would threaten an alliance that would bring the very country to heel under our collective power and influence," Arcturus intoned as his voice was as sharp as a knife. Marcus looked down at his drink as swirled it gently in his hand. Arcturus watched him closely. "My family decided long ago that we didn't want to the kind of power your family has, Arcturus," Marcus remarked softly. "You know that," Marcus said louder before his eyes set on Arcturus. "But nonetheless, an alliance with your family is also what we desire," Marcus said with an inclined head. "But not through marriage," Marcus said firmly. "Not this generation at least." Arcturus watched Marcus carefully. He wasn't rattled by the accusation, no, he was indifferent to him referring her as a mudblood. "You haven't said anything about her being a mudblood," Arcturus reminded Marcus, whose lips curled. "There is nothing to say," Marcus said with amused glint before his lips are pursed. "You know full well my family aren't blood traders, nor do they care for mudbloods," Marcus said for pausing. "That should make it clear." "No." Arcturus brought the glass to his mouth as he considered it. "I hear your son has certain opinions," Arcturus said carefully as he watched Marcus, "that he doesn't care for purity and is known to be fair to mudbloods, even seem friendly to them, Arcturus said with a light sneer before he leaned back. Now, imagine what will be said about him once it's known he rejected a daughter of House Black for a mood blood, he said as he hoped to provoke Marcus. Marcus narrowed his eyes. Atticus cares far more about magic than he does blood. Marcus shrugged carelessly, but he knows the value of blood and the importance of our culture and customs given that he is a sayer. Marcus said as he tapped the rim of the glass. Rejecting a daughter of your house does nothing to impinge on that, Marcus said calmly, and Arcturus narrowed his eyes. That confirms my suspicion then, Arcturus mused to himself. Arcturus said with pursed lips. It does give an impression, however, Arcturus prodded, and Marcus raised an eyebrow. An impression you'd no doubt fuel. Marcus said sharply with hard eyes. Arcturus said nothing as he watched Marcus, who continued, I never knew you played like this, Arcturus, in false rumors and the like. Marcus prodded. Arcturus chuckled. False? He queried. So there is something about her that you know, with proof. He stated, and Marcus said nothing, so Arcturus went into another direction. There are those who say that you are playing up the ambiguity of her in order to pass her off as acceptable, Arcturus said with thinned lips. Marcus laughed as if Anne would stand for that, Marcus said amused, and Arcturus' lips twitched. Lady Sayer is many things, but lover of muggles and moodbloods? Certainly not. She was from the Baltics where moodbloods were unwelcome, to put it mildly, and she also went to Domstrang where moodbloods were banned and half-bloods were rare and rarely accepted. It only confirmed who he thought she might be. When he viewed that memory of the potential of bombs, it had shaken him enough to truly look into what the muggles were doing, and what he found was extremely unpleasant. The savages were even more deadly than they've ever been. And far more numerous. Of course, they could never stand against a grown wizard. That much hasn't changed. But their weapons of war were orders of magnitude greater, and it seemed as if they were improving all the time. Once he found out, he pushed the businesses he had interests in, to move to Godric's Hollow, now a burgeoning town, as many businesses began to move there. Of course, Diagon largely was still occupied, but many of the alleys, such as Verdant and Horizon, were being vacated as they moved to largely Godric's Hollow or Hogsmeade, another growing place. He decided to hire half-bloods that knew the Muggle world to become his informants and to be able to find things from the Muggle world. He eyed Marcus for a moment. All change that came from the Sayers. Naturally, he kept his eyes on them, just as many were. That son of Marcus was something else. He met him over a year ago now, and he could feel the strong magic in the boy, and undoubtedly would continue to grow. He was charismatic, and one could feel that he lived and breathed magic as he spoke of one thing or another. When Orion brought the plan to him, it was something that he truly wanted, to bind the boy to his family. Archmages were special, and that boy may well become their best chance of winning the war if his suspicion about the boy was correct. He was already using wandless magic, a sure sign of his capabilities and likeliness of being Archmage. He knew many were keeping an eye on the boy, particularly the Ministry. He knew that Spencer Moon in particular was keen to enroll the boy into the Aurors once his year of teaching was complete. It was risky, of course. You did not cross the Sayers. The Sayers may not be in it for power or influence, but they fought fiercely once they threatened. The last time enemies threatened them, they reduced dozens of families, hundreds of wizards, even if it had been at a significant cost, and they barely made it out alive. But they did. And they had a powerful son to carry the family onwards. Tied to a daughter of Gaunt. The last of the blood of Slytherin. It hadn't been easy, of course. He set his men on finding out about her when he met her at some event. Nothing had been found about her in the magical world. Either she had been hid very well, or she was truly a moodblood, and that needed proving. One of his men had found it through an article in an old issue paper regarding the death of Morfin Gaunt, the last of the Gaunts, deep within the paper. That was all that was yielded for those who were once proudly the heirs of Slytherin, and he hadn't even known it until he was told. Even if they had been destitute, the Gaunts were still an ancient house, worthy of being notable once there was news of their end, and he knew when he saw the name Riddle and Gaunt that there was an undeniable link there regarding Emily Riddle. She was born to a near squib and a muggle. A half-blood. Orion, and many others, had said that she wasn't one, she couldn't be. He had his doubts, but now with the evidence of the death of the last male Gaunt and the death of the Riddles and the surety that Marcus held himself. She's a Gaunt, isn't she? He said to Marcus, and his eyes widened before they narrowed. So Arcturus continued, when I met her, only briefly, I was curious, he began. When I questioned those who were in Slytherin with her, particularly those of my house, they were tense, he said as he settled into his chair more comfortably. He had to wring it out of them, of course, once he found out that she was probably a Gaunt. Orion had initially reluctantly told him of her magic and watched him grow in awe and in delight as he spoke of the strength of it, of the dark nature of it. Even Walburga, the shrew girl, was hesitant to cross the girl even if she hated her. But eventually, they told me enough and I investigated, he said to Marcus. It wasn't quite the true sequence of events, but it would do in his explanation. You buried the link very well, he said as he drank his fire whiskey, savoring as it did. So you know, Marcus nodded. That you likely killed the last of the Gaunts other than her and the Riddles and covered it up. Arcturus said, amused, and Marcus said nothing, though he had a curious glint in his eyes, much to Arcturus' amusement. But yes, I know about her being a half-blood. Arcturus said with a tilted head before his eyes narrowed. A destitute half-blood that brings you nothing. Arcturus paused briefly. More than likely she will only bring you trouble, given that the Gaunts are taboo in our society and that she could well be a parcel-mouth, another thing that is against her. Arcturus mused. All things that are against her and against you, naturally, Arcturus said as he tapped his finger against the armrest, not to mention that she is dark as they come, apparently. Arcturus prodded. Marcus looked at him amused. And your house isn't? And Arcturus laughed. True, but we are still at the top of society, wealthy and powerful. He said before he drank of his drink. And she isn't. He said firmly. Sayers always married those they chose. Marcus said lightly as he eyed Arcturus. She is worthy enough, Marcus commented. But not worth more than a daughter of Black, Arcturus snapped. Even if she was the last of the Slytherins, it was not something worth more than his own house, not when you considered all the factors. Likely not, Marcus conceded, but it is enough for my son and it is enough for the rest of us, Marcus said with finality as they stared at one another. Have you told anyone of your findings? Marcus asked suddenly. Arcturus considered it. He told Cassiopeia to keep it in her black book. But he told none others. Orion was a consideration, but he held himself off until after this meeting. I haven't, Arcturus admitted, and Marcus eyed him intensely. Any condition for an alliance will require you swearing a magical oath to not divulge that Emily Riddle is a Gaunt or the last of the Slytherins, and swearing you told no others, Marcus said sharply, and Arcturus narrowed his eyes. You would throw away an alliance because of her? He asked him disbelievingly. To ask for a magical oath was serious and not done in society without good reason. I would safeguard my family from anyone, Marcus said firmly. Eventually, it will come out, who she is, but it is not time yet, and it would bring undue attention and trouble to my family right now. And it isn't what we need when Grindelwald is the danger that threatens us all, Marcus said harshly, and Arcturus pursed his lips. I will not swear an oath, Arcturus said with narrowed eyes. What is to stop me from simply walking away and telling everyone I know in the first place? Arcturus posited. Then you lose over 1,000 of years of friendship with House Sayer, one that was forged through blood and kinship, one that has always been one of mutual respect, Marcus intoned harshly, but each felt like a blow, and Arcturus clenched his teeth. All for a poor half-blood? He demanded. All those centuries of friendship for someone who has no value? He asked coolly, and Marcus shrugged. My heir, my son, Marcus said firmly with sharp eyes, adores that girl. She is worth it to him, and I won't deny him it. You would cause her immense problems and thus cause my son problems and thus cause me and my family problems, Marcus said sharply before he sighed and looked at the drink in his hat amidst Arcturus' cold eyes. Marcus looked up and met Arcturus' gaze and smiled a little wryly. Her situation is perhaps different but similar in many ways, Marcus mused as they stared at one another. To what? Arcturus asked, irritated. When Henry Sayer, the last scion of a dangerously close to extinct house, met Ares Black at Hogwarts, who aided him and eventually married Lycoris Black, his best friend's sister, and were close brothers for the rest of their lives, Marcus said calmly as Arcturus breathed in deeply. Yes. He said as he breathed out, it was the basis of our current relationship, where we helped you against enemies who would wish to exploit your house, Arcturus said softly as their eyes kept on each other, and Marcus nodded. A basis you are willing to disregard completely, Arcturus accused. I'm not, Marcus said softly, I'm merely asking you to simply aid in keeping her secret until she is ready to meet the world on her terms. Marcus shrugged. It isn't much to ask for. He added. It wasn't. Not against everything he'd set to gain. He pursed his lips as it considered it. A magical oath is, Arcturus muttered as he got up a top up. Marcus nodded and took his glass. Once he refilled the glasses and handed Marcus one back, he sat back down and scrutinized Marcus. What would the oath be? Arcturus inquired. A simple one, to keep her secret until the 31st of July 1945, or until she releases you from your oath. And of course, ask anyone who knows of the secret to keep it quiet, Marcus said to him. He considered it. It wasn't much to ask for, and it allowed for much leeway. He suspected it was a measure of trust. Only Cassiopeia knows, he confirmed to Marcus, who considered it before nodding. Will she swear to the same terms? Marcus asked. She will. Arcturus affirmed. She's my shadow, so to speak. He said once he mulled it over. Understandable. From what I remember, she was sharp, Marcus commented, and Arcturus laughed. You have no idea. The house could use more of her ilk, he muttered darkly as he considered the rest of his family. Orion was fine in many respects, but he had a cruel tendency and he had no interests in the matters of House Black. It was grating because he was strong enough magically, but other than using his magic for cruelty, he was lazy, absent, and unreliable. Cygnus was weak. He was led around by his friends and he was follower through and through. Doria, his sister, was too kind and too gentle. He loved her for it, but she was not what House Black needed. The rest of the Blacks were unnoteworthy for now. He lamented that Cassie hadn't been born male. He sighed. He'd likely need to steer the ship until his grandsons arrived if things continued as they did. Very well, I will swear the oath and keep the secret until it is time, and so will Cassie, Arcturus confirmed, on the condition that the alliance goes forth, Completely, Arcturus said firmly. Marcus nodded, pleased, more than acceptable. Marcus leaned forward. All of the conditions on the contract were acceptable, once you remove the aspects pertinent to the marriage, Marcus said calmly, and Arcturus nodded. You're not against hiring mercenaries? Arcturus asked, and Marcus shook his head. We are using mercenaries as we speak, Marcus said calmly before he drank of his fire whiskey. Your business is on the continent, Arcturus stated, and Marcus nodded. The Sares had the largest share in creature reserves and most of the supply came from them. It made sense that they were protecting it, especially in these turbulent times. House Black made most of their fortune on the seas as many members became privateers after they expanded into the Muggle world. Even today, much of that wealth still remains long after those activities ended. It had been his favorite stories growing up, black pirates and mercenaries stealing from the Muggles. Yes, our businesses. Given our change in stance, it is necessary now to protect our own, as Grindelwald will seek to persuade people from their course, Marcus said with thinned lips, and Arcturus nodded grimly. He was well aware of the impending attacks. Grindelwald was a traitor to their kind, he was colluding with Muggles who attacked their people. The statute was important and it protected their world, even more so now that he knew the dangers of their bombs and planes. He hated Grindelwald with a passion for killing his father. He never liked Perseus, but he loved his father. For that Grindelwald would pay. And he was patient, eventually he would get his due. So you're aware of that information, Arcturus commented as he eyed Sayre. He only knew because of his family's ties on the continent. The Black family was one of the darkest families in the world, proudly so, and as such, their links with the more disdained aspects of the magical world was excellent. Because of that he discovered the plot of the attacks. That the Sares knew spoke well of their links, and it vindicated his desire of forging an alliance with the Sares. All the more for the alliance then. Arcturus said once more. Marcus went into his robes and brought out the contract and a spare parchment, a quill, and he eyed Arcturus. Shall we discuss the finer points then? He asked, and Arcturus finished his drink and leaned forward. Break. 31st of December 1941. Emily POV. You know, when you said you had a surprise for me, for my birthday, I didn't expect an evening hike through the countryside, she said accusingly as she muddled through on the hard, cold ground. His laughter rang around them as he quickened his pace. I didn't think you were a wine and dine kind of girl, Emily, so I have to be creative to make a memorable birthday. He shouted out to her as he continued to walk quickly. A tome or two would have been fine, she groused as she bore a hole in his back. She sighed and quickened her own pace. It was almost sunset time, as she looked around. It was a fortuitous day, a clear night sky, but it was bitingly cold, that is if you didn't magic to warm yourself. She looked around her and rolling hills surrounded them. She had to admit, England had its scenic locations. They were in Lake District, in northern England, which was sparsely populated, at least where they were. She caught up to him and saw him standing there, and she stepped up to him and frowned. What are you looking at? She asked as she looked at him, and he turned to her with a grin. Castle Rigg Stone Circle is located in Lake District, and the words hit her strangely, and she looked forward and saw a shimmer before a stone circle appeared right in front of her. He walked forward, shaking her from her surprise. What was that? She demanded as she followed him. That, my lovely serpent, was the Fidulius charm, he said as he took a seat on the stone that lied in the center of the formation. She frowned as she stood in front of him. I've never heard of it. He leaned on his arms as he rested on the stone. Doesn't surprise me, he mused before he continued. It's a very obscure charm, one that I had to search for some time before I found it, and even then, I had to. He said with wiggling fingers, to which she raised her eyebrow. Mess with the spell. She finished for him, and he looked at her amused. Yes, he said happily, and she rolled her eyes as she took a seat next to him. She turned to him expectantly, and he understood. The spell is a multifaceted potent charm that can be used to conceal a secret inside an individual's soul, and the person who houses the secret is known as the secret keeper. A location that is protected by this charm then becomes invisible, intangible, unplottable, and soundproof. He paused for a moment before he continued. It's one of the most ancient spells we know of. It is posited that it is Atlantean in nature, and it is one of the spells that Merlin brought back into the public. It's the reason I believe, amongst some others, that he had Atlantean books, even if it was soon disregarded because of how difficult it was and how much power you needed for it, Atticus said happily as she listened raptly. The uses of the spell were excellent. You could have a base to hide in where none could threaten you. It was too good to be true. What are the downfalls? She asked as her mind whirled at the application of the spell. Well, if the person dies, the secret keeper, then it breaks the enchantment. Similarly, the version that I used, before I changed it, required a person to enchant it and then assign the secret keeper, he said to her, and she turned sharply to him. What a flaw in the spell. She mused to him, and he nodded. I know, it's why I modified it to allow myself to be assigned as the secret keeper. It wasn't nice to modify, he grimaced, and she raised an eyebrow in question, which he saw. When I say it is multifaceted, it really is like that. It took me the longest time to get it right. It was one of the spells that I was working on from time to time, and even though I didn't work on it 24/7, it still took me. He paused as he remembered it 3 years. He asked himself before he nodded. 3 years since I found the spell and finished modifying it. You've removed the negatives from the spell, she stated, and he thought it over. I think so. He mused as he furrowed his brows. I haven't found any issues with it so far. I don't know if it will last my entire lifetime. I also don't know if the potency of the secret is as strong as it would be if someone else is the secret keeper, he told her, and she looked at him confused. Why would the potency of the spell change? She asked, genuinely curious. Well, the basis of the spell of trusting someone absolutely, and the stronger the trust, the stronger the fidelize is. He told her, and she looked at him with a deadpan face. Who can you trust more than yourself, she said ridiculously, and he shrugged his shoulders. I don't know if the nature of the spell becomes stronger because of someone else becoming a secret keeper or not. Magic has some quirks after all, he mused, more to himself than anything else. You think the emotional component increases the strength of the spell, the trust you hold in the individual adding to the strength, making it possibly stronger than one where you yourself are the secret keeper, she said out loud, and he nodded with a smile. Exactly, that factor might exist. It's something we can explore at some point if we want, he told her, and she smiled. We can, but I think your version is better even if it's slightly less in strength. After all, many things can happen to the secret keeper, she said with thinned lips, and his eyes darkened and nodded grimly, and they fell silent for a moment. How many secrets? She asked him, and he grimaced for a moment. I think only one. The nature of the spell makes it impossible to hide more than one secret within the soul. He told her, and she frowned as she thought it over. What made it impossible? It couldn't be that the soul only had space for a single secret, surely. She shook her head and set it aside for later thinking. How long since you finished the spell? She asked. Probably 4 months or so, he told her. Why now? She said before she looked around. What's so special about this place? She inquired as she fixed her eyes on a particular stone. He stuck out his hand, and bright an orb of light materialized that he floated above them, which increased in intensity, enough to brighten everything amidst the dying rays of the sun. Castle Rigg Stone Circle is perhaps the oldest surviving ritual site in the UK, and it is definitely one of the oldest in Europe, he said to her as he looked at the stones. 7,000 to 9,000 years old, he said softly to her, and she turned to him sharply. And he smiled at her and nodded. Druids, she whispered. This is a druidic site. She said as she got up and went to one of the stones. It was covered in moss, the stones having degraded somewhat as well due to weathering. She pulled out her wand and whispered cleaning spells and removed the moss and everything else, and she could see faint lines that reminded her of runes. Runes. She whispered. She crouched down towards the base, and she recognized the Rado rune, the meaning of destined challenge, the pursuit of own being. It's used predominantly to facilitate change. She heard him walk gently towards her until he was next to her and crouched down next to her. Druids used this site to power rituals, rituals of change, of initiating change. He stopped for a moment. There isn't much known about the Druids who used this site, only that they were ancient and saw magic differently, even from the Druids that came after them. There's even evidence that these Druids were outcasts of sorts for their beliefs. Druids are known of their beliefs of acceptance of death, of offering human sacrifice to those who were ill of health in some way or another, he said, and she looked at him with intense eyes as she listened. That nature is sacred or divine, and that everything is this great of circle of life, that we are but one small part of the wider family of life, he said almost wistfully, she noted as he told this tale of his. He shook his head lightly. But these Druids, he began, believed that nature was moldable, that could be channeled beyond simply following the flow, that we could invoke change as we see fit, if we understood, he told her with an excited gleam in his eye. How do you know this? She asked, and he smiled at her and stood back up and stuck out his hand for her, and she took it and led her to a dug hole in the outer reaches of the circle. I found this place quite some time ago, I'll tell you shortly why, and through curiosity, I found numerous buried stone tablets around 24 feet down, he said excitedly, and her eyes shone in excitement, and he nodded gravely. He stuck out his hand and 3 intact stone tablets arrived, but she could see he used magic to fix it. Translating these had been annoying, he complained as she took one of them. She could see that it was all in runes, but nothing like Elder Futhark, like what was on the stones. But there were similarities. I think that they wanted to remove any kind of power in the stone tablets, only given it an accounting of what they were doing. But the basis of the language was in Elder Futhark, and so I spent quite some time translating as best as I could, he said, and she looked up from the stone tablet. From these tablets, I was able to understand some of what this ritual site is for, what their beliefs were and why they did what they did, he told her, and she looked at him sharply and smiled widely. I have the notes of my translation at home, I'll give them to you once we return, he said before he paused. Do you want me to tell you what they believed? And what this site is for? He asked her. Only tell me what this site is for, I will read your notes later on, she told him, and he nodded. Ancient Egyptians used large-scale rituals to affect nature, like preventing droughts, flooding and so on. There are many magical cultures that hail from mages that practiced such wide-area magic. But these druids were different, he said with a gleam in his eye. I'm almost certain that sights like these had a much greater affect than you can know. He told her before he looked up in the sky. Around that time, the Earth was in a ice age of sorts, where the climate was much colder than it is now and much of Europe was frozen and sea levels were lower. That meant much harsher winters, and it probably wouldn't be uncommon for many to have died during those months when food was low and scarce and the weather unforgiving, even for magicals, he mused as she listened. How would you know if the weather was like that? She asked with narrowed eyes, and he looked at her with a mischievous glint. It's not in the tablets, is it? She stated. It's not something mentioned specifically in the tables, he allowed before he continued. It's something I've known for a long time, he said cryptically, and her eyes narrowed. He knew many things that didn't add up, far too much about the Muggle world and not enough of the magical world when it came to his visions. It was odd. He continued, what the tablets do say, what I think they say is that they tried to discover they could use magic that could change the weather to be more hospitable to life, he said with an excited gleam, and she sat straight as she began to understand. They changed the entire weather system of the world, she whispered wide-eyed. I think so, he told her excitedly before he frowned. I don't think they truly knew what they were doing. The consequences of their actions changed the world completely, for the better perhaps, but it did much harm, I think, he said with furrowed brows. What do you mean? She asked, intensely curious. To affect change on such a scale, it was insane. I think there are dozens of sites like this, if they still stand dotted around Northern Europe. Change like this requires monumental power, and I am certain that they tapped into the ley lines to do it, he said as he walked away towards the center stone, and she followed as he looked at the stone, and she followed his eyes and saw thin lines, intersecting in some locations. She squinted her eyes and moved her hand on the stone as she traced the lines. It felt almost like... Are these maps? She asked curiously. He hummed affirmatively. I think so. It must have been a multi-generational plan, what these druids did, and they must have been relatively large too. He said as he pointed at each location. The land was different in those days than it is now, but there are some places that you could identify, and from there I extrapolated. He paused momentarily. 8 different locations in Scandinavia, 3 in Germany and Poland, and 6 along the coast of the Isles. Of that time, he said to her before sat on the stone. With the low sea levels, it meant that there was more land that connected Europe to England, and where the east of England was much larger than it is now. When they enacted the rituals, powered by the ley lines, to bring about change of nature, they did not know what they were truly doing, except for changed the weather pattern. What they did, it ended up flooding much of England and Europe, likely through an unintended tsunami, as they melted much of the ice in northern Europe, and over time destroyed the bridge to Europe. Of course, they were successful in their aim in creating a warmer world, but it had probably been at the cost of ley lines at the sites they built it, and most likely destroyed swathes of lands because of the sheer magic that they channeled. I'm certain that they destroyed large sections of lands that were east of the coast of England, eventually making it prone to be submerged under the sea. He told her. What do you mean at the cost of the ley lines? She asked before she returned her eyes to the large stone with the markings. I checked the ley lines here, and there are. He said as it molded over fragments of sorts, like a echo of sorts, that there ley lines here. She turned to him sharply and with narrowed eyes. Show me how. She demanded, and he raised an eyebrow. You can earn it, he said teasingly as he eyed her with twitching lips. She stepped closer to him until they were face to face. You're going to make a girl work on her birthday, she said softly as her warm breath became visible under the bright light of the orb that hung above them. Never going to make you work for it, he said with a growing smile. Only that you could, he said to her with a tilted head, and she leaned, and just before their lips met, she veered left and nibbled on his ear, and he recoiled slightly and looked at her betrayed, and she started giggling a little. He got up and picked her up by her arse, and she would refuse to ever admit that she yelped a little, and she clung on his neck, and he looked up as she looked down. He repositioned himself to hold her with one arm. He palmed his wand. The wand movement for checking for ley lines is just so, he said as he slowly showed her the wand movement. It had wide circular and crescent movements ending with a downward flick. The incantation is Linus Terrae, he said finally, and she palmed her wand and he set her down gently. Linus Terrae, she intoned as she did the wand movement, and the ground began to light up as the spell hit the ground. It's the method the Romans found to find ley lines, he said next to her as they watched the spell continue to seep into the ground. The druids felt magic, didn't they? It's how they found ley lines, she said as she kept her eyes on the ground. Yes, they did. Unfortunately, you need to have high attunement to nature magic, he told her, and she glanced at him. Northern magics is heavily nature magic, she stated with an obvious question. It is. He confirmed. I haven't really tried to see if I can feel sights with ley lines, he admitted. You should, your sensitivity to magic is impressive. She trailed off as the spell stopped, and she walked a bit further and she could see what he meant. The ley lines were gone, almost. There was a trace of them, something that was broken unnaturally. Magic and life are very closely linked together, he said softly, and she turned to him as he looked at the ley lines with a strange expression. And the druids tapped into magic for a purpose that was for life, but with the wrong tools, the wrong methods, and without understanding what they did. I think many of them died, this being on the few sites that remained standing. I think it was also why much isn't known about them beyond certain myths that I gathered, and with those stone tablets he paused, their practices made them unpopular, probably with other druids, and it wouldn't surprise me if they were wiped out. Whatever remnants of them survived, he said calmly as he looked at her. So they didn't like the magic they used and they killed them off? She said sharply. What they did, it was beautiful. Probably, he nodded carelessly. They used magic, even if you say they might not understand, because what they did worked, she stressed out as she looked at the stone pillars. It worked. Granted, it cost them a lot, but magic is rarely free at this scale. Their mistake was probably not sacrificing enough, she wondered as she put it together. Do you know how they used the ley lines? She asked him as she stared at him intently. He shook his head. I don't. He admitted the stone tablets don't say how they did it, and the runes on the pillars are far too faded to ever try and reconstruct it. He sighed a little dejectedly. She sat down next to him. It was a shame, the kind of power that they were able to wield. She turned to him. I know you wouldn't bring us here just for my birthday. She said with a raised eyebrow, and he looked at her with a smile. Would I not? He asked her amusedly before he shook his head. It was merely a bonus to tell you the tale of these druids. He said as he looked away from her. There are likely hundreds if not thousands of remnants of people like this, who did great works of magic but are forever lost, until someone stumbles across them. He said to her wistfully, and she could understand, of course. It was almost a tragedy, she thought, these people who took great care and effort in their work, capable of magic long forgotten, long dismissed as myth, and the only thing that could be found of their work were broken stones and remnants of magic. How did you find this place? She asked him softly as she looked at the starry sky. She always thought back on that trip that he took her, when she began to see things differently. When she saw the beauty of everything around her. She'd never really appreciated it. After all, it was irrelevant to her quest to power. She didn't really appreciate it now, but she could understand why others did. Why he did. She turned her gaze towards the dark outlines of the rolling hills and listened to the silent night, the faint rustling of leaves, of bushes. Muggles, he said softly. Muggles found several sites like this, and when I searched for it, I came across this site, long forgotten by Magicals when it should have been important, he said with a sigh. It shouldn't be, she replied softly as she looked at him. I don't doubt that there are many like this around the world, he said to her with a glint in his eye. World trip? She said with a soft smile, and he inclined his head with a smile on his face. World trip, he confirmed to her, and she turned her head skyward. She couldn't deny she was looking forward to it. Ancient sites, treasures, artifacts, maybe even lost pieces of magic, useful magic. Magic like what those druids used, leave an imprint onto the world. This site represents change, he said to her, and she turned to him curiously. You think such sites still have power? She asked intently. I do. I know this does. Reach out with your magic, Emily. There is a soft tone to it. He instructed her, and she closed her eyes and reached out. She felt him first. Endless as always. Curious as ever. She shifted her attentions to the site and she concentrated as she dived deeply. It took some time, but she could feel something, and it must have appeared on her face because he began to speak once more. That minor thing, that tone, is about change, about bringing about large-scale change. And that is why this site is so important to me, to us. He said confidently, and she opened her eyes and turned to him. He went into his robes and brought out stacks of parchment and handed it over to her, and she frowned as she took it and read it. The arithmancy was incredibly complex as she focused on the calculations. She could only infer some aspects of it. Healing, restoration, sacrifice were prominent as she flipped through the pages as various leaps were made. Her eyes widened in shock when she turned and she whirled her head to him. Is this immortality? She demanded sharply before she caught herself. Is this what I think it is? She asked intensely. Not quite immortality, but almost, he said to her with focused eyes as he took her in. The ritual sets will allow for a 2,000-year extended life that is suspended at the age of 25. It fixes the age at that point once you reach it naturally, but the first set of 7 will be additive to the 7th set of 7, which is the binding ritual set that extends life for 2,000 years, whilst the 6th set is what heals the body completely. The loss of a limb is automatically regenerated. I think the loss of an arm would result in 4 days of regrowth. I'm pretty sure it'll be disgusting, but it'll work, he said as she listened dazedly. She returned her attentions to the parchments, and she remained silent for some time as her mind fixated on what he has done. For how long were you looking into immortality? She asked distractedly. For some time, well before Hogwarts, he admitted to her. You've been looking into it all this time? She said softly as she kept her eyes on the parchment. I have. He confirmed, and she turned to him and saw him looking into the sky. I'm not afraid of death, Emily, he said to her as he remained fixated on the sky. I think it is necessary for life, and you become lesser if you employ methods to avoid it. He said before he turned to her with almost glowing eyes. But, there is much I want to do, much I want to learn, much that I want to explore, he said with a smile before he turned towards the sky. There is a whole universe out there, there must be so many wonders, On grander scale than this druidic site, Emily, that likely would boggle the mind. What if we found remnants of ancient sites of millions of years old civilizations that were able to do magic that we could never comprehend because of the sheer differences that exist? He said with a pensive look and a voice laced with wonder. There is nothing wrong with wanting to live for a very long time, he said as he turned to her with a smile, and I'd like to live for a very long time with you as we explore magic and the universe at some point in the distant future. With 2,000 years, we'll find ways to extend our lives even more easily enough, he said with a grin. With methods like this we're not avoiding or cheating death, we're delaying. Much like the Flamels are with the Philosopher's Stone. And we're not affecting the Trinity, merely enhancing our bodies. I think it's an important distinction, he said to her. She stared at him for some time. One of her greatest desires was to become immortal, to never die. Something her counterpart shared but acted foolishly by using a method that destroyed her. One that she would have likely found and used if she didn't know the consequences of it. And yet, here she was, presented with a method that did much of what she liked. It didn't make her immortal, not truly, but the distinction was small. She could still die from a killing curse or a myriad of other deadly curses, but she could defend herself and didn't think it would be difficult to discover a counter to the killing curse. Not to mention, they would have the time to invent true immortality. One that they invented. With him by her side, and they would conquer magic and mastered it like no other. She smiled at him widely. I love you, Atticus, she said with complete sincerity, and he smiled softly at her. I love you too, he said gently. She returned her eyes on the parchments and she read it. What are the sacrifice requirements? She asked distractedly. The main components, which are also the most difficult to procure, are 3 vials of phoenix tears, 100 grams of phoenix ash, a single vial of phoenix blood, powdered bone from a ibangadarna, which is Filipino magical bird with healing powers, basilisk blood, and 2 basilisk eggs, he told her, and she looked at him astonished. Have you got those ingredients? She asked, and he nodded. I have double of everything, he confirmed to her. Everything but the eggs are required to change the body to restore and heal to the way I want it to. The eggs are used to a complete sacrifice. Their potential magic, their potential lifespan, everything is sacrificed as it will bind the potential lifespan of the eggs to mine. He ran his hands through his hair. It works, but it was difficult to get it to work. After all that, there is still the necessity of a complex potion that I created with Orlac that truly binds everything together, that is drunk during the ritual. He told her. She began to giggle uncontrollably before she leapt towards him, hugging him tightly. This is by far the greatest thing anyone has done for me, she whispered in his ear. She would deny it, but she felt immensely emotional. What he was offering to her. He patted on her back. You are mine as I'm yours, Emily Riddle, he whispered to her. She pulled back and she smiled at him before her smile fell. You know how I have a large library in my Slytherin vault? She said as she looked into the distance. Yes, he said in a questioning tone. I found a method of immortality, she said as she turned to him and saw an interested look in his eyes. Oh. He said, interested doesn't surprise me, he mused. I'm pretty sure that there have to be many magicals in the past that found some way of extending their lives. It's just the clever ones who found the best ones keep it to themselves. He said as an afterthought as he eyed. I'm certain you know this form, she said carefully, and he frowned deeply. Horcruxes, she said softly, and she found the change of his expressions intensely fascinating as he in an instant of understanding gave her a look of such horror. I haven't performed any of it, she said quickly, hoping to settle him, and he calmed visibly before a desperate look came across his face. Will you? He asked tentatively and tensely as he waited on her response. No. She said softly. Salazar archived his findings on the piece of magic as a way to warn against his descendants of the price that is paid for desecrating the soul and magic, she said calmly, and he closed his eyes and breathed out deeply. I'm glad. Horcruxes are an abomination in every meaning of the word. It's also so offensive, he said as he opened his eyes, and she raised her eyebrow. Ripping yourself apart makes you lesser. Magic gives us the possibility to be greater. From a reductive point of view, it's nonsensical to think you become more than you are if you makes yourself lesser. He said with a shake of his head before he eyed her. So what did Salazar say? He asked curiously. He said that the price was loss of the sane mind over time, and that the sacrifice of an innocent soul was not the only thing. You also sacrifice your magic. Magic is part of the soul, and so if you separate the soul, you separate a piece of your magic and it stops the growth of it too. She told him, and he looked disturbed. What? She asked him. Your counterpart made it at 16, he said to her, and she understood then. Of course, she sighed out lowly. Her counterpart halted their progress at 16, far from their maturity. She looked at him intently, and yet she was capable of dueling against Dumbledore in a standstill. She asked curiously, and he nodded grimly. To think her counterpart handicapped herself to such an extent, her eyes gleamed as she thought of the realized potential she had. Yes. I think many dark rituals were done, however, to somehow increase their power, he mused thoughtfully. Having protection against death probably would have made them arrogant in their belief that the consequences were minor. In combination with the fraying mind. She drifted off before she narrowed her eyes. Why do you never refer to my counterpart as her? She asked him. I could never consider your counterpart as you, he said with a grimace. It feels offensive, he said firmly, and she looked at him amused. You do realize that I would have been her without you? She said calmly. He set his jaw. Perhaps, but you're not, and I'm here. I don't want to think of your counterpart as anything like you, he said thinly, and she watched him. She wondered what he saw of her if he is in such denial. To be sure, she wasn't going to be as stupid as her counterpart, but it didn't mean that she wasn't the same as her in most ways. He may have diverged her from the path she might have walked, but, in the end, she was still that girl. If war was ever necessary, she'd kill as easily as breathing. She felt nothing for killing entire families if it was necessary. Of course, she wouldn't be cruel about it. Simple, painless death. She shook her head. She completed her first ritual set in November, which was geared to increasing control and sensitivity. Her second set, which she would undergo during the summer along with the third, was one of enhancement of the body, and the third would be an enhancement of her natural magical talents. Most of her second set was the same as the rituals Atticus conducted regarding his body, whilst the third was mostly different. Her affinities to the dark arts, charms and wards would increase substantially, making it as easy as breathing. Atticus helped her with the arithmancy, and one thing she noticed was he was always insistent on applying techniques that made everything more difficult than it needed to be, but now. Did you allow for space in my rituals for this? She asked him intently, and he nodded. I did. He grimaced. I couldn't tell you yet because it wasn't complete, he shrugged. Have you done it yet? She asked curiously, and he shook his head. I will do it in the summer. He ran his fingers through his hair. In the summer I will do all 4 sets, finishing on the 7th of the 7th at 7 a.m. He told her calmly. 28 rituals. She whispered. It was intensive, and she knew many of these rituals would be immensely painful. Will you do a ritual a day? She asked intently, and he nodded. Yes, I'll be doing a ritual a day. I've done multiple rituals in a day and I don't want to do that again, he grimaced before he chuckled. It's funny, my pain tolerance is much higher, but I'd still rather never try that again, he mused before he continued. Last 2 rituals can't really be done until you're 17. Well, you could, but it wouldn't be nearly as effective as it would be if you did it at 17, he told her calmly. She soured. How much less effective? She asked. I'm not sure, it's not quite quantifiable. He mused. There are many reasons why 17 is important to magicals. Magical growth, maturity, and so on. Biologically speaking, most of the growth is complete at 17. Most of the rest is just filling out, so to speak. He mused to her. 2 years. She whispered. Could she wait that long? Yes, she could. To rush in was what caused her counterpart to become insane. She would also have the opportunity to deeply understand what he did, perhaps she could even improve on it. You tied the lifespan of a basilisk to the ritual. Why 1,000 years? Don't basilisks have the capability to be older than that? She asked curiously. I thought on that, but it was done for safety reasons, he said, and she raised an eyebrow, so he continued. I think basilisks have properties in their blood that effectively regenerates their body in certain ways that makes their blood youthful, so to speak. He said, pausing momentarily. They may well be truly ageless once they hit a certain point, but with that agelessness comes certain problems, which is the energy requirements and uncontrollable growth, he told her, and she frowned. Uncontrollable growth? She questioned for a second before she saw where he was going. You're talking about shedding, increasing her size as she does so. She stated, and he nodded. Syria shed her skin once, and I measured her size before, and found that she was indeed still growing. That means you wouldn't have needed to add a cap to your ritual, she said with pursed lips, and he shook his head. Basilisks were effectively ageless in that case. No. I had to. He responded. The arithmancy takes the potential lifespan of the basilisk and extends my own with a fixed 1,000-year for each egg, and this makes certain to remove any negativities that I might have. Had I otherwise not done so, I think there would have been significant penalties on me. Besides, 2,000 years is enough to figure out a better way to become long-lived, he shrugged. She considered it. Is this why you chose this site? A site where monumental change was brought about? She inquired as her mind whirled as she considered it. Yes, it is. I'm certain that the power that this site has channeled still lingers, and it would help with the final ritual. I'll have to modify the stone in the center of the circle properly to be conducive to the ritual, but other than that, it's a great place to do it, he confirmed. A place where change was made on a grand scale was symbolic in creating change in a fundamental way to their bodies. She hummed as she set aside the parchments and turned to him completely. It's funny. She whispered to him as their eyes met. You don't fear death, but you'd rather not be for as long as possible. She paused momentarily. Even now, you don't think 2,000 years is enough, and already making plans to live longer than that. She laughed a little as she shook her head before she looked at him with a glint in her eye. Well, there's far too much to learn, to see, and do, he said with a shrug before his eyes bored into her. I think it's a tragedy that our people are so uninventive, for the most part, when there's so much magic to discover, invent, create. He said as he got up with a flourish. She shook her head. Of course, he'd find a way to extend his life only for him to want to use his live to learn more and more magic. I think it's a good thing, at least until now, she said as he turned to her surprised. If everyone was like you, Atticus, in terms of talent and drive. She continued with a raised eyebrow. If everyone was like me, she said calmly, and he understood then. It would have made things far more dangerous and perilous. I doubt this world would be anything pleasant considering how lacking magicals are in common sense and restraint. She finished. Perhaps he conceded, but it is something that we'll have to deal with anyway. I intend to educate people to a very high standard. I want people to be excellent in magic. He sighed as he turned away from her. It's why I'd rather take the disenfranchised than the likes of Malfoy, Rosier and their ilk. They're entitled and that will seep through their bloodline. Of course, it's not to say Muggleborns and half-bloods can't bring about someone who would stand against us. But the chances are lower. We have much to think about when it comes to how we prevent people from changing what we will build. She finished for him. She would have to think of many things to prevent Dark Lords and the like from rising. The ineffective method of the magical world is something that she would study, along with the Muggle one. Of course, there were many differences that would make such comparisons not possible. After all, they held power and Muggles did not. Magic was a great equalizer, which was why the old families hoarded their knowledge and why mudbloods were rarely taken for apprentices. No one wanted them to be empowered more than being taught the required at Hogwarts. A powerful government, free from corruption and nepotism, was a must. She understood that clearly. It must not be one that marginalized any members of society, making it easy for the treasonous to recruit them. Her own position as a ruler could not be completely absolute, at least in appearance. Nationalism, pride in their country and so on was necessary, and she would have to make their dynasty synonymous with the country they built. She'd have to study much more about psychology and how to have effective propaganda, she mused to herself. She shook her head. What about other people? She asked curiously, and he turned to her with a confused look. They'll know we wouldn't be aging and they'd want to know, she posed to him, and he thinned his lips as he thought it over. The Flamels, she continued, they are immortal, of a type, and over the centuries they've had many who tried to take their stone, she said, and he nodded. Of course, but they managed to keep their stone, haven't they? It's not as if they disappeared from the public view. But it's a good question, one that we'll need to answer, he grimaced. After all, rituals are not exactly legal, he said with a wince, and she chuckled. Yes, in most of the wizarding world, not when we build our island, she said calmly, and he nodded with a smile. I think we don't really have to answer the question, we can always wear glamours, he shrugged. We'll be leading public lives until we are ready to go to our island. He sighed. Will you share the immortality rituals with anyone? She questioned, and he looked away from her, and silence rang among them. No. He said softly, I don't think I will. Not even your family? She asked, surprised. She thought he'd care for his family enough to share it with them. He turned to her with a solemn face. Immortals? He shook his head. Everyone being near immortal is not a good idea. I think I'll find a way to extend their lives, to be sure, and offer it to them, but I'm not certain they'd take it in the first place. But I'll offer it regardless. He sighed. She got up and kissed him lightly on the lips. She liked the idea of just them being immortal. She pulled away as a disturbing thought appeared. Your family wants children from us and you didn't object, she stated as she met his eyes as his arms wrapped around him. She continued before he could reply, you're making plans to become immortal, making the necessity of having children moot. She said with narrowed eyes. This was an avenue that she could attack, hope that he wouldn't demand it from her. He winced before he looked back at her. I'm not ruling out children, Emily, I think I wouldn't be opposed to seeing one or two of many versions of us, he said softly. She removed herself from his arms. I don't. You're not the one who would have to bear them, she gritted her teeth. If you're so against it later when we're older, he said carefully, we can always find another way to have children. He said to her. Are there different ways? She said with thinned lips as she considered it. It was infinitely better than having her body leached from. I don't know, he grimaced uncomfortably, it's not as if I've looked into it, but there must be. But in any case, we'll have a long life, Emily, ruling it out completely, now, whilst we're still teenagers when we'll live 100 times our current age, at the very least, seems premature, he said delicately. I don't think I can ever really care for anyone other than us, Atticus, she said softly. I don't know how, but the fact that I can love you is almost certainly a fluke. I can't guarantee any children amongst us being loved by me. I think I'd care for them, but not much than that, she said finally. He looked pained before he shook his head. I suspected it. As you know, I'm a legilimens. Your emotions are muted, Emily, compared to pretty everyone I've met so far. He told her. You can still pick up my emotions even after becoming as good as I am with occlumency. She asked him curiously, and he nodded. My legilimency is stronger than my occlumency, not by much, but it still is. I think it's the same for you. He asked her, and she nodded. I can control it better now, I only use it when I want. She told him. She didn't have uncontrolled legilimency, but very early on, she was capable of some form of legilimency, picking up if someone was lying to her or not. To hear that her emotions were muted was not a surprise. What about when I tell you I love you? She asked a little quietly. Did she not understand what she felt for him after all? It feels like love, he assured her as he stepped closer to her. It's actually your strongest emotion, he said warmly to her, and she smiled a little to him. I think I'll speak to my father about children. He sighed. I'm not really keen on having any in the next 2 to 3 decades at the very least. But eventually. He trailed off carefully. If we state on the contract that we will have a child during our lifetimes that is of our blood, would you agree? He asked her tentatively. She mulled it over. It was ambiguous enough and they'd have the time to figure it out. That's fine, she allowed. It's vague enough to allow us room and it should satisfy them. She stated. It's the most I'm willing to compromise for now. She said firmly. She'd figure a way around it. Agreed, he said finally. Chapter 39. 17th of January 1942. The first few weeks of January passed as he got back into the swing of teaching and studying, and it was soon time to consume the luck potion the night before a full moon with Emily next to him in the room of requirement. The setting was on a white sand beach overlooking a sunset with the noise of the tide gently and quietly in the background. Excellent meditation conditions, and luckily for them, it was a Saturday. Ready? He asked her as he side-eyed her. Sure, she said. I'm honestly intrigued to see the results of this, she told him, and he smirked a little. His suspicion about animagus, about perception of self, was unique. All animagi texts refer to the notion that animagi could not be chosen, that one became an animal which suited them best. In truth, his suspicions did not dissuade from that notion, simply built on it with the aspect that the self could be manipulated enough for an animal that you want to become, one that you decide suits you best by adopting their traits, or rather their perceived traits as you know them. He spent the last few weeks with Emily on how exactly to approach the subject. It required keen understanding of the mind and skill in occlumency. He'd helped Emily with regards to occlumency for the past year or so. She'd been a quick study, but this was another level. The important thing to consider was that they were not changing who they are, what their personality is. No, changing that aspect of yourself was insane, but changing your perception of yourself under a veneer? It was a form of delusion in many respects, where you're influencing yourself into a self-delusion, of who you are, of what your desires are, of what things you value. It was a dangerous thing, and he spent a lot of time in the time room figuring out how to build a false persona in a safe way that wouldn't overwrite him in any way, which he taught it to Emily. The benefit of this technique was an unexpected boon. Emily noted that when she used legilimency on him, as they tested it out, that it really seemed as he was a different person with the way he thought. That could have interesting applications. They talked about the idea of having sleeper agents with embedded personalities, completely different from how they were. It was frightening, the possible applications it could have. He was being honest with himself. He considered actually using it in the Muggle world, but it raised his hackles, taking away someone's free will. Bottoms up, he said, and he downed the drink and crossed his legs on the towel and positioned himself in a classical meditation posture. He closed his eyes and initiated the false persona. Much of the personality traits of his persona were what he had himself. He was powerful and he knew it. He was eye-catching, he could never not be noticed, whether it was his presence or his looks. He had a long view of the world and planned in accordance. He saw life and death as a cycle of life, and he had some inspirational qualities. The main falsehood, however, was that the persona was he was pure of heart. He had many source materials of characters that were pure of heart, and he used them to create the persona. One thing, Atticus was grey and was morally questionable. He did not work, completely, for the good of mankind. He did not have any such notions. He saw a future of separate peoples for everyone's own good, but it was not something that he viewed made him pure of heart. They sat there for hours next to each other meditating as they used the luck potion to help them fortify these personas and to help them with their animagus forms. Felix Felicis gave the drinker a limited period of good luck, where they were likely to succeed in endeavors where success was possible. This aspect was important, where success was possible. That vital part was why he believed that it would yield the keys to his desired animagus form through creating this persona. A timer went off and he brought himself out of his meditation. He felt a hand on his thigh and opened his eyes. I think I managed to perfect it, she said softly as he turned to her. She looked tired but strangely upbeat. Good to hear, he told her with a smile. You still won't tell me what animal you're after? He asked intently, and she gave a wide smirk. You'll have to wait, she said melodiously as she got up and stretched. Hard to believe that was 3 hours. She murmured as he got to his feet and stretched as well. Well, time flies when you're having fun, he said a little mockingly, and she looked at him bemused but said nothing. He turned towards the fabricated sunset for a moment. It was brilliant, red and yellow hues hit the calm waters, and it gave of a serene vibe that one could only stare at, taking it all in. A hand slipped into his and he felt her touching his shoulder with her own. His eyes remained focused on the waters. Do you think it will work? She queried. We've created a false persona, sure, but do you think the magic will really be that simple to trick? After all, it is partial soul magic. She commented. I don't know, he admitted. For all that I am good in transfiguration, animagus isn't my forte, only those in Agado could really say that. But it is worth a shot, you sure you'll be fine to enter your false persona most of the time? He said as he turned to her. It was something they discussed. For it to have a reasonable amount of time, they'd have to enter their persona at least 60% of the time whilst keeping a subconscious consideration of the animal they saw themselves as. It likely would be a game of chance when it was time to discover their animagus forms if his theory was correct. They'd enter it in the evenings until it was time for class. Luckily, this shift in persona would not be overly noticeable, though he had concern that Emily might find herself in trouble if she appeared too schizophrenic. I'll be fine, she assured him. The animal isn't too different from my core being, just as yours isn't, in many ways, she mused. Shall we head off? He asked her and she nodded. Yes, I have a few things I'd like to do before I go to bed. She told him as they began to walk the exit door. I'm not looking forward to sticking a mandrake leaf to the roof of my mouth for a month, she said in a sour tone. His lips twitched. You're just complaining because you won't be able to enjoy chocolate fudge for a month without it having a mandrake aftertaste, he said amusedly. Emily loved chocolate fudge. It was her guilty pleasure. He hadn't even known until he saw her ravage almost a full chocolate fudge cake that he had Tweenie make for them as they sat reading outside by the lone tree that overlooked the lake in the summer. In the orphanage, chocolate had been a treat that they would only have for Christmas. Ever since then, he knew one of the ways to make it up to her was to get a plate of chocolate fudge. Not eaten fudge for a month would be the longest I've gone without it since I moved in with you, she said moodily, and he began to chuckle. He checked the map quickly and saw no one on the 7th floor. You could still eat it, he remarked as he opened the door and she walked through and he followed. She turned around with an appalled look. I will not taint chocolate fudge, she said with a scowl as an amused glint entered her eye. I'm not like you after all, she said snootily as he caught up to her. He laughed at that. What is that supposed to mean? He said with a raised eyebrow. You have terrible taste of food, she said calmly as they walked down the stairs. No, I don't, he retorted with a small smile. Just because you don't like the kind of sandwiches I make, it doesn't mean it isn't tasty at all. And we both know you're just saying that because you're stubborn. I know you loved the tender duck baguette with vinegar, herbs, tomatoes, lettuce, and Cumberland sauce, he said with a waggling finger. No, I didn't, she said very unconvincingly as she turned around. They arrived at the ground floor. So you were, he said with twitching lips. It was a messy baguette. Most of his creations tended to be messy, and she dripped some of it on her skirt when she closed her eyes in awesome delight when she tasted it. He was going to frame the picture at some point. It was hilarious to see cool, composed, serious-faced Emily so in rapture with a dripping baguette in her hands. Anyway, she said airily as she stepped up to him and kissed on the lips. I will see you tomorrow, she said softly, and he gave a little smile and a nod. She twisted on her heels, straightened her back and walked purposefully towards the dungeons as he watched her disappear into the distance. He shook his head, turned and walked through the hallways of Hogwarts towards his final destination for the night. He walked into the room and a ghostly form appeared in front of him and he halted as he took her in. Lady Grey, he greeted politely as he watched her scrutinize him with a cool look. Mr. Sayre, she finally said. For several moments had passed by. I'm here as requested, she said sharply. You've waited for weeks, have your say, she said firmly as she crossed her arms. He looked at her curiously. He never really interacted with her when he'd still been in Ravenclaw. She did help students, but only those who were lost or on the fringes of Ravenclaw. She was melancholic and did not like people much. She'd likely not like him after this meeting. Missy Alahatsi Fure Potosi, he said as he met her eyes. Her eyes widened and she looked shocked as she uncrossed her arms and floated down to his level. What did you say? She whispered as she looked at him as if he were something unreal. He sighed. Missy Alahatsi Fure Potosi, he said as he tried to keep his face straight at the ridiculousness of it, and once more he shocked her to the core. How? She whispered as she looked at him with an open mouth, but it didn't last long until her face screwed up in a mean scowl and she looked him with burning eyes. How can you know that? She shouted as she floated right to his face. He said nothing as he calmly met her gaze, which only angered her further. Tell me, she shouted again as she clenched her fists. I will, if you swear on it on the honor of everything you hold dear that you will never tell anyone what you hear, see, or talk about here tonight, he said firmly, and he set his face coolly. She gritted her teeth and glared at him with burning eyes. Who knew ghosts could have effective death glares? She said nothing as she continued to glare for a good little while. I swear it on everything I hold dear, she finally said through clenched teeth, and he nodded slightly. I spoke with your mother, he said simply, once more shocking her, but she recovered much quicker. Impossible, she whispered harshly as she stared at him. Really? He said with a tilted head. How else could I know what your mother said repeatedly when she ate the leaves she picked from the hyena tree when you traveled with your mother when you were 8 years old, he said a little solemn. The leaves were hallucinogenic and induced uncontrolled laughter. She was shocked for a moment until she looked pained at the memory. It was likely a memory of hers that she cherished, or would have cherished had it not evoked memories of a time before her relationship with her mother was so utterly destroyed with no room for reconciliation. She looked almost wistful as she stared into the distance as she recalled the memory. I never told anyone that when she asked me to keep it their little secret, and I know my mother would never because she was mortified once she recovered from it, she said with small smile with deep sadness etched on her face. It was a wonderful day. We traveled because mother wanted to spend some time with me, away from the castle. It was the best month of my life with my mother, she sighed longingly. We came across hyena trees and I don't know why, mother had always been so serious and so proper, but she was silly that day, even before she consumed the leaves, she said with laughter in her voice. She picked me up, tickling me until I laughed as hard as she did whilst she kept on saying Missy Alihotsi Furapatosi, I'm here to save you, as she kept on tickling me and held me as she skipped around, she said with an exasperated shake of her head before she turned to him. She never understood why she called me that, but it was something that we kept to ourselves, something to remember back fondly on. It helped set the rest of the journey as we bonded, perhaps for the only time in our lives, she said with a strange look in her eyes. For you to know, she whispered as she eyed him closely. It's impossible, but I don't know how else you know of it. My mother never made a portrait, she said with a frown. She's dead and there is no way you could know it. He nodded. She is dead, but I spoke with her nonetheless, he said gently as she once more looked pained before her face became impassive and she turned towards the wall, intending to float away. I'm not interested in speaking with her, she said harshly as she turned, what she probably hoped to be the final time. 1,000 years have passed and I am still not interested in talking with her, she said with rage in her eyes. He didn't know exactly what went down with them. Only rumors, as Rowena told him why her relationship with her daughter was destroyed. That Helena was jealous of her mother's status and intellect, betrayed her when she stole the diadem and ran away. Are you certain? He asked her gently as he stepped forward and looked at her. I do not know why your relationship was destroyed, he said softly as she scowled at him, but he saw deep pain in her eyes. But I know, even in death, your mother yearns to speak with you, to resolve this pain that is between you, even if it is you shouting at her, insulting her. He paused briefly until he looked at her with sympathy. She died with your name on her lips, Helena, he finished softly. Helena's face flickered between sadness, guilt until it settled in a look of rage and she flew down to his level. Pain. She screamed in a fit of rage and he remained sympathetic as he waited for her rage to dissipate. She looked more a poltergeist than she did a ghost as her face twisted, warped almost beyond recognition of the morose woman she normally was. You have no idea, she whispered in a furious tone, barely controlled as she trembled in rage. What it was like, she continued as her eyes burned into his. My mother, she spat, never cared for me as much as she cared about her school, her legacy, she said as she got herself riled up. That one time, that 1 month was the full extent of her care for me. Every day since then, she hoped to mold me into a copy of her, as she pushed me to love knowledge as much as she did, as she pushed me to be as clever, she said derisively, as her. Nothing I did was good enough. I was the best student in my year, but that wasn't enough. No, I could never meet mother's high standards. She laughed bitterly as she looked in that moment so very brittle, easy to break with a single word uttered from him. Even then, she said in a quiet rage, even then, it was not enough. I was Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter, of course I would be smart, but nothing I could do would meet her standards. She breathed in and out deeply before the rage left her suddenly. Leaving as I did was the best thing that could have happened to me, she said confidently, but there was a hint of it being a facade, but a glint in her eye appeared. Taking what she valued most was just something extra. You think the diadem was what she valued most? He asked, pitying her. She laughed. Mother might have you fooled, but she loved that item. After all, it made her wit, what she cared most about, sharper, and taking the diadem was only fitting, she said with a scowl, but he saw something in her eyes. Sending her stooge after me, she said with clenched fists, to retrieve it only confirmed it, she said finally. He shook her head. You think she sent the Baron for the diadem? She sent him, on her deathbed, to bring you home so she might see you for the last time, he whispered softly. She didn't want to die before that. He sighed as she remained impassive, but he could see the conflicting emotions in her eyes. Children, most children, wanted the approval, the love of their parents, regardless of how strained the relationship was or how broken it was. He hadn't wanted it from his parents in his old life since he was 5 or 6, but it had been different. His mother and father never loved him, one was indifferent to him and another abusive. But there had been a part of him that wished for that care, for that love when he saw other children with their parents. It left him bitter and cold, but that never really went away. That small ember. His parents in this life loved him deeply, and it was something that he treasured immensely, as they more than filled that desire of his that he had previously hated and not acknowledged. I can't speak for Rowena, he told her, but I think there is much more here that has been left festering, something that you will never be able to resolve or at least gain clarity about if you never speak to her. I'm not a parent. He trailed off, but I am a son, and I know that my own parents are different in their own way, how they show they care for me. He sighed. You know better than I, what your mother was like, but don't you think you might be seeing things in a perspective that might be a little warped? He said gently. Perhaps your mother was neglectful, too overbearing, and too demanding, but maybe there was more to it that you didn't know. He asked her curiously. What is the harm in speaking to her one last time? You might never pass on. Are you truly happy to wait it all out until the end of time? He asked her softly. A myriad of things passed across her face as she remained silent until she turned away. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 8 minutes passed until she spoke. I will truly be able to speak with her. She whispered before she turned to him with tears running down her face. You can, he confirmed. One of the things Rowena asked for in exchange for her teaching him about how to create a time room, a room of requirement and the magic behind the book of admissions was for him to facilitate a meeting between herself and her daughter. He agreed easily enough along with her other requests. The only concern was that Helena might expose that he had the resurrection stone, but he had reasonable confidence that she wouldn't now that she swore it so. I will speak with her, she said in anguish as she looked at him with troubled eyes. He nodded lightly and brought out the stone from his necklace and turned it thrice. Ghostly mist formed into a figure, then finally into Rowena Ravenclaw. Helena, she cried out as she darted forward to the surprise of Lady Grey. Rowena wrapped her arms around Helena, their forms somehow solid enough for them to touch. My daughter, oh my sweet sweet daughter, she cried out as she held on firmly to her. Mother, she whispered brokenly as Helena wrapped her arms around her mother. Atticus turned around and made himself a chair and cast a muffling charm around him. No need to intrude, he muttered as he took out his notebook on runes. It was soon coming up, his mastery presentation. Some time later, both forms drifted in front of him and he looked at them and saw that they were, cried out but kind of happy. He cancelled the muffling charm. So. He began awkwardly. All good? He inquired and Helena snorted and Rowena looked at him amused. Yes, Mr. Sayer. We have resolved our differences, she said with a smile before she turned to her daughter. Mostly, she said with a glint in her eye, and Helena rolled her eyes good-naturedly. Rowena turned to him and bowed her head. I cannot thank you enough for facilitating this meeting, she said with a soft smile. Mostly, she confirmed before she turned serious and looked at him. Thank you, she said a little uncomfortably and his lips twitched before he nodded to both ladies. It was no trouble, it kind of makes me all warm inside to help two beautiful women resolve their differences, he said with a small grin, and Rowena laughed. Should you be saying that when you're involved with your lady friend? Rowena asked with a raised eyebrow. I doubt she'd care that I'm complimenting two dead women, he said dismissively. Helena snorted. I wouldn't be so sure of that. That girl absolutely adores you, she said with a glint in her eye. She'd likely be unhappy with you if she sees you flirting with anything, even dead women, she said with amusement dancing in her eyes. Atticus shuffled uncomfortably. I doubt it, he denied, and Rowena laughed as she turned Helena. So she's a jealous one, is she? Rowena said curiously, and Helena laughed. Okay, he said as he got up. Please, let's just end that here please, he said almost pleadingly, and they looked at him amused. Rowena turned to her daughter and grabbed her hand. Are you certain you don't want to pass on yet? She asked gently, and Helena shook her head. Not yet, she began before she paused momentarily. I'm not yet ready to go, mother, she said before her face softened. But it won't another 1,000 years until we see each other again, I promise, she said in jest as she tried to make light of the situation, and Rowena nodded in sad understanding as she squeezed Helena's hand before she turned to Atticus, who understood and sent her back. Silence rang around them for a moment. That is the resurrection stone, isn't it? She asked suddenly, and he nodded. I thought so, she whispered. To think the stories are true, she eyed him curiously. Have you spoken to them yet? She inquired, and he shook his head and she looked him perplexed. Why? I haven't really needed to, he admitted. Besides, I don't really want to speak with them, not yet, he told her. Strange, she said aloud, and he shrugged. I've kept my eyes on you, you know, she said. He raised his eyebrow and she continued, don't be so surprised. Whilst you're excellent in hiding the things you do, I know this castle very well, she simply stated as she bored her eyes into him. You're practicing Old Norse magic, she said calmly as drifted closely to him. You're playing with dangerous magic, she said with a frown. His eyes widened in shock before he composed himself. How long have you known, he asked with narrowed eyes. A few years, she admitted. I can leave the castle, somewhat, and I watched from a distance. She paused before she eyed curiously. How far have you gotten, she inquired. He shook his head. I didn't think anyone noticed, he said with thinned lips, and she laughed. In all honesty, I don't think many did. The other ghosts aren't curious enough, and from the staff only Dumbledore watches you carefully, but not carefully enough, she mused as she eyed him. His eye twitched at the mention of Dumbledore watching him. I've gotten pretty decent at it, he finally admitted. Not close to where I want to be, but I've got the lesser forms of wind and lightning nailed on. I think, for now, those two will be what I will mostly focus on, he told her. She simply stated as she eyed him. My mother was fascinated with Old Norse magic. She was fascinated with a lot of things, but Old Norse magic was something she was particularly curious about. Helena sighed before she continued. She never tried to recreate anything, she never had the right scrolls to even begin with, but she did know how to recognize them. She finally says, and he perked up at that, but she shook her head. I don't know where they are, I left before she died, she told him, and he looked crestfallen. But it's how I know how to recognize them. A lot of the texts she did have had given her the impression that it was exceedingly dangerous and difficult magic to pull off. Even more so than the Greek versions. He picked up his head. Have you told anyone? He asked plainly. She shook her head. I haven't. You haven't been doing anything to harm Hogwarts or the students. She paused before she eyed him. But you are playing with dangerous magic. Magic lost for thousands of years. There is a reason why many don't try to replicate it. Most don't survive, she said with narrowed eyes. I am playing with dangerous magic and there is a chance that I could cause significant damage to myself. But I would have done so by now had I not been careful all this time. I've been doing this for some time now, as you well know. He explained to her. She shook her head. When you try some of the more dangerous forms, you will likely damage yourself. She said with a frown. You've known for years, why now? Why not approach me when I was a student? He asked her curiously. She pursed her lips. Because you were very unlike any student that walked these halls. My mother would have loved you, she grimaced as she looked guiltily. I didn't want to talk to you because of that, she said a little quietly. He laughed despite himself. She really had big mother issues. He ignored the fact that she kind of left him to his fate. Well, thanks for letting me know that I should be more careful, he finally says as he vanished the chair and went towards the door. Before he paused for a moment. I'm glad you resolved things with your mother. Keep your oath about tonight, he said before he opened the door. I will keep my oath, she said as he walked out. Break. Conversation flowed as he sat in a booth with Nymera, Eden, Marcus, and Theo as they caught up with him about what was going on in their lives. They didn't have much opportunity these days, despite him being an assistant in their 6th-year classes. Theodore was dating a Fortescue, a distant relative of the main line and a Hufflepuff, and was enamored with her all things considered. He mused to himself that she must have a lot of patience to deal with Theo's antics. Marcus remained single, though it was clear it was his preference. He's dated numerous girls, nothing lasting. Whilst Eden herself hasn't dated once, to his surprise. Eden was a pretty girl and a kind one too, so he didn't really know why she didn't have any success. Nymera was still saddled with Tarquin Selwyn and he knew she didn't like it at all. He considered doing something about Tarquin, but he would wait until they graduated. It wouldn't do for Nymera to be fearful of her life. They were his friends, and even if he wasn't a normal friend, he did care for them and wish them the best. Removing Tarquin wasn't a pain. The boy was rotten. He was in his last year at Hogwarts, and to his everlasting shame, he never really dug into the boy's mind beyond a cursory glance. He was a rapist. And his victims were Muggleborns in Hogwarts. He'd seeded to discover that there was a whole section of Slytherins that got their jollies from raping girls, mainly from Hufflepuff with a few from the other 2 houses. He checked some of the girls who were victims and found that they had been obliviated after the deeds, but there was psychological trauma there which they didn't know they had but felt anyway. There were only a handful of these girls, but they were the ones they always went to. It was sickening. He couldn't do anything but catch them in the act. These boys were from so-called noble houses, and the ministry would do sweet fuck all to them for the sake of Muggleborns. He couldn't share his legilimency skill, as that could land him in Azkaban. It was infuriating. He also couldn't kill them given that they were students. He hadn't broached the topic yet with Emily, he feared she knew. He banished that disturbing thought. The period when he stalked Tarquin was one of his finer moments, and he ceased his activities early enough for him to miss when Tarquin and his fellows were active because of him stalking their group for any misconduct. He gritted his teeth. Would they really have been expelled? It was something that bothered him. Dippet was a decent headmaster, but he was absent, mostly, and did administration more than anything else. Atticus. He heard breaking out of his thoughts, and he turned to the voice and saw it was Eden, who looked concerned as he felt her hand on his. He blinked yes. He asked, and Theo snorted, amused. You were out of it, mate, Theo said with an exasperated shake of the head. Yeah, you were lost in your thoughts for a good amount of time there, Marcus commented. Do you even know what we're talking about? He asked. Ah, he said as he rubbed the back of his neck. We were talking about Quidditch, weren't we? He said with a frown. Ha. Pay up, Theo demanded, and Nymera with pursed lips gave him a galleon before he turned to him. We made a bet that you'd drift off at some point, he said smugly. Nymera thought since you haven't really hung out with us for some time, you'd be more attentive, Theo said with a put-on sad face, and Nymera rolled her eyes. Ignore him, she said dismissively. What were you thinking about? She asked curiously. Oh, just things related to Hogwarts, he said smoothly. Student interactions and the like, he told them, and from them all, only Eden looked a little skeptical. That was more interesting than talking about broom racing. Marcus asked with raised eyebrows, and he shrugged. Broom racing? Are they opening a league here? He asked intently. Broom racing was huge in the States. It looked a lot of fun, in all honesty. No, Theo said dejectedly. Apparently, there is no demand for an official league. Most people play Quidditch because they want to fly. It's absurd to think that there is no demand. It's probably to avoid the loss of attendance in Quidditch, Eden said thoughtfully. Most owners of Quidditch teams wouldn't want a competing sport to affect their income, she added. Thinking like that is silly. Atticus shook his head. Those who'd enjoy broom racing would enjoy Quidditch more than likely as well. They'd share fans, to be sure, but from increased number of sports, it would open up to more people spending. That in itself would grow the economy, as an entire new sport opening up would result in many businesses opening up to support said sport. He told them. But there is significant chance they'd lose customers, Eden argued, which is why they'd be against it. Sure, but they could always make up the money by increasing prices a little, Marcus commented, and Atticus nodded. There are many lost opportunities by people just hoarding money and monopolies, he sighed. It's funny you say that, Nymera said, and he looked at her and she had a smirk on her face. Doesn't House Sayer have a large share in creature reserves and potion ingredients industry? She asked, amused, and he shrugged carelessly. That's different, he told her, and she scoffed with disbelieving eyes. The reason it's different is because it's a finite industry, like, he paused momentarily, like farming. He finally says you can have your own farms and the like, everyone can have their own farms, but the cost of running your own farm is high given you need fertilizer, food for your animals, labor, and so on, making it uneconomical if no one needed your produce because everyone has their own. He told them. With creature reserves and potions ingredients, it's even worse because there are only a few people per 100 people who would really brew potions for work, and they only work at schools or in hospitals like St. Mungo's. And often they rarely use magical creature ingredients, especially as the highest sellers are healing potions, hair products, and the like. He shrugged. Whilst things like Quidditch is consumable by everyone and anyone, Theo added, and he smiled at the boy. Precisely. It's different completely. It's entertainment, and we could all use more entertainment if I'm honest, he told them with a small grin. He'd create a film industry, TV industry if he could. He already have recording crystals, and making a TV wouldn't be too difficult, simply different applications of the mirror phones he already created. He was thinking of having documentaries of magical creatures and the like and so on at a later date, get people interested and entertained. He wondered if he could find a magical David Attenborough. Hear, hear, Theo said as he raised his butter beer before drinking it. Marcus piped up. So how strange was it to see Lady Grey speak to a first year in the common room with a smile on her face? He exclaimed. Yeah, I thought she couldn't speak and had her face stuck in bitch mode like how the Baron has those awful chains. Theo laughed, starting over another round of chatter. They talked a little more before it was time to go back to the school. He was walking with Nymera next to him whilst the others were a bit behind. So how are things at home? He asked her gently. She smiled at him, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. Things are fine, she sighed. We're doing a lot better now, she told him. He didn't pry any further. What about your family? She inquired as she bumped into his shoulder. How is living with your girlfriend? She sing-songed as she laughed a little. With your parents there? She asked, amused. It's coming up almost a year since you've gotten together. No. Excellent on both fronts, he said with a grin. My parents do like her, so it's not a problem. Sophia does too. And yes, it'll be a year soon enough, he said with a frown. Time does fly. My mother would be mortified if I spend any length of time at a boy's house. I'm surprised your mother is fine with it, she asked curiously. He shrugged. Emily and I are responsible. Mother knows that. If anything, she teases too much, he grimaced. His mother had bouts where she'd be embarrassing when Emily and he were leaning into each other as they were reading. She'd make those emerald eyes of hers go so large and emotional. He shuddered internally. Nymera laughed before she frowned. My mother hasn't seen Lady Sayer for some time. Is she all right? She asked, concerned, and he looked at her surprised. His mother was a socialite, and a popular one, but he didn't know why she was asking. It's not as if he knew really who she spent time with most of the time. She's fine, he assured her. She's probably spending time with other ladies. Like Lady Forsyth, Lady Black, and a few other ladies. He shrugged before he eyed. I can mention it to her? That your mother asked about her? He asked with a tilted head, and Nymera shook her head. No, I'll just mention it to her. She smiled a little at him, but it seemed a little off. He dismissed it as they continued walking and talked a little. After they parted, he made his way towards his room, but he was interrupted. Atticus, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Doria, he said warmly as he eyed her curiously. She walked up to him and looked a little nervous. Ah, likely found out about the marriage contract. Are you all right? He asked her, and she nodded. I heard what Archie did, she blurted out, and he blinked. Archie? He said with twitching lips, and she rolled her eyes as she relaxed. Yes, that was what I called him when I was little. After what he did, letting others know his pet name is only fair, she said with venom behind her voice as she lost the final vestiges of nervousness. You're talking about the marriage contract, he stated, and she nodded a little nervously. I didn't know he was going to do that, she said rapidly and more than a little panicked. I know, he said kindly. If I had known he'd do that, I'd have hexed him 7 times over, she fumed as she seemingly didn't hear him. I know, he said wildly amused as he struggled to contain himself. Oh, that boy, that man thinks that he can barter me off just like that, she continued to fume as she let off a spew of creative insults that had him wide-eyed. Doria, he said loudly, cutting her off to her surprise. I know you had nothing to do with it. He said with a smile. Oh, she said awkwardly. That's good, she said slowly. She stilled for a moment. Not that I don't think you wouldn't be worth it. She said quickly. But you already have someone you are interested in, he finished for her. She looked nonplussed. What? She asked surprised. I know you're interested in Charles Potter, he said expectantly. How? She said with a frown. I haven't told anyone. You made googly eyes at him too often for me not to notice, he said amused. That was true, the fact that he knew that they would end up together was what made him watch them. He wasn't quite certain that James Potter would be born from Fleamont and Euphemia Potter. He hoped it was the case. He rather liked Doria and he didn't mind Charles, who was a sharp and the point man. Are you two together? He asked curiously, and she looked around her and saw no one was there. Yes. She said quietly, we've been together for a while now, I hope to marry him, but Archie might. She trailed off. It was problematic, of course. The Potters, despite being a most ancient and most noble house, were largely not considered well in the darker families, despite being a storied family and a formidable one. At least in the past. Fleamont was softer and already was known to be friendly to families who were in Dumbledore's sphere of influence. His politics were very liberal, but he wasn't a warrior. Charles was the closest to it. He joined the Aurors and he had a suspicion that he'd likely join some of the special task forces. Charles was powerful, very much so. But he was still from a blood traitor family, which Fleamont did not help with. So opposition to their union would be high. Doria, I'm sure everything will happen as it should do, he said as he hoped to reassure her. She looked at him with hopeful eyes. He continued, given that Archie, he said bemused, has allowed you to call him that, I doubt he'll be completely against your interests in Charles. After all, he is different from Fleamont, is he not? He asked curiously. She nodded. He isn't a man that should be mired with blood traitor status. It was his father who wanted us to help the Muggles with their war, and it is Fleamont who is pushing against traditions, she said with thinned lips. He nodded amiably. So just remind your brother of that. He shrugged. After all, the Potters are one of the oldest houses and strongest houses in Europe despite their recent. He trailed off and she understood and smiled a little. Thank you. She said before she eyed him curiously. Archie didn't say anything about why it was rejected. Is it safe to assume things are going well with Riddle? She inquired. He raised an eyebrow, gossiping. He asked, amused, but continued anyway. Things are going well, he said with a small smile, and she looked happy for him. I never knew she was capable of it. Doria wondered and grimaced for a second. Sorry, he held up a hand. Don't be, I think we both are surprised at it in the first place, he said with twitching lips, and she snorted lightly before she shook her head. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. She trailed off and he nodded. I understand clearly, I expect an invite, you know, he said teasingly, and she rolled eyes before she turned around and walked off, but before saying over her shoulder. I expect the same. Break. Rowena Ravenclaw, he intoned, and once more she appeared. Mr. Sayer, she said kindly with a smile on her face. Since that meeting with her daughter, any subsequent meetings they've had, has been relatively warm. Is it finally time for me to teach you how to create your own book of admissions? She inquired, and he nodded sharply. It's perhaps my greatest invention, certainly my most creative one, she told him as he settled into his chair, listening raptly. Greater than even the time room? He inquired, and she inclined her head. Greater than the time room, certainly, if only for the effect the Book of Admissions has had. You've told me about how your government uses the Book of Admissions in many of its functions, including sending children with lower capabilities for magic to the smaller schools in the Isles, she told him. 1,000 years of relying on my enchantment, 1,000 years of British society that revolves around the Book of Admissions, and from what you told me, other forms, perhaps lesser, have been invented by the ICW and granted to countries within the organization so that they can monitor magical children. She said with a gleam in her eye. The enchantment and its variants are a cornerstone of magical society, he said to her, and she nodded. That is perhaps why I consider it my greatest invention, even if I have made more eye-catching pieces of magic. Remember that, Mr. Sayer. She told him, and he nodded seriously. Bigger and shinier wouldn't need to mean greater. She settled some distance away from him as she began to float slowly. My enchantment couldn't have worked without Hogwarts, she began. Hogwarts is convergent on 3 major ley lines and 2 minor ones, one of the most magically rich locations in the world. It was why the forest was so populated with magical creatures, centuries if not millennia before any magical settlement occurred. That simple fact, along with my fascination with Norse mythology, allowed me to come up with a unique concept, the concept of interconnectivity of nature magic. She intoned. His eyes widened before he furrowed his brows in concentration. Yggdrasil? He inquired, and she smiled before she inclined her head. Indeed so. Yggdrasil, the giant sacred tree which was purported to be central to the cosmos, where everything exists around it, including the 9 worlds. That simple tale helped me to understand ley lines in that concept, and Hogwarts became Yggdrasil, and the ley lines that touched it became its branches, and so everything within its sphere became part of it. We were fortunate enough that the 5 ley lines were encapsulating enough that it took all of the Isles, including parts of Iceland and some other Norse islands within its sphere. She paused momentarily. You're aware of what nature magic is, correct? She inquired intently. Yes, it is the application of magic that exists within nature, the use of overarching magic that exists as a consequence of the abundance of life and because of the ley lines. He told her. Ancient mages used this magic for large-scale rituals to change the very nature of their environment. He added, and she nodded. To expand on that further, the ambient magic that is emanated from ley lines is what fuels nature magic, and what strengthens nature magic is the abundance of life. Mundane animals and plants do not have any form of magic, but the presence of life seems to increase the amount of magic in a place, which in itself somewhat nurtures life as well. A symbiotic relationship. She told him. Her notion eerily reminded him of what Moira told him about neurophysical energy. Neurophysical energy permeates the cosmos, and neural physics was the concept that the entire universe is living. If ley lines were neurophysical energy that empowers life as they know it, then how did ley lines fit in the concept of neural physics? Why is there ley lines to begin with? Are there ley lines in every planet? What about the stars? How did they fit into it all? They generated and emitted vast amounts of energy, energy that is necessary to create the environments on planets for life to thrive. Was there more to stars as well? He'd discovered that there was in fact ambient magic / neurophysical energy in space. His trip to the moon became more and more important, simply to discover the extent of how interconnected everything was and the role ley lines played in everything. He'd have to shelf it for now, unfortunately. Nature magic is far more diffuse than ambient magic, but it is also, simultaneously, more uniform than ambient magic, and this is important. She told him, and he frowned as he thought it over. She continued, each magical, even magical creatures generate at some level magic, even squibs minimally do the same, she said, bringing him out of his mind, and his eyes widened as he understood where she was going. But fundamentally, wizards and witches have a slightly different signature to every single magical being or creature in existence. Even those who have magical beings in their heritage will have a similar signature to those of standard witches and wizards. She said. He furrowed his brows as he thought it over. When you say signature, do you mean like how the electromagnetic spectrum could be divided in different ranges like light and infrared? He asked her, and she frowned. I'm not certain I understand, she told him, and so he explained to her about what the electromagnetic spectrum was and how it could be divided in different ranges, like visible light and infrared, which he explained alongside several other ranges, and how these themselves could be divided in smaller ranges. He also explained frequencies and frequency bands. Yes, she confirmed after he finished explaining. Magic is very much like that. The magic we are capable of are those that we are capable of accessing, but there are many forms of magic that we are incapable of accessing because of how we are built. For example, dragons are capable of flight despite being far heavier than what their wingspan and muscles are capable of. Whilst we can simulate similar effects, we do not have the same innate capability to access the magic they're capable of. She continued. Your explanation regarding the electromagnetic was fascinating. Is this common knowledge now? She asked him, and he shook his head. No, it isn't, which is at the same funny and depressing. There are many applications of magic that break or bend universal laws that the vast majority don't truly understand. He sighed as he eyed her. Your own space bending and piercing of the realm where the time room exists is an example, he said with twitching lips, and she quirked an eyebrow. It doesn't break or bend any laws, Mr. Sayer. Space expansion techniques run on magic, an existing energy that we have access to. The Muggles simply do not know about the universe enough. Their laws are unfinished, and eventually, they might amend them should they come across it. Do not be so judgmental of magicals. We are built differently, see things differently. From what you told me, the retreat of magicals practically forced magicals to rely mostly on magic after the end of cooperation. Had things been different, more tolerant and accepting, chances are both civilizations could have created wonders together. She chastised him, and he inclined his head as he acknowledged her valid rebuke. Returning to the subject, witches and wizards, if I understand your explanation correctly, the magic of witches and witches are within a certain frequency band. The frequency of children at around the age of 11 is very similar. She told him. The second maturity of a magical when the magical core stabilizes, he said as he realized it. She nodded sagely. Indeed so. The maturity of a magical at around age 11 emits a slow burst of magic when it happens. There was a signature, a frequency range, and I centered my enchantment to focus on that. I analyzed my daughter and a number of other children from Hogsmeade who were on the precipice of turning 11, and from there I managed to read the signatures that they emitted. From there, I built the enchantment to record those bursts with the lowest signature, frequency, as the lower limit of the enchantment. Connecting to the ley lines had been easier than you think. The Wardstone of Hogwarts is linked to the Book of Admissions, which is centered on the convergence of the 5 ley lines. Many people think of ley lines as rivers. It is not a good approximation. Ley lines are constant. They do not flow, they can be redirected, in some small form, but they are more akin to spider webs. She told him. Something is caught on the web and it affects the entire web as it vibrates, he said, and she nodded with a smile. Indeed so. That means when I connected with my book to the ley lines, the instant a burst happens, it records it within the book and it generates a location and name of the individual. She said finally. How would it know? He asked her. How would it know the name? I can understand the location, but the name. He asked her curiously and she smiled. Magic, she said simply with a glint in her eye, and he snorted, but she continued, a witch or wizard is heavily intertwined with their magic. There is no way your own magic doesn't know itself. She told him, I simply managed to enchant my book to interpret what their magic called themselves. The location, the specific location also works on this principle. If they called their home, 6th house on the large hill, in town X, that is what would be generated. She told him. Fascinating. Do you know of the Trinity? He inquired. Of course, she said simply as she eyed him curiously. You're wondering where magic lies in body, mind, and soul? She asked him and he nodded. For us, it is simply one and the same. Magic is everything we are. As I said, magic is heavily intertwined into what we are. As we age, we become more magical than someone who just entered their final maturity in their early 20s. She told him. Because we rely on magic to continue to live. He finished for her and she nodded. By the time we are nearing death, magic is mostly what allows us to survive past what our bodies should be capable of. We are deeply rooted in magic, Mr. Sayer. She finally says, and he remained quiet as he pondered on it. It made him think about his own ability, hyperpercipience. As time went by, his understanding of complex notions became much easier. He hadn't noticed how much at first. He only noticed this phenomenon when he revisited a book on thaumaturgy, the use of magic at a spiritual level to perform miracles. It was controlled free-form magic where desire was the ruling influence. Wandless magic was controlled and driven by intent and will. Free-form magic was similar but different because it was simply desire for something to happen. In most instances, it would be healing someone from ailment simply by desiring their magic to do so. There were no true practitioners of the art, not since healing became a fully fledged branch of its own. In the days of antiquities, training of magicals had been rare, and so there had been many that became so-called saints who were magicals in truth, who managed to, somehow, develop somewhat controlled free-form magic, which was the basis of their sainthood as they cured muggles of their ailments. Belief was important to magic, and nothing more encapsulated that notion when it came to thaumaturgy. Saints were capable of using their spirituality, their belief in their god or gods, to direct their magic with their desire to heal or perform some kind of miracle. The concept had been difficult to understand, but it had been easy when he revisited it. He had a unique understanding where he'd always known his intelligence, and though his brain was better than the one of his previous world, he knew what his intelligence had been, so for him to grasp ideas better became very noticeable. The more time he spent practicing northern magics, the easier it became to mold it to his will. Hyperpercipience at its most basic allowed for an intuitive understanding of magic at a subconscious level, and it was only with time that one became capable of so much more. His magic sensitivity was growing all the time, and he wondered how close he was to developing natural mage sight. He already could feel magic in a way that the vast majority were incapable of and would never be able to learn how. His dream visions were getting to the point they were becoming more vivid. Some seemed to be in France, where there would be, possibly, several large-scale battles. One of the most disturbing one was a battle in Godric's Hollow. The emotions that he had, they were panicked, fearful, angry and desperate. He had trouble sleeping that night. His legilimency equally was growing. He had to consciously stop using it, otherwise he'd have unrestrained access to people's emotions and thoughts. A place like Hogwarts was not an ideal place. He internally grimaced when he lost control and heard the disturbing thoughts of some of his students in class regarding him. Grade 3 hyperpercipience allowed for an intuitive understanding of magic that would give him a supernatural grasp of magic where the upper limits of the ability was a near total command of magic. Ambient magic would be his to channel with his magical core without difficulties. Wards, and so on, would be easily dismantled by him as a consequence of seeing magic at a different level compared to everyone else. He'd see magic differently. The more he thought on it, the more he understood that his ancestors were truly beyond their time. To think they managed to understand magic enough to create an ability that effectively turbocharged their descendants in a way that made them closer to magic than any other being. Except for the precursors. If they were capable of all the wonders Moira told him of, then doing what his ancestors did to their bloodline would have been as easy as breathing. He wondered how responsible they were. He had so many questions, so many things to find out, and he could only look forward to finding those answers. What is that smile for? Rowena asked curiously, snapping him out of his thoughts, and he broadened his smile. Simply that I have much to learn and understand. He said with an excited gleam. There is so much to discover, he sighed pleasantly. She laughed melodiously before she looked at him fondly. If only you lived in my time, we could have discovered wonders, she said with a fond smile, and he nodded. We would have had to extend our lifespan, of course. A single lifetime isn't enough, not even our people's lifespan, he told her, and she nodded sadly. I had considered it, she told him as she took on a distant look. When I died, I still had many things that I wanted to learn. It fell by the wayside when. She trailed off in a sigh, and he understood. Personal tragedy triumphed, in the end, for Rowena. He wondered how different things could be had she still lived. Or lived for longer. Society in Britain, at least, was formed around Hogwarts. How different would things have been had she remained in control over Hogwarts for centuries, with excellence in academics and research being something that was encouraged, rather than bravery or cunning. Would he have been as distant to magical Britain then? What ifs? This frequency of the bursts magicals emit at age 11, he began, changing the subject. Is it substantially different than at other maturities? He asked her intently. There were 5 different magical maturities. Age 7 where the magical core is primed, age 11 where the magical core stabilizes, age 14 where growth rate of magical capacity increases at a faster rate, age 17 where the growth reaches its peak, and around age 21 where the growth rate stops almost completely. There are no bursts except at the first, the second, and final maturity, she told him. I've tested the children at Hogsmeade around ages 5 to 8 and I only managed to catch a priming of the magical core a few times. The frequency was higher and I posited it was because during the remaining years until the second maturity, it settles down within the band that I enchanted my book of admissions. She told him, and he furrowed his brows. I can understand that, he said slowly before he looked thoughtful. Would you have been able to enchant the book based on the first maturity? He asked intently, and she looked at him knowingly and nodded slightly. I would have been. It would have been the same way, simply different settings. She said simply. But you didn't, because age 11 is the best age to teach wand magic because of the stabilization of the magical core, he finished for her, and she nodded. Of course. That is not to say magic could not be taught at a younger age, that would silly to say. Simply, at age 11, children are more mature but still young enough to learn difficult concepts easier. Children are of course different, each one of them. Some are mature in their thinking, some are far more childish and need time to grow. Age 11 is a good age to teach formal magic. She told him, and he nodded. You want to start teaching children after their first maturity, don't you? She asked him, and he nodded seriously. I want to do that, and I want to offer places to children in the more hazardous regions of the world. I'm certain that there are many children that are killed before any governments can pick them up. Children around that age also display accidental magic, and those who are mixed with muggles are keenly vulnerable. He said grimly, and she hardened her eyes. It was the same here in my time. She sighed. It wasn't often, but it did happen. Once is too much. He told her firmly, and she nodded in understanding. So the children who miss out on Hogwarts were simply by chance? He asked her, and she looked at him confused. I'm referring to those who have a lower frequency than the lower limit of the frequency band, and her eyes widened in understanding and nodded. Of course. It was unfortunate, but I did refine it over the years, in the end. The lower limit turned out to be the minimal required power in order to do Newt's level transfiguration and charms, she told him. He hummed in understanding. That was fair enough. I've been capable of wandless magic from a very young age, he told her, and he looked him curiously. Truly? She asked, and he told her, and she looked at him appraisingly. I would say it is impossible, but I'm not so arrogant to think so. Perhaps it could explain your own capabilities in magic, she mused. Oh. He said, and she looked at him intently. You are aware of how you can increase your capacity of magic by practicing, yes? Well, if you were practicing before your core was primed, it could be possible increased your magical core by substantial amounts, far more than you would have had normally, she posed. He wondered if how much it helped Riddle and Potter. Their childhoods had been terrible and subconsciously relied on their magic. They lived in difficult conditions, in comparison to most people. Of course, you did exceptionally risk yourself. Core damage was known to happen, and it also played an influence as to why we chose to start our school at 11. There have been instances where children, under severe stress, permanently damaged their magic when they'd been under the age of 8 or so years old. That was something many magical families knew and believed. Do not agitate children at a young age lest you want them to lose their magic, she said simply. Perhaps it was more the case of emotions running so high, the subconscious mind of the child drawing as much power as they could without having a fully developed natural inhibition that would stop them from drawing on more than they possess. He returned to her, and she considered it. It's possible. I have not read much on it, to be truthful. She eyed him curiously. It's something you can have some of your people research, she told him. I don't have any people, yet, he said to her, and she tilted her head. You've not recruited anyone to your cause? She asked him, surprised. He was about to say no. Until he thought of the Muggleborns that were in school on his money. I do, but I've only set the first few stones of my Hogwarts, he told her with a smile, and she nodded. Much later then? She said finally, and he nodded. Shall we begin then? She asked, and he nodded. Yes, please. I think we have another hour left, so you can begin to teach me the first steps of the magic involved in creating the Book of Admissions, he said determinedly, and she smiled at him and began. Break. Charles Etherton POV. He sat waiting in the packed briefing room as they waited on their president. The doors opened, and in he walked their president, flanked by his vice president. He was wearing a black suit, a acromantula silk and cotton blend, one of the more expensive kinds that was fashionable these days. The president was in his 6th year in office, having taken over from the maligned Peter Roehampton, who presided over a period of instability, inherited from Seraphina Picquery, who exited in 1928 and whose leadership almost resulted in the complete breakdown of the statute, and much of her last few years were spent shoring up the statute, as much as she could. It hadn't been easy for Mrs. Pickery. She lost trust from the public, and Congress only supported her with policies that they all knew was needed. Grindelwald had been an afterthought, a very large afterthought, but an afterthought nonetheless. Roehampton's term was maligned as he fought hard to remain on the outskirts of international politics whilst he continued to increase the measures that would stop any threats to the statute as soon as possible. Quick response units were established, magical nets were expanded and increased in complexity, to huge costs, and dangerous outlaw communities were being rooted out. He was unpopular. Taxes had been high, violence was high, and people generally felt their freedoms were being even more suppressed. The matter of Grindelwald was another thing that counted against him. Almost every American blamed Grindelwald for what befell them, and Roehampton had been steadfast in refusing to send what he called bounty hunters after Grindelwald, claiming it was the duty of the ICW to put him down. He managed to make it to 8 years, a full term. In the end, Charles believed that Roehampton will be considered much better in the decades to come than he was currently. The magical nets that he financed were more comprehensive than the ones in Europe, and those were falling by the droves. Granted, the magical nets had to be taken down one by one before they could truly conquer a country, but there were better ways to ensure the safety of your country. The magical net that Roehampton financed encompassed all of the United States, and with permission of the small ministry governing Canada and the more tribal one of Aztec Mexico, the magical net overlaps much of both countries. It was a diplomatic victory, but one that would not get the attention it deserves. It was unfortunate his term was marred with the ascendancy of Grindelwald in Europe. Chadwick Calderon won his presidency riding on promises of reduction of taxes and promising to deal with those who enemies of state, and everyone knew he meant Grindelwald. It had been easy for him to win, in the end, as he won with 62% of the vote. His first few years, starting from 1936, not much was done, and in fact many of the policies made by Roehampton were left in place, only taxes were reduced somewhat but left high. For good reason. From 1939 to now, their training of Aurors and their special forces increased drastically, and Charles would say that their forces were likely by far the best trained other than ICW and Grindelwald's men. Yet, they suffered huge casualties amongst those who were sent to the ICW. Norway wiped out many of their people, and in Russia, the attaché was dwindling as more came back permanently injured. In France, their forces reported that they carried the bulk of the fighting with the ICW forces as they struggled to significantly dent into Grindelwald forces. And so, with the warning he received, the reluctance of the British, it was soon becoming clear without American involvement, this war in Europe may well be lost. And this was unacceptable to them all, especially Chadwick Calderon. He watched him closely. He was a brown-haired tall man, with piercing blue eyes. He was in his 60s, yet the Muggles would estimate him to be in his 30s. From the 3 presidents, he was by far the more aggressive personality, but behind that personality, there was a keen intellect and cunning, necessary for a wartime leader. They rose as one in respect as he walked over to his seat. Once he sat, he acknowledged them all with a nod. "Please be seated," Chadwick Calderon said calmly in his gravelly voice. Charles sat down along with the rest. "I've read the reports our delegates have formed based on their visit the British ministry and the reports from the continent," Chadwick said as he eyed each them closely. Jameson, the president, called out. "Yes, Mr. President." Jameson spoke up, a diplomat who interacted the most with ICW ambassadors. "Tell me the pertinent situation with members of the ICW, begin with the Asian countries," he ordered. And so Jameson concisely explained the situation. Asia was heating up substantially, namely when it came to China and Japan. Magicals were forbidden in becoming involved in Muggle affairs, mostly, the strictest being matters related to war. Grindelwald was breaking every single one of their rules with his actions. Japan had been following the rules, until now. The Chinese delegation complained that the Chinese Muggles were attempting to force their compliance and involvement with their war against the Japanese war, but there seems to be evidence of Japanese magicals involved in the labor camps the Japanese have set up to extract resources to drive their war. With the ICW intensely focused with the war in Europe, they lacked the necessary clout and power to investigate the accusations. The refusal of the magical Chinese was not taken well by the Chinese Muggles, but so far that situation hasn't devolved yet. It may well come to the point of Brazil, where complete ignorance of a magical world may be necessary to be employed lest the Chinese begin hunting magicals once their war was over. The other regions of the war were relatively problem-free and so increased their contributions to the ICW, but it was still token numbers. It seemed major developments were needed before they would truly grasp that it was a world affair and not a European one. There was also the fact that many South American ministries did not like the ICW overly much, even if they understood the necessity. It was a hangover from the heavy-handedness of the ICW in the past. Finally, they arrived on the topic of Europe. Central Europe was effectively in Grindelwald's control, along with Scandinavia, parts of Russia and other Baltic nations. Ambassadors from these regions were effectively in exile as their ministries were mere puppets, as Grindelwald installed people who were under his influence and so they knew very little more than the ICW did. Finally Jameson's report ended. It seems that we are at a crossroads, gentlemen, Calderon said as he looked to each of them as he placed his hands on the desk, his hands firmly gripping each other. The reports of the British delegation and the reports of our contacts on the mainland made it very clear that this war will drag on for years and it isn't going the way we like. The ICW is struggling with what they are tasked for, European ministries are dropping like flies and France seems to be the next one, and that, gentlemen, he said as he sent a piercing gaze at each of them, is unacceptable, he said firmly with thinned lips as he banged his hands gently on the table to accentuate this. Rooney, Calderon said sharply as his voice cut through the tension in the air. Yes, Mr. President. Rooney said as he sat up straight. Rooney was the head of the Defense Department where the Aura Office, the Hit Wizard Department and Special Forces were part of. How ready are we to deploy to Europe? Calderon asked, and everyone in the room almost stiffened as Charles looked at them all discreetly. He was grim eyes and some with excitement. With your policies, we've managed to train 1200 Auras and 400 Hit Wizards and 50 Special Forces. These are separate from the Auras that will remain here in the US, which are at 1927 levels. Rooney said succinctly. The ICW forces, at its height, numbered 10,000 whilst Grindelwald was rumoured to number 6,000. Unfortunately, since then, the ICW has lost over 3,000 fighters as it contended in France, Switzerland, Russia, Serbia, Greece, and several other states. Replenishing their forces has been difficult as training was a requirement because otherwise they'd die as soon as they hit the field. Muggles may be capable of sending hordes of men into war with nothing but a month or two in training, but this was unfeasible for them. Every magical counted in this war and trained magicals were worth dozens of untrained ones. Grindelwald's forces may well have increased in that time. More and more people were being convinced or forced to fight for his cause. Almost 2,000 well-trained magicals entering the fold will help turn the tide. The ICW knew it, France knew it, Grindelwald knew it. Should the British enter, that would change the dynamic as well. Despite their reluctance, Spencer Moon has been training forces in secret. They estimated that he likely had 600 trained individuals ready now, all done in secrecy. We'd be able to deploy at a moment's notice, sir, Rooney finished. Silence fell amongst them as they waited on the president. Good. He finally says. Draw up a plan for deployment within the week. He said as he turned to them all. We are uniquely capable of affecting this war for the better. We have delayed true involvement in this war because we were not ready, nor were we in a position to change that. That is no longer the case thanks to the diligent work of Rooney, of Jameson, all of you here today and many others. He said, and some people sat up straighter. The president took on a grim face, but the hard work starts now. Gentlemen, it is time we fight once more against tyranny, against those who would set their boot on the throats of peoples, magical or muggle, and it is something that is offensive to our very way. He said passionately as he rapped his knuckles on the table as his eyes shone with fire in them. Here rang out, and murmurs of agreement rang around him as he watched them grow in passion and determination. We stand and have stood for liberty and freedom, and it is something we will stand for once more as we stand against Grindelwald and his ilk, Calderon said, standing up, roving his eyes around the room, and slowly each person rose, himself included, as he watched the president in his element. We stand, Rooney said firmly, and more people said the same. We stand, Jameson said loudly as his eyes showed fervor that seemed wrong on the diminutive diplomat. We stand, Charles said determinedly. He would do his duty for his country. War was in the air. Break. The moon shone brightly as they stood just outside of the Forbidden Forest. It was fortuitous, the moon wasn't obscured. Finally, she said as she spat out the mandrake leaf that had been in her mouth for a month into a vial as she held it against the rays of the moon before she took a hair and dropped it in the vial. He spat out the mandrake leaf in a vial as well and let it soak in the moon's rays. He took a hair and dropped it in the vial before adding the final ingredients, a silver teaspoon of dew that hasn't seen sunlight or been touched by humans for 7 days, and the chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth. He bottled it and turned towards her and saw she just finished bottling it as well. Now they just have to sit in a quiet, undisturbed, dark place, she stated, and he hummed. Are you certain we can't do it tomorrow? She asked intently. He shook his head. I'm not certain at all. The instruction says to place it in a dark, quiet place for some time, so following it seems prudent. After all, do you really want to start over again? He posed to her and she scrunched her nose in a manner that he liked. We'll wait then, she sighed, and he nodded. A week passed and the time came for them to do it. The requirements were from sunrise till sundown, so they planned accordingly. Once more they were at the edges of the Forbidden Forest just before sunrise. The air was crisp as they stood on one of the hills overlooking the forest. You sure you can keep your concentration for well over 10 hours? She asked amusedly as she settled next to him. Whatever gave you that impression that I wouldn't be able to? He asked her, baffled. You are a little scatterbrained, she said with a raised eyebrow. You drift far too often. She commented. I can control it, you know. He muttered amidst her soft laughter. Soon enough it was time. He placed the tip of his wand over the heart and began to chant Onomato Onimo Onomato Animagus, as did Emily. They fell into their carefully crafted delusion, their false persona. They watched as the sun rose, casting a rosy hue as the light of dawn hit the forbidden forest, with the noise of the gently rustling leaves heard over the eerie, quiet morning. Time passed amidst their chanting as they fell into a meditative state, the sun climbing on invisible steps, higher and higher until it reached the very top, sun blazing as midday arrived. Its rays touched them, mercifully only warmly in the February weather as they continued to sit, chant dutifully. Time fell away. The sun began to climb down from its zenith as the evening sun began to cast long shadows as the sky began to be tinged in a warm orange glow. A piercing cry echoed over the forest. Grey clouds moved towards them, displacing the gentle white clouds that had seemed to float akin to how tree branches floated away on calm waters, going freely wherever the currents went. Another cry, this time even more piercing as a distant figure flew over the horizon, the grey clouds on the figure's back, following, charging in like how Valkyries would fall upon you, riding on their Pegasi, furious and determined out for your blood, so foreboding did those grey clouds look. It seemed as if the sun abandoned them as the grey, menacing clouds drew nearer, as it reached past its nadir, final rays of light snuffed out. They stopped their chanting. He stood up and turned to Emily and held out his hand, which she took and pulled her up. She looked at him expectantly but said nothing, and he smiled softly at her before he closed his eyes and drew on his connection to Phyla. His connection to Phyla was excellent, now. They understood each other very much and he trained with her on the bond that they held with each other. And so, with but a thought and intent, he communicated with Phyla. It's time. A closer, more harrowing cry was heard and he opened his eyes and saw Emily was casting her attentions towards the clouds about the forbidden forest. He turned towards it and saw his majestic familiar, climb into the sky. She cried once more, even more harrowing and piercing as she flapped her wings, repeatedly, incessantly, until, she dove into the grey clouds that hung in the sky. Both he and Emily said nothing as they watched the sky. There. A small flash. Thunder boomed but nowhere what he knew his familiar was possible of. Lightning flashed once more, brighter, longer, as a small crack appeared, briefly, across the face of the grey clouds, like an ugly scar. Thunder boomed louder, sounding more like a drum that was building anticipation as it banged once. Several flashes this time, several drums beat. A piercing cry, different from all the others, more akin to razor-sharp blades slicing through skin and muscle, rang, echoing hauntingly as his heart rate increased amidst the building momentous moment. 1 second. His heartbeat increased. 10 seconds. He breathed in deeply as he stood transfixed on the sky, his eyes unmovable from the spot where Phyla rose into her domain, her kingdom. 20 seconds. It began. The night sky was glow with veins of white light, dancing to a backdrop of grey. Atticus. He heard, snapping him from his fixation. He looked at her who looked at him with her dark eyes and he understood. She slipped her hand into his as they walked away from the forest amidst thunderclaps, furious thunderclaps that threatened to drown everything out, that threatened to burst their ears, and even then, amidst the deafening noise, Phyla's cries could be heard clearer than the most transparent of glass. They arrived at the shack that seemed but a thin veneer of safety from the roaring, angry sky. They sat once more but this time opposite each other, vials of the potion in one hand, their wands in the other. They uncorked the vials and pointed their wands, for the last time, over their hearts. Amato animo animato animagus they intoned at the same time, and then, they drank the potion. He closed his eyes as he waited for the potion to take in effect, and soon enough, he was in his dreamscape. He looked around and saw that he was in a forest as he saw a few trees around him, if barely, as it was all eerily covered in ghostly mist that appeared almost liquid-like as he moved around, watching out intently for anything, something. He could barely see his hands in front of him. He turned to his left as noise of snapped branches captured his attentions. He moved towards that direction. Whoosh! The sound of wings flapping was heard and he narrowed his eyes. Did I succeed laid on the front of his mind as he continued to walk. He began to see something in the distance as he neared, as he treaded carefully through the sea of ghostly, milk-white mist. One more he heard wings flapping and the figure was growing in size. Before, it had been an ink blob, now it was the size of a ball. Whoosh! It was now half his size and he began to see an outline. This is not what I intended ran through his mind as he stood, now defensively, with eyes fixed on the figure that was now as tall as him. He stumbled a little when the figure reared up, its large wings completely outstretched, the mist almost swatted aside contemptuously and his eyes widened as he, for the first time, saw his animagus form. A face with reptilian features greeted him, no. Stared him down with purple-green orbs where eyes should have been, where pupils should have been, that stood out so very much amidst the black leathery skin of the creature. His eyes turned towards the wings that were leathery skin and bones that made it look so fragile, but one glance at the creature's eyes dissuaded any notion of fragility. Black coat clung to the skeleton of the creature like how he imagined death would cling on with bone-white skeletal hands onto its sharp, deathly scythe. A cry that was alien, neither a neigh nor a shriek, simply something unique to this creature came out of its outstretched jaws, razor-sharp teeth that could snap an arm off with ease which shined like daggers reflecting the moonlight. He straightened himself out and cautiously moved towards the creature which was stood on its hind legs, wings outstretched and eyes intently focused on him. "Easy there," he murmured softly as he gazed into those eyes that he only saw, before, in his reflections. The creature returned to all fours as he neared, braying slightly as it dug into the ground with one of its forelegs. "I might not have expected you." He tilted his head slightly. "Nor wanted you," he continued softly as the creature breathed out of his nose, glaring as he did so, looking at him with judgmental eyes. "But I am not unhappy with you," he said softly as he shook his head. "I am thrilled," he said with an inclined head as he moved closer, and began to outstretch his right hand, to touch the reptilian-like face. "I accept you. Will you accept me?" He posed to the creature with a bowed head as he stopped his hand a few inches away from the reptilian face, his eyes on the ground as he waited. Moments passed. The dreamscape eerily quiet as animagus and human stood opposite each other, as one assessed, and another waited for acceptance. Finally, momentously, he felt something hard, scaly and smooth touch his hand and he looked up and smiled broadly as he saw, to his delight, his animagus form accept him. "Thank you," he whispered as he met those brilliant purple-green orbs before he was yanked out, gasping as it happened. He opened his eyes and was met with Emily, eyes closed, still in her dreamscape, thunder ringing around them as he saw flashes through the gaps of the shack. He didn't expect that, but strangely, he was pleased with it. A soft smile fell on his face. In the end, it kind of suited him. He was brought out of his musings when he heard a gasp and he turned his head to Emily, who was looking triumphant and bore a vicious grin on her face. "Success?" he asked simply as he watched her, and she nodded lightly. "I succeeded," she said with bared teeth before she looked at him calculatingly. "You?" she asked as their eyes met. In a manner of speaking, he said with his lips twitching, and she looked intrigued. "Oh," she said as she shuffled over to him and sat in his lap, and he wrapped his arms around her, kissing her on the temple, which she leaned into before she settled her head on his shoulder. "Yes, it wasn't what I expected, but I am actually quite happy about it," he said softly as he rested his chin on her head. She placed her hands on his, and circled her thumbs on his hands gently. "I'm an Akami," she said softly. Akamis were winged serpentine magical beast that was native in India and the Far East. It was a plumed, two-legged serpentine-bodied creature with wings that could reach 15 meters in height. It was a creature that was extremely aggressive to anyone who approached it. Similarly, it was fiercely protective of what belonged to it, specifically the soft and most pure silver eggs, which were a highly sought-after potion's ingredients. Emily might not be aggressive to people who approached her, but she was extremely aggressive to anyone who opposed her. Emily was fiercely protective of she thought was hers. Her counterpart had been fiercely protective of his Horcruxes, of what he stole, of what he owned. Emily was fiercely protective of him. The Akami was Karanaptesic, meaning that it grew or shrank depending on available space, and Emily would change her opinions based on what suited her best for her route to power. He presented her an alternative, one where she'd be in the most powerful position, and she fitted into it perfectly. In the end, the Akami suited her very well. "It suits you," he said softly as he turned his hands and took hers in and squeezed gently. "The first magical animagus," she said triumphantly. "If you beat me to the transformation," he teased. "So it is a magical creature then?" she asked. "When you implied you were not going to be a phoenix, I thought you were just going to be a mundane animagus," she said with curiosity tinging her voice. "No. It's a magical creature, one that is misunderstood," he began softly. "One that is considered to be an ill omen when in truth, belies the true nature of the creature, one that is smart and loyal to their friends and would attack any they saw as a threat to them or what was theirs," he finished. She remained silent for a moment amidst the dying storm outside. She turned in his lap until she was at eye level with him. "And that is?" she asked softly as she stared at him intensely. His face broke in a vicious grin as his eyes gleamed in excitement and anticipation. His eyes glowed as he saw them reflected in her dark eyes, amidst the final flashes of lightning, the final claps of thunder. "Athestral," he said, the words rolling of his tongue as it was a death knell. A death knell that Emily heard and understood, and her face broke in an equally vicious grin. "Perfect," she purred as their noses touched as they gazed at another, the storm gone, silent amidst their triumph. Chapter 40. A/N Hello all, a little later than usual, but it's also much longer than usual. He sighed as he cleaned the blackboard, removing the Eldar Futhark runes that he marked out as he went through their meanings and potential uses for his third-year Ancient Runes class. He went to the front of the desk, but not before he felt her approaching the door to classroom seconds before she walked through once she opened it. "Master," he said smoothly as he kept his back to her as he gathered the right number of the special parchments for their fifth-year class. He was getting good at it, feeling people through magic from a distance. It wasn't a conscious effort, not anymore. Everyone had a unique quality to their magic. One of the things that he noticed is that siblings had similar enough feel to their magic. He did discover some aspects to it. Muggle-born siblings, currently their two pairs of siblings from Muggle families, had a more diverse quality to their magic, almost as different from each other than two distantly related purebloods, whilst pureblood siblings were very similar to each other. Muggleborns had wilder, unrefined magic nonetheless, but still different in many respects to purebloods and half-bloods. A lack of magical heritage, lack of family magic and lack of magical upbringing made their magic individualistically unique. Even those who didn't have a manifestation of a family trait still had access to family magic. Family magic creates a bond through blood and magic, and it is something that comes into existence after centuries of purposeful shaping. And so, many siblings would feel similar to each other except for Muggleborns who are unbound due to their heritage. He wondered what it meant for those who are born from squib lines from long-dead family names. Names were important to magic, thus to magicals. It created identity and tied them to their heritage. Magic knew itself, but it seemed to be a limit. Claiming a name, especially those of old families, was not a simple matter. Many families could lay claim to Hiswell, to Winterden, to many other long-dead families through blood. But magically? Well, that was far more difficult. Emily's situation was a perfect case. Her family is undeniably descended from House Slytherin, and yet it took centuries for House Gaunt to produce someone that could be accepted not only by whatever safeguards were in place in the Slytherin vault but probably also by magic. If she hadn't had access to Slytherin family magic, she would not have been able to put on the air ring. If the entire universe was living, with neurophysical energy magic permeating everything in their plane of existence, how do individuals fit in with this concept? Why were magicals capable of affecting magic like this in the first place? The capability of using magic did not explain it, and neither did magic of having a form of sentience. Perhaps it was not the right question, he mused to himself. He could hear her snorting as she walked towards him. As much as I like you say, master, when we're alone, she said as he turned around and saw her with mischief in her eyes, causing his lips to twitch in amusement. She winked at him, finally making him laugh. I've told you many times to just call me Daphne, she said with a raised eyebrow. He shrugged unrepentantly. It's a hard habit to unlearn, he said with a curl of his lips, and she rolled her eyes good-naturedly. As you're aware, today the 5th years will be starting on learning about runic schemes. Normally, I'd have you just assist, but I'd like you to take over the class whilst I only observe, she stated. He looked at her curiously, prompting her to continue. Your talents in constructing runic schemes are prodigious and effortless. As such, having you teach them instead of myself will be beneficial to all parties, she said with a gleam in her eye. That's fine, he said slowly. Are you sure about this? It's an important part of the owls, he asked with a tilted head. She rolled her eyes as she went around him, and he turned to look at her. She sat down behind a desk behind the teacher's desk and looked at him quite amused. You're more than capable of teaching the entire curriculum without any difficulties. You will be easily capable of teaching this part of the curriculum. You're more than capable of taking on an apprentice, for Merlin's sake, were it not for your age, she snorted. You could have been finished a year ago if you truly wanted after all, she said with squinted eyes. Ah, but then I'd have to leave this wonderful castle, he said nonchalantly with a grin. I'm sure that was the case, she said skeptically before she tucked in a loose hair behind her ear as she cast her eyes down at some homework the 3rd years gave in. More like a certain inhabitant that this lovely old castle holds that has you moving at a snail's pace, she sing-songed lowly, and his eye twitched. He didn't respond to that. It wasn't exactly the whole truth, but it was close enough to it. Will I be taking over for the rest of the year? He inquired, and she looked up to stare at him for a moment and nodded. As I said, you are more than capable of teaching the curriculum of every year. Continuing to teach the students what you will be starting today is only sensible. I'm only going to observe as a requirement more than anything else, she told him, and he accepted that. The first few students walked into the classroom, his last lesson of the day. They eyed him curiously given that Daphne was seated in the back of the room and he was standing in front of them. Are you teaching us today, Professor? Emmeline Keatborn, a Ravenclaw asked. I am today, yes, he confirmed with a small smile as more students came in until the last one did. The 5th year class would be the last time a large group of mixed students in runes, as more than half dropped it after owls. Daphne also required EE minimum, another barrier, but he didn't think it was too difficult to achieve. Morning class, he said smoothly as he glanced over the class. Today, I'll be taking over the class from Professor Goshawk, he said as he put his arms behind his back as he peered at the class. Are there any questions? A ripple of murmurs swept the class before a hand at the back was raised. Jason Whittlewick, a Hufflepuff. Yes, he asked expectantly. Will this be permanent? He asked. You taking over teaching us, I mean, he quickly clarified. Yes, I'll be teaching you for the rest of the year. I know all of your progress so far to date, and I've helped set your curriculum, so there should be no issues finishing preparing you for the owls, he told them. A little round of murmurs rang around the classroom, which he set to end. Now he began, quieting down the room. Are there any further questions before we start the lesson? He asked intently, and he was pleased to find out there were none. He nodded lightly. He turned towards the blackboard and a chalk floated into it, and he began to write wandlessly before he turned back to the class. Today, we'll start with an important topic in runes. Runic schemes. He turned to them with his arms behind his back as his eyes peered over his class. For the past 2 years and a half, Everything you have learnt thus far has been to prepare you for advanced rune crafting, and runic schemes are the very beginning of advanced rune crafting. He told, and saw a number of them straighten up. He turned around and sat down on the edge of the desk, with his feet crossed and settled into lecture mode, his left hand twirling the piece of chalk. Just to recap, by now, you should know very well that runic magic, reduced to its simplest form, can be considered a method of magical writing, that is to say runes can be inscribed on most objects, and runes with different meanings used to combine to describe and cause the effect that you want. Runes can also be used to maintain spells that might require more power, longer lasting, or have a wide area effect. The symbolism that we ascribe to runes is responsible for the effects, and this is why we only use dead languages where the meanings are fixed to a certain degree. Through our magic, through our intent and the meaning we give to each runic letter, we create the basis of runic magic. Application of certain runes can be varied, but their underlying meaning remains the same. Some languages are better than other in certain things, he said, pausing momentarily as he checked to ensure he had their attention. He continued. In your 6th year, you will be introduced to different writing systems that are better for certain things. For example, ancient Norse runes are better for elemental magic, whilst Chinese runes are better for more esoteric purposes. Eldar Futhark is perhaps the most flexible runic language and writing system there is, and as such is one of the main reasons as to why Eldar Futhark is used predominantly in many magical societies around the world. Mixture of these languages is a topic that will be touched upon in your 6th year. Returning back to the subject at hand, in your 3rd year you were introduced to the alphabet of Eldar Futhark and their meanings, the importance of the exactness of inscribing to prevent weakening of the effect of the rune, and how imprecise lines can cause failure. In your 4th year, you were introduced to the concept of linking runes and their mechanisms, how position and alignment of runes were important to ensuring that your scripts work to their fullest and are not weakened. You were introduced to how runes interact with ambient magic, that is the energy that surrounds us, and in some instances could draw magic from you. You learnt that certain materials such as magical metals such goblin silver or metals such as gold could hold runes almost indefinitely in comparison to other, less magically conducive materials such as stone. You began your first steps into using runic magic when you did in class exercises which were to link certain runes to cause the effects that were desired, such as combining when you all combined Kanaz, which represents the warmth of the home fire, and Agaz, which represents the essence of natural daylight and the power of the sun, to create a small fire at the center of special parchments. You learned how you can affect the size, intensity, and color of the fire through the position and alignments of the rune within the script you wrote on the parchment, and how to apply your intent and magic. This year you expanded through learning Selmat principles of exclusion and inclusion, whereby conditions could be set within your script of linked runes to make, for example, fire harmless to human skin, or to activate if certain conditions are met, namely if there is sunlight within the room or not. He said, pausing as he finished his recap. All of this is to help you prepare for advanced rune crafting, where the application of the art, yes, runes is as much an art form as it is form of magical writing, is incredibly diverse. Curse breaking, warding, ritual magic, enchanting and alchemy all use runes in some form or another. And runic schemes are at the center of most if not all of these branches of magic. Runic schemes are one of the oldest forms of runic magic, he told them as they listened with rapt attention. He levitated the piece of chalk, starting off murmurs as they watched him. It wasn't a surprise to them anymore, him using wandless magic. He turned towards the blackboard and drew a larger circle and a smaller inner circle that he shaded. Runic schemes are effectively networks of linked runes, where sequences of these runes are combined to a single point, a centrum. These collections of sequences create the intended magic by combining as they connect to the centrum, whilst the centrum determines how the magic created should behave, determining how the magic is used, when to be used, what it is used for. An analogy that works best is to consider the network of runes similar to the concept of wand movements of spells and incantation, with the centrum considered as your will, your magic, your intent and imagination. He paused for effect. Runic schemes were pretty much magical programming of sorts. He drew out the word tier with an arrow pointing towards the inside of the outer circle. The most basic of runic schemes consist of an outer circle and inner circle, and these are called tiers. Runic schemes work by runes in the outer tier affecting the inner tier. The shaded circle here is the focus of the scheme and is largely called the centrum. The focus of the scheme will contain the instructions of the scheme. The outer circle will contain runes that creates the magic and thus enables the focus. He added another circle before he turned his face to them. The most complex runic scheme to date has 14 tiers, which was only a conceptual exercise. Generally speaking, runic schemes beyond 3 are hardly ever necessary. He said calmly to them as they noted down his words. He continued, regardless of the number of tiers you may have, all of them will converge and focus to the single point, he said finally before he glanced at the students. Mr. Greenwood, he called out. The boy straightened out. What would you say the centrum reminds you of with regards to linked runes? He posed to the boy. He could see Greenwood thinking it over before their eyes met. Greenwood began nervously. The centrum reminds me of anchoring method required for linked runes, he said as he began to overcome his nervousness. He squinted his eyes in concentration as he looked at the board. In our exercises, the positions of our runes needed to be convergent to the anchoring rune with the runes that set the conditions closer to the anchoring rune and the runes that caused the effects on the edges. He finished and Atticus nodded approvingly. 10 points for Gryffindor. The principles of linking runes is by design similar to runic schemes. Linking rune are by nature simplistic. For example, you do not need a runic scheme to create fire, to create something that floats or hovers. Linking runes are often used for minor things like making quill tips everlastingly sharp, to make surfaces permanently smooth and scratch-free like your desks. Runic schemes are used for complex actions such as spatial manipulation. Warding. A warding scheme consists of multiple layers of runic schemes. All of ancient stone circle sites used forms of runic schemes to perform large-scale magic-like rituals. He paused as he stared at them for effect. Runic magic can do anything wands can do and so much more if you know how to use it, and runic schemes have been used for as long as magicals can remember. It is one of the most ancient use of magic and one that has stood the test of time, and the potential uses are endless. He finished for a moment as he saw them absorb his words. Now he said as he got up from his seating position as he clapped lightly. For runes to work within a runic scheme, they must be activated, and for this to happen, the runes, or unique sequences of runes, must be within a boundary, the most common boundary being a circle, and these circles or boundaries are called loci. He said as he drew a couple of circles within the outer circle. For one locus, the singular form of loci, to affect another locus or tier, it must be linked through a curved line. He told them as he showed them a connection between the two different loci. However, he began and drew an outer circle in the free space of the board, 2 circles within the outer circle, one slightly smaller than the other in a hexagon. He shaded the larger circle. If loci are affecting one another within a tier, you have to show which is affecting which. The locus with the most corners affects the other loci the least, with the centrum, the shaded circle being affected the last. He paused momentarily as he turned back to the class and saw everyone taking notes. The reason for this order of operations is because one locus can affect many others, something that you will discover much later on if you choose to progress to newts. A locus is not restricted to affecting only one other locus or tier. Loci that affect a lower tier do not need to show order of operations unless they are also affecting loci within their own tier. He told them. The application of conditions is slightly different to how linked runes work, and the way that it is like this. He cleaned the board and added 2 circles, a shaded one and a circle with another very slightly larger circle concentric to the circle, making it a double-line circle. If you want to create a scheme that excludes something, you would show that by a circle around that loci excluding it from the effect. This means that the excluded element cannot enter or exist within that part of the effect of the scheme. He said to them. If you want to modify the effect of a rune, for example reduce or increase it, he trailed off as he drew a large circle with a smaller circle which had its center point fixed on a point of the circumference of the larger circle. The smaller loci is placed overlapping like so, which creates a combined rune. This combined rune is then affected by all other runes interacting with them as if they were one rune. Similarly, if you have a combination of runes within the circle, within the boundary, the overlapping loci will change the effect of sequence of runes as if it was one rune as well. He waited for a few short moments before he turned to the next topic. He drew out 4 circles, 2 mid-sized ones and 2 smaller ones, and linked the mid-sized circles with curved lines before he linked the smaller circles, which were spaced away from each other on opposite sides with 2 straight lines to the curved line, whilst one of the smaller circles had a slightly larger circle concentric. In this case, by connecting a locus to an affecting curved line by 2 straight lines, you can set conditions for the scheme to only activate if certain conditions are met. Additionally, by connecting a locus surrounded in an exclusion circle to an affecting curved line by 2 straight lines, the scheme will only activate if the subject of the exclusion is present. He finished. Arithmancy is required in small amounts to calculate the positions, alignments, and sequence of the loci to ensure that magical's fields of the sequences and effects of the runes fit well together, and this is what we will go through now. He swiftly and concisely explained to them the principles before he finished and proceeded to clean the board. He picked up special parchment used for runes. Now, today we're going to draw out a very basic 2-tier runic scheme and activate it using what you have learned today. He told them, and they perked up slightly. He continued to explain what the exercise was, a simple one in the end, that created a small fire in the center of the parchment that had conditions to stop if a hand approached the fire within a few inches, exclusion being waterproof, modification being a very small fire less than 10 inches long and wide. It would also have a monitoring rune and a gauging rune. The double period class ended with most students having succeeded in activating the array on their own as they applied what they learnt, whilst some needed a bit more help. He sighed heavily and heard a snort from the back of the room. It should be illegal to have a double session on a Monday afternoon, he complained, and this time she laughed as she patted him on the shoulder. It isn't fun, she agreed before she turned a little serious. It was a good lesson, I see no issue with you continuing to teach even if I'm not here to observe, she told him. He straightened out a little and he nodded. I hope it's only the 5th years and not the 6th and 7th years. He inquired, and she nodded. For those classes, I'll continue to take the lead as you assist me. She said before walking towards the door. Don't worry about marking homework, I've already done most of the 3rd years and 4th years, she told him before he nodded. Daphne looked at him curiously. Only 3 more weeks until your mastery presentation, she stated as she sat across him from one of the student desks. Yes, he said breathily. My last one for a while I think, he said to her, and she nodded seriously. I've already told you what I taught of it, she said to him. Whilst it isn't as revolutionary as your transfiguration mastery, it is a credit to you, she said with a smile. His submission will be a novel way of bridging multiple languages within a runic scheme consistently without having to adjust it based on what language you are using. Whilst circles were commonly used for runic schemes, their lesser-known forms, such pentagons, hexagons etc. Bridging multiple languages without any problems was his submission, and it would use a hexagonal runic scheme that removed misalignment and incompatibility, regardless of what runes were used. Thank you, he said with an incline of the head. A shame though, he mused to her, and she looked on curiously. A shame that we never truly succeeded with 3-dimensional runes, he told her, and she laughed. Indeed. I could see so many applications for it. She sighed. Anyway, she said as she got up, I will see you at dinner, she said as she nodded to him and walked out of the room. He sat there for a moment thoughtfully. 3-dimensional runes would open up to entirely new forms of runic magic. One set of sequence of runes constructed in 3 dimensions would take up no more space than a single rune in the same amount of space. Unfortunately, for the moment, they were missing a few things for it to work. In particular, the ability to make the runes less rigid in its structure without losing its meaning was something that truly made it difficult. One of the other things that he wanted to explore was the aspect of quantum physics in magic, quantum entanglement in runes, and further consideration of quantum mechanics in arithmancy and transfiguration. Of course, he wouldn't jump into it, not that he had time for it. For all his brilliance in arithmancy, he did not compare to the mathematical geniuses of the Muggle world. He was probably around at bachelor level when it came to mathematics, with a greater understanding in differential equations and algebra, which was immensely useful when it came to transfiguration. Mathematics never were a passion for him, not like engineering or even physics were, and it was partly why he never truly bothered to make the changes that he could do to arithmancy if he published as often as he did in transfiguration. His study load under Moira focused more on energy physics and engineering, which required more intuitive understanding than the logical and abstract mindset necessary for mathematics. The arithmancy that is taught at Hogwarts does touch up on most of the mathematics taught around secondary school, just as astronomy touches up on physics, planetary motions, interactions between different bodies and so on, albeit more from a magical perspective, but the higher elements of mathematics isn't. Arithmancy masteries were more along the lines of understanding of the magical fields of the various elements involved in spells, rituals, wards and the creation of spells than it did mathematics. Experimental spell crafting involved direct manipulation of magical energy once you did the arithmetic calculations. Wand movements optimized performance and effectiveness of the spells that you intended to create through binding the magical energy to those movements. At the beginning of spell creation, magical fields are meant to be manipulated by your wand, almost like weaving strings. You can stretch and bend them, and the more experienced spell creators are capable of minimizing the wand movements. Hensel, the author of the spell creation book that helped him immensely, had many indications regarding the optimum movements for different branches of magic, and the more you dive into it, the more you understand certain movements are better aligned for said branches. Incantations were only meant to create meaning to the spells, as a form to associate your mind and your magic with the magic that is cast. It was a shame because much of the maths that he knew helped him understand so much easier difficult components in spells. Group theory helped him understand the different logical structures of spells and the ability to derive multiple spells from single spells. For example, the spell Percutio, a piercing hex, has several derivations, often dark, but those derivations are only superficially the same and were a mess arithmetically. His own version Perk was similar but far more effective and dangerous. It was an armor-piercing dark curse that took inspiration from his knowledge of future armor-piercing explosive rounds. The devastation of the spell was immense. It was capable of piercing 20-inch steel, and the devastation that it caused was as much internal as it was on the surfaces on both sides of the plate by design. The downside was that it was pretty taxing magically, and it required a volatile mindset to maximize the amount of damage necessary. Group theory was important to many of his projects, just as, after all, groups describe the symmetries which the laws of physics seem to obey, as far as he knew, for now. It was from that he learned how to craft spells that were extremely harmful. He remembered that were horrific Muggle diseases such as Naegleria fowleri, a microbe, if he remembered correctly, that fed on the brain until the person died. It was gruesome and it was perfect. It was called Cerebri Manduca. It was a perfect assassination spell that would take days to finally kill them. The only problem was that he was only simulating the effects in the spells, and so there was time for them to be treated. The spell would eat through the brain matter, breaking it down as it progressed. And so he had to modify the spell to make counters difficult to make. Phoenixes healed poison, venom, and injuries. They did not counter curses. Neither did healing potions. His spell creation didn't last there. He had a few notable ones that were likely to be fatal. Dormus Langrum, based on African trypanosomiasis, which is known as the sleeping sickness, which induces confusion and loss of balance until they fall asleep, which begins to stretch into a coma and then finally death. He remembered that after he looked it up when it came up in a trivia in a bar in Cambridge. Minus Cerbraze based on strokes. It makes veins in the brain pop, causing immense bleeding that shuts them down. These 3 spells were all power and incantation dependent, meaning should he cast it in full power and with incantation, the effects of the spell is almost immediate, and if he cast it wordlessly, it would kill them in days. Those spells would be restricted to when he needed to off a bunch of people. Some of the spells that he'd use in combat that he created, when he wasn't using elemental or transfiguration, were all related to debilitating diseases. Crassus vox cutis based on harlequin ichthyosis, a genetic condition of the skin. It thickens the skin in a plate-like manner separated by cracks in the skin. It makes movement of the chest, limbs, and breathing difficult. Surprisingly, it was grey, given that it was more of a incapacitating spell than anything else. Necrotis fasci based on an infection that kills tissue, an immensely deadly disease that kills 25% of those who catch it. In addition to fast-acting skin death, the individual falls into toxic shock and organ failure. Extremely dark spell. Secarimelus inspiration taken from Sectumspra. He didn't know what spells it was based on, nor did he know the full effects of the spell, so he simply recreated it as well as he could whilst adding his own aspects to it. It would make 1,000 tiny cuts that would make the individual hemorrhage as well. Naturally, it was a dark spell. These were only a few spells that he's created over the years. With the time room, he could work on several things at the same time, and he used spell creation as a break of sorts from the more intensive projects he'd be working on. He flicked the chalk up and down before he got up and proceeded to clean the blackboard wandlessly, and then made his way towards the Great Hall. It was almost dinner time and he was starving. The thoughts on spell creation reminded him of his current mini-project, and he'd continue it after dinner. As he sat eating, he overheard Slughorn conversing with Medellin regarding the declaration of war by the Americans on Grindelwald. "The Americans are joining far too late," Slughorn said a little pompously as he cast a discreet eavesdropping spell. "Oh hush, it's more than what we're doing," Medellin said disapprovingly. "What happens in Europe is none of our business," Slughorn huffed. "Really?" Medellin asked skeptically in a slightly high voice. "Wanting the dissolution of the statute is none of our business." "Yes," Slughorn said unashamedly. "It is the responsibility of the ICW to enforce the statute. It is literally their sole duty that they have expanded into an unwanted overarching bureaucracy," he said unhappily. Macheus on the other side of Slughorn scoffed. "You're just unhappy about the travel restrictions that are placed all around the world," Macheus said with amusement tinging in his voice. Medellin laughed. "Are you unhappy that your friends?" Atticus' lips twitched at her elucidation of friends can't come to your ball in the summer. She teased. "No," Slughorn said unconvincingly. "It's not because of that at all," he said as he huffed afterwards. "Merely that they are neglectful in their duty when they allowed Grindelwald to rise as he did, and now they expect us to do their work for them." He could hear Macheus' eyebrows rise at that statement. "You are far too overconfident in our capabilities, Horace. Should Europe fall completely to Grindelwald, and given how much of Europe has fallen to him, I doubt we will be capable of resisting him," Macheus stated dryly. "We have excellent mages in our country. Our aurors have never been so plentiful. The Blacks, the Sayres, the Potters, the Bones, and let's not forget our esteemed deputy headmaster," Slughorn said with confidence. "Not even they can withstand an army, and Grindelwald has an army that almost matches the ICW nowadays," Macheus said reprovingly. "I agree with Michi," Horace Medellin interjected. "There is no chance we'd win should Europe fall, and it's terrible that we're letting things go as badly as it has." "Did you not hear what happened in Spain and Hungary?" she asked Slughorn. "I have," Slughorn said reluctantly. Spain had several officials staunchly opposed to Grindelwald assassinated, whilst in Hungary there were entire families opposed to Grindelwald culled. Spain was in chaos at the moment as their distinct groups emerging, some who wanted to remain firmly neutral, some who wanted to join, and others who were outraged at the actions of Grindelwald. Problem was, the stability of the country barely there, and the current minister was highly focused on ensuring that the country didn't fragment. Spain's magical population was a mixture of Berber and Spanish people. The previous Muslim population of Mughal Spain was effectively driven off, but the magicals managed to remain in their enclaves hidden from the Spanish. The wars between the Spanish and Berber magicals had been frequent in the last 600 years, and only in the last 200 were things stable, but they still were tense. "Again, none of our business," Slughorn said firmly. Slughorn had a seat within the Wiesengamot, well his family did, and they were staunchly against the war. They were a neutral family who were not light, grey or dark affiliated. Simply neutral in all politics except when it came to business or war, it seemed. He dropped the eavesdropping charm and returned to his dinner deep in thought. The Americans arrived recently and they are battling on multiple fronts, even pushing out Grindelwald from Serbia and the regions surrounding it. Unfortunately, France was a slugfest, singularly the largest concentration of fighters bar those who were fighting in the east against Russia. But they were holding their own for now. It was likely that sooner than later the Americans would meet up with the Russians to push Grindelwald out of Russia, Latvia, and Finland. He wondered where on earth Grindelwald was. None of his elves have heard a peep of where he might be. Break. He stepped down the stairs into his trunk and proceeded to go to one of his workrooms. As he entered the room, a large magical mirror was the first thing that could be noticed. It had taken him a little while to construct it. As his skills in forging improved, so did his ability to craft. Thankfully there were many sources of books on the topic of creating mirrors and the different types of them. The giant mirror was really his first successful attempt at creating something, and it was made from adamantite. His process of melting adamantite heavily borrowed from the designs Dvalin gave him. The ancient dwarves had a unique method of creating a furnace, yet it was oddly ancient. It was effectively a solar furnace enabled and enhanced by magic. A solar furnace is a structure that uses concentrated solar power to produce high temperatures. Parabolic mirrors concentrate light onto a focal point, and the temperatures at the focal point can reach 3,500 degrees Celsius. It was fascinating to learn that they used this method for thousands of years, refining it as time went by. They used sympathetically linked runic schemes, similar in some aspects to vanishing cabinets or the myriad of other artifacts, to transfer the energy received on the mountains to the furnace deep in the bowels of their homes. Unfortunately, Dvalin refused to teach him dwarven runes and would only teach him to write the runes and their meanings. He almost refused, given that he did not like to use magic that he didn't understand. But in the end he caved. It had been too important, and what he learned about the possibilities of transfer of energy through magic. The dwarves didn't understand the sheer magnitude of their discovery. Virtually endless energy could be had simply by installing a few satellites around the Sunday. Not only that, the physics of it. He already knew that artifacts could travel point to point instantaneously through vanishing cabinets, but that had been a shortening of space, dimensional physics that he had yet to truly broach. But it truly clicked for him that if matter could travel by magic enabling, so could energy, and that was a prospect that needed a lot of investigation. It could help lead to the answer of how to convert other forms of energy to magic. In any case, the dwarves never needed to melt adamantite, which had a melting point of something like 8,400 degrees Celsius, an insanely high melting point that exceeded the surface of the sun. And so, he needed to figure out a way to almost triple the temperature of the furnace. Luckily for him, there were a number of spells that duplicated things, and there he found his inspiration. Duplication spells worked in several different ways, and one in particular was the ability to self-replicate. He wasn't interested in that. No, he was interested in the mechanisms that went into duplication arithmetically, and he found common variables and formulas that ultimately helped him figure out how to increase the temperatures of his furnaces. He used these variables and formulas to adjust the runic scheme using his language bridge. Thankfully Dvalin did explain what each rune did, and that had been enough for him to add bridges that would anchor charms he invented that would enchant the furnace to be able to increase its temperature to roughly 8,200 degrees Celsius. He used pressure and temperature relationships to increase the temperature to 8,520 degrees Celsius, finally enough to melt adamantite. And so he used a mold to create the mirror and polished it to have a high reflective surface. The mirror, whilst he didn't need it, had been a useful tool to measure the rate of absorption of magic in adamantite mirrors and to confirm or oppose some theories he had. He created a magical null space, something that Rowena helped with, given that many of her projects revolved around the study of magic itself, and tested the mirror. The first thing that he did was cast diagnostic spells at the mirror. Most diagnostic spells used on humans couldn't be cast by the person themselves. His control over his magic was excellent, so he was able to gauge roughly how much magic he was pushing through, not exactly precise enough for scientific purposes, but it was fine enough, and he found that the mirror absorbed some of the energy that it received. One of the things that he ensured was that the light reflectance value of the mirror was 100%, so that it wouldn't interfere with anything magical. Spells could be reflected back to individuals using mirrors, and the known reason had been was because of the reflective nature, that it was unable to be absorbed and thusly reflected towards some direction. He was more than certain now that it was more likely that magic shared many similarities with the electromagnetic spectrum, but still quite different, and it was something that has never been explored. One more thing to add to the list. In any case, the absorption of some magic in a highly magical metal had to be addressed for his later purposes, and so he added a household charm that polished surfaces. Surprisingly, that made the magical reflectance value 100%, which was pretty funny. A charm was invented to polish perfectly, and in the end it resulted in polishing the mirror completely in terms of magic and probably light. He turned towards the setup on the main desk. All of initial work stemmed from what he learned from Rowena last month, that magicals emitted a burst of magic at a certain frequency at age 11. The similarities to the electromagnetic spectrum clicked and would aid him in many of the most important endeavors in the near future. It was an optical glass triangular dispersive prism with flat, highly polished surfaces that refract light, and magic. Normally dispersive prisms are used to break up light into its constituent spectral colors. White light that enters the prism is a mixture of different frequencies, all of which get deflected by the prism at different angles dependent on their wavelengths. For example, blue light is slowed more than red light and therefore will be bent more than red light. This is to do with wavelengths. Red light has a longer wavelength than blue light. Thankfully, the refraction of spells worked on a similar principle as to light, and the results had been fascinating. Arithmancy is the foundation of spell creation, and it is used for spell detection. It is used for spell analysis. Understanding of the energies involved is critical, along with the arithmetic calculations. Arithmetic calculations took care of the mathematics behind the spells, whilst intuitive understanding of magical energy took care of the artistry behind spells. The form of analysis he was using now. He discovered various magical frequencies which are separated in different colors, a new perspective in understanding magic that was breaking things down at a fundamental level, isolating individual frequencies that normally would be combined within a component of arithmancy. Arithmancy calculations always had components, mixtures of frequencies now that he understood better, but now he could break them down into elements. The spells that he experimented most with were Lumos and Homino Revelio. He was using a spell freezing ward that he discovered in the Sayer library some time ago, which were predominantly used in ancient homes to prevent guests from casting magic. It didn't halt high-powered spells, but it did stop most. He modified this ward to analyze the magical spectrum of colors. This ward manipulated magical energy in hundreds of bubble-like layers that are continuously charged, spaced mere millimeters apart, to slow it down until it hits a layer that it can't go through, and it would result in the spell being frozen as it meets a layer that halts its momentum. Lumos was a simplistic charm. It converted magical energy into light. He discovered that the color schemes weren't too different from light, meaning that certain colors could be considered to have the same wavelengths as their light counterparts, or at least the same general amount of deflection. The first thing that he did was match what he knew arithmetically about the spell, matching up elements with corresponding colors, and this had been a tedious experiment as he matched arithmetically similar spells and noting down the colors and angles. Since then, he established a table of elements that correspond to the frequencies, to the colors. All of them were within a certain band that matched up with what Rowena observed about magicals. It seemed that we can only cast within a certain band unique to our kind. With Lumos he managed to isolate the element within the component that converted magic into light, which worked on a similar basis to how lightning, how fire was created, but the simplicity of it helped him immensely. He used many dark spells as well to determine their nature and their frequencies. One of the consistent things that he found different from every other spells that don't explicitly induce harm was that there was a sickly gray color that had a longer wavelength. Of course the sickly gray color was never uniform, it seemed that there were degrees of harm that either were less gray or darker gray. The color hue scale were also slightly darker in nature. It was fascinating. Spells like Conf Ringo and Expelliarmus were distinctly lighter than a Entral's expelling curse, literally. His biggest discovery, however, had been about the differences between the human revealing charm and the killing curse. The system between jinxes, hexes, and curses and charms was already well established, but what he found was that from this refractive perspective, there were fundamental differences. Jinxes and charms were similar color-wise, whilst hexes and curses were distinctly darker, which the dark curses being much darker in their color scheme. Jinxes, hexes and curses did share at least one common color, which was yellow-green in nature, whilst charms all shared a orange color. It was from that basis that he determined that all major branches likely had some kind of unique frequency that all spells shared. The human revealing charm was different from what he found, so different that he had to check it with other spells that were considered to be soul magic. Whilst it shared a orange color, there was an off-white color and a pure white color with an offset around 7 degrees from each other that he found in no other spell, and that was how he determined that it must be corresponding to the soul. And from there, he truly found out that the killing curse actually didn't affect the soul, per se. He'd always assumed that the killing curse was soul magic, and in many respects it was, but mostly it wasn't. He never cast the killing curse before, he'd only ever used the Imperious curse. It was simple, using your will to dominate was infinitely easier than it was to gather the necessary hate and absolute desire to kill a living being. The killing curse was destructive, it destroyed physical inanimate structures, but it didn't destroy magic, and so he charmed the glass prism to be indestructible whilst ensuring that the charms didn't affect the refraction. It was then that he discovered that he couldn't actually cast the killing curse properly. Not even his father in his old life garnered the same hate that was necessary. It seemed that he put it behind him, and he didn't hate anyone enough now for him to truly be capable of casting that spell. He'd been stumped, and honestly he'd been worried about Emily. Casting killing curses like it was a machine gun was insane now that he knew what it took. It was pretty fucked up. He had to create a false persona in his mind to even cast it remotely. After the first few times casting it when he had enough data, he completely destroyed that persona. Even now, weeks after he cast it, he felt dirty. Like tar clinging on your hands, in between the fingers like inky sticky webs, but that feeling spread all over your body. He was tempted undergoing a cleaning ritual. The color scheme from the killing curse were darker than any other spell, but there was a black color but also the telltale off-white color, but there was only one of each and no pure white color. He didn't quite understand it until he readjusted his thinking away from soul magic. He considered what he knew of the 3 unforgivables. They all affected the nervous system. When he considered it, truly, along with the Imperious and the Cruciatus, he wanted to hurt himself. The Cruciatus curse directly affected the nervous system. It had to. The description of the curse was that it felt like bones, skin, muscle, everything was affected the same time, causing immeasurable amount of pain, and that had to be related to the nervous system. The Imperious was more ambiguous, but the underlying aspect of it was that it controlled the mind, which controlled the body. It was an insidious form of control of mind and body, and again, elements of the nervous system. He remembered that there were parasites that were capable of manipulating cognitive functions of people and that there was some kind of parasite that could actually control insects once it burrowed into it by tapping into the neuronal circuitries. Once more, the nervous system is key. It also made sense as to why absolute desire for their deaths and hate are necessary for the killing curse. The killing curse likely destroyed the nervous system, instantly killing the victim. And once he checked the imperious and cruciatus curses, he found once more a black color and a off-white color. They shared the same kind of roots but not the same as the human revealing charm. Soul magic was esoteric and manipulation of the soul was magically neutral. Most dark curses had fatality in mind, and so to cause one harm, required said mindset just as torture and absolute control did. The black color must then correspond either the nervous system or the subversion of the mind. The mind controlled, subconsciously, the nervous system, and so it must be related to that if it wasn't specifically the nervous system. The killing curse destroyed the nervous system, he was quite sure of that. He suspected that the pure white might actually be the true soul representation, which was scary, if the soul had a specific frequency attuned to magic. Could you actually create a spell to annihilate a soul? He'd been unwilling to voice it, but he suspected that he could very well create one, and that terrified him. If he could, then it was likely others could as well. Especially if he ever published his findings. He shook his head and began his work, finally. The arithmancy of each of those spells, once he threw himself into it, made it very clear to him that his hunch regarding the nervous system was correct. And it also helped him understand how those spells bypassed magical shields. It was ingenious and simple at the same time. Magic had a highly varied spectrum, a spectrum that wasn't well understood or mapped as far as he knew, which was far better since he studied under Rowena. All magical shields operated within a frequency range that all spells also were in. Bar the unforgivables. And the human revealing charm. The off-white was what allowed those 4 spells to bypass shields. That frequency was what was responsible for why those 3 spells were unforgivable by allowing them to bypass shields. And this is why he was here today. To work on creating a shield that can protect against the unforgivables whilst also working on spells that were less dirty but bypassed shields all the same, except for the shield he'd create. With the notes that he's taken in his journal, he was almost certain that he was on the right path on finding a way to convert energy to magic in some way or another. It would require, unfortunately, mathematics that aren't in arithmancy currently, and so he'd have to use physics and mathematics to come up with the necessary representations and transformations. It was a later time, however. Shields came first because he was getting the feeling he'll need it soon enough. His dream visions were getting more and more hectic and it was agitating him. He shook his head and discarded that thought and breathed out deeply before he frowned in concentration as he looked over the work he's already compiled and where he'd need to pick up from. Break. 24th of February 1942. Tweenie. He called out, "Pop." Master Tweenie bowed deeply. He was dressed in a small black suit with a white shirt and a black tie, pretty much the elf version of Men in Black. He chose it for them all, at least the ones who weren't doing more hands-on work. He now had 86 elves, 24 of them trained in the more clandestine arts. He got lucky. During one of his forays into Muggle London, he managed to pick up surface thoughts of a high-ranked Section 5 agent and later on managed to capture him in his home after tacking on a tracking charm on the man. He didn't want to change history by damaging the man just in case he'd be important to the Allies, and so he tested out his increasing legilimency on a number of older people who were retired but had knowledge that was useful for extracting, such as older men who worked on building jet engines. He was careful to avoid hitting the same kind of profile as he didn't want to make it suspect. In the end, he managed to legilimis 5 different old men and managed to only induce 1 stroke after he figured out how to copy knowledge from their minds. From that point onwards he tested out how to implant knowledge and it had been a success. And so, after he captured the agent with his elves, he copied the man's training and the knowledge he had along with obtaining the names of other skilled individuals. In the end, he copied 3 different skill sets, one of how to conduct counterintelligence, how to wiretap and code systems that he could begin to modify for his own purposes. He gave those memories and skill sets to 24 elves and to Tweenie. "What have our agents in Germany found?" he asked with intense focus, and Tweenie looked at him with miserable eyes, but he remained composed. One of the things that he worked on, hard, was to help the elves that worked for him. Yes, worked. He had them consider themselves as his loyal employees that were required to take 10 days he had to negotiate up from 3 a year off to pursue hobbies. They only accepted because they revered him, which was uncomfortable, is to lose their more pitiful displays of heavily downtrodden slavishness. "Master, it is bad," Tweenie said, solemn and his face grave. "Elf spy teams 1 to 6 have found many sites which has the highest numbers of Muggle-born children. Sachsenhausen in Granienberg, Germany, Natzeilerstruthof in Basserin, France, Herzogenbus in Voot, Holland, Grossrosen, Auschwitz, Belzec, Treblinka, Chelmo in Poland and Nordhausen Dora in Nordhausen, Germany." Tweenie listed off composed and with his voice even, but he knew that he was struggling with it. Atticus sighed heavily. "How bad?" he said in a low tone. "Most of them will die, Master," Tweenie said, his voice now edging towards hysteria and despair. "Elves are all very, very upset, Master. Thays wrote report and they so bad. There are over 400 Muggle-born children in those places and many of them are in the hundreds of camps around. Tweeny's eyes watered as he began to sniff. To elves, children were sacred. Most elves viewed those who worked at Hogwarts as the luckiest of them all given how many children there were. In truth, even in magical society children were sacred and they were only truly killed when blood feuds were absolute. He wanted to know how many Muggleborns would be interred in those camps. He was well aware that there are thousands of camps but he was one man and it was deep in Grindelwald-controlled territory. Adult Muggleborns shouldn't be there, only children pre-magical schooling would be vulnerable enough to be caught. It made him furious in truth. Grindelwald's message was about magicals above the Muggles and yet he is allowing the travesty of the Holocaust to happen to their people. Even if he didn't value Muggleborns it was still something that was contrary to his supposed message. He knew that there were more than just a few Muggleborns in his army and yet he did not bother with ensuring that they rescued Muggleborns. Most noble Germans, Austrians, and Eastern Europeans sent their children to Darmstadt whilst others attended the smaller Prussian Institute of Magic or Salzburg Institute of Magic and where most Muggleborns in Germany, Austria and Poland went to. There were 11 great schools, Hogwarts, Bosbatons, Darmstadt, Koldefstoritz, Alkindi Institute, Athervas, Xiangzi Institute, Mahout Okoro, Uagadu, Castlabruxo, and Ilvermorny. These schools were the greatest and most prestigious schools in the world and are generally the bar by which magical education is measured by. Generally speaking, most institutions were under the purview of the local government but there were several outliers that remained independent or were managed by multiple governments. As an example, in Scandinavia, there were 5 smaller schools managed by a council which had representation of each member state however by no means are they the norm. Some like Hogwarts were semi-autonomous and were only cursory managed by the ministry as an agreement catering the school's historical importance to the Isles and the fact that it had managed itself for centuries before a government came into existence. Similarly Ilvermorny started out as an institute in a land bereft of any governmental oversight until decades later and so they retain some measure of independence. Despite the varied statuses of schools around the world, all of them are required to work towards matching or surpassing a minimum number of subjects as dictated by the ICW. In addition no government can impugn on forcing children to attend certain schools. However, schools can dictate entry requirements, just like how Hogwarts dictates the minimum power requirements at age 11. Darmstadt requires concrete magical heritage for example which is something that is matched by most European schools bar a few which are almost exclusively Muggleborn or half-breeds. And so, Muggleborns in mainland Europe rarely attend any of the great schools in Europe, namely Bosbatons, Darmstadt, and Koldefstoritz. Bosbatons had no purity requirements, only the capability to afford the fees with exceptions granted to orphans regardless of blood status. The problem was these smaller schools/institutes were underfunded as the vast majority of wealthy purebloods went to these 3 schools and it is exacerbated by the fact that the ministries were dominated by these purebloods thus making it difficult for schools for their pleas to be taken seriously. With the minimal amount that Muggleborns pay, given the disparity between Muggle wages and magical wages and yet had to attend magical schools to ensure that they were trained and capable of adhering to the statute, it meant that there was little goodwill towards Muggleborn children which continued into their adulthood. And so, their value to society was minimal if you disregarded their blood status. That meant not lifting a single finger to pick up said children from camps was an easy decision that they would not lose sleep over. It may well be the case that they support such actions given that there was quite a few Jewish Muggleborns and culling the population of Muggleborns without getting their hands dirty may well be something the German purebloods could endorse. He was in a bind. He didn't want to leave those Muggleborns in those camps and yet he did not want to affect history adversely. Not to mention he'd never be able to get all of those people out. But he could smuggle 400 Muggleborns out, the problem of where to send them would something he'd consider later on. Tell me everything he ordered and the elf began to the tale, struggling to not break down but managed to compose himself. And so, for the next hour or so, harrowing retelling of constant deaths due to starvation, mass killings by guards and soldiers, and so much more. He remembered that many Polish Jews died during the war and it seemed that it was just about to start. Tweeny, get the elves to spy to get more locations, including the hundreds of smaller camps. Have the elves focus on getting the layouts of each camp, the weaknesses, the number of guards. He ordered. I will come up with a very small tracker device that will be under the skin and unnoticeable. Some elves that are carving runes on the golems will be diverted to carve runes on the devices. He stated as his mind whirled. He wouldn't be able to do this on his own but luckily, he had the right people in mind. Yes Master Tweeny said with determination in his eyes. What about the parents? Tweeny inquired and Atticus winced momentarily before his eyes hardened. The parents he began slowly. We won't be able to do anything about them he said gravely. Getting those Muggleborn children out in the first place was going to be difficult. Adding parents who will ask for their family members to be included. Were there any magicals, adult magicals around? He asked intently and Tweeny shook his head. No master, none of the elves reported any adult magicals. Tweeny confirmed and Atticus nodded absent-mindedly. That was good. That meant teams could get in and out without any difficulties. He rubbed his hand across his face. He'd need people trained as well and it has to be as soon as possible. Time could not be wasted. Very well, Tweenie. Relay my orders to the elves and remind them, no interference until I say it is time, he said firmly. Tweenie nodded seriously and Atticus' face softened. I know that it is hard for them to see such cruelty and nonsensical suffering, but if we are to save as many of the magical children, we must be strong, he told him, and Tweenie accepted his words. What about the non-magical children? Tweenie asked quietly and Atticus set his jaw. We will tag siblings of magicals as well. But for the non-magical children, Atticus said with conflicting emotions before he closed his eyes. We cannot do much for them. It is important that we save magicals first. This war, we have own war and they have theirs. If we do too much, we may change things for the worse. If we save more than the ones that are magical, then they may end up killing them all in other camps to ensure none escape. He told Tweenie, who looked horrified and pressed down his guilt. The concentration camps ultimately were important in making people see the horrors of hatred and inhumanity that can rise amongst a populace. It was an important lesson that did much to contribute to averting global wars, human rights, and establishing war crimes, and importantly, nuclear war. He was not here to change Muggle history, nor was he their savior, and in the end there was only so much he could do, and he decided, some time ago, that his efforts were for magicals and magic. I understand, Master. Tweenie said quietly before he popped away. He sighed and decided to turn for the night. The days until Friday passed by quickly. There were grave news about attacks in England on certain lords and disappearances which dominated much of the news in the country and the school. With a crack, he approached towards the farmhouse of Devonshire, and as he walked towards the house, he saw that it no longer a simple farmhouse as he saw extensions built and had an appearance of a campus. The door opened after he knocked and a middle-aged woman appeared at the door with brown hair and brown eyes. She looked kindly. Hello Mr. Sayer, she said with a smile. They are waiting in the building behind this house, she told him as she welcomed him in. Thank you, he said as he walked in. Follow me please, she said, and so he did. He nodded and received nods as he walked through the house. It seems that it kind became a small community as rooms were expanded and it became more like an apartment complex than a farmhouse. He felt more squibs than Muggleborns, which made sense given that Muggleborns should find it easier to not depend on others. Soon enough, he arrived in a large room with 4 softly conversing with each other who all turned once he stepped through the room. Afternoon, he said with a nod. Atticus, Sandra said with a smile as she came over and hugged him lightly. Good to see you, she said with a smile that he returned. Derek also came over and he conversed lightly with the two before they settled down around the table. He cast a muffling charm and several other anti-eavesdropping charms before he began. Before we start this meeting, an oath of secrecy must be sworn to protect the sensitive information that I am disclosing today, he said in a firm tone as his eyes flickered towards the 4 individuals. The other 2, besides Sandra and Derek, were considerably older. Matthew Hale, a clean-cut blonde man dressed in an expensive suit, was a WWI veteran and also a Muggleborn who signed up disobeying the Ministry as he joined up with the army as soon as he left Hogwarts in 1914. He was one of the few who did join up over the course of the war and someone who mostly stayed in Muggle Britain. He worked predominantly in the capital as a trader focused on international trade. But he also worked as a mercenary of sorts in the past with his buddies, and that was useful to him. Atticus found out about him through the network of Muggleborns he helped establish, and his knowledge and expertise will be extremely useful. Bisworth, currently smoking a cigarette as he sat eyeing him closely, was a squib who was heavily involved in the more illegal aspects of importing and had many contacts that knew how to get things through the country, albeit things were more difficult now as even the criminal were wary of allowing Krauts into their country. It was his first time meeting them properly. Sandra eyed him curiously. It must be serious then, she simply stated, and he only nodded before he passed on 3 slips of paper with the oath to them whilst he gave a magical contract to Bisworth, who laughed. Figured you would do this, everything I heard from ya, he said, a Croydon accent. Now tell me why I should do this, he asked sharply as he sent a piercing gaze at him. I agree, Hale said softly as he looked at Atticus shrewdly. Oaths are not lightly given. I learnt that much from your folk, he said as he assessed Atticus. Atticus smiled tightly before he inclined his head. I'm aware, and had it not involved saving potentially thousands of lives, I might not have asked, he said calmly as he met the man's gaze before they turned to Bisworth, who looked at him more calculatingly now. I have heard of you, the man who helps Muggleborns and squibs, Bisworth scoffed. If you can even be called a man. How old are you? 18. He inquired. 17, he said with a wry smile. Bisworth shook his head. You're barely a man. Age doesn't invalidate or validate anything, Atticus said with a shrug of the shoulders. Ultimately what matters is whether or not I am capable. He said with a stony face. And are you? Bisworth responded shrewdly. He looked Bisworth predatorily before he smiled coldly. I have thus far not failed achieving my aims. Before he returned to an impassive face. We've much to discuss, he said as he looked at the individuals around him. Do as I ask and I will do everything that pertains to it, he said calmly before he leaned back in his chair and waited. Sandra and Derek raised their wands and swore the oaths whilst Bisworth read it and then signed. Hale looked at him this entire time, as if he was trying to figure him out before he looked at the slip. Time restrictive and conditional. He murmured. The secrecy oath and contract were restrictive to after the job was done or if he agreed for them to include others in the plan which would be necessary. Finally he swore the oath and Atticus brought the reports that the elves made though he reduced them to facts, removing the emotional component. He slid them across the table, giving each of them a copy of the report. Read them and you'll see why, he said tonelessly as he watched them reading the report. He watched as Sandra and Derek looked horrified whilst Bisworth looked grave and Hale looked impassive as he read the report. This Sandra began as she looked up from the report and looked at him with horrified eyes. This is monstrous. How can they do this? She exclaimed. Lass, Chief Kraut only spoke last month at the Berlin Sport Palace threatening them Jews with annihilation. Bisworth said gruffly. Don't be so surprised that they're going through with it. Doesn't make it right. She shouted at Bisworth as she looked outraged at his casualness. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, Hale interjected as he closed the report and looked at Sandra. It's what happening. He said calmly before he turned to Atticus. Given that this report is focused primarily on Muggle-born children amidst the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people, you want us to help take them out of their camps, he said calmly as he correctly assessed the situation. Atticus nodded. Yes, I want the Muggle-born children and their likely squib siblings out of the camps. He said as he turned towards the rest of the room. That is the purpose of this meeting, to save as many magicals we can from those camps, he said firmly. Sandra looked conflicted as emotions warred in her face whilst Derek looked furious. You want us to abandon all those other people because they're not magical, Derek said as he got to his feet. That's monstrous. He said outraged. I have to agree with the young lad, Mate, Bisworth said. He looked at him with thinned lips. Giving us this report as he waved the document in the air and then say that you only want to rescue a small percentage of those people, that's cold, he said appraisingly. Atticus tapped his finger on the desk. Tell me, gentlemen, and lady, he began softly. Forget the statute for a moment and all that it entails. How would we save millions of people? Do not think that these camps are the only ones around. There are likely thousands of these camps all around Europe with our resources. With my resources, he said firmly as his voice remained even as his eyes flickered around before settling on Derek, who remained standing. Any attempt that we make has to be impactful and as low-key as we can make it. That means that we have inconspicuous and we have to ensure that we do not affect the war effort in the first place. Tell me, Derek, he said softly as their eyes met. How responsible would you feel if our actions regarding those people results in negatively affecting the war? He said with a tilt of the head. Imagine that we save perhaps 100,000 people within this year, all of whom require food, medical care, and homes. What will happen to those who don't save? If we help a large amount of people escape? What would the Nazis do? He said softly, but it rang across the room. They'd kill them all quickly, Sandra said with horror in her voice, and he inclined his head to ensure no one else escapes. She finished as she looked defeated. Not to mention the Allies may be hampered if the Krauts think they have enemies in their camps, changing their encryptions, changing their organization, tightening holes. Hale contributed, and Atticus nodded grimly before his eyes settled on Derek again. This war is not dealt with thousands or even low millions, it is hundreds of millions of people. Anything that we do here, today, can affect the war. Only last month had the first American troops arrived in Europe. This war is far from over, and so we must prioritize on who we save, if we can save anyone. He told him firmly. What we'll be doing will be breaking some of the rules of the statute, he said as he peered his eyes over them. Of course, it can be argued that the Muggleborns should never have been left in those camps in the first place. I have no doubt that there are some who are aware of magic or have had accidental magic occurring, so us intervening for those Muggleborns is not something that is completely illogical. Do the Allies know? Hale asked quietly, and Atticus shrugged. Probably, he said carelessly. Ultimately they're in the same situation as us, if they care at all, which I doubt given that they have to be focused on winning this war. They are unable to do much beyond a certain point. After all, it's not as if Jews were welcomed wholeheartedly when most wanted to leave before things got really bad, he said to him, and Hale inclined his head. Derek sat back down, his hands trembling. It's not right, he murmured quietly, to let those people die. I know you know that they will die, Atticus, he said as he glanced with narrowed eyes at Atticus. You would not have called this meeting were you not sure that those people will die. He closed his eyes before they hardened. I'm certain many of those people will be dead by the end of the year, and there is nothing we can do for most of them. Except for those Muggleborn children, Bisworth interjected as he eyed Atticus, who inclined his head slightly. Except for those Muggleborn children, which I hope to endeavor to save as many as possible, he confirmed before he turned to Hale. Hale was watching him all the time, and he used legilimency softly as he read the room. Sandra was highly emotive, but she was already rationalizing it, the necessity of saving those who could be saved, whilst Derek was angry at himself for considering it, for knowing Atticus' words to be true, and he was angry at Atticus. But that paled in his hate for the Nazis. Hale was surprisingly composed, but there was tenseness and anger there too, but the thing that dominated was his steely determination. Bisworth was calmest of them all. He could sense that he was more accepting of the depravity of humanity. You don't care about Muggles, do you? Bisworth inquired, who had all eyes on him. Atticus thinned his lips. I don't care for them, "No," he said calmly, "the deaths of millions of Muggles does not faze me, war happens all the time. Do any of you care what happens in China with the atrocities the Japanese are conducting there?" He asked with a tilted head. "In the end, caring for people who don't matter to you is useless and an unnecessary weight." He shrugged. "I can only care for so much, and choosing to care for our people," he said as his eyes bored into them all, "magicals is enough. These children will die before they truly know what they are, of what world they belong to, before they have even lived. That, to me, is unacceptable," he said with heaviness in his voice. "You're the strangest pureblood I have ever met," Hale said as Atticus' eyes met his. "I have never, in my life, met a pureblood that considered us," he said, motioning towards the others in the room as their people, he said with piercing eyes. Atticus smiled wryly. "Not so long ago, the Welsh and the Scots never considered themselves as British. But as time goes by, they do, as culture changes, as language changes. The problem with those of different blood statuses is the lack of understanding, in some capacity. After all, magical culture is different to that of the Muggle one, different values, different beliefs, and so on. That was never bridged," he said before he paused. "When you arrive in the magical world at 11, you aren't dissuaded from the notion that you're part of the British Empire, when in truth you are in an independent country, one as different from Britain as say Italy or Portugal is. Assimilation isn't something that is done properly, and so, leaving blood status aside, resentment is built as foreigners arrive without wanting to embrace the culture of the nation," he said with a shrug. "And whose fault is that?" Hale rebutted before he shook his head. "We're not here to talk about that." "Agreed," Bisworth said, "as fun as it is to talk about the delightful argument of blood and culture." Bisworth said before he paused, "What do you want from us?" he asked curtly. He brought about a stack of papers. "Hale, you're a WWI veteran, and from your Newt's scores, you scored highly in Dada and later on, in dueling, which you took after you returned from war, and have experience as a mercenary. You are also familiar with borders as part of your functions in your trading job." He summarized aptly before he turned to Bisworth. "You," he motioned with his head, "have connections in various ports in the Isles, whilst you also have a few in Belgium and Netherlands, from what I've gathered from you. Not only that, you are well aware of the more seedier elements in several countries, which might well prove useful," he said, and Bisworth stiffened a little as he narrowed his eyes. "Atticus ignored that. The two of you have skills and knowledge that will be necessary in getting those children out as quickly as possible and as discreetly as possible," he continued as he settled into his chair. "Within the reports, you should have noticed that these camps do not have any magical presence, except for the children themselves. It seems that Grindelwald and his followers are not involved, but it can't be discounted. But given that they are Muggleborn, I doubt that they'd care in any way," he said with thinned lips as Sandra's face darkened. It seems that she finished rationalizing, and saving Muggleborn children was something she was clinging onto. "Perfect. That means saving those children should be easier than it could have been," he told them. "How would we even get there?" Bisworth asked. Atticus floated copies of a design to them. "By this. This is an enlarged boat that can fly as well as sail at a max speed of 40 knots. He told them as they checked it over. Bisworth whistled as he scrutinized the design. "I have already procured the boat, and I am currently having the boat engraved with the necessary runic schemes that I developed." The runic schemes only needed some modification, given that he played around with making boats fly as part of his import-export business. He'd shelved it but kept the design, which was proving useful now. "It comes with invisibility along with other methods of ensuring that it remains unnoticeable to Muggles," he told them. "What about magicals?" Hale spoke up. "The magicals nets around Europe would surely pick this up." Atticus shook his head. "They won't. Magical nets have a maximum height of a kilometer. Warfare never required anything higher than that. Brooms within the magical net are nullified, so whilst they can travel high up, getting down will be difficult, as brooms stop working once you're within the net, and so it is rarely done," he said carefully as he eyed Hale. Bisworth laughed. "They never thought of parachutes then?" he asked amusedly, and Atticus nodded. "Why would they? It's a Muggle invention and they'd never consider it," he responded. "How would the boat get down?" Derek spoke up for the first time in some time. "As you say, brooms wouldn't work, so there must be nullifying mechanisms of the charms and runes that are on brooms," he asked logically. Atticus looked at him pleased. "Yes, that is correct. But I have figured out and tested a scheme that doesn't rely on the commonly used charms and runes that are on brooms, using runic languages that are rare and almost lost to history. It will be completely runic based with a few charms that have nothing to do with existing flight charms," he confirmed to them. "So you plan on using this boat to ferry those people away from those camps? How will you get them out, and how will we identify them?" Hale inquired. He smiled at him. "We will use elves to ferry the children from the camps. Elves can sense magic, and children who have magic are noticeable to them. They are capable of transporting people and are able to remain invisible. Squibs they can't identify, so the elves will identify siblings of Muggleborns and have small tracking devices, which I'm having made, embedded in the soft tissue in the back of their necks, which will be removed once they are rescued." He paused momentarily as he eyed them. "What about the parents?" Sandra asked intently. He thinned his lips as he leaned back. We can't do much for them, he said calmly, and she narrowed her eyes in slits. I don't buy that, she said curtly. Atticus, she sighed as she closed her eyes momentarily. We cannot abandon their parents, for that is what they will think and that is what the truth will be, she said softly as she stared at him. Gotta agree with the last, Bisworth said as he scratched his beard. You'll build resentment if you rescue the children without rescuing the parents, he commented. I'm aware of that possibility, he told them before he leaned back with hard eyes. But where will it stop? Will we rescue aunts and uncles? Nephews and nieces? Grandparents? Because that is what they will ask for, and the disappearance of a few hundred people will become noticeable even more when it turns out to be more than a few thousand, he said sharply. Leave that to us, Hale interjected, and Atticus snapped his eyes to him. We will figure out a way to rescue the Muggle-born children and their siblings and parents. That is why we are here, no? Hale asked intently. You want me? And he nodded to Bisworth and him before he turned back to Atticus to help plan the rescue and recruit individuals who will be able to help with the rescue, Hale said calmly before he narrowed his eyes. Rescuing a few more people will not be difficult, not if there are no magicals to impede on us. It would be if we end up becoming too noticeable, Atticus retorted. Bear in mind people, Grindelwald and Hitler are working together, he stressed out. Just because at these camps there are no magicals doesn't mean that there are none elsewhere. The Nazis are experimenting with people, who's to say that there aren't other camps where Grindelwald followers aren't doing the same? Alerting them to magical interference would very well jeopardize the mission to save these Muggleborns, he said heatedly. Leave it to us, Hale said firmly again as his eyes bored into Atticus. I understand the possibilities, I understand the riskiness of the situation, but it is something that I and others who have experience will come up, Hale told him. Atticus thinned his lips as he thought it over before he nodded. Fine, he acquiesced. I will leave it to you, he confirmed with an incline of the head. But know that I do not want to risk this war because your people are incapable of sticking to mission parameters, he said coolly. The purpose of this mission, the only purpose of this mission is to save Muggleborns and squibs if identified, he said with narrowed eyes. Will the people you are hoping to recruit be capable of turning a blind eye to what will happen to those people once they leave them behind? Will they be disciplined and ensure that they won't jeopardize the rescue and the war the Muggles are fighting? Atticus asked intently as the others watched them stare at one another. Hale said nothing as they stared at one another before he finally nodded. They won't. They'll all be Muggleborns and half-bloods who will understand prioritization and the delicate nature of the mission. I fought with them after all, he said calmly. Good, he said before he sighed. He supposed saving parents probably would work out better. Where will they go? Derek spoke up after a moment of silence. Atticus glanced at him for a moment. Ireland, he said simply. I have large amounts of land in a very low-populated region that I can house them. That is why you are mainly here, Derek, he said before he sent a document his way which Derek began to read. He had plans for Ireland. I have contacted the goblins who put me in touch with some magical builders who will be under contract to build several large buildings that I'm aiming to be self-sustaining. Farming, education, and housing will all be included in the buildings. Your job will be overseeing this, he told him. I'm aware you've still got a year left in your education, but you have built up a team, have you not? Atticus inquired. Derek looked up and nodded. I have. There are several older Muggleborns who I've been speaking with and setting things up with. The shipbuilding infrastructure is almost finished and I've been using several people to act on my behalf and who report to me. He's been using Derek as an overseer of sorts as he recruits and manages people. Sandra was more analytical and ensured the necessary documents and so on was used. She was fast becoming a legal aid of sorts. The magical world did have barristers and it was something he discussed with her. She'd start an apprenticeship with a decent attorney that his family had used once in the past. He had to negotiate with the man, offering him to help seed his law firm in return for him taking on apprentices that he'd sent his way. It was excellent. After all, he'd need a law firm that he'd be able to use for both magical and Muggle worlds. The attorney was from a minor pure-blood family, only 200 years or so pure, and wasn't fanatical about purism. He didn't care about blood status as long as he got his own company, as he'd never had the influence or the capital to be anything more than freelance or work for the ministry. Excellent. Atticus said. You'll take over this part of the situation. In the document there are listed requirements of teachers who will take over their magical education, he told him, and Derek looked at him confused. Won't they go to Hogwarts? He inquired, and Atticus shook his head, but Bisworth laughed and interjected. As if Hogwarts could afford an influx of Muggleborns, not to mention you'd cause so many problems with the purebloods. Muggleborns and half-bloods already outnumber purebloods, adding these children will only make things so much tenser. Bisworth added. Bisworth is correct. Not to mention, it would be nightmare politically along with the sheer difficulty that we would face if we attempt to set this up on the mainland, he said, shaking his head. No, Ireland is perfect. The Irish ministry is small and my family has a lot of influence there. Not to mention my own wealth will ensure that they will accept these people. The school capacity is only 300 students and the population is small, so having these people not burdening their infrastructure and wealth will be the least we can offer, he told them. How can you afford this? Bisworth asked with calculating eyes. All this he said waving his hand is going to be expensive. I won't be cheap either. Whilst this boat can fly, I know very well both worlds, which regions we can move through best without being noticed even if the boat is invisible. Your family may be rich but everything seems to be a private endeavor. It is a private endeavor. Atticus confirmed, and my wealth is independent from my family, he said calmly. My influence is dependent on my family, mostly, he said with a wry smile, but I have my own influence which is growing all the time. Sandra scoffed as she looked at him with a warm smile. Mr. Boy Wonder, she said teasingly, and Derek snorted as he looked at Atticus with twitching lips. He rolled his eyes and continued, so do not be concerned about capital of any kind. He finished. Very well, Hale said, I have 16 Muggleborns and half-bloods who I can contact who will be able to do the job. Let's discuss the finer points, he said, and so they continued to speak for the next few hours as they covered the obvious problems. Soon enough, only he, Derek and Sandra remained. You warned us about this, Sandra said after a moment. You told us what will happen with the Jews when you said about the possibility of being hunted if we're exposed. I did, he said after a little while. The rhetoric of the Nazis was built on hatred and the feeling of being betrayed by treacherous elements in the war that the Germans lost. For them to do this was only going to always happen. He said with a sigh before he rubbed his face with his hand. Ultimately, we can only do so much, and this is all we can reasonably do without breaking the statute, and that is unacceptable, he said firmly. Sandra nodded and remained silent. You want these Muggleborns for reasons other than simply rescuing them, Derek spoke up as he eyed Atticus. This isn't altruistic, simply an expansion of your plans. He trailed over as he furrowed his brows. Sandra looked at Derek sharply as she considered it before she turned to Atticus with narrowed eyes. What is your end goal, Atticus? She inquired suspiciously. The companies, the opportunities you are giving to those at the edges of magical society, she listed off. He smiled wryly as he sat back and considered it for a moment before he nodded to himself. Know that the secrecy oath is in place, still, he said firmly as he eyed them, the oath will bar you from speaking of anything specific unless I tell you so, and this, he motioned to them, is something that can never be broken until I have said so. They sat up straight as they watched him. My end goal. He trailed off for a moment, is to create a magical country that is solely independent from Muggles, a country that shares no borders, or isn't mixed with Muggles. That is my end goal. Everything that I am doing, what I am asking and paying you to do, is geared towards helping me achieve that, he said, finally getting them into his confidence. Their eyes both widened in shock. He continued, it is a dream of mine that is decades away, and it is something I'm certain will happen, regardless of what is in my way. I see many things wrong in both worlds, and I don't see a way that can reasonably bridge the differences between those of different blood statuses, mainly Muggleborns, and pure bloods that doesn't end in blood as time goes by. Reforming societies that are centuries old that are heaped in corruption and prejudice is unfeasible. He shook his head. So you decide to make your own country, Sandra said breathily. He nodded, one where the foundations can be set based on fairness, on common sense, and fraternity, whereby magic binds us all. I once told you that magicals are different to Muggles. This is undeniable, and yet the differences within our community will end up tearing us apart, and should the worst ever happen with the Muggles, if we don't have own country, where magicals are safe, I fear that we will a people that is only noted to history. We already see the intolerance they have to non-magicals in the form of the Jews. Imagine when they all discover magic exists and that there is a whole subset of people who have power in their fingers, the hate, the anger, the violence. He sighed. You truly believe we'd end up like those poor people? Derek asked honestly. He shook his head, not quite, I think it'll be worse. They'll want to figure out how we work, why we are able to do what we can do, not to mention the religious undercurrents would make us seem to them as subhuman. He said with hard eyes. It's cynical, Sarah added quietly as she stared at him. He nodded gravely. It is. I have no doubt that there are good people, just as there are good magicals. But their terrible people often are in power, much like our own, but our populations are small, Sandra, he stressed out. The damage we can do may be great individualistically, but they can swarm us. They will have millions of scientists and engineers working on how to counter, on how to contain us, to experiment on us. He added hotly as he watched them with passionate eyes. And as their technology improves, Derek added softly. So does their capabilities to do us harm, Sandra finished, and he nodded. So your desire to create a country is to preempt the probability of the collapse of the statute? Derek inquired, and he nodded once more. And it all started with you, Sandra, Derek, he said as his eyes gleamed in determination. You have helped me and are helping me set the prelude that will help move our people towards a destiny where we can take the best of both worlds, where we can raise our children to become the best they can be, with culture and some traditions from magical society mixed with the industry and the scientific mindset of Muggles, which we have contributed to heavily before the statute. He spread his arms as he stared at them. There is so much to do, so much to achieve, and for that to happen, I will need people to help me with this. These Muggleborns we'll be saving are but the first that we will save. There are so many other children around the world, born to small poor villages who do not know what they are, who are killed before they are even picked up by ministries, he said with a hard look. You hope to bring them into the fold, Derek said softly as he had an inscrutable look on his face. You want them as part of this revolution, this exodus of sorts. He posited. I do. I want them to help me, eventually build up this nation where blood status won't matter, where merit and talent determine your fate. He said before he leaned on the table with his arms as he stared at Derek. Tell me that is not something that you do not want, Derek. Tell me that you aren't unhappy with the prejudice around the world with regards to Muggleborns and half-bloods. He said with a whisper as he attempted to seduce them both with his words. I do, Sandra whispered as she watched him carefully. I hate that I can't find an apprenticeship based on my talent, that I need to rely on you to get me something that I wouldn't be considered for even with my intelligence and my skill. I do, Derek said softly. I hate that I won't be able to work in the ministry as anything more than a clerk, even if I am better, even if I am harder working than them. It won't change. He said softly. It won't change unless drastic things happen, and ultimately it is something that can't be won with the end of a wand. It is ideas, it is belief that you are fighting against, and you all know that the greatest of wars, the bloodiest of wars have all been fought for ideas and beliefs, religious or not. Rarely do either side win for prolonged periods of time. The Germans lost the last war, and it only took 20 years for them to come out even more vicious, more cruel and fanatical about their nation and their people as they seek to annihilate whole swathes of people. He shook his head. If we wish to provide a brighter future, one that we can eagerly pass on to our descendants, it must be one that is won through different methods, through excellence and influence, and by simply being better. He told them. Through economics first, Derek completed for him, and Atticus inclined his head, and Derek continued. You hope to influence magical society through business, through creating entire sectors, making your name synonymous with it whilst also massively increasing your influence and thus your beliefs. Derek eyed him with respect. Sandra looked at him differently, as if she finally solved a puzzle. How long? She whispered wide-eyed. How long have you been planning all this? She inquired. Since I was very young, he admitted, and she snorted disbelievingly. You're still young, she said, amused. He shrugged as he grinned at them. When I was younger, he said amusedly before he turned serious. Can I count on you? He asked intently as he used his legilimency to read them. Yes, Sandra said firmly. I believe in what you're saying. I always thought there was so much potential that is just wasted. I always knew there was more to your plans that you weren't telling us, she said curiously before she smiled. To know this is a relief, she said before her eyes set in determination. I am all in, she said with a grin, and he smiled at her before he turned to Derek. He believed her sincerity and honesty, given that he read it from her whilst Derek was more turbulent. Will we always be under such secrecy? Derek asked. Not always, not until a lot of things are up and running. I am reluctant to simply trust, he said with thinned lips as their eyes met. What I'm doing will not be well received, not initially. After all, I'm breaking apart from the world order and setting up a nation unique with ideals that I hope to establish with those who I can trust, he told them, but that is far away, for now. A moment of silence passed as Atticus read Derek consider many things. He considered how truthful Atticus was being, considering the reality of the situation before he settled on an answer. I am with you, Derek said finally, and with honesty. I understand the need of secrecy, but you can't do it alone, Atticus, he said as he softened his face. You've been helping us all so much, trust us. Atticus looked at him for a moment as he read his mind. He was being genuine. He finally nodded. I will trust you more. He sighed as he rubbed his eyes tiredly. It was the right time. There was so many things that he needed to offload to competent, trustworthy people. One of the reasons why he chose Muggleborns was because of their lack of power or influence to truly screw him over. It was second only to their underutilized use. How will you convince the Irish ministry? Sandra inquired suddenly. I presume they're all purebloods. He glanced at her and nodded. They are, but they are small, but their wealthiest isn't as wealthy as the average lord in this country. There are only about 3,000 magicals in Ireland if I remember correctly. An increase of minimum 15% of the initial population eventually will boost their economy. Eventually, Derek asked with thinned. What about now? He asked with tilted head. Is that why you wanted to establish a base in Ireland? He asked curiously. Initially he was thinking of setting a base in New Zealand, but it would be too far and too isolated, even for magicals. Ireland was ideal in many ways. It was nearby to Europe and the Americas, had low populations of Muggles, and it was important in some way to his family. Yes, I will promise them to establish some of my magical company headquarters in Ireland after I show them the products that I will be creating. He said to them. The Irish ministry was similar to the British one, but without hereditary seats, though it was pretty much moot given that the same families more often than not had representation, but it was fairer than the British ministry and often had half-bloods and even the occasional Muggleborn involved. Derek whistled. If we are as successful as we think we will be, it will bring in a small fortune in taxes for them. Indeed, and that is the basis for my argument of taking in those children and their families. He confirmed. He got up and stretched a little. We will meet again in a week or so, perhaps 2 or more, so I can bring you in some of my plans that I kept to myself. Sandra nodded. That's fine, I have a lot of time free when I'm not dealing with the Muggle side of our enterprises until I start my apprenticeship. She paused momentarily. Will I also be dealing with Muggle laws? She asked curiously and he shrugged. If you wish. Elder Dale will likely be heading the magical side of things, even once you finish your apprenticeship with him as per our agreement, but you will be his second if not equal as time goes on. We have plenty of Muggleborns, I think it was 6. He paused for a moment before Derek confirmed it. Yes, 6 Muggleborns learning Muggle law. They will be the backbone of the law firm on the Muggle side. Of course, it'll be better if everyone knows both sides, but we can cross that bridge when we get there, he said with a nod. After that, they spoke a little before they broke up and went their own separate ways. He'd meet up with all 4 again in the summer to begin the operations. He made it to the edges of the farmhouse before he cast a glance back at it. Having Muggleborns involved in rescuing other Muggleborns that are in camps served multiple purposes. It showed that he was different from the other purebloods. For now, the image of him was taking chances on Muggleborns, but that was not enough to inspire loyalty. No. Seeing him actively look out for them was what would set him on his way to obtain their loyalty. When they see the conditions of those children, of those people, they'll understand viscerally the depths of depravity of humanity. And on a deep level how it can happen to them. After all, if Muggles are intolerant and hateful of other Muggles, to this degree, what would happen once they discover they had magic? They'd see it all firsthand, as he hoped to get the Muggleborns under him to help the Jewish children recover from their ordeal, cementing that suspicion of Muggles, making it all the more easier for them to fall to his words and beliefs. He suspected the Jewish Muggleborns would become his most ardent supporters and by proxy their parents. Chances were they may very well reject Muggles wholeheartedly and embrace magic. He sighed as he walked a little further. He would need to sort it out with the Irish. He would at the very least obtain permission for them to recover until he can send them off to the States. He shook his head and with a crack, disapparated. Break. He yawned as he stepped into the great hall, which only had a few people in it at 7 a.m. As usual, McGonagall was there. He rarely slept more than 4 hours a day, and once he underwent his final rituals, it would be even less. For the past week, he spent most of his time with Rowena as they discussed certain things, predominantly regarding on the necessity of having a wardstone on converging ley lines. He told her about space and how he suspected that magic permeated the whole universe, something that he tested when he discovered ambient magic existed in space. That opened up passionate discussions about the nature of magic, where he confided to her about the suspicion that he had that there was so much more to magic than they ever thought possible, with some evidence that he himself gathered and was independent from the meager knowledge he gained from Moira. From there, he told her that he wanted to create satellites, after he explained the purpose and what they were, that would help him pinpoint magicals all around the world. From there, they worked up a method to discover ley lines around the world through the Hogwarts ley lines and use the free ones to plant wardstones at each point that is connected to a receiver in the satellites that would use the wardstones as a coordinate system. He'd do it before he left Hogwarts, since he'd need to go the wardstone, which he'd have access to through the R.O.R, which surprised him. He doubted Riddle knew you could do this, given that he'd be able to take the castle through subterfuge. He sat down in his chair after greeting McGonagall. He yawned again. He didn't sleep much for the past couple of days. That's the 3rd time in less than 10 minutes you've been yawning, McGonagall observed as he glanced at her and saw her scrutinizing him. Been watching, have you? He said with a grin. She rolled her eyes, though he could see she was a little amused. They sort of established a decent relationship, stemmed in transfiguration and enjoying teaching. She warmed to his methods as it became clear how well students were doing and enthusiastic they were. Don't flatter yourself, she said with an upturned nose as she raised her eyebrow. He wondered if she was as stiff in bed. He kind of liked the idea of fucking a stiff Minerva into ecstasy, as he had her mewling as she lost her frigidity and primness. Of course he'd never act on it, he was in a committed relationship, likely for eternity. He sighed inaudibly. He didn't regret it, but he was getting a little frustrated. He was still a virgin in this life, and though he never sought to rectify that, courtesy of a clemency handling his hormones, and probably to the immense disappointment to the majority of the female student population, it was something he was keenly aware of. Of course he was very distracted with magic, his plans and so many other things, he rarely thought on it. But now, the prospect of only one person for probably thousands of years, if things go well. It was kind of daunting. He'd never cheat, of course. Even if it hadn't been Emily Riddle who'd probably do things to him that even the devil would regret crossing. Fidelity was important to him, in every way. To his employees, to his friends, to his family, to the woman in his life. But sometimes, he kind of wanted to go on a spree. He glanced at her again and saw she was looking at him confused. What was that sigh for? He shook his head and smiled at her. No reason. He said, and before she could respond, a post owl descended towards him. He took off the shrunk paper and returned it to normal size. Attack on Abbott Manor. By Rupert Scrimgeour. Last night, the ancient and most noble house of Abbott were attacked in their ancestral home, continuing the campaign of Grindelwald on lords who voted for declaring war. Lord Abbott, Lady Abbott, his younger brother, his sister-in-law and a child were killed in the attacks before Aurors arrived just in time to prevent the deaths of 3 young children, the late Lord Abbott's daughter and his 2 nephews. This follows up on several attacks that have occurred in the past week, the most notable the death of Lord Forsyth, Lord Wilkins, and his heir, and the injury sustained by Lord Bones as he captured his attacker. Can Minister Spencer Moon protect these isles? Hear what our experts say in page 3. He put down the paper as he pursed his lips. Grindelwald really didn't want Britain involved in this war. At least not yet. It's been a hectic week as his campaign had been far more successful than it ought to have been. He spoke with his father about ensuring Mother at least had a guard or two with her, given that there were several members who'd gone missing, likely dead or imprisoned, to put pressure on families who were for war before. Outcries were happening, mostly in the Wisengamot, as furious lords put pressure on the minister to deal with this crisis. He wondered how they were getting around the magical net. Britain was uniquely situated in such a way that getting in or out was very noticeable, magically speaking. The net extended several kilometers out to sea, and as far as he knew, it was fully powered. How are you getting the daily profit so early? McGonagall asked, breaking him out of his thoughts. He smiled wryly at her. They like me, he said, serious-faced, and she rolled her eyes. May I? She asked, and he nodded his assent. His father purchased 14% of shares in the Daily Prophet, bringing it up to 33% ownership, the largest share after the Ministry, which held 21%, and the Blacks, who held 13%. It gave quite a lot of privileges. One of them was that they catered to them and would give out issues hours before the rest of the nation. Do you think they will vote for war now? She asked him, and he turned to her and saw her frowning as she read the paper. He sighed. If there was one thing they could count on, it was the fact that magical Britain had a tendency to ignore glaring problems. Oh, fucking warlord is having his people kill our people to warn us off from joining a war that is specifically about stopping and killing said warlord? Let's talk about it a little more, about what we'll do about it, knowing that they are delaying on purpose, hoping it resolves on its own. No. He told her, and she looked at him surprised. I think we'll just turtle up and hope for the best, he told her, and she looked at him confused. Turtles retreat into their shells as a defensive mechanism, he told her, and her lit up in understanding. I see, she said slowly as she mulled it over. Not an unreasonable prediction. She looked at him sadly before she shook her head and brought out a magazine which he recognized, Transfiguration Weekly issue, one where he published his latest theory, and her eyes gleamed with interest. Let's talk about something a little more interesting, she said with pursed lips. He squinted his eyes. I wouldn't call which weekly interesting, he said dryly, and she glanced quickly in panic before she glared at him lightly. So you do read that magazine, he said with a laugh. You wouldn't be uncertain otherwise. Your theorizing regarding that Gamp's fifth exception being incomplete was fascinating, she said, ignoring his comment, which made him smile even more. There were 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Life, that true life cannot be created by magic, and that constructs of said life only mimic the behavior and anatomy depending on the visualization and skill of the caster. Knowledge cannot be created by magic. Money cannot be created as gold, and other precious metals cannot be transfigured. His own published molecular and atomic reconstruction does not refute this, simply is longer lasting. The decay can actually be measured, which he published a few months afterwards after he created a spell to measure how long transfigurations lasted. The one he did in his presentation would last for 932 years now. He'd given the spell to the goblins to assuage them. Of course he did create an exception to this with his other law. If he transfigured at an atomic level and then broke the piece into at least 2 pieces, causing the structure to become permanent. It was something he wouldn't ever reveal, for a good while at least. Love, true love cannot be created, only infatuation or obsession. Food cannot be created in the same principles as life, and also because of the complexity of food. She continued. I do not think I can agree, however, she said with a frown. He tilted his head as he sat back in his chair. More students were trickling in, but curiously there were no staff. He knew why, of course. Why is that? He asked intently before he drank his water. You've noted that the complexity and the variability of food makes it impossible for food to be conjured. For example, the changes in molecules that occur when someone is hot and is slowly losing heat as time goes by, once exposed to room temperature, thus changing the molecular composition of food. She began as she frowned in concentration. But your theory that the incompleteness of Gamp's fifth exception stems from the fact that we do not know the inherent makeup of food, thus making it impossible to create something that we do not understand, rather than the possibility not existing. She shook her head. I cannot agree with that. Conjuration is never long-lasting, and even considering your own law of transfigurational molecular and atomic reconstruction, it would not last even if you knew the exactness of the structure of food. She challenged him. He smiled. He rather liked talking transfiguration with Minerva. Since the retirement of his master, he didn't have many people to talk with regarding his favorite subject who were knowledgeable. Minerva wasn't great, not yet, if ever, but she was head and shoulders above everyone bar Dumbledore and himself. And he'd never speak with Dumbledore. Have you not considered that conjuration is a simple matter of conversion of air? He asked her intently. I have, as has anyone competent individual. She eyed him critically. Even if you applied your method of atomic reconstruction to air, you would not be able to feasibly create food, even if you understood every single aspect of food. Magic allows for many things but it does not allow the creation of energy, for food is energy for the body. She said primly. He nodded. Magic cannot create energy, that is true, he agreed, but magic can be converted to energy. It happens all the time. Pepper up potions use your own magic to increase your energy, to remove tiredness as it uses your magic to influence your body. He paused momentarily. And so magic would be able to create food by substituting magic for the energy that is inherent in food. For example, he began. Justus von Liebig, a Muggle scientist in the mid-1800s, discovered that the body derived energy from the oxidation of foods recently eaten, that carbohydrates and fats that fueled the oxidation, he said as he eyed McGonagall. She nodded. You mentioned this part in your essay in the magazine. That carbohydrates. Carbohydrates, he corrected. Carbohydrates, she elucidated correctly, are compounds that are composed of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, and that it contains sugars, starch, cellulose and other things that are broken down in the digestive tract, which is further broken down to provide energy in a process that involves oxidation and thus. She stopped for a moment. Excretion of carbon dioxide and water as waste products, she finished. He smiled at her and nodded. Just so. Should we understand more closely the relationship between energy that our bodies require, should we understand better how things work at a molecular and atomic level, there would be no reason we cannot create food once our understanding is total. He pointed out. Her brows furrowed as she thought it over. Through what process, she challenged, and he bid her to continue. Conjuration is never permanent, even if you consider that you are truly transfiguring air. If you apply your law of atomic reconstruction, even after 100 years, that energy will be lost, and who knows what will happen to you then. She posited. He raised his glass of water and pointed at her as his eyes gleamed. But that energy has already been converted in your body, so there is no real reason why it should affect you, he retorted to her. They continued to speak well into breakfast, not noticing of their surroundings until she blinked and looked around and saw students looking at them curiously. I think we got a little heated, she said, embarrassed, and he looked around and saw a number of students staring at them. He turned to Emily and could see she was amused as she raised her eyebrow in question, and he shrugged. True enough. He trailed as he looked around. It seems that we are a little short on staff, he commented. She looked around and saw what he saw. No Dippet, no Dumbledore, no Slughorn, and also no Daphne. She frowned. Do you know why? She asked, and he shook his head. I don't, he told her. He saw Og, the gatekeeper, at the end of the staff table, and he signaled McGonagall to come with him, and so they went. Og, where are the rest of the staff? He asked the man, and the man looked a little nervous. Professor, there was a problem. Og hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. I can't say much, he said to them, looking disturbed. Very well. McGonagall said with a deep frown. I'm sure we'll know by the end of the day. She commented to him, and he nodded. I'm sure we will, he replied evenly. The day passed by as he taught a few classes and assisted in others, and time for dinner rolled by. Students were avidly talking about the missing students from their classes, 7 male Slytherins and a Hufflepuff girl, 4 7th years, 2 6th years and 1 4th year from Slytherin, and 1 girl from 5th year Hufflepuff. As dinner finished, Dippet asked for everyone to meet at the staff room to discuss certain things. As he sat next to Daphne, he glanced at her and she looked vexed and had anger in her eyes. She'd been professional in classes, but she wouldn't respond to the shortness she was displaying when he asked her about it. He turned to Dippet, who looked tired. I'm sure you're all aware of the 8 students weren't in class today. He sighed, and Atticus took this moment to look at Dumbledore to see his reactions. He looked impassive. To put it simply, I have expelled 7 Slytherin boys whilst the girl is in St. Mungo's getting treatment, shocking those who weren't aware of it. He looked wide-eyed, but Matthias spoke up. Why? He asked, even if it was clear why. Last night Og heard students well past curfew in a warded classroom, and so he raised the issue with me, and I, along with Albus, went to the room. He sighed heavily as he looked disturbed. They were raping the poor girl in turns, Daphne interjected angrily as she turned to the rest of the staff. They had her tied up, all 4 of her limbs, spread apart as she lied naked on one of the desks as they forced themselves on her. Repeatedly. She said with fury in her voice. McGonagall gasped as her hand went to her mouth. Daphne continued. All of them had the intent to take their turns, and my everlasting shame, the girl suffered it 3 times before Armando and Albus. She spat out in anger, and he glanced at the man. Surely he didn't, he wondered, and from the look on his face, it was clear that he did manage to interrupt their heinous crime. She breathed out heavily as her hand trembled in anger. Daphne is correct, Dippet said in a solemn tone. These boys have been raping the poor girl, and evidence may well be that they've been doing it all year round, as there is signs of obliviation. Dippet said with his head bowed. Surely not, Madeline, the astronomy professor gasped out in exclamation and horror. Slughorn cleared his throat and looked shameful as he dabbed his forehead with a napkin. Unfortunately, it may well be the case. The traces indicate that it was a standard obliviation, so recovery of those memories is possible. Slughorn sighed. The problem is, it might well prove to be problematic for the girl should she recover those memories, he said quietly. Daphne laughed bitterly. Problematic? She said scathingly as she looked at him furiously. The girl will forever be traumatized by what happened to her, and should she recover those memories, she may well end up completely destroyed. The fact that you had no clue that these pests she spat out were in your house can only be indicative of your lack of ability to control your house, she said with fire in her eyes. Slughorn looked angry at that. How am I supposed to know that there were a problem like this in my house, he said unhappily as he readjusted his robes that were stuck on his large belly. I cannot be blamed for this, Daphne, he said dismissively. Daphne looked just about to respond but Dippet interjected. Stop. He commanded. Blaming one another will not solve this issue. So they are expelled, Mage said with thinned lips, and Dippet inclined his head. They are, he confirmed. They cannot be allowed to remain at Hogwarts, he said angrily. What they have done will be a black mark on this school and cannot be defended. Dippet continued. The Aurors took them away in the night once I called for them, he supplied to them. I noticed that among the students, Corbin and Selwyn were included, Mage said as he eyed Dippet critically, and Dippet nodded sharply. Yes, it seemed that those two were heavily involved in the matter, based on the words of the other students. He turned towards Slughorn. There may well be other students in your house who have partaken in these foul activities. Slughorn looked ill but nodded. I understand. Atticus once more glanced at Dumbledore, who remained quiet through this meeting, and judging from the looks that Daphne gave him, they won't be happy with this, Mage commented and raised his hand as Daphne was about to speak as he turned to her, stopping her. It was right to expel them. I doubt they will be charged, and having those rapists in this school will only harm the rest of the student body, he added before he looked at Dippet. They will seek to reverse the decision, he commented, and Dippet nodded. They will, but it is final. The decision is mine and mine alone until I vacate the position. He sighed as he grabbed the bridge of his nose. Thankfully none of the parents of the expelled students are on the Board of Governors. But they will have allies there. Dumbledore spoke up for the first time, and they may well make things difficult for us, he said calmly, and Daphne slammed her hands on the desk. When did that make all right for rapists to remain in the school, possibly with a dozen victims, she said angrily as she looked at Dumbledore with contempt, who looked at her calmly. It doesn't. I'm simply stating facts, he responded serenely, and Atticus' eye twitched. Is that why you advocated in keeping this quiet and simply having them suspended for the rest of the year? She eyed him with disgust in her eyes. You didn't, Madeline said as she looked at him in a new light. You were going to let them off? She asked aghast. Dumbledore sighed. I was not. The problem is the girl is a Muggleborn. They won't be charged for raping her, and expelling them will only breed resentment amongst the purebloods and may very well make things unbearable. It doesn't matter if she's Muggleborn or not, Daphne spoke up harshly. We are not under ministry jurisdiction, and the headmaster is the one who is the ultimate authority at Hogwarts, lest there be a founder. Dumbledore's eyes flickered to him momentarily before he looked back at Daphne. Interesting, he mused. Would Emily have authority over Hogwarts? This bears investigation. That is naive, Daphne, Dumbledore said condescendingly. The Board of Governors is comprised of lords who will not let this pass without a fight, he said as he eyed Dippet before he turned them to Daphne. To endanger the school on the behalf of one student is foolish. Foolish! Madeline exclaimed as she looked at Dumbledore in outrage, matched by many of the professors. Yes, foolish. This is political now, no matter how just it is. Expelling heirs will mire the school. I am not happy about this, but we must consider the possibility of the boys returning in September, he said calmly as he leaned back in his chair. Surely not, Headmaster, Madeline asked him beseechingly. Dippet thinned his lips. I will do all I can to ensure they remain expelled, he said as he inclined his head, but the possibility exists, no matter how minor. What about the girl? Matthias asked. She's unlikely to return, Dippet sighed, starting another round of noise. From then on, the meeting heated up until they were dismissed. He was deep in thought as he walked to his room. He arranged for Og to discover the rapists as he put the man under a conf undo charm after he took off alarm wards and other layers, leaving only a locking charm on the door, making it difficult for them to have time to cease their actions. He could have intervened, but for there to be justice for their foulness, they needed to be caught literally in the act. He knew that they wouldn't be charged. Not for a Muggleborn. But they could be expelled if they were caught. He wasn't certain that they would be. It may not be certain they will remain expelled, but he's done what he could unless he was to get his hands dirty. He considered killing them. He had no issues with it. Most of these students would end up going in the Muggle world to seek their thrills, if not go into Nocturne Alley and the even more unsavory elements that existed. Just as there were sex rings in the Muggle world, there are the same things in the magical world. Depravity took many forms, and even if magicals were slightly different to Muggles, in the end they were still human, and so the worst dregs of humanity existed in the magical world as well. He was uncertain what to do about it. He could destroy them, but he doubted he'd be able to do it completely. Not to mention it had several interested parties, likely lords or heirs who got their kicks from the power they felt. The fact that these students could do it in Hogwarts, the fact that many knew. He shook his head. It wasn't his responsibility to save everyone. Nor was it his responsibility to fix everything. He had his goals, and going on a vendetta on someone else's behalf would only make things difficult, if not derail everything, which was unacceptable. He'd do what he could, from the shadows when he could. Break. Vinda Rosier POV. She stood impassive at the edges of the field, her arms crossed whilst she watched with observant eyes. Radiant flashes of light illuminated the ruined magical village of Beausejour as battle raged. Her magic hummed in her veins, impatient, begging to be released while she stood gripped at the sight of men unleashing their magic locked in bitter battle for survival, for victory. Patience. She cooed to her magic, promising that their chance will come soon, that their enemies shall know the sweet embrace of her magic. The ground shook as houses and buildings collapsed, her eyes flickered to a ruined belle maison de Villechalurius, one she remembered in her adolescence when she visited this village in her youth. It was unwise of them to place an anchor to the magical net here. Her eyes swept the field, saw half-collapsed buildings amidst the rubble, thousands of broken stones were all that remained of what had once been a famous village. Flashes of memories appeared in her mind as she remembered idyllic moments of her youth. She'd explored the village with abandon with her sister and mother before they headed out to the famously clear lake that lied just under a kilometer away. A harrowing cry shook her clear and her eyes snapped towards the piercing sound. Ah, she thought as she watched a man immolated screaming in agony until his throat melted and he collapsed on himself. Her eyes flickered to the northeast of her. The battle there was the most grueling as it turned into a non-stop slugfest. It was also where they knew the anchor to be. It was time. Olaf, she spoke softly in her French accent, but the authority in her voice was undeniably. Madam, he responded as he hurried over to her. She glanced at him, tell Reinhardt to pull back from the right flank and sent Grim Olsen there with the auxiliary force. Reinhardt will join me in my assault. Yes madam, he said before he bowed hurriedly and scurried away. Reinhardt appeared with his remaining men, 34 of them shortly afterwards. Madam, he said, a little tired but still in good enough shape. Her eyes flickered towards his men and saw it was the same for them, more or less. Reinhardt. She acknowledged before she continued, the enemy forces are concentrating at the anchor base, choosing to abandon multiple positions long enough for reinforcements to arrive. She paused before she eyed them coldly. Unacceptable. I have received word that it is likely they will receive a few hundred men to stall if not drive us away in the next few hours. Madam, Reinhardt began, and she raised her hand, halting him immediately. I'm aware of the ferventness they are fighting with, she said softly as her tone hinged on the verges of deadliness, causing the men to stiffen as they recognized her loss of patience. Tell me, Reinhardt, she began softly as she turned to face him fully, her eyes transfixed on him as if he were a grazing antelope. Is their deviance more than a match for us, the soldiers who seek to embolden our kind? She spoke softly, but with the way the tension drained from his shoulders, she knew she had him. No madam, he said seriously, but the way they are defending, they are leaving none of their flanks are open for assault. He hesitated for a moment before he continued, not without sustaining huge amounts of casualties, casualties we cannot afford if we are meant to hold this village against these reinforcements. She hummed in acknowledgement. This is true. They are shoring up their defenses whilst leaving the bulk of their best fighters in the front formation. It matters not, she said with raging fires in her eyes that verged on the side of mania, causing the men to look at her apprehensively. She was tasked to secure the village and she would not fail him. We will attack in frontal assault with myself in the lead, she said silkily as bloodlust tinged her magic. Her face darkened, her eyes hardened before she drew her wand. We will split you and your men in 3 groups, covering my sides and back whilst I break down their front section, she told them as she floated a map in front of Reinhardt and his team leaders as they discussed the finer points of their plan. Jean Delacour POV. He whipped his wand into a wide arc that picked up the debris around them, and with a flick upward and a jab he transfigured the debris into small knives before he sent 3 different spells in quick succession against the man who he was locked into battle with. The man swept his wand across him, blasting away the knives from him, but was too late in bringing up a shield and was hit by the first spell, a cutting curse that got him in the shoulder, whilst the last 2 spells had been piercing hexes which hit him centrally in the chest and with a groan collapsed onto the ground. Jean wasn't able to check if he was dead or not as he was forced to duck when a sickly yellow spell whizzed past his head. He cursed as he got back up on his feet, but not before a spell hit a conjured marble stone that exploded in front of him. Cao Sart locked into battle with the man until he banished him away long enough for their compatriots to drive him away. Merci Cao Sart, he said gruffly as he stabilized himself slowly, all the while taking a breather before he got back into his dueling stance. Explosions shook the ruined earth around them as his eyes glanced across the battlefield. Scores of men locked in fierce deadly duels as nothing was held back. For hours they've battled waves of attackers, holding them back as they waited to be relieved. He didn't know how many men he battled, but he was tiring and his barely healed wounds were adding to his fatigue. Ah, partner, Cao Sart said jovially as walked towards him and Jean sighed. How Cao Sart could remain so carefree in this mess he did not know. When will our esteemed leaders send our reinforcements? Cao Sart inquired as he kept a watchful eye out until he stood side by side to Jean. I don't know, Jean ground out as he rolled his shoulders. A sharp whistle penetrated the air and he snapped his head towards the direction. What was that? Cao Sart said seriously as he stood ready. Before he could respond, he saw their enemies breaking from their battles, covering their retreat. A deafening roar was heard and his eyes widened in shock. She's here, Cao Sart whispered in dismay as Jean's eyes searched the dark night sky with gritted teeth. He saw movement in the corner of his eyes and snapped his head towards that direction. His breath hitched in horror when he saw dozens great Hungarian's horntail dragons high up in the sky, each second growing in size as they moved to descend on them. He turned his eyes towards where their enemy retreated and saw her standing there, in front of several dozen individuals. She stood there with a cruel smirk with her wand was raised. He cast his eyes towards his right and saw with dread encroaching men, and he turned to his left and saw the same. Jean, a voice broke him out from the foreboding sight, and he saw that it was Dufont. How good is your occlumency? He asked hurriedly as his eyes flickered towards the dragons. Good. But I don't know how it can stand up against. He turned towards the dragons and saw they were at most a minute or two away that he gestured towards as he strived to keep panic down. It will have to do. There are only a few of us trained in the mind arts, and you and Cao Sard are the only ones that can disrupt her long enough for us to be able to survive this. Dufont said quickly before he turned towards two other groups. Jacques, Lemmer, you will lead your teams holding off anyone who isn't the demon, he spat out before he glanced up again and looked panicked. Go. Go now, he roared, and Jean and the men around them began to run towards their enemy, knowing how precarious their situation was. He heard Foolman shouted out. A bright streak of lightning erupted from behind him before several other streaks joined the first, towards the dragons who were upon them now. One of the dragons broke off and dived towards them whilst the others remained on their course. Merde, what do we do? One of the men cried out, and soon enough the dragon opened its maw and bright red flames were spewed, and he shored up his occlumency to its maximum. He cast a shield in front of him, knowing it was futile but kept running anyway. The fire bathed them all and agonized cries rang around him. He stumbled for a moment, and in that moment, his skin felt aflame, his face bathed in scorching heat, and he screamed for a moment before he strengthened his occlumency in desperation, in determination, and slowly as he got back up on his feet. He raised his wand. Finite incantatum, he roared at the dragon, and the illusion flickered slightly, before several finites were cast, finally dispelling the illusion. Vinda Rosier was feared more than any other Bar de Gaulle and the Diable himself. Her illusions were unnatural, unrelenting, and far too real to dispel easily, and only sufficient skill in occlumency was enough to protect yourself against the assault of your senses. Only an overpowered finite was sufficient enough to dispel it, and only element spells could affect the spells. Unfortunately, finite had a limited range and had to be cast at the main body of the illusion to be effective. There was no dragon fire, but it mattered not, for her magic made it appear as if it was, her illusions capable of stimulating the mind to such a degree that it could fool the body that it is burning under dragon fire, until you went into shock or died. He felt an arm underneath his armpit hoisting him along. Come on, Delacour, we need to keep going, Cao Sart said as they resumed their running. The men he came with, less than 30 that weren't incapacitated, sent the first volley of spells as the men behind her came forth to engage with them. He turned slightly, dodging what he estimated to be slicing curses that whizzed past him before he returned with several blasting curses as he entangled himself with his foe. He got himself into a rhythm as he dodged, turned, and shielded, aiming to reserve energy and magic as much as he could whilst he returned spell fire. He broke through his foe's shield with a shield breaker before sending a dark cutting curse that bisected his face. He breathed out heavily before he turned his wand raised towards the direction from where he heard clapping. Rosier, he snarled as he got into a defensive stance as he watched her approach him, sliding across the field like a foul temptress eager to devour him. Her eyes were alight with malice. Delacour, she intoned as her wand slipped into her hand, tip pointing towards the ground. He drew his wand quickly as he sent an onslaught of spells, all dark or grey, as he dipped into his reserves, which were quickly diminishing as he felt fatigue creeping into his bones. She dodged and she turned on the spot as she brought her wand to bear, deflecting and returning the spells he sent her, and soon enough it was him that was on the defensive. His magic reacted instinctively as he swirled his wand and raised debris to catch several spells that came too fast to dodge. He leapt to the side when daggers flew towards him, his heart rate elevated as he only just dodged those knives. He sent a torrent of water at her before he raised the earth around, transfiguring them into chains as she dodged the water. She looked at the chained in contempt before she surrounded herself with black flames, destroying the chains before she twirled her wand above, raising the black flames in a furious cyclone before she sent it to him. His eyes widened in panic before he clamped down on it and drew back his arm, and with a yell conjured elemental wind which dispersed the black flames, and he dodged quickly as several concussive curses were sent in his way. He rolled back to his feet as he sent a barrage of disemboweling curses at her. She dodged lazily as she advanced towards him. He hurriedly ducked under a sickly purple spell and transfigured the debris into hundreds of 10 centimeters thick needles before he banished them at her with as much speed as he could before he raised his arm above his head and with a wide arc sent an elemental wind spell that was as sharp as knives. She transfigured the needle projectiles into water before she shielded against the elemental spell, the shield cracking only slightly to his dismay. Her smirk widened as her wand ignited in a fiery whip that was she whipped at him and hurriedly shielded against the whip. Crack! The shield held, but large spidery cracks appeared in the shield before she withdrew it, and he sent an exploding curse aimed at her feet, but she blocked with a block of marble well before it hit the ground. She ignited a fiery whip once more, this time longer and twinned, and she sent it against him, and he once more shielded, this time with Protego Maxima. Crack! Crack! The twinned fiery whip hit at 2 different points at the same, cracking the shield, and she was inching closer each time. She withdrew the whip only slightly time and kept on hitting the shield over and over again. He gritted his teeth as he tried to maintain the shield. Your father would be proud, she said, goading him with cruel eyes which momentarily breaking his focus in his startle. He snarled at her and her smirk widened as she continued to hit his shield with the whip. There, he thought as he rolled under the whip and sent a cleaving curse at her which she sidestepped before she cancelled the whip in one smooth twirl before she jabbed her wand and fired what he recognized as a crucifixion curse at him. He hurriedly raised a piece of debris in its path and he continued to raise pieces of rubble into the path of her assault as she peppered him with spell after spell. He walked into a cutting curse that got on his free arm but he had to do it as it had been the lesser curse to take. Her speed became faster and faster as her wand moved with a deadly elegance. She continued to send debilitating spell after spell at him. For every spell she verbalized, she sent another silently. He was doing all he could to defend but he knew it was futile. For 30 seconds, she barraged him spell after spell, 2 spells every second and every 6th or so spell she fired was hitting him, mostly by design as he kept the more damaging spells away from him. His knees were buckling as he desperately continued to raise debris after debris before he found a second of reprieve and sent an overpowered concussive spell at her hoping to push her over the way. She turned slightly and the spell veered past her but it was enough for him to summon a large piece of debris which he sent at her after he transfigured its small dragon. Cute, she laughed mockingly before she ducked under the transfiguration and blasted it with a curse before she transfigured the debris into spears and sent them his way, in a stagger. He raised a shield once more and his arm buckled almost from the onslaught as his shield clanged before finally breaking and he turned just quick enough to avoid a fatal hit but, in the end, the spear grazed his right shoulder deep enough that it caused a deep wound that made it difficult to raise his wand. He cried out in pain as staggered on his feet before he was hit with a blasting curse and he hit his head on the cold hard ground, wringing his head as he lied there in a daze, his wand no longer in his hand. You did better than I expected, little Jean, she mocked him as he attempted to shake his head from the daze and the double vision that he was suffering under. Vate faire foutre, putain de pute traitress, he hissed out as his daze almost left him. He groaned as he turned his left side and used his arm to hoist himself up a little and saw her smiling at him and he looked at her with full hatred. Tut tut, she said as she waved her index finger from right to left. Such terrible language, she sighed before her eyes gleamed in malevolent glee. But then you no longer have a father to teach you how to speak to noble ladies, do you? She said wickedly. He snarled as he tried to get himself on his feet to launch himself at her but she blasted once more in the chest and he dropped to the ground in pain but he was coherent enough to return his eyes at her, full of loathing. You're not a noble lady, you're not but a curse to this country, traitor, he hissed out before he spat on her feet and reveled in seeing her cruel mask snap as she looked at him with anger in her eyes before she masked it. Traitor, she said, tilting her head as she considered it. She shrugged. I care not what you fools think, I know what is required for our kind, dear little Jean, she said before she crouched down a little way from him. Just because you and the fools who sit up high, fat, and ignorant of the dangers the muggles pose to us does not mean that there aren't those who are willing to do what is necessary. She said softly as her eyes gleamed in what he could only describe as fanaticism. He laughed bitterly. Just ended, he said tiredly as he looked away from her to look at the battles surrounding them. He gritted his teeth when he saw his comrades were mostly down for the count whilst Caussart was just being disarmed by 2 assailants. End it, she said almost surprised and he turned back at her before he recoiled when he saw a cruel glint in her eye. Why would I end you when you have so much more value alive, she said with a smirk before she stood back up again and in a last-ditch attempt he launched himself at her feet but within a second he was face flat on the ground. She laughed and he just able to see the end of her wand light up. Don't worry about your wounds, she whispered to him, the doctor will see to your care. His eyes widened in fear before he was hit and he knew no more. Vinda Rosier POV. She stunned and sighed for a moment. He wasn't bad if she was honest. He'd likely have been better if he hadn't been so wrong. She smirked. Not that it matter. She closed her eyes momentarily before she opened her eyes and the illusion she cast over them after the dragon attacked them was dispersed. Olaf, she called out and he came to her. Pick him up and take him back to our camp, she ordered and Olaf did as asked before she turned towards the battlefield. The battle was still raging and would still a little while before they put them all down. She isolated Delacour just so she could fight him alone without that pesky Caussart who was an excellent partner. Speaking of which, he was heading towards her with anger in his eyes and she smiled viciously. Her magic roused in excitement as she prepared herself for another battle. Chapter 41. A/N, hello all. Apologies about the delay, I've written perhaps over 40k words that had initially intended to be a single chapter, until I realized how large it was and so I decided to break it into 2, the other chapter will be released within the week. One thing I'd to say, I appreciate the reviews of the chapters, shout out to Fused Bump, whose lengthy review and analysis is one of my favorite reviews to read, and special mention to Hujohas and Lord Shiva for their enthusiastic reviews, and I would like it if you all left one on each chapter when you can, whether it is to say you liked it or to critique, within reason. The guest reviews were not nice to read. Another thing I'd like to explore is the possibility of whether if there would be interest in supporting my writing, which is taking up a lot of time, especially given that it is likely that I'll be approaching or exceeding 1,000,000 words in this FIC alone. I have 3 other stories which I am fleshing out, one set in the 70s, another in the Harry Potter era, and one that is surprise but one that is quite fun to do in the HP universe. They wouldn't update it anywhere near the same as this FIC, and it would be something that I'd have to put in the back burner, but all the same it is something I'm thinking of. Those who would be willing to support me would receive chapters during my time of Hades once I begin to enter into my second arc. In addition, I'd be setting up a Discord, someone mentioned this in one of the reviews, so I can communicate with you, answer questions and the like. Enjoy. Break. 6th of March 1942. Emily POV. Her eyes gazed towards the door which was opening. She saw reflected in the mirror. Emily, you look stunning. Druella Rosier praised as she walked into her room. She was dressed in a silver white silk sleeveless high neckline dress, with thin purple highlights that curved from the top of shoulder around her body. Normally she leaned and preferred the more, darker colors, which were simpler and elegant, enhancing her own looks as her pale skin and features stood out more, making her grab the attention of the room, a subtle way to increase her own superiority over everyone else. It also had the given display of wealth and position, even if none truly knew who she was, yet. That was the purpose of silver, an elegant way to symbolize wealth and power, whilst the purple highlights suggests nobility, power, ambition and of course royalty. Her eyes flashed before a small smirk grew as she gave herself a once-over in the mirror. The more astute individuals would understand her hidden meanings. It had a psychological aspect to it, the simplest of choices of what colors to dress oneself in. Presentation was equally as powerful as the words you speak. She turned towards her guest. Thank you, Druella, Emily said smoothly as she glanced over Druella, who was dressed in a yellow gold dress that was loud and attention-grabbing, just as she wanted. Ugh, I'm so happy that Slughorn didn't cancel, it would have been a travesty, Druella exclaimed as she absent-mindedly talked to Emily as she stood fixed in front of the mirror. Emily softly hummed. There was truth in that. Scandal regarding the actions of their former members of Slytherin had dipped the reputation of their house quite dramatically. Damage control had been vexing, particularly as she banned any further extracurricular activities on the pain of, well, they knew what to expect should they disobey. She twisted her face in an ugly snarl that left as soon as it came. Whilst she knew of several members of her house acting in such a manner, it had been a very long tradition in Slytherin House to take advantage of mudbloods with their familial position offering protection from retribution or punishment, something according to several Slytherins increased during the time of Phineas Black. It was something she ignored, given that it was something that mattered not to her, even if it was something she considered distasteful and hypocritical. She loathed them, for their hypocrisy and false sense of superiority, as they enjoyed having power of those who were limited in fighting back. They were all too keen to lower themselves even if they sprout their purism nonsense. She was aware of her own power, her overwhelming power that effectively killed any notion of taking advantage of her, when she'd been considered a mudblood. Weakness begot weakness, something that mudbloods, no muggleborns, were beginning to understand as they clogged together now, in anger. It is a lesson they needed to learn. Atticus hadn't asked her whether she knew. She knew why he hadn't, it was one of his convictions and something he truly hated. She was amused by it, the fact that he hated rapists more than he hated murderers. She understood it, somewhat. After all, you lose control, you lose power of yourself, over the situation, and she knew that Atticus hated not being in charge of his own destiny, something she understood all too well. Shall we? Emily asked intently as she glanced at Rosier in the corner of her eyes before she proceeded to glide out of the room. Of course, Emily, she said as she hurried after her. Half an hour later, it was time to go, and she stepped out of the common room with Rosier, and she smiled as she saw him waiting on her, which he returned with undeniable interest and attraction in his eyes. I'll leave you to it, Rosier muttered amused as she stepped away and left. He was dressed in black acromantula silk robes, with matching purple highlights with his hair loose. His pale skin stood out and his purple-green eyes even more so. He had a presence, one that spoke of power and self-assuredness, and the robes he was in only increased that sense about him. Not many would notice, but there was a tiredness in his eyes, one that had crept in for the past few weeks. It hadn't been a problem, not yet. She'd pry it out of him should it worsen. Nonetheless, he still looked excellent. Emily, once more, there are none who could stand against your beauty, he said smoothly as she slid towards him. He took her hand and brushed his lips against her knuckles before he returned to standing pose, though he kept holding her hand. She closed the gap and stroked the fabric of his robes, removing a speck of imperfection, and as always, you match my excellence, she said with a playful glint in her eye. His lips twitched as his eyes shone with amusement before he cleared his throat and slowly leaned in, his cheek brushing against her as his lips were by her left ear. I could do little else, he whispered seductively before he paused. He brought his lips even closer, the edge of his lips touching ever so slightly against her ear. For my queen, he hissed in a slow, seductive, sibilant way, the low reverberations of his tongue vibrating his lips, which she felt on her ear, sending sharp shudders down her spine and hitching her breath. She felt heat rise towards her face, flushed and slightly aroused before she stamped it down, a little unsuccessfully. Seconds after sending down shudders down her spine, he moved away in a fluid manner, a pleased look on his face and a challenge in his eyes. She met his gaze, amused and annoyed in equal measure. Are you sure you wish to challenge me tonight? You rarely win this, she purred softly as she snaked her arm around his before they started to walk towards the party. It's been a while since they played this game and she relished it. He chuckled as he kept his eyes forward. Emily, even when I lose, I win, he said before he turned slightly towards her with a grin on his face. She rolled her eyes slightly. Of course you do, she said with a measured arrogance, though it had a teasing quality to it. Besides the deficiencies of your gender, she said nonchalantly as she provoked him a little, though it only seemed to make his lips twitch in amusement. Anyone who gains my attentions is either fortunate or really unfortunate, she said evenly as she met his eyes as he turned to her with an amused expression. He hummed as he put on a dramatic thoughtful look. And will the attentions I gain tonight be unfortunate, he said as he leaned into her a little closer, or fortunate? He asked with hunger creeping in his voice. It depends, she said daintily, and he chuckled. It always does, he laughed a little. Though what does it depend on this time, he inquired as they walked up the stairs. You'll figure it out, she said with a quirk of the lips and a glint of challenge in her eyes as she tapped his hand slightly. He shook his head in exasperation but said nothing else, and they soon arrived at the party. They entered the spacious room, which was even more ostentatiously decorated than usual. The lighting of the room was excellent as the hall was brightly illuminated. Ah, Miss Riddle, Ayrsayer, Slughorn jovially called out, extricating himself from a couple of people he'd been spoken to once he noticed them. She saw clearer as he neared a certain gleam in his eye, something that Atticus noticed too. I've seen that look on his face on Syria when she sees me floating a goat with me when I go see her, Atticus muttered, annoyed on his breath. She was amused, but for propriety's sake, she squeezed her arm lightly and he turned to look at her behave. For all of his seediness, the man has his uses. She whispered through her teeth as she looked at him pointedly before she turned to Slughorn and plastered an insincere smile on her face. Professor, she returned respectfully as he closed the distance. He beamed at her. Miss Riddle, you look positively radiant, he heartily complimented her before he turned to Atticus, and his smile, somehow broadened even more. Ah, Ayrsayer, I'm pleased to see you here. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it tonight, Slughorn commented. Atticus' face fell into a small smile before he glanced to Emily for a moment before returning to Slughorn. Ah, I couldn't pass up an opportunity when I was asked by both yourself and dear Emily, he said smoothly with a practiced smile. She had to guilt him into coming. Not even the possibility of networking with several extremely well-connected and powerful people was enough for him to want to take part of Slughorn's party. It was foolish of him, to pass up on an opportunity to network with prominent members of society. For all his smarts, he was astoundingly neglectful when it came to networking. He preferred dealing with the lower dregs of society rather than get involved with the ones who truly had power. It baffled her sometimes, and it only added to his strangeness. They were still young, but she had to break him out of this habit. Politics was necessary, especially when they were slated to gain many enemies. Wealth was one thing, but political power was what would elevate them. She'd agreed to their vision and would not take over magical Britain, but she would still set the cornerstones. If the island proved to be less than feasible, she'd already have the groundwork laid out to take over magical Britain. She wasn't quite as keen to abandon it as Atticus was. Not until she could get everything she was able to. And tonight was an excellent opportunity. Tonight's event was filled with prominent members of society. Cassius Warrington, one of the more eye-catching attendees given that he was the senior undersecretary to the Minister of Magic. Others included a representative of the DOM, several representatives of Quidditch teams, the Daily Prophet senior editor, a former British mugwump with 6 decades of international experience, several other prominent figures. Slughorn latched onto that like a purring cat would latch onto a ball of wool. Oh really? She interjected. Yes, Professor, she said demurely before her lips parted and a smile formed as her lips widened and her smile broadened. When I heard the people that were coming, I couldn't help but ask Atticus to come with me tonight, not after you've put in all this effort in organizing such a spectacular gathering, she said with a quirk of her lips. She spared a moment to look at Atticus, and she saw his eyes alight with amusement at her performance. He quirked his head before his lips sharpened, and she knew then, the challenge was accepted. Her eyes returned to Slughorn, who'd started laughing. Slughorn heartedly laughed for a few seconds too long before resting his hands on his stomach, a prideful smile cutting across his face. If I knew that was all it took for Ayrsayer to come, I would have done this years ago, as he appraised Atticus before he turned to Emily with a conspiratorially smile. I doubt I would have been successful in any case, he said with a wink, implied suggestion quite clear. Atticus, his eyes razor sharp, and with one charming twist of the lips smiled. Professor, you know that I have never intended offense, he said with a rueful expression, full of falseness, carefully hidden. Ah, my boy, I know, Slughorn assured hastily before he chuckled. I simply would have liked for you to meet more people who would have loved to meet with you and work with you later, Slughorn said with calculating eyes. And no doubt ride the coattails of his rise, Emily mused. She saw nothing wrong with that, in truth. Slughorn was unashamedly ambitious and greedy, but he wasn't a leech, for he gave ample effort and required at least as much in return. Cultivating individuals was in his core, and that was something useful in itself. Unfortunately, Slughorn also was a fool who did not recognize the pitfalls of such naked cultivation. Atticus inclined his head. And I appreciate the effort, he said with a patient tone, his face relaxing into one of the most Slytherin smiles she'd seen. It was sharp, deliberate, and knowing. Emily lightly chuckled as she tapped Atticus' arm. Please don't take offense, Professor, you know how it is with the academics. She leaned a little with a conspiratorial smile. I practically had to bargain with him to leave that lab of his tonight, the one that poses for an office, she said with a laugh in her voice. Emily is quite right, Horace, Atticus said with an abashed expression, one that spoke of youthful missteps whilst his eyes gleamed with mockery as he looked at Slughorn. But in the end, Emily quite rightly reminded me of the necessary balance, he said as he turned to Emily, his eyes losing that sheen of mockery as his face softened into an expression that spoke of care, one that was only reserved for her. He turned back to Slughorn, his face twisting into a mockery of a smile. In the end there wasn't much to bargain for, he said before he paused and glanced at her. There isn't much I wouldn't do for her, he said with a soft smile which she reciprocated. She would never tire seeing the genuine warmth he'd exude when he looked at her like this. It was priceless, and it was only for her. Slughorn laughed, breaking them from their moment, and she looked at Slughorn, who bore a genuine smile as his eyes flittered between the pair of them. It warms an old man's heart to see such a couple in love. Oh my, I doubt I have seen such a perfect pairing like yours, he said with a returning gleam in his eye. She could practically smell the scheming leaking out of his unshapely body. Thank you, Professor, she said sweetly before her eyes glanced towards Lisbeth Bones, the sister of Albert Bones, the heir of House Bones. Who is Miss Bones speaking with? She asked Slughorn, who turned around and his eyes lit up. That is Renata Sidwell, an unspeakable sent to us for tonight. He paused as he glanced back at them before he gestured with his head. Come with me, I'll introduce you. Atticus inclined his head. Thank you, Horace. Mr. Sidwell, Horace called, and the man turned. The man was a young man, likely in his mid to late 20s, and he had a lithe build. Professor Slughorn, he greeted politely before he glanced at both her and Atticus with his brown scrutinizing eyes before they returned to Slughorn, who introduced them all before he flittered away. They spoke pleasantly with each other before Atticus began to speak with Lisbeth Bones, who he'd known since his childhood, leaving her to speak with Sidwell. So Mr. Sidwell, what is it that you do in the Department of Mysteries? She asked with a quizzical tone as their eyes met. Sidwell stared at her for a moment before he responded with a wry smile. I work on level 9, mostly do research in relatively arcane branches of magic. His smile broadened, almost condescendingly. I can't really speak any further on that. She nodded serenely. She didn't expect anything more. The conversation had been artfully led away from what he actually did, the slip of level 9 being something she was curious about, but she wouldn't pry on it. I understand, Mr. Sidwell, she said deferentially with a small smile, and she saw the telltale symbols of him relaxing as he looked at her with interest in his eyes. It's just, she paused as she left mouth slightly open, as if she was struggling to form a coherent sentence. It's just, she sighed deeply as she looked down for a moment before she looked up and met his eyes, which was confused and concerned. It's just, I'd like to know more about the Department of Mysteries. Professor Slughorn always praised your department, you see, she said with a reverent tone as her slanted eyes bored into him. Sidwell snorted before he sipped on his champagne. It doesn't surprise me, the man probably would praise the head of the Goblin Liaison Department if he thought it would prove useful to him, Sidwell said amused before he shook his head and eyed Emily. What would you like to know? Keep in mind that you won't know, not entirely, what we do unless you joined, he warned her. She shook her head. That's fine. She paused. What did she want to know? She knew roughly that the DOM did research in and of magic, though the details, even people who have family members in the DOM, was strikingly little. That spoke of magical and secrecy oaths. It only increased her curiosity about the department, and she would normally be quite interested in joining such a department, had she not known that she would be constrained in what she discovered on her own. There were rumors of certain people being forcibly recruited into the DOM and their knowledge kept from the public. One confirmed case was Edwin Stark in 1857, the man who figured out how to create time turners. Edwin Stark, from House Stark, a minor pureblood family that claimed descent from House Winterden, was an unparalleled genius, from all accounts. Early on, he'd shown a fascination with spatial and time manipulation. One of his surviving publishing was a complicated theory-crafting treatise with regards to apparition, the puncture into time and space that the form of travel caused, and the possibilities that the travel could be modified into time travel. He published this at the age of 13 in a now-defunct research journal, and he succeeded in creating his time turner, many suspecting that he built on the premise of apparition, controlled wormholes, a notion that Atticus introduced her to, borrowed from Muggles, at the age of 19. Unfortunately, it was also the last time he'd ever been seen, and it was only due to his sister being married to a notable family that it wasn't completely brushed under the rug and credit attributed to him. In 1901, in a rare form of transparency, the DOM published their findings on time travel, something that they seemed to have conducted experiments for, almost half a century, curiously starting around the same time as Edwin Stark made his incredible invention. The findings, in gruesome detail, were in regards to unspeakable Eloise Mintumble, who traveled to 1402 and was stuck there for 5 days, and when she was retrieved, she aged 5 centuries and at least 25 people vanished, becoming unborn and were all descendants of those Mint met in the past. The findings spoke of the catastrophic results that stemmed from breaching the laws of time, where the head unspeakable at the time made his famous remark, "Awful things happen to wizards who meddle with time." Interestingly enough, the time turners do not breach the laws of time, not on purpose, only through interaction with the past self did it truly break any laws. She had no idea what they were, given that they were classified. There must be indications on how to breach them once you knew the laws. In any case, that was the last time the DOM ever entered the public sphere. Many people think that the department merely researches magic in all the fields possible, gaining and gleaning knowledge from wherever they can, she said almost in a narrating tone. He looked at her, now, with eyes full of interest. "And you think otherwise?" he asked with a tilted head. She shook her head. "I don't know, not for certain," she admitted with honesty, "but I do wonder what the purpose of your department is." She stared at him. She saw a glint of satisfaction in his eyes, but he said nothing, and so she continued, "Given that the only times the DOM ever communicated anything in the public domain, it was always with regards to findings that were so horrific that no sane individual would go into that field, not without the aid or permission of the DOM," she said as she stared at him unblinkingly. His lips quirked upwards. "Is there a question there?" he asked, bemused. She resisted to roll her eyes. "Is the DOM's main purpose to prevent dangerous forms of magic in the public domain?" she asked intently. He remained silent for a while before he sipped his champagne and returned to her, gazing intently at her. He glanced around for a moment, which she did as well, and her eyebrows raised in surprise. There were dozens of people around in the spacious room, but none were even near them. Atticus was speaking with a red-headed man and had a small crowd around him, but it seemed he didn't notice her. She turned back to him with a questioning look. He ignored it. "It's not a bad conclusion to reach," he said with praise in his voice before he turned serious, "but ultimately not right, at least not completely." She tilted her head and she pressed as she stared at him with intense eyes. The DOM's primary purpose is to conduct experimentation and research in fields where there has been certifiable proof, through the knowledge gained and understanding gleaned, of having great potential to do harm to the magical world. This knowledge is then used to either safeguard the magical world through creating safe practical inventions or through barring access of this knowledge to the wider community. He explained. She furrowed her eyebrows for a moment before she looked at him with intense eyes. "So you're responsible for the sudden spikes of advancement in certain fields throughout the last 300 years? He inclined his head. "Yes. We are, quite involved in the magical advancement of the magical world." He pursed his lips for a moment before continuing. "Of course, it is regrettable that we have such an involvement in the magical world, but is something that we are willing to do." She frowned at that as she tilted her head. "You regret being involved in the magical advancement of the magical world?" she asked skeptically. Sidwell nodded. "Of course, the DOM's purpose is not to be involved in the mundane affairs of the magical world, but it is a consequence of our purpose." "Do you have an example?" she asked intently, and Sidwell smiled. "An example would be the Pensievs," Sidwell replied easily enough. Her eyes widened before she frowned. "Anyone can create a Pensiev," she stated, and Sidwell chuckled as he eyed her. "Can they?" He returned to her before he lost that amused look on his face. "If that is what you believe, then you have not studied Pensievs, not in detail at least," he told her. "What makes you so sure that I haven't?" she said with narrowed eyes. Sidwell's smile broadened. "If you have, then that would mean we were vastly wrong about you," he said cryptically, and her eyes narrowed and her wand hand twitched. It seemed that Sidwell caught that twitch and his teeth bared a little before he turned serious once more. "Pensievs may be runes etched on the surfaces, but that is not all there is to it. If you studied those runic schemes, you'll find that they are incomplete, that there is something missing from it," he told her. "So how do these Pensievs get manufactured?" she asked him. "I know that there is at least one place that sells Pensievs, even if it has to be waited on for half a year." She trailed off before she turned to him. "They outsource, at least in part, to you to apply the missing component," she stated, and he smiled before he nodded. "Indeed. There are several inventions such as it that require such an action." She wondered what were special about Pensievs that it could warrant it. It could only be used for memory viewing, couldn't it? Or perhaps there is something else, this missing component. "It allows you maintain control," she said, trailing off as she considered it. "It does. It is effective, and often enough it does inspire some similar products, albeit far more limited but also in greater quantities." He shrugged. "That in itself helps progress certain things in certain directions." So the DOM were almost as if they were subtly directing the progress of the magical world, whilst also limiting the progress of the magical world. She returned with skeptical eyes. Perhaps Sidwell agreed, but there are certain things that should never see the light of day, he said with pursing his lips. "We do not care for light or dark alignment, nor the more questionable practices of magic. It is nothing new or particularly dangerous to the magical world, not like what many things that we have controlled and removed from the public domain. Like Edwin Stark." She prodded with deliberate eyes. His eyes widened fractionally for a moment before he smiled, but made no other indications, not that he needed to. "You're being awfully candid," she remarked as she studied him. "We've been keeping an eye on you for some time, Ms. Riddle said calmly as her eyes narrowed, but he pressed on. Since the start of your third year, if you were wondering. You were actually quite a hot topic in the DOM, Riddle said nonchalantly. I didn't know teen girls were such a hot topic in the DOM, she said in a dangerously low tone, her magic writhing underneath her skin. Calm yourself, Ms. Riddle, Sidwell said evenly. We are always on the lookout for talented individuals, those who would fit well within the DOM. It is rare to find exceptional individuals so early. Most people grow into it, just as their magic grows. And how did I come to be noticed by the DOM? She asked with narrowed eyes. Your grades and of course someone who assessed you from nearby, Sidwell said calmly. Are you certain you're not a spy agency? She said lowly with half-lidded eyes. The clandestine nature of your actions remarkably reminds me of Muggle spies, she provoked. Sidwell laughed. I don't doubt we share some similarities. After all, espionage is an age-old discipline, as old as war, probably, and given our secrecy, well. He mused before he shook his head. You're not just here for Slughorn, are you? She asked with a tilted head. He smiled. Not particularly now. He said as he stared at her. You were a hot topic because there were some who were concerned about your suitability for our department whilst others were eager. He said delicately. She narrowed her eyes. Suitability? She parroted in a soft sibilant voice. He didn't seem to be disturbed by it. Suitability, Sidwell nodded. We are divorced from the matters of the magical world. We are purely a research and knowledge-sharing organization, albeit one focused with the safeguard of the magical world by making certain that dangerous knowledge is safely regulated away from the masses and not misused. We are not concerned with the affairs of anything or anyone. So you were concerned that I would not be able to meet that requirement? She asked of him. He inclined his head. Our assessment of you is that you are far more Slytherin than you are a Ravenclaw, that you are more intent on using the knowledge you gain for your ambitions rather than anything else. She hummed before she looked around her, looking for Atticus, who was speaking now animatedly with a crowd of people, and from the look of annoyance on the reed-head man, and the looks of thoughtfulness, it seemed that he was succeeding in whatever he'd been arguing about. Your association with him also leans in your favor, he said calmly as she turned to him. What was their interest in him? She wondered. What is this field we're under? She asked him. It seems as if no one knows we are currently here. It's definitely not a notice me not charm, it seems far too powerful, she said as she eyed him, ignoring what he said. It's a variant of a notice me not, he confirmed to her, and she scoffed. There are dozens of dark cutting curses that are variants of Diffindo, she returned to him with a raised eyebrow, and he laughed it before he nodded with a smile. Indeed. It's probably as different from a notice me not as dragon fire is from normal conjured fire, he told her, and she narrowed her eyes at that before she dismissed it. Atticus told me that you've tried to recruit him, she said calmly repeatedly. Sidwell nodded. We have. He would be a potent resource, one that we are loath to not have associated with us. You're not doing a good job of selling the job to me, she said amused. No one likes a desperate person. Sidwell laughed. Is that the impression I'm giving? He mused in deliberation. I wouldn't call us desperate, merely aware of the kind of profile he has. The kind of profile you have. She didn't respond to that. She swallowed back the words that she was keen to let go, to let them know how far away they were from the truth, of what Atticus truly was, what she was. And so you approach me instead, so brazenly knowing that he wouldn't join you? She asked him curtly as intrigue glimmered in her eyes. It was never either or, Sidwell said with a tilted head. Ideally you'd both be part of the department. He said with a smile and a glint in his eye. It is not something I'm opposed to, she allowed before she continued. The department resonates well with me. She paused. Would I be allowed to research whatever I wish? She asked intently. She had no interest in the DOM, but she wanted to know more about them. He inclined his head within reason. He paused before he eyed her cautiously. One of the things that might interest you is the nature of languages. He paused. Languages? She asked with furrowed brows. Yes, languages. Sidwell crossed his arms behind his back as he eyed her intently. Do you know of the phenomenon that languages have on spells? Sidwell posed to her. She shook her head and he continued. Spells that are cast in ancient languages have shown to have a notable power increase. He paused as her eyes widened before a flash of hunger passed her eye which he didn't notice. Of course, there are rarely any spells that have the same exact meaning necessary to cast them. This makes it a novelty more than a route to truly investigate, he said as his eyes bored into her. And why are you telling me this? She said with narrowed eyes. One of the things that we're curious to investigate is the nature of magical languages, to see if magical languages are different, he said intently, and she gritted her teeth. They knew. How? She wondered. He continued. It would be something that you would take lead in, if you're interested, he asked as he stared at her. Perhaps. I still have quite a few years to finish, she said evasively, and he hummed. He unfolded his arms behind his back and with a jab with his wand, broke whatever enchantment they were under. It was lovely speaking to you, Ms. Riddle, he said with a smile and an incline of his head. She nodded sharply before she made her way towards Atticus. How did they know? Only a few people knew, except perhaps those at the orphanage. Billy Stubbs and several other children had seen her speak to snakes, which was why they had killed her first friend. She shook her head and sighed. There was nothing she could do now. She'd think about it another time. The next hour or so passed quickly. She spoke to several individuals, including Scrimgeour, the senior editor of the Daily Prophet. She had the opportunity to speak with Warrington, briefly, and she was left disappointed. It seemed he had no interest in discussing anything pertinent. She made her way towards him and saw that he was there with several people, Malfoy, Rosier, Bones, Greengrass and Macmillan amongst them. It's reprehensible that they think that can get away with it, Malfoy fumed. I'm going to speak to my father about this, he never told me. She stroked his back and he turned towards her and smiled before he wrapped his arm around her back. She sighed contentedly as she leaned into him. He looked down at her for a moment with a question in his eyes and she nodded slightly. Excuse us, Atticus told them as he led her away. Are you all right? He asked her as they stepped out and he raised privacy ward around them. She smiled at him for the foresight. I am, she said smoothly, even if the conversation with Sidwell weighed on her. What was Malfoy complaining about? She asked with curiosity as she put the conversation with Sidwell in the back of her mind. Atticus sighed. Septimus Weasley, the red-headed man, talked about the bills he's putting forth, as part of the DMLE legal division, he said with pursed lips. Oh. She said with a raised eyebrow. Yes, the man is putting forth a bill to proactively have the ability to search homes for dark artifacts, as part of their stance against Grindelwald, he said with derision. She stilled. That is unacceptable, she hissed as her mind whirled. It would be ripe for misuse. It would give them the free rein to search in homes of political enemies. The classification of dark artifacts was open-ended in terms of interpretation. Not only that, heirlooms and priceless historical artifacts would these days be considered to be dark. Yes, that was the point many made to Weasley, who only obfuscated and stammered in the accusation. Atticus said harshly it would be entirely at the discretion of the DMLE to conduct their raids with little oversight. She remained silent for a moment as they walked. Do you think it would pass? She inquired. I don't know, he said honestly. It would be something that probably would be very close either way, especially given the way Grindelwald has been able to strike in the country, killing lords and entire families, he said with thinned lips. How are they able to do it in the first place? I thought the magical net was capable of stopping any excursion. Only magical travel from across the channel is restricted, not any other means. She frowned. Muggle transportation. He nodded yes, magically modified boats would do very well in getting around. An oversight, one that is being rectified as of this moment. The net isn't completely at wartime either, which no one wants to do. It would restrict apparition in the same way port keys are currently limited. Fools, she thought. He continued. My father has been making noises about that as well, in addition to dealing with several neutral families, trying to get them to vote for war, which what I actually spoke to Warrington about. And she prodded. Marcus Sayre was becoming more and more successful in gaining allies for war, even spending time with Spencer Moon, trying to get him off his neutrality, offering incentives. But Grindelwald has been successful in making noble families cautious. Evasive still, he sighed as they descended down the stairs. I don't think they'll declare war, the fools. Does it change your plans? He remained silent for a moment. No. It doesn't. I intended to join the ICW anyway, along with several of my family's allies. Houses Carson, Mirac, and Garrick all have scions around my age or older, all of whom I've been friendly with over the years, all of whom are willing to join with me. Is that all? She inquired with a frown. Given who he was, surely he'd have more people that would join him. For the moment he responded reluctantly. I haven't cultivated a loyal following, at least not a militarily one. She scoffed. That's another thing that you're neglecting. You're looking to go into war and yet you have done little to truly gather a force of loyal followers, she said with a scathing tone. He sighed deeply and looked away from her. I'm not, it's not something I'm particularly good at, Emily. Don't lie to me, Atticus, she said sharply as she stopped and glared at him. Why was being obtuse? He stopped and turned towards her with a deep frown. I'm not lying to you, he ground out in frustration. She looked at him with half-lidded eyes. You're even lying to yourself. You've been planning on joining this war for years and you've done little to truly prepare for it, beyond training yourself. War has three important facets: manpower, resources, and deception. What you have done to prepare those things, she demanded. He growled a little as he closed the gap and glared at her for a moment before he relented. Not enough, I know, he said in a tired voice. She eyed him critically. He was far more tired than she realized. It's not as easy as that. I'm not a general, nor am I a politician. I have never claimed to be either one either. And I'm fine with that, he said with a determined look. She shook her head in exasperation and in contempt. It doesn't matter if you're neither. What matters is what other people see you as. Fine, you're presented yourself as an academic, that's all good in having people underestimate you, but it is not enough to truly become a leader. You've wasted your time at Hogwarts, you should have been able to gain loyal followers. History is littered with people flocking to powerful people, and yet that is not something that has happened to you, mostly by your own design. In less than a year's time you are going into war with perhaps what? A dozen individuals who you can completely rely on. 14 he corrected, and she sent an icy glare before he continued. It will work out fine this way. Working my way up through the ICW is much better than joining the war with my own personal army at my back. He paused as his brows furrowed. That would make people nervous, Emily, that is effectively what happened with Grindelwald. He shook his head. No. This path is better. For people to think that I am joining with a few friends rather than someone who has a large following, he said finally. She pursed her lips, but she said nothing else. He was set in his way already. He could be stubborn at times. His sheer unwillingness to do anything that construes as anything violent was a weakness she was loathed to see in him. And it was a weakness that would remain until he'd be shocked out of it. She turned and began to walk, and soon enough he locked step with her until their shoulders touched. She felt his hand searching for hers, and she relented and grabbed his. They remained silent for a moment as they continued to walk. How was your conversation with the unspeakable? He asked suddenly. It was fine, surprising, she said carefully as they arrived at the Slytherin common room. She let go of his arm and faced him, their eyes meeting. He stroked her arms gently. You know we can still go to the chamber? He said with question in his voice and eyes. She smiled genuinely before she shook her head. Not tonight, she said as she kissed him lightly on the lips. She had to think on what Sidwell said, to think on where he could have discovered her secret. Besides, you look tired, she said with scrutinizing eyes as she touched his cheek. You need your sleep, she said finally. He nodded ruefully. All right, he acquiesced. He kissed her back lightly. Good night, he said as he stroked her face and then turned on his heels. She watched him leave before she sighed and went into the Slytherin common room. Break. The door opened slightly and he looked up with a frown from the documents he was reading. Mr. Dumbledore is here to see you, his secretary said. Leonard sighed before he tiredly signaled for him to be let through. His secretary curtsied before she left, and soon enough Dumbledore walked through. Leonard eyed him warily as Dumbledore strode forward confidently and assured, and he felt slightly on edge. He wasn't sure what to think of the man. He was excellently spoken and man who had a certain amount of weight to his name, given that he was one of the most powerful men in the world, Grindelwald being his only equal as far as they all knew. There was no overt actions on his part, politically speaking, but there were those who were solid Dumbledore supporters that he interacted with, within the Ministry and the Wizengamot itself. He was eloquent. His professor-like demeanor grabbed attention whenever he spoke, enthralling those with his words of wisdom, or perhaps perceived wisdom, blinded by his presence, in awe of his stature. Minister Dumbledore said respectfully as he bowed slightly. Leonard stood up and stuck out a hand, which Dumbledore took. Mr. Dumbledore, he returned before he let go and waved at him to take the seat with Dumbledore took. Leonard took his seat and placed his hands on the desk, entwining them in front him as he stared at Dumbledore calculatingly. You've got your meeting with me, as you've requested, repeatedly, in the last few weeks, Leonard said matter-of-factly, skillfully preventing the annoyance that he felt from creeping into his voice. Dumbledore was pushy, demanding, and it irked him that he had to play so accommodating to the man who likely was the only thing that stood against conquest from Grindelwald. The longer the war went on, the more his legend grew. It was almost Slytherin-like, the way his supporters whispered about the privilege they all had, to have Dumbledore with them, for them. It was one of the reasons why he denied Dumbledore and delayed him for so long, to set the ground for his insignificance, at least politically. He wasn't worried, not politically, that he'd be ousted should Dumbledore try and run for office. But he was worried about the public, which were becoming more and more on edge as Grindelwald continued to strike against those who wished to declare war. It was becoming difficult for him to remain on the sidelines, and only the schism on the Wizengamot was allowing him to remain on the sidelines, one that he skillfully had the Daily Prophet focus on. And yet, with Lord Sayer and Black breathing down his neck to actually declare a state of war against Grindelwald and his brazen way of attacking them, it was becoming more and more difficult all the same. And I thank you for the opportunity, Dumbledore said smoothly, in that rich cadence of his. He remained silent as he stared at Dumbledore to continue, which he did. As you know, Grindelwald and his thugs have been attacking our people, trying to silence the drums of war, and I know that you have been under pressure to act on it, beyond the reasonable and logical methods you've employed to shore up our defenses against his excursions. Dumbledore paused momentarily as he leaned back in his chair. A standard way to increase the importance of his words, and one that he wasn't keen to allow him. Yes, anyone would know that, Leonard said sharply as he glared at Dumbledore. I do not have time for simple recounting, he waved impatiently, so say what you've come here to say. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes almost imperceptibly before he smiled genially, to which Leonard had his hairs raise at the sudden shift in demeanor. Dangerous, he thought to himself. Minister, please, Dumbledore said almost imploringly, do not be so aggressive, I'm only here to help. Help with what? Dumbledore's eyes almost sparkled. To help you with the ones who are sounding the drums of war, a war that we do not need to fight and a war we do not need. Really? Leonard said skeptically. Even if he was remaining neutral, he knew that war would become inevitable, especially given that the war, even with the addition of the Americans, was becoming a stalemate. I may not want for our country to go into war, but should Grindelwald continue to succeed, it will become inevitable should he become more and more successful in his conquest. Leonard paused for a moment. It should be obvious to you, the change that he would induce should he break down the statute, which is becoming more and more likely as he conquers more and more countries. Dumbledore nodded serenely. And yet, he's been waging war for years and he's yet to succeed. The ICW had been unprepared, but as time goes on, and their ranks swell, it will soon be something that we no longer need to contend with. Dumbledore pursed his lips as Leonard narrowed his eyes. Dumbledore continued, you must be aware that Grindelwald will not be defeated by an army, for he's too powerful to truly be defeated by any groups of mages, even if they're powerful. Leonard was aware, he was all too aware, and why he was entertaining this man, allowing him privileges he hasn't earned. Leonard gave a slight nod, and so Dumbledore continued, there are few magicals in existence that could contend with his power. And forgive me, Dumbledore said with an embarrassed smile, one that Leonard was sure was false, but I am certainly one of them, and one that is relatively young enough to truly challenge him. Dumbledore paused there as he looked at Leonard with sharp eyes. So that is what he is angling for. And what do you want? Leonard said curtly. He was in no desire to evade or drag out this conversation. Dumbledore smiled and bowed slightly. I can't morally ask for anything, Minister, simply that you consider resisting the call of war. The deaths that would happen, the deaths of our people would hang on our conscience as would the deaths that would happen at the end of their wands. When the time comes, I will do my duty, but we must not sink into Grindelwald's level and declare war when we do not need to, he said with an imploring face. Leonard bit back the angry retort that hung in the back of his throat, and he sat back thinking on it. He did not want to be involved in this war, but it was looking like it would be edging in that direction. Could he reasonably hang their hopes, their independence on this man? He thinned his lips. I will take it into consideration, he said as he stood up, looking down at Dumbledore. Dumbledore remained seated for seconds longer than he should have before he stood up and stuck out his hand. I understand, Minister, I hope to hear from you, I hope to work with you for the betterment for our nation, he said with a seemingly sincere smile. Leonard simply inclined his head as he shook Dumbledore's hand before he walked out of the door, under Leonard's careful eyes. He sighed deeply and he rubbed his head with his hand. He had a lot to think on. Break. 8th of March 1942. A breathless gasp escaped his lips, a cry hidden, masked, by quakes that reverberated through his body, his bones rattling in tune with the traveling shudder as his eyes opened, stricken with sudden awareness. It took moments, dozens of seconds, for clarity to enter, pain forcing him to act, as he moved into a state of consciousness, a state that had not yet translated to his body as his hands gripped, clenched the soft linen bedding, desperately, almost as if for comfort. It was in his for comfort. His eyes adjusted to the soft lights emitted by the billions of stars on his enchanted ceiling, and he saw his skin, his hands reflecting the soft dim light back at him. He only notices, now, that he is drenched in sweat that was already cooling in the open air of his room. His hand travels to his forehead and he feels his cold hand touch burning forehead, trickling salty water traveling down his face, just as droplets travel down his spine, eliciting one more shiver as he breathes deeply and unsteadily. His eyes close as he moves to control his breathing, to banish the feelings that his dreams elicited from him. That dream elicited from him. That same one, each night, every night, unfailingly, without pause, without mercy. Pain, so much pain, it cut through his chest and into his heart with salt and with fire. Pain he's never felt before, so agony-inducing, so helpless and mixed with such grief it threatened to swallow him whole, stretching and pulling him as he passed down the event horizon, with escape only a thought of delusion. He rises from his soaked bed, moving languidly as he sought to regain the same control he gained over his mind, over his body. It came slowly. He pauses as he gazes outward and sees it is still in the dead of night, starless and hopeless. He knows he won't sleep again tonight and doesn't want to. Warm water flows down from his matted hair to his toes, washing away the sweat and the shivers, reminders of his harrowing dream as he rested his forehead against the tiled wall of the shower. He is still tightly coiled, his muscles tense, his magic restless and soothing as he feels magic thrum in his veins, fast, erratically. He twitches his finger and a bar of perfumed soap floats near him, and with another twitch he deflects the falling water to his left and directs the soap with his magic to wash his body. He closes his eyes as his magic hums in content, almost gleeful at having a purpose, even one as mundane as washing his body. Anything was better than being reminded of what he felt in that dream, what his magic was like in that dream. He closes his eyes, falling water trickling down in the background, noise he welcomes as he focuses on his magic. It travels through his body, through the pores of his skin as he feels untold tiny rivers of magic weave around him, soft foamy soap pressed firmly against the back of his neck traveling down in controlled motion. He feels the cords of muscles as the bar bumps and dips until it reaches further down until it stops at his Achilles heels and changes direction. His magic purrs under his skin as he relaxes his control, and his magic begun to revolve around him like a spidery webbed blanket warming him in a wintry night. With a thought he directs his magic to stop and returns the flow of warm water over his skin, and he eased into the embrace of warmth that covered every inch of him. Finally, longer than usual, he exits the shower and makes his way towards the bathroom, clad in nothing but the skin he was born into. Misted glass greets him until with the barest of chin movement, droplets of water rises from the glasses, from his body and hair, floating around him in controlled motion, as if they were bound to him in a complex gravitational motion rather than his will. Tired eyes reflect back at him, the green in his eyes duller than he's seen before, the purple dimmer than he can remember. Eyes that were often likened to spiraling nebulae were now nothing more than a poorly done painting, one that could not capture the immensity, the vastness of scale and wonder. His youthful face showed growth of non-uniform patchy stubble. He cast his eyes towards his hand and raised it, palm open, fingers outstretched, and the balls that floated around him gravitated towards his hand, coalescing as they bumped into each other until all that remained was a tennis ball-sized ball of water. With a simple matter of imagination, of control, of intent and will, the ball of water turned into two before they transformed into a ball of foam and a razor. He raised his head, chin high as the ball of foam lathered beneath his chin, then his cheeks until it lathed his chin and space between his lips and nose. The razor carefully and methodologically traveled across his face, then his throat and neck, perfect and without cutting him until finally it was over. With a simple furrow of the brows, the remaining foam peeled from his skin, and with a simple act of raising his hand, he conjured a towel as he remained any remnants that he didn't catch. He exits the bathroom and, after a moment of deliberation, decides on a course, stemming from the fact that he was restless and would not be able to focus on anything specific. He took in the cold air as he stood at the edges of the forbidden forest, the coldness pleasantly tinging the back of his nose as he breathed in deeply. The starless night felt ominous, eerie, and foreboding as his orb of light remained the only source of light, other than the pillar that was Hogwarts, in the far distance, almost like a lighthouse, showing the way to lost sailors amidst treacherous turbulent seas and guiding them away from the death that hung just under the black surface. It was becoming a habit, unwelcome and unwanted, to wake up drenched in sweat, shivering so much that his bones rattled, like a rickety doorwood under strong howling winds in a wintry night. Always that same one, that vivid, unforgiving, relentless dream that haunted him, night after night, a hazy nightmare that forced him to watch and to feel what is to come. His mind went to a story, the wild hunt, he'd been read with his sister, that reminded him how he felt, haunted and hunted, just like those unfortunate souls who gained the miserable attention of the Fae on Samhain, when the barrier between the dead and the living was at its lowest, targeted and chased as they sought to own your soul for all of eternity. Scenes fleeted past him, of different visions, of different locations, all of them lacking context and reference as battles raged past him as he stood watching it all unfold, much like a pensieve memory. It was impersonal, abstract. But not that one. No. That one stuck. That one is, meaningful. There were two main types of dreams he had, first-person perspective, and an abstract perspective. Most first-person perspective visions only had barest, twinges, of feelings. Not that one. Deep, harrowing grief threatened to drown him before it warped into molten wrath and hate that coursed through his veins, his magic a maelstrom of promised vengeance, of unending cruelty visited on their very souls. His hand trembled as he remembered the vestiges of those emotions, and he clenched it into a fist as he let go a shuddering breath. The battle would occur in Godric's Hollow, he was certain of it. He recognized the buildings at the edge of the burgeoning town. The scenes that flickered after that were vague, maddeningly vague, and he'd spoken with Emmer Sayer, his ancestor, about changing the outcome of what he'd seen. Once again, his ancestor only stated that through skill and experience would he be able to change it, and the fact that he was still having difficulties interpreting when, as well as knowing exactly who made it apparent, he'd have little luck changing the outcome. For the first time in his new life, he felt helpless, desperate, and aggrieved that he would be limited in changing it all. They were faceless, figureless, but he knew who they were deep within his bones. There were less than a handful of people in existence that could evoke such pain, such agony in him. He'd communicated with his father to let them know, to impress on him that he must avoid going into public places for the next few months at the very least, and only after they promised, only after they told him that they took it seriously, had he relaxed. Short of kidnapping his family and dropping them off in a deep black hole in the ground, warded with death wards and a fidelius, something that he still considered each night he woke up stricken, he could do nothing but hope his parents took his warnings seriously. And yet, still, nothing changed after his warnings. He still had that dream, still had the unease creep into his bones as he waddled through the day, faint vestiges assaulting him intermittently throughout the days. He was afraid. He redoubled his training, trying to cast faster, harder, efficiently and unrelentingly as he used the ROR twice a day with dummies that hit faster, could evade faster, honing his reflexes and body more and more. He redoubled his spell creation, all intently focused on creating a magical shield that could shield against killing curses, and a shield that could shield against everything else with no concern of magical power. All of it, done in the hopes of just in case. It wasn't the only thing on his mind either. Sarah Abernathy invaded his thoughts from time to time, the fifth-year Hufflepuff girl. The staff successfully managed to keep any leaks of the incident, but it was not hard to come to a conclusion that made tensions rise amongst the houses, particularly amongst the Muggleborns. She'd submitted her withdrawal from Hogwarts and took the option of having the magical world obliterated from her mind and her magic bound, according to Daphne, something that filled him with no little amount of conflicting emotions, with guilt and bitterness more prominent. He could have done more, should have done more, but he was more interested in having those boys caught and punished than he was for the safety of the girl. Would she have remained in the magical world, had he reached out to her, aided her more than he did? Pragmatism won out and empathy died. For all of his convictions, the first test, he failed to uphold his convictions, to choose the easier way, the way that would have him remain uninvolved, at the edge, rather than what would have been right by his own morals. And yet, he knew short of punishing them himself, there was little he could do to have them pay for their crimes, for their crimes extended to a number of girls. He sighed. Another decision that made him uncomfortable. He did not feel as if it was something he should stir. Perhaps 6 other girls he knew had been violated and obliterated. 6 was 6 too many. But who was he to decide on if they should know or not, and at the same time, who was he to get involved in this matter? Hogwarts was already uneasy and he wasn't in a position of power. Not yet. He closed his eyes as he stood standing. It wasn't the first nor the last where he'd repeatedly analyze his decisions. He knew this of himself. He tired from it. It had been simpler when he only had to think of himself, to think of a few, but what he chose for himself, the path he decided to take, it came with a responsibility that he was seeing that he was perhaps too callous for. But then, callousness was needed in life, he'd learnt that from the accumulation of both lives. He simply needed to figure out the right balance, one that he was still determining. He whipped his head sharply, almost cracking his neck as noise of rustling leaves broke him out of his dark, disturbed thoughts. He levitated the ball of light he used to illuminate his way through this dark night, further upward and a little forward, fixed to him whilst he walked smoothly towards the direction of the disturbance with his senses sharp, and in tune of any presence of danger. His magic stirred under his skin, pleased at the possibility to release the pent-up stress at an unfortunate being. It wasn't a full moon tonight, thankfully, so there were no chances of him meeting a transformed one. He generally avoided being outside during a full moon, his fears of infection causing him much pause, one that he didn't expect to leave him even if he managed to finish his animagus form. There were no texts about whether those who could transform into animagi could remain uninfected whilst they weren't in their animagus forms. The curse was undoubtedly some kind of soul magic, just as animagi were. He banished those ill-timed thoughts as he passed the first few rows of trees, drawing nearer to soft sounds of a creature treading on soil. His eyes widened once he got past the last few sets of trees that obscured his vision. The rays that illuminated his way almost seemed as they were absorbed as they touched the black leathery thin skin that hung off of the winged horse that his soul resembled. The reptilian, dragon-like face peered at him with those large white orbs it had for eyes as it watched him, closely, intimately, as he halted his steps before he brought his arms up, his hands empty and open, in surrender, in peace. Easy there, he said softly, gently as the wind carried his words to his unexpected companion, eerily close to when he found his unexpected form, and just like then, it was a sight that pleased him. Just like then, the thestral huffed through its nose, challengingly as it dipped its head slightly, its wings whipped closely to its body, a sharp snap travelling through the cold air of the dark night, echoing through the forest, almost like a disharmonious chime that felt harrowing. I'm watching you closely, its actions seemed to say in a promising whisper, and one he heard clearly with clarity. He fell forward, his feet catching him as he moved from stillness into motion, his legs carrying him in calm, slow strides, his arms up high, his eyes meeting the gaze of the powerful creature until he was within touching distance, keeping and maintain an open and harmless posture. He could smell the thestral now, a smell of earth, of fire, of void. Pupil-less pure white orb stared at him as he stood less than a feet away, its body as still as death, faint rustling of leaves adding to the situation, building tension and immensity until he spoke, no more like whisper. May I touch you? His words travelled across the short distance as he waited with bated breath, to see if it accepted him, if it would allow him, to touch him. The thestral stared at him quietly, closely, and made no movement for moments that seemed to be longer than they should have been, as if there was a war within its mind until finally, to his relief, it dipped its head, exposing the back of its neck for him, and his hands travelled, as his feet moved closer, until he touched the hard leather skin of the neck. He could feel the ridges of the skin, deep and shallow as his hands traced along the contour of the neck until he felt faint hairs as he arrived at the top of its head. Magnificent, he uttered in reverent awe, soaking in what he felt. The thestral raised its head and snorted, blowing into his face a little, warm air blowing locks of his hair away until the cold seeped in quickly, but not before making him laugh that ebbed slowly into a chuckle that fell away until a mirthful curl of the lips was all that remained. And you know it too, he said with a quirk of his lips, as he patted the thestral who leaned into his touch a little more. Where is your herd? Escaped from his lips, the question hanging in the air, one that wouldn't be answered, he knew, and yet asked anyway. I know your kind rarely venture outside of your herds on your own, he remarked mostly to himself. Whilst it was the first time touching a thestral, he'd seen them before, at the front of the carriages they pulled, when he and Emily rode in them to Hogsmeade. She'd been able to see them courtesy of a pregnant woman dying at the doorstep of the orphanage when she was 6. He'd seen them before he'd even saw anyone die in front of him. He'd never seen anyone die in his old life, a question he'd left unasked, unsought each time he saw them. He suspected the answer to that unasked, unsought question. He'd wondered whether it was because he'd died and was reborn. He was touched by death and still is. This was undeniable. He died and was reborn. His wand was made from a 1,000-year-old elder tree, isolated and alone. His wand core contained a thestral hair from a melancholic thestral and basilisk heartstring from a basilisk that hadn't killed anyone until it brought death to those who hunted it. One must witness death to see the being of death. And one would find death if one met the eyes of the being that brought death with a glare. One was his animagus form, the closest representation of his soul, and another was a creature that he is immune to, could speak to, could command, is fond of. Can you sense my soul? Can you see my soul? The words came out in a faint whisper as he stared at those unblinking foreboding white orbs. None can see you until one has seen death, but what can you see? He whispered almost inaudibly, posing the question to the owner of those pupil-less orbs it had for eyes, his tone wary, curious, and on the edge of unraveling. What do you see when you look at me with those eyes of yours, so brightly white, devoid of color, perhaps full of color, containing so much, seeing so much? He whispered almost desperately, longingly as his fingers traced the grooves in the leathery skin. The orbs of pure white, reminded him with jarringly jagged sharpness, of the pure white color he'd observed that was within the human revealing charm. Animagi end up having some of the abilities of their forms bleed through. Those who were bird of prey could see several times further than normal, those who were cats could smell better, hear better, and had instincts bleed through. What would he see once he completed his form? Would he see souls? Would he see what lied beyond? Time stood by his purple eyes with green flecks, so full of life, one that resembled nebulae, the birthing ground of life-giving stars, of warmth-giving orbs of fire, of light, and met the eyes, the stare, of whiteness, of nothingness and of everything, the eyes of the omen of death, a being of death. He saw, in those eyes, himself reflected with clearness, his face and eyes reflected with a slight distortion as they stood transfixed on one another. He was a man of curiosity, a man who sought to set his goals towards a destination where the roads of goals all ended, one destination that he picked at the very beginning and would walk the path he set until he arrived, whole and heartedly. He'd pluck knowledge from the earth as one would pluck fruits, vegetables, creatures, devouring them, peeling them, layer by layer until he got to the seeds, the heart, the core of it all, until he could understand what he thought he needed to know, what he sought to know. He was compelled, he was ensnared by his curiosity, and he'd never wanted it in any other way. His magic sung in his blood when he knew more, found more, questioned more. It was in his very being, to question, to discover, to learn, to wish, to hunger, and he saw all this reflected back to him as he stood spellbound in front of this majestic creature, this favored creature of the entity that is as vast as life itself. Greatness was not defined by your power, not by your charms, or your wits, or who your family or your allies were. Greatness was earned. It's a treacherous, jagged, iced and worn path towards the top of the mountain, alone and cold, unfeeling and painful, one that had bodies sewn into the faces of the mountain, mouths open in silent screams, eyes unseeing and showing unending pain and agony. Only the warmth of your indomitable will could carry you upward, fingers made out of sharp determination piercing the cold rocks of misery and problems, feet made out of hope and certainty, carrying you forward, against the harsh critical winds that threatened to carry you away into the deep end of pessimism and grief. It mattered not if you sought to bring evil or good to the world, greatness did not care, greatness would not care. The course he set for himself, the path they set for themselves, would undeniably be one of greatness, one that would be a path that lead to Mount Olympus, the realm of the gods, for the path they were treading on would be as momentous, as divine. Stories of burning bushes leading favored men to the path of salvation, of destiny, stories of seas splitting open to create a path for peoples favored by God, shepherded by a prophet, stories of arks carrying chosen peoples, those who had not forsaken God or his values, riding out cleansing waves that bathed all that it could touch, and all spoke of those who'd lead their peoples to a path of safety, of the chance of a future, free from the evils that were visited on them, free from being downtrodden. He'd often wondered, after a long day of teaching, of learning, of planning, setting things into motion that would ultimately culminate into one thing. Is this why I was reborn? To save what he had come to love? This world, these beings, these people? He lived and breathed magic. Magic coursed through his veins, magic was always on his mind, it was his love, it was his life, and it was something he reveled in. Magic hummed in his blood, soothing him, agreeing with him. He sought to ensure the future of magic, to ensure the future of those who carried a shard of its magnificence in their veins and in their souls. A course set, a course to be treaded. What do you see? He whispered, his composure strained to the verge of fracturing as his hands tenderly press into the skin of the threstle, deep enough to feel the strands of muscle and the hard bones that lied just under the skin and flesh. Doubt had crept into his bones, tearing through him with the decisions he was making, exacerbated by the dreams he was having, dreams that unbalanced him more and more as time went by, irrational thoughts of guilt taunting him, questioning him about his suitability for the path he'd taken, the path of the Savior. He'd set himself on this course from the very beginning, altering it slightly from one who sought his own safety, to one that guaranteed the safety of many, of those who wished to walk the path behind him, with him, for him. He'd never been a spiritual person, and yet he was one in this world. He revered magic, he loved it all of his being. He loved the rites that he grew in, the heaviness and the power that he felt on those days of equinox, of those days when magic itself came into action, into being as it manifested itself, coalescing with those present on those momentous days. His dreams of war, his dreams of pain, his knowledge of the future. His existence. All of it brought him to question, more serious than ever. Why was he here? With a sudden jerk, the thestral snapped his head sharply into the deep darkness of the forest, and he hastily stepped back before the thestral unfurled its wings and shrieked out that unique, jarring, jagged sound that reverberated with a maddening echo around them, around him. He stepped further back as it began to rear and to flap its wings before it started to run, spooked by someone, something, before it climbed up and disappeared into the distance. His magic swirled across his skin, swelling around him, furious and eager as the hairs stand up on the back of his neck, anticipation high in the air. His magic continued to rise as he focused, sharpening his senses, dialing it up to maximum, and he could feel the slight reverberations, the slight echoes through the earth as his magic surrounds him and travels deeply into the earth. He unholsters his wand, his magic calm but rising into an electric storm as the scent of ozone became noticeable, intensifying as the reverberations of something speeding in his direction became louder and deeper, until he could discern the telltale sounds of hooves, the sound of broken branches and the sharp quick rustling of leaves was heard until, moments later, a tall four-legged creature with arms materialized from the black of night into the edges of the shadows cast by the orb of light. That remained high in the sky. He stilled, his magic retreating, slightly as it coiled around him as he watched this 3-meter-tall being draw closer. Centaurs were not enemies, but they weren't friends either, and so he remained guarded, watching closely as the centaur drew nearer. The centaur's gait was languid and yet controlled as its gait slowed as he drew nearer. The centaur was striking so inhuman and yet familiar as his eyes roved over the being. It was unnatural and natural, a being made through magic, something that became so obvious and so very clearly as his eyes traveled towards the base of the spine that fused so perfectly with the body of a horse. The centaur had flowing silver hair, tied in a braid that fell on his right side, so vivid and eye-catching from the soft hue green skin, almost as if it glowed, and he could imagine it glowing when it was struck by the light of the moon in a cloudless night. The face was undeniably human, yet the bone structure was more pronounced, more elven, much like the tips of the ears were sharper and larger than normal human ones. The centaur's stature was immense as Atticus tipped his head up to meet the gaze of the being as the distance between them closed. He could see the pronounced musculature of the being, cords of muscle showing that the strength of the being likely surpassed even him despite the fact that his own strength was enhanced and increased under rituals. The centaur's eyes were bright and silvery with a dim glow that reminded him of starlight and seemed as if they knew more as the centaur stared at him, saw more with the way its eyes were fixed on him. The presence of this centaur felt momentous, a déjà vu feeling passed over him as his mind flashed to one of his dreams, one of his earliest ones where a smoky shadowy figure emerged into the light from a sea of blackness. His magic cooled in his veins, draining from around him, back to the center of his being, coiling back inside of him as he calmed, assured of his safety. His eyes catch the unseeing gaze of the centaur that seemed to look past him, beyond him. Minutes passed as they stared one another, one being of magic to another. One observing and one seeing. Twice born the centaur speaks with graveness and with solemnity as its rich voice with a soft and deep cadence rings like a gong in his ears, unbalancing him. He staggers back, feeling as if he were caved in by a sledgehammer, leaving him short of air, his breath hitching in his throat as his arms fall to his sides, his feet threatening to stumble over each other. His eyes widen, his mouth dry, his greatest secret unfurling, unraveling, undone under the gaze of this centaur, who looks at him as if a mystery is solved. It surprises him, and yet it does not. Centaurs are tapped into the cosmos, their teeth sunk into the veins of magic, catching futures and visions on their tongues just as a wolf would taste the blood of its prey on their ribbed, hooked tongues. Fear rises. Drips from his mouth, dry and toneless, expectant. The centaur casts its gaze to the sky, and Atticus looks where he looks, as if he expects his answer from the clouded sky, and once more surprise that wasn't surprise hits him as the sky that was forbidden and without stars was now split and stars that were hidden, crescent moon that hadn't been there before, was now there to be seen, to be watched. Moons rise and fall and rise again. The same face, always. The centaur speaks again, turning to Atticus, attention and awareness high and total on him, only him now. The moon meant emotions, feelings, intuition. But he considers it further, away from what it meant typically. He considers what he says, cycles upon cycles, life and death perhaps, but always one face, one way? And my face should not be here. He pressed with intensity, with unrestrained focus as he discerns the centaur's words, irrationally hanging of the words of the centaur as if it were a prophet. What should be here, is here. What should not be, would not be, herald of the lady, the centaur says with sense of validation in his voice, truth descending on Atticus, relief permeating through his bones. Herald of the lady, he wondered for a moment before he latched onto another train of thought. He'd asked himself why he was reborn in this world, more than he asked why it was possible. Existence was not something he could ever understand, not on that scale, an infinite scale, one confirmed by the observations of Moira, who told them that their universe was certainly one of an infinite, a scale that not even they, after likely millions of years, could hope to understand beyond a certain point. But the questions of why him and why this world? It was answered, likely as much as it ever would, finally. He chose to accept this answer and finally, he set it aside. He did not need to know how. He did not need to know why him, not anymore. Simply that it was meant to be. The centaur returns his eyes towards the sky. Atticus decides this time to watch the centaur instead, his magic moved outward towards the centaur as he seeks to taste, as he seeks to feel what the centaur might feel like. He drew back quickly and suddenly when he felt refused as his magic almost touched the centaur, out of shock and surprise. Pluto was dim and grows brighter and stronger, Mars is bright, will become brighter before it dims, before it slumbers, the centaur says distantly, with expectancy in his voice as the centaur turns to him with half-lidded eyes. Build the boat tall and high, sturdy and hard, for it will carry her children. The centaur intones, with all the severity it could muster, as plainly as it could before it adds all of her children with its eyes wide and unblinking as its gaze bore down on him. His breath hitches in his throat. Is that my purpose? He whispered as he met those silver eyes. Moments pass, the centaur unwilling to answer, but he doesn't press, not now, not when he obtained more than he'd ever imagined. It slaps its tail against itself before it bowed. Remember, and he'd herald, child of the Sphinx, twice born son of the first ones, Ark Builder. Before it turned and disappeared silently in the black of night. He stood there, dazed, gazing at the spot of where the centaur disappeared before he blinked out of his daze and he cast his eyes towards the sky, and surprise hit him as he was met with clouds obscuring the sky once more. Typical, he murmured as he turned on his heels, back towards the castle. Pluto, he says to himself. It represented transformation, power, dreams, and illusions. It's associated with the underworld and forces outside of the realm of man. On a personal level it means a power struggle with oneself, or with others, and can be indicative of someone who is manipulative. He was struggling with himself, the decisions he makes, the things he lets go, the things he turns a blind eye to. Pluto also moves slowly, its energy defines the problems and challenges of entire generations. Challenges he was seeking to meet, would meet. Boat, Ark Builder. He murmured, so blatant and obvious before a smile cut across his face and his eyes lit up with a gleam. Purpose. His destination was set in stone. And it seemed, it was perhaps set in destiny too. For the first time in weeks, he was more at ease, more certain, reducing the unease, the uncertainty his dreams evoked in him. His eyes hardened. He would not rest, he would not be lulled into a false sense of security lest he truly feel that pain he feels each night. His path was long and arduous. Those who belonged with him would be on his shoulders if he must, and he will ensure they too are on this ark. And for those who stand in his way seeking to change that. Rage burned in his eyes and magic burned in his veins. Woe will fall on them, for his magic will crash upon their heads. Chapter 42. A/N. Hello all. A longer chapter than useful, but I wanted to establish the relationship between them and Atticus. On another note, the second arc is pretty much all planned out chapter-wise, whilst the third arc is being fleshed out. There are still some chapters to go, however. Regarding, I will set it up in time for next week's chapter, which by then I should have 2 or 3 chapters written. Enjoy. Break. 12th of March 1942. The use of Washiti and Suxian runes within your healing runic scheme was inspired, Suarez, an elderly Spanish rune master and ward master remarked with respect shining through his eyes. He'd just finished his presentation to the rune masters where he submitted his universal bridge that would make the creation of runic schemes with various runic languages without any problems. One of the examples he used was a runic scheme that promoted healing by accelerating the healing process through siphoning ambient magic from the world and redirecting it to heal those who were recovering from injuries or illness. There were 6 main Native American runic languages that still had the majority of their runic languages more or less intact. One thing that had all in common was that they were heavily steeped in spirituality, nature, health, and war. They were less specific and simultaneously more powerful, as the scope of the meaning was more or less at the discretion of the crafter. Perfect for healing purposes. Indeed, the runic languages of Native America are often discarded due to a lack of specificity, but with your bridging technique, that has been marvelously sidestepped and without it losing its strength. Ikathan, a Brazilian ward master, said, shaking his head. The bridging technique will allow for several new applications, far more than I can think of at the moment. Suarez laughed mirthfully. But that's not too hard to believe, Miguel Icathan said with a grin. After all, you're getting in on age, you old lion, it might be best for you to stick with what you know. Icathan laughed as Suarez playfully scowled. Atticus smiled accommodatingly. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to speak with you, he said smoothly as he nodded to them both and proceeded to skillfully glide away from them as he made his way out of the antechamber of the presentation hall, finally having had a moment free to himself. He made his way out of the building and stood at the top of the stone steps, casting his gaze over the magical district as a few people walked past him. It was afternoon here in Alexandria and would remain so for the next few hours. He had an engagement in the evening with a couple of people that he was quite interested in meeting again. Mr. Sayer was said with an accent he couldn't quite place. He turned to the figure that he heard calling his name out. It was a middle-aged man, with black eyes and brown hair, skin olive-toned, dressed in expensive robes with what he's come to know was a Ottoman style. Yes. Atticus said as he turned towards the man expectantly. He doubted he wouldn't be sought after until he left this place. His presentation this time was packed more than he'd ever seen before, and he knew it wasn't simply because of his presentation. His father has been more and more vocal amidst the deaths and attacks of lords, criticizing lords of the Wisengamot and the ministry for not moving towards war. Him and Lord Black were the ones who were whipping up support for war, but as attacks continue, even if they have trailed off, the appetite for war is not there, if it ever was there. The outrage was confined to seeking to plug the holes that Grindelwald has found, bills being submitted and passed almost unanimously whilst people who had previously voted for war began to backslide into neutrality, whilst houses like Forsyth and Abbott were now without a sitting lord until a regent could be sworn in the spring equinox assembly. With his father and his family's firm position on the war, came the interest in him, the prodigy. More than a few times, questions were asked of him regarding his position on the war. He'd talked with his father and his father told him to remain vague, to take the attention of himself. It was something he agreed with, for now. The man moved with poise as he closed the gap. Mr. Sayer, it's an honor to meet you, he said with a large smile that didn't meet his eyes. The man bowed his head slightly before he outstretched his hand. I am Suhan Aslan, the mugwump for the Ottoman Sultanate. Pleasure, he said as he took Aslan's hand with a small nod. Your presentation was riveting. Aslan dived in smoothly as he released Atticus' hand. There is elegance in your rune crafting, as if they were all pieces of puzzles meant for each other, regardless of what languages they were, he said with a smile as his eyes held a glint in them that he couldn't quite understand. He outstretched his legilimency, as mild as he could, and he was met with a hard shield, without any weaknesses that he could discern from his mild probe, and he immediately pulled back. No outward expressions were shown, either he wasn't caught or he was, and this man had impeccable control and his gut instinct was leaning towards the latter. Thank you for your kind words. It was the purpose, the bridge, what it was meant to do. Aslan shook his head with a put-on sad face. No, Mr. Sayer, the bridge could never result in that elegance, that artistry, he said with a short laugh before he returned his eyes on him, now far more calculatingly. Atticus tilted his head. He let out as he watched this man, who seemed to be interested in something he didn't quite figure out yet. You see, Aslan began before he pivoted on his heels and turned his gaze towards the skyline of Alexandria. There are only a few people in the world who could come up with such masterful runic schemes, and all of them are decades, some who are centuries old. He remarked smoothly, and Atticus narrowed his eyes. If you're suggesting that I stole, he said warningly. Aslan laughed again, this time far more condescendingly as he set his eyes on Atticus. No, Mr. Sayer, you misunderstand me, he said with a pause. Then what is the purpose of your line of questioning? Atticus asked impatiently, his eyes hardened. The man simply smiled, once more not reaching his eyes. I'm merely curious as to how you managed to gain such mastery of runes that many spent decades in achieving. Many will not question you, they will see a prodigy, a once-in-a-multi-generation talent, but there is no accounting for such beauty in your runes, with the way things flow, Aslan said with a strange tone to his voice. And how would you know? Atticus asked, more curious than anything else. The man smiled more genuinely this time. My family have an affinity for runes, they have had such affinity for generations spanning 1,000 years. It is what we known for, back in Constantinople. We learn runes before we can read. The man laughed more naturally before he set his face more seriously. So my interest in your work is both professional and personal, he simply stated as their eyes met. Atticus considered this before he decided. My family is known in their history for being master craftsmanship, he said with practiced ease. The talent is something that crops in our family from time to time, he continued nonchalantly. Aslan narrowed his eyes slightly. And this talent, he said with an inflection, has appeared strongly in you? Aslan more stated than asked. The line of questioning was something he was becoming more wary of as time passed. He knew something. It seemed so, Atticus said with a false smile. Runes may not be a primary talent in our family, but it is something that happens from time to time. Fascinating, Aslan said with curiosity burning in his voice as he looked at Atticus unflinchingly. Do you often go to rune mastery presentations? Atticus asked as he shifted the conversation, one that Aslan seemed happy enough to oblige. Not too often, but once in a while, Aslan replied easily. After all, the ICW headquarters is merely a few blocks away. Speaking of the ICW, I hear the campaign in France is stalling with the aid of Americans, he inquired. Aslan looked at him amused but seemed to be willing to humor him. Indeed, he nodded before he continued. The additions of the Americans has given us ample reprieve, enough to press on in the east without being concerned with overcommitting. It wasn't something he didn't know, and Aslan knew it. Of course, Aslan continued, it would have been better had the British decided to join the war, Aslan said with a sneer in his voice. Atticus' lips twitched. And yet the Ottoman Sultanate hasn't joined themselves, he simply stated, jabbing at the hypocrisy. Aslan's eyes darkened. We have given 20% of our forces to the ICW, more than any other than those who are actively at war. It wasn't as if the Ottoman ministry wasn't keenly looking after their own interests. It was self-preservation lest Grindelwald turn his eyes east without a powerful ally like the ICW. And my country has given several dozen Auror squads to the ICW, he returned, not to mention material aid that has kept many ICW forces alive. You attribute the contributions of your family. We are all well aware that your family owns many creature reserves, several being key to healing and additive potions to your country. Aslan asked, amused. Some can give more than others, he said, sidestepping that little fact that his family was increasing the funding they'd been giving the ICW, one of the reasons why he was sought after, beyond those of academia and his family's stance on the war. True, Aslan said with an inclined head, it is the duty of the powerful after all to contribute more than the rest. Though, he said with a pause as he eyed Atticus. It's not so simple, is it? He posited as he strode forward down the steps. Atticus rolled his eyes at the act before he followed at a sedate pace. And what would that be? He asked, humoring the man once he caught up. The balance, he responded simply as they continued to descend down. Atticus frowned at his meanings, but before he could ask for Aslan to expand on his words. Well, it's been interesting meeting you, Mr. Sayer, Aslan said as they stepped down the last step. I look forward to seeing how your career pans out, he said as he eyed Atticus with a keen gleam before he outstretched his hand, which Atticus took. Likewise, Mugwump Aslan, he said with an inclined head before Aslan took off towards the ICW headquarters. He frowned as he watched the man go. Did he know about the Sayer ability? Perhaps not, but he knew more than what they talked about, that much was certain. Though he wasn't certain what Aslan meant with balance. He shook his head. It wouldn't do to dwell on it now. He'd ask his father who the Aslan family were. From what he said, it was likely they were an old family. Any family that were 1,000-year-old would likely have dealt with his family at some point or another. He turned on his heels and made his way back to the hotel to relax for a few hours before his meeting. Break. He landed softly after the portkaya ended and he looked around with his magic, feeling his surroundings. He was in a forested area, though he couldn't quite tell where exactly. He could feel nothing out of the ordinary, which was strange. Suddenly, he felt the air move behind him and he turned briskly with his wand in his hand and he saw her and lowered his wand. Her telltale silver hair shone brilliantly in the dim light of the sun as her hair curved down her body. She strode forward and her hair gently swayed with the fluid movement of her body, as her steps were measured and full of grace. She looked younger, much younger than he'd seen her last, when she'd resembled a more elderly woman, one who had aged magnificently, but now, she was almost unrivaled in beauty. Her eyes were startling sky blue, accentuated with long eyelashes that made it seem as if her eyes were a jewel within a black crown. Her nose was small and beautifully curved to a point and her lips were a warm pink that stood out against her pale creamy skin. Her face was perfectly symmetrical, and her clothes, a soft beige silk blouse with a low neckline whilst she wore silver grey loose trousers that came up to her ankles, only seemed to give the impression of how beyond the average human she was. He wondered if it was partially due to the elixir of life. He didn't feel her, only the air that been displaced by her sudden appearance. It was similar to when she first approached him in Alexandria, almost a year ago. It was uncomfortable, not being able to feel her or read any emotions or thoughts. He'd relied on those senses all too much, he was aware of it, as they became more and more ingrained in him. Sayer, she said musically with a French accent, her voice softer and yet more powerful than the last time he heard her. Lady Flamel, he bowed halfway through as he remembered his etiquette. She looked at him warmly. Please call me Perry, she said as she beckoned him forth, and he obliged as he took her dainty hand and brushes his lips against her knuckles. Atticus then, he responded once he let go of her hand, and she simply smiled in response. She turned and he walked beside her, and he outstretched his magic to feel something, anything. You won't be able to feel anything, not like you would usually, she spoke up, and he glanced at her and saw she bore a humorous face. I suspected, he admitted as they walked down a path before she signaled him to stop. She strode forward and raised her right arm before she brought it down, and suddenly, the lack of magic he felt was replaced by an ocean of it. The path ahead of him shimmered before it was replaced by a sight of splendor as a great mansion surrounded by great and colorful shrubbery and plants as the marble mansion shone like a beacon. Welcome to Flamel Mansion, she said warmly as she continued her walk. He quickened his pace as he locked step with her. What magic was that? He wondered as his eyes fell on his surroundings. He recognized some of these plants, less than perhaps a dozen. Most of these plants were exceedingly rare magical plants, those that were exceedingly difficult to care for and rarely were ever available on markets given how they only bloomed or survived in specific conditions. The fact that there were plants that required harsh wintry conditions to bloom and yet were doing remarkably well in gentle temperate conditions, some 17 degrees, had him stumped. A version of notice me not that my husband invented, she told him, grabbing his attention. He frowned as they arrived at the door. I've never heard or felt anything like it. It felt like a null field, he pointed out to her, and she turned slightly with a large smile. You've heard of null fields? She asked curiously. It's not something that is known these days. He nodded. I was doing some experiments that required such a thing, he confirmed, and she laughed beautifully. Nicholas Flamel truly is a lucky man. Oh, Nicky will only like you more, she said with a soft twinkle in her eye as they walked through the ornate door. They walked through the sweeping hallways which had arching ceilings, columns that had ornate carvings that probably had Renaissance influences. The hallways were covered with magnificent paintings, several of which seemed familiar, but he kept his tongue as he could always ask later who the artists had been. There was an air of laissez-faire as they walked through the elegant home, one that he could only suspect was due to their chosen route of life, to live it, and to let it pass. They arrived in the living, which was spacious and airy, one designed for relaxation and comfort, as arrived at carefully arranged cream sofas with a glass table at the center. She gestured him to take a seat in one of the chairs opposite her and they sat down. Nicky is currently in his lab, he'll be up shortly, she mentioned as she leaned back, crossing her legs as she rested comfortably, her warm eyes on him. He nodded in understanding as he got comfortable in his chair. You have a lovely home, he complimented, and she smiled at him warmly. Thank you, she said as she turned her head around looking at their home. We have spent many years making this place a home and it remains our favorite one, she said happily. And would this be in France? He inquired curiously, and she laughed lightly. The Porte-Quay was an international one which he took from Alexandria. He was curious at how it bypassed the nets given that port keys were suspended in the country. Though given who they were, they likely hadn't had much difficulty in obtaining a license. That would be correct, she confirmed as she gained a mischievous glint in her eye, though at the same time it isn't, she said with a smile, and he frowned at her wordings. He watched her closely as he considered what she said, thinking all the time. The null field, the vague wording of where this was. Is this a pocket space? He questioned with interest in his eyes. Was it possible to hide a house in a pocket space, without having a boundary like how moleskin pouches would need to have one? She shook her head. Not quite, she said gently. It is something else, one that we came across quite by accident. She told him. But that doesn't matter, she said, shaking her head lightly. Would you like some tea? He nodded please, and soon enough they were sitting in quiet comfort sipping on their tea. It was unexpected, he said suddenly as he eyed her, and she looked at him expectantly. To receive an invite? She completed for him, and he nodded slightly. Perhaps she acceded, but it shouldn't be. I did tell you we had interest in you, from an early age, she told him before she continued. We have also met a couple times, again, if only in passing, she smiled at him. True, but it was rarely more than in half an hour. That first meeting was the only time where it was more than that. Besides, I only thought it was more like how one watches a potential danger rather than someone you'd invite into your home, he said with a tilted head. She smiled broadly at him. Was that the impression I gave? She said with a laugh in her voice. He hummed lightly as he leaned back in his chair with an amused smile. Not quite, he admitted before his lips twitched. More like I was a passing curiosity than anything else. She laughed a little. I wouldn't call it passing, she said with a gleam in her eyes. His eyebrows raised high. I don't think Lord Flamel would be happy to hear such interest from his wife and his guest, he said with a cheeky grin before he sipped his tea, mirth dancing in his eyes which garnered an amused laugh from her. Ah well, I doubt he would mind. After all, he himself is perhaps even more interested in you than I am, she said with a teasing tone as her eyes shone wildly in amusement, making him choke a little on his tea, which only increased her mirth. Ah well, he said a little uncomfortably as he shifted in his seat. Perhaps he shouldn't have tried to tease a 700-year-old woman, considering how quickly she turned it on him. She had twinkling eyes before she looked at him almost with amused pity. How is your relationship with your lady friend? She asked warmly. Did things work out for you? They'd spoken briefly when they met, when she'd seen it bother him. It was nice of her to ask, if it was the only purpose. He decided to indulge her. His instincts were telling him that she wasn't completely untrustworthy for some reason. She knew more about magic than he did, he was quite certain of that, and he wouldn't be surprised if she knew some kind of magic that made people easy around her. Still, he was a guest here, and guest rights were an important facet in magical society. To harm a guest was the height of dishonor and lack of nobility. It was worthy of being deemed a blood traitor for spitting on tradition. And the Flamels were certainly not blood traitors, even if they were far more liberal and exceptionally capable of moving with the times. Things worked out well, he confirmed for her. Your advice regarding relationships that lasted, being built on a foundation of trust, rang true. He smiled at her. She clapped lightly, her hands clasped in delight. Wonderful to hear. Oh, I do enjoy helping people, especially with matters pertaining love, she said with a pause and with a gleam in her eye. Do you love her? She asked him curiously. He laughed a little loudly at that. I do. He said fondly. It was a surprise really, he said more to himself than to her. She nodded sagely. It often is. I only truly met Nicky when he came passing through my village in his early 20s. He didn't look like much, not then, she said with a distant smile. He'd been born to a small merchant family whilst I had been born to a noble family, a small one but noble nonetheless. Two different spheres, and yet, we were drawn to each other, much to the consternation of my father. She laughed a little and he sensed a little note of sadness in it. Was this before he made his stone? He inquired, and she nodded. Nicky was still early in his exploration of alchemy. He was already brilliant at it, but he still had much to do. She said before she sipped on her tea. It was only after we had been married, half a decade after we met, that he began his journey to make his stone, one that lasted for over a decade and a half, she told him. Did you help? He asked her, and she smiled at him. Alchemy was never my strong suit, she told him, and he looked at her with a deadpan expression. Somehow I doubt there isn't anyone alive other than Nicholas Flamel himself who knows more alchemy than you do, even if you studied it in passing, he said with a knowing look, and she simply smiled in return. He heard footsteps. Ah, that must be Nicky. He came into the room dressed in slacks that had faint stains on his sleeves. He looked younger as well, significantly younger. He was as skinny as he remembered, but he had young smooth skin. His white hair had given way to shoulder-length blonde hair that were slightly curvy, which stood out amidst his hazel blue eyes. Nicky, you are unkempt, she said disapprovingly as he bent down and kissed her cheek. He sighed before he waved a hand over himself, cleaning himself from all stains and dirtiness. Apologies my love, I got carried away, he said apologetically before he turned to Atticus. So he was capable of wandless magic, he thought curiously. He suspected it. After all, they have been alive for a long time. Magic grew with age, even if it was probably a small fraction of a % each year or so. Even if they had been sorcerer level, they likely were as close to mage level as possible without actually being archmages. Maybe they even were archmages, or at least almost had archmage level magic. Nicholas Flamel had the same shielding as Pernell did, so he couldn't really sense his strength. Not even Dumbledore could shield his magic as well as they were capable of. Sayer, he said with a flourish before he closed the distance, and Atticus set his teacup down and stood up and stuck out a hand which Nicholas shook fervently. Please call me Atticus, Lord Flamel. Then call me Nicholas, he said with a smile before he let go and took a seat next to his wife. My apologies Atticus, I was busy with an experiment trying to replicate a Sumerian alchemic remedy. Atticus' eyes lit up. Sumerian? He asked, intrigued. Nicholas smiled shark-like. Yes, the Sumerians. They were marvelously ahead of their time regarding alchemy. Atticus nodded seriously. They were. They were capable of creating wonderful magical metals, though it involved ingredients of magical creatures, most of them being native to their lands. Wouldn't most of their discoveries be along the same veins as Inuurtas, where the creatures they used to transmute being long dead? You know about Inuurtas? Nicholas beamed before he continued. Yes, much of the surviving texts make it clear they heavily used magical creatures in their transmutations, the majority long since extinct. Nicholas' eyes gleamed. And that is the challenge, he said with a clap of the hands. Alchemy is more than just changing one object into another through deconstruction and reconstruction. It is a science, one that the Sumerians were not quite truly aware of. After all, in those times, magic and religion were heavily entwined, and much of it veered into mysticism and thaumaturgy rather than anything else. Yes, and magic accommodated for it. Atticus nodded. Exactly, but the inexactness of their alchemic formulas leaves the possibility of reconstructing their formulas once you understand the effect of the ingredients. One thing the Sumerians did understand was the concept of equivalent exchange, something that they actually were largely responsible for disseminating throughout the magical world. In those times, it wasn't something that was unknown. After all, your own ancestors were keenly aware of it, given that they were priests for pharaohs, responsible for ensuring droughts do not happen, or at the very least are controlled. Nicholas said knowingly. Atticus' eyebrows rose in surprise. You're aware of my ancestors? He asked curiously, and Nicholas laughed. Of course. They were inspirational to me, in my youth, Nicholas said with a smile. Your ancestors were pioneers in many fields, though not in alchemy, but nonetheless, their understanding of magic was unrivaled, and I had the opportunity to learn from one of your kinsmen, he said with a smile. I'd love to hear about that sometime, Atticus said, full of interest. Nicholas inclined his head. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Anyway, with the concept of equivalent exchange, and a myriad of other alchemic laws, you can substitute ingredients with alternatives whose effects would serve the same purpose. Equivalent exchange can be considered to be in two parts: law of conservation of mass, where matter and energy can be neither created or destroyed, merely transformed, and the law of natural providence, whereby substances or elements can largely only be transmuted into another makeup and properties of that initial material, i.e. iron can be transmuted into magical metals most similar to the basic element, with magical creatures largely turning it into magical metals. Atticus' brows furrowed in thought. So you're saying that if you were to substitute an ingredient from a creature whose primary effect was to induce a form of healing or perhaps an element like fire or lightning, you'd substitute for that effect with something that is most similar. Nicholas nodded with a pleased glint in his eyes. Indeed. The arithmancy for it of course would be modified, quite heavily in fact, as there are several other factors that you need to account for, such as the species, the type of creature, the magical signature of the create and so on, but ultimately, through experimentation, it is possible. Lady Flamel, Perry stood up elegantly. I will ask the elves to make us dinner, she said after she kissed her husband on the cheek. Nicholas' eyes lit up. Coq au vin. He asked her with a pleading look in his eyes which she met with rolling ones. Of course, she said humorously before she turned to Atticus. You will stay of course for dinner? She asked kindly. If you'll have me, he nodded with a smile. He still had many questions to ask and it would be rude not to stay now. She smiled at him before she turned away. He and Nicholas spoke for the next few hours mostly about ancient Sumeria, Egypt, and the relationships of magic and religion until it was time for dinner. A wonderful meal of coq au vin, chicken braised in red wine, with various vegetables that was remarkably tender and melted on the tongue, rich in flavor. After they ate, they remained at the dinner table sharing several bottles of wine. You've lived for more than 600 years, Atticus began after he finished his wine. How was it to live through the ages, as you moved from one to the next? From the Dark Ages, the end of the Middle Ages, through the Renaissance period and then through the Age of Enlightenment, the implementation of the statute, through the Age of Revolutions until the arrival of the modern era. Atticus finished with a gleam in his eye. Nicholas laughed. Dear, has it been so long that we lived through 7 eras? Thank you for reminding how old we are, Pernell said with a huff before she lightly glared at Atticus. Hasn't your mother not told you not to highlight how old a woman is? She said with pursed lips, displeasure seeping into her tone. Nicholas laughed before he looked at Atticus conspiratorially. Don't mind her too much, she rather likes the modern age, hygiene is much better these days. Pernell scoffed. Of course, don't you remember Paris in the 1300s and the lack of lessons they learnt after the Black Plague? It took centuries for them to make it not smell like excretion piss, she said disdainfully. You never let me forget, Nicholas muttered under his breath before he looked at Atticus. At the time, we lived in Paris mainly due to my job as a potion and alchemist in one of the magical districts. This is before my creation of the stone, and she threatened to leave me if we didn't move to countryside. She raised an eyebrow. Well, what could you expect? The deaths during the height of the Black Plague were depressing, she said with a sniff and a raised chin before she turned to Atticus. Living through those ages wasn't quite as interesting as you think, she responded to his question. Certainly not at the time, Nicholas agreed. Once I created my stone in 1362, we rarely interacted with society, often spending much of our time traveling or being in our home, he said with a fond smile to his wife before he turned back to Atticus. Time passed us by, mostly. We rarely interacted with society, beyond a certain point, keeping much of our interactions to academia and perhaps keeping in touch with families that we were fond of. Nicholas said before he paused, looking thoughtfully. Pernell picked up from Nicholas. Of course, the majority of changes were the Muggles. Indeed, Nicholas agreed. At the time, certainly in the several centuries before the statute, the Muggles were far more religious and scientific progress didn't quite push off until the later years of the 1500s. At the time, they were centuries behind us, anatomists like Fabricius and William Harvey contributing quite heavily to their understanding of the anatomy in humans and animals, something that we have known about and experimented with for well over several millennia. Pernell hummed in agreement. Remember Professor Cowltier, Nicky? Nicholas laughed a little. How could I not? He said with a grin before he turned to Atticus. Professor Cowltier was he paused briefly as he considered it. Perhaps the most closest would be the teacher of care of magical creatures, though he was simultaneously a veterinarian and an anatomist. Nicholas laughed before his eyes gleamed as he turned to his wife. Remember the hippogriff accident? Pernell giggled. Yes, the one story that passed down the generations for quite some time. She turned to Atticus. It wasn't in my class, not even Nicholas, who was several years ahead of me but one below me. Cowltier had stripped the hippogriff skin off but forgot to remove a charmed device that would shock the hippogriff, to show how muscles contracted and released. Nicholas picked it up from her, and what the old professor didn't know was it was faulty, and so when he went to explain the musculature of the hind legs, the device went off and one on the claws gripped. He indicated with his hand onto his sides, graping a significant amount of his buttocks. Nicholas laughed. The story goes that Cowltier limped, cursing in colorful French and Latin towards the medical quarter. Pernell giggled. Yes, it was a story that grew more and more fantastic as the generations went. Nicholas twitched his lips. Yes, we learnt much about the anatomy of humans and magical creatures from him, she said with mischievous eyes before she shook her head. Care never had anything like this, and it was a shame. In the past, from the journals of his ancestors, Hogwarts did have some amount of biology within their curriculum, and he thought that it was the poorer for it, now that they didn't go in that direction. Things that the Muggles researched on their own several centuries after. Pernell added. Wasn't there more a cooperation between Magicals and Muggles? He questioned. Not so much in the centuries after the founding of Hogwarts, except maybe in the Middle East, During their golden era, Nicholas responded. Certainly not as much as in the antiquities, Pernell commented, but mostly the cooperation was within astronomy and physics, where we had a greater understanding of than the Muggles, courtesy of our magic. Nicholas nodded seriously as he sent a piercing gaze at Atticus. That is why your contribution in transfiguration was such a marvel, he said with a large smile. It was the first time where physics of the natural world was investigated in a long time. Atomic science isn't new to us. Nicholas shook his head. Really? Atticus asked curiously. My masters, weren't so knowledgeable about it until I brought them books on chemistry, physics, and biology. Pernell sniffed disdainfully. It doesn't surprise me, she tugged. Ever since the statute, there has been a regression in the investigation of the natural world. Nicholas hummed in agreement before he sipped on his wine as he sat back. Indeed. In my day, alchemy and chemistry, along with several other mundane subjects, were closely studied together. It was unheard of to study only magical disciplines if you were apprenticed, not like these days. Nicholas sighed. Yes, since your contribution, there has been a spark lit up in many academics, Pernell said with an amused look. Nicholas laughed. Of course it would. He said with a flourish. To be undone by a child is something that probably grated many of them. After all, they rarely contributed something profound to their field, simply variations of laws that they considered to be absolute. Nicholas shook his head. Nothing is absolute, not when it comes to magic, Nicholas declared. Even Gamp's exceptions. Atticus posed and Nicholas looked at him with a gleam in his eyes. Not even they. He said, trailing off. After all, your last contribution on the subject posited that it could be broken, with sufficient understanding, of course, Nicholas said with an inclined head. You think it's possible? Atticus asked with raised brows. He didn't quite think it was possible, not for some time. Of course, he could bypass it by learning from the knowledge held in Moira's knowledge bank. After all, a million years of scientific knowledge was bound to truly glean knowledge that would make probably anything he could think of possible once he learned to apply in magic. I don't see why not, Nicholas confirmed. Of course, as you mentioned in your paper, the complex constituency of food makes nearing impossibility, considering the changing structure as time goes by, but it is a mathematical problem. He said as he drank from his wine. Atticus furrowed his brow as he considered it before his eyes lit up. You're referring to calculus in arithmancy, he stated. Nicholas nodded. Beyond simply understanding the complex structure in organic material, you must also learn the rate of change, and the variability of the rate of change due to the conditions of the environment. I suspect probability and integrals would likely factor heavily as well, to account for the near impossibility to 100% get the right structure. An almost extricably difficult thing to calculate, but it isn't impossible to discover, certainly not with magic, Nicholas commented. The problem of course would be in ensuring that the structure remains permanent, Pernell added, and Nicholas hummed in agreement. Permanence in such a thing is something that would need to be found, not permanence that remains for centuries. Nicholas tapped his chin as he considered something. You're wondering about the energy that would be broken down by the body, whether the energy gained from the food would be penalized later on? Atticus asked. Yes, Pernell answered for Nicholas. Whilst the magic is transformed into usable energy for the body, the transformation would ultimately be undone, but whether the energy that would be long since used would simply be dissipated is something to be considered. Magic is a form of energy. Atticus began transforming it into usable energy, one that the body uses to nourish itself should simply mean once it is processed, within a few days, it should not matter whether something is permanent or not. After all, food rots after a certain amount of time, proteins and other things break down and is broken down through bacteria. Perhaps, Nicholas acceded. Of course, it bears investigation, one that I might consider, Nicholas said with a gleam. You'd be welcome to it, Atticus said with a laugh. It would certainly be revolutionary, and it would make us truly self-sufficient, at least when it came to food. So many people would become fat, Pernell lamented before Nicholas laughed. Imagine being able to create sorbet with but a flick of your wand, Perry, Nicholas coaxed, and Pernell pursed her lips as her eyes grew distant, much to Atticus' amusement. Don't even joke about that, she warned mockingly. I can see myself gain several sizes, she sighed despondently. Nicholas snorted. My dear, you would still look beautiful to me, he said fondly as he tapped her hand and she smiled at him. He turned to Atticus and winked before he whispered conspiratorially, in the late 1800s Pernell went through a phase where she loved French cream cheese. I tell you, Perry looked wonderful as she grew a little larger in the right places, he whispered with a grin, making Atticus snort before he laughed at the audacity of it. Perry cuffed him on the back of his head. Nicky, she said, outraged though she held an amused glint in her eye. Do you want me show him your ridiculous phase where you were dressed in commedia patterned garbs? She said daintily with a raised eyebrow. The one where you... No, Nicholas said hastily and in a panic. That period is well behind us, my dear, he said with a glance at Atticus. I'd love to see such pictures, Lady Flamel, Atticus said smoothly as he restrained a grin, and Pernell smiled beautifully at him. I'd love to show them to you, perhaps next time, she said to him, though mostly it seemed a warning to Nicholas to behave. And don't let me remind you again to call me Perry, please, she said with a raised eyebrow, and Atticus nodded agreeably. I thought you destroyed those pictures, Nicholas said with a frown, and Pernell looked at Nicholas with an amusement expression. As if I would destroy such marvelous work, she sniffed, and Atticus silently laughed as Nicholas looked a little dismayed. I have to say I'm quite interested in how bad they must be, Atticus commented. Bad? Pernell said with a tilted head with a mischievous glint. Oh, they're not bad, she said nonchalantly. They're horrific, Nicholas lamented. It was the era of high fashion, in the higher echelons of French nobility, often worn in masquerades and the like. He grimaced a little. I got carried away with the era, he admitted, much to Perinel's amusement. He shook his head. But yes, the statute had the unfortunate consequence of inducing significant stagnation and a period of regression that we have yet to break out of, Nicholas said disappointedly. Pernell nodded agreeably. Yes, it is unfortunate. The statute was always going to happen, especially considering the change in stance from the Vatican in the 15th century. The Vatican? Atticus asked curiously. Yes, the Vatican had always been aware of magic, even now they know of it, in the higher echelons. One of the charges of the Italian magicals is to protect the Pope from magicals, similar at how there should be an aura attaché which are meant to protect heads of states as per the agreements between the ministries and national governments. Pernell supplied. He didn't quite know if Spencer Moon was in contact with Churchill. He should be. After all, this was a war with heavy magical involvement, as Hitler and Grindelwald joined forces in some capacity or another. Julius too was a squib born from the Valmir family, an old magical Roman family, and who was treated miserably due to his lack of magic, Pernell said disapprovingly. He was cast out and taken in by the Rovere family. Yes, of all the little things that contributed to the statute, that was a big one. Nicholas sighed. He hadn't heard anything about this. The Muggles know him as the warrior Pope, who waged war against several Italian states and lords, one who left a significant legacy in terms of culture and politics in the Renaissance era, along with being influential with the efforts of colonization in the Americas. But with regards to magic, the man was singularly responsible for exacerbating the strained relationship between magicals and Muggles, one that wasn't quite terrible but not great either. Witch hunts grew more and more frequent as he endorsed a militant wing to the Papal States, forcing magicals to become more subservient to them, something that he quite enjoyed doing, Nicholas said with darkened eyes. He encouraged many kings to execrate magical nobles, partly responsible for several Dark Lords in the 16th century. Or Dark Lady in the case of Perk-Lisa, Pernell commented. Ah yes, Perk-Lisa was an unfortunate girl, Nicholas shook his head. Well, she did get revenge for the death of her father and mother. Pernell said nonchalantly. Atticus' eyebrows raised. Don't you think it was a little overboard? He said with a little disbelief. Perk-Lisa killed over 600 Muggles, half of them nobles in northern Macedonia, after they killed her parents, who had been of a noble family for centuries before they partitioned her family's lands between the Muggle nobles. She disappeared after magicals hunted her down for the act, but not before she killed several dozen wizards. The revenge was warranted, Pernell simply stated. In those times, before ministries, feuds were settled with blood, by both peoples. It wasn't wrong what she did, what was wrong was the way she did it. Atticus grimaced. Ah yes, Perk-Lisa gruesomely killed those people and their families. Not even infants were spared, as she speared them and hung them to dry in the weather, whilst they were still alive. Funnily enough, none tried to kill any more magicals in Greece or in Byzantine Empire for quite some time. Anyway, what Julius II did was set the precedent that the successors followed. The Italian magical community were more or less least prosecuted, considering the fact that many of them were ancient families who have been part of Rome since its founding. It would have been idiotic of them to vilify their own magical community when they would depend on them, especially after the Arabian nations had so effectively used their magicals during the Crusades. Nicholas told him, but the rest of the world had it not so easily. In the process of removing themselves from Muggle affairs, so came the process of sticking solely to magic rather than the other mundane principles, and so when the statute arrived, it became more ingrained in magical society to disavow anything Muggle, even if it was idiotic to disavow the study of nature simply because it wasn't magical. Nicholas finished. It was such a shame. Some of the greatest thinkers in human history were wizards, working side by side with Muggles. It was a shock to learn that Hogwarts once taught biology with herbology, and mathematics with arithmancy, and chemistry with potions only 400 years ago, Atticus said with a sigh. Nicholas nodded sagely. Yes, it was a phenomena that travelled like a firestorm across the magical world, to drop Muggle topics in favour of magic only in an act of spectacular self-sabotage. Of course it was also when the Muggles began to truly hit the scientific revolution, an interesting age to be sure, Pernell said. Ah yes, Newton was truly brilliant, Nicholas said with a gleam in his eyes. Many Muggles will of course praise his mathematical acumen, but the man had such creativity, an important facet in any scientist who wants to become more than one of the many. Similarly, Anthony Leeuwenhoek, D'Alembert also had fantastic minds. Don't forget de Lacaille, Pernell said with twitching lips, and Nicholas laughed before he turned to Atticus. De Lacaille wasn't a Muggle, he was a magical from the D'Alliardi family, who hid in the Muggle world as a French astronomer, responsible for mapping constellations in the southern hemisphere, Nicholas said with a fond smile. Pernell turned to Atticus. Cilix, Ptolemy the magical one, I forget which one, Mamlius Romanus and Azophi Erebus were all wizards who were instrumental in establishing the modern world's celestial maps, stars, and many constellations were named by these men, and Delacael wanted to be the man who continued this tradition, and he named 14 constellations after contributing quite heavily to the Muggles, Pernell said with a fond smile. Did you know him well? Atticus asked curiously. We did. Pernell nodded. We taught him at Beauxbatons, and it was where we noticed he was quite brilliant, but his interest lied in the stars. He lamented the statute, but after we introduced him to a few Muggle acquaintances, he decided to move to the Muggle world, forsaking much of the magical world, and pursued astronomy. He died from dragonpox at a tender age of 49, less than a third of what he could have lived, Nicholas said with a sigh. It was a shame we didn't hear of his illness until it was too late for us to heal him. Much of his work also helped the magical world quite substantially, as he combined the movements of the planets and arithmancy to help establish new ideas for rituals and several other magical disciplines. You can heal dragonpox? Atticus asked curiously. Dragonpox was the equivalent of smallpox, one that relied on ensuring the body could heal from naturally as they treated you. It was why those who were older never were quite capable of surviving it. He wondered if he could develop vaccines for it, in a similar way to how smallpox was eliminated in the late 20th century in his world. Not quite, only use small doses of elixir to promote the healing process of the body, to give time to the body to fight the disease, Nicholas corrected. Atticus furrowed his brows. Would there not be any other alchemic solution possible? He asked with a tilted head. Nicholas shook his head. No. Dragonpox is a virulent disease, one that ravages the body in a scale that alchemy cannot heal. It is almost purely magical as well, and so it would fight the magic of the solution. The only thing you can do is promote the natural healing capabilities of the body whilst ensuring the magic of the wizard or witch is stable to fight of the magical element of the disease. Nicholas finished. Speaking of alchemy, how are your ventures into alchemy going? Pernell asked curiously as a glass of white wine appeared, which she took and drank from. I haven't truly explored it, he admitted, and they both nodded in understanding. I understand, you've been busy with many things. Teaching in 2 subjects, publishing almost monthly in Transfiguration Weekly, and of course finishing your mastery in runes, with a contribution that is exceptional, Nicholas remarked keenly. Atticus scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. He said with an awkward laugh. Yes, I've been busy. And you won't be in June, will you? Nicholas asked with a tilted head as he watched Atticus with a curious expression. I suspect I likely will be, he mused, even though he knew he had a lot of things to do. Preparing himself for war, preparing the rescue of those Muggleborns and their family, conducting the ritual, and several other projects that he had in the pipelines. Will you go into magical research then? Nicholas asked with a knowing look. Perhaps, he said evasively, much to Pernell and Nicholas' amusement. Have you considered perhaps apprenticing for an alchemy mastery? Nicholas asked plainly. I haven't, he admitted to Nicholas, whilst also confirming what he expected this invitation to be. Nicholas, be a little more plain speaking, Pernell chided him before she turned to Atticus. We would like to take you on as an apprentice, she told him with expectant eyes. He sat back on his chair. Why? He asked plainly. Why? Nicholas parroted as he cocked his head. Yes. Why? I mean, please don't misunderstand me, Atticus said in a hurry as he sought to assuage them. It's an honor to be apprenticed to you both, but I don't understand why. He said with furrowed brows. Pernell spoke up. You don't understand why? She asked, amused. Nicholas chuckled. My dear boy, you are an exceptional talent, one who has the brains to become an exceptional alchemist and one who has the passion for magic to truly progress the field. Nicholas said with a gleam in his eyes. And what about my character? Atticus asked with a tilted head as his eyes flittered to them both, a little confused. Weren't they friends of Dumbledore? Hadn't he warned them about him? What about it? Pernell asked confused. We've watched you from a young age, which we have told you. Had we not come to a decision that you were acceptable, we would not offer this, she said calmly. Nicholas nodded sagely. Indeed so. We are well aware of you. We know that you are colder than most and more distant from people than one should be, but ultimately, we do not think your character is one that is inherently wrong. We're well aware of your activities regarding Muggleborns, he said with a sip of his wine. Atticus thinned his lips in surprise. He was careful with them. He was aware of how optics would be should it be known of how much he was involving himself with Muggleborns. Especially once it is known that he was engineering companies that would employ indiscriminately. Oh. He said as he drank from his red wine. Yes, we are aware of the groundwork that you are doing with Muggleborns and Squibs, sending them to Muggle school and having several of them apprenticed with masters of various disciplines. It was clever, to use your name and influence to have Muggleborns apprenticed to people you have corresponded with that you met in your times in Alexandria, Nicholas mused. And do you have any idea of what my groundwork is? He asked them. Your intent in building businesses, though what exactly I'm not so sure of, but considering that the majority are either charms or rune apprentices, I suspect you are setting up businesses heavily involved in research and artifact creation, Pernell stated as she eyed him curiously. It was close enough. He'd only discussed exactly what he was going to sell to Derek and Sarah. showing them recording crystals, mirror phones, and several of things. He was eventually going to modify the crystals to work on a specific magical frequency, one that would be paired with a recorder and a receiver, that is isolated and wouldn't interfere with radio signals and the like. Magical's TVs were on their way. Of course, he'd need to establish an entire industry until it grew organically. International and national, of course. The fact that they knew about it was concerning, however. Did they have a spy network? If they knew, did Dumbledore know? Did enemies of his family know? His parents knew what he was doing, he'd told them not long ago as well. They hadn't been happy to see him spend so much time and effort on Muggleborns, until he showed them why he was doing it. His father understood the potential of it, the sheer influence their family could have once it was off the ground. The ministry wouldn't know how influential he'd be until it was far too difficult for them to reverse their decision. Suddenly offering and using Muggleborns made sense to him, for it would establish loyal employees who'd never have it as good as what he was giving them, making it difficult for rivals and enemies to take it from them. He nodded. Something like that, he said with a pause. Is that why you're offering me the apprenticeship? The fact that I am not prejudiced against the lower members of society. Pernell hummed. Not quite. She admitted, but it helped certainly. We were concerned, but that helped alleviate some things. How did you find out? He asked curiously. I've taken steps to make sure I'm only nominally associated with it, and those who are purebloods rarely interact with squibs and muggleborns. Pernell looked at him amused. You don't know? She asked, surprised, and Atticus frowned. Know what? He said a little impatiently. It isn't too difficult to find out that you're behind the disappearance of squibs and muggleborns from the more destitute Nocturne Alley. In fact, many could find out about it if you have the right contacts, which many darker families will have, she pointed out. He grimaced. Whilst he wasn't exactly trying for secrecy, he was hoping it would be a little better kept. He shook his head. It doesn't matter, not now at least. I'd be honored, he said before he hesitated. But? Nicholas asked with his hands entwined in front of him. But I have many things I have to do before I can even entertain diving into alchemy, he sighed deeply. I have studied alchemy on my own, of course. I'm certainly ahead where most would be after a few years of study, I expect, but nowhere near to actually achieve a mastery in alchemy. I'd probably learn more in a year with you than I would 5 on my own, Atticus said with pursed lips. Naturally, Nicholas said with a nod, simply confirming it as a fact. To set up your business? Pernell lightly prodded. Atticus hesitated again, which was noticed by both of them. The war? Nicholas asked with a knowing glint in his eye. Atticus nodded after several moments. Will you keep this between us? Atticus asked seriously. They were offering him an apprenticeship with the Flamels was an honor people killed for. Dumbledore's fame was partially because he apprenticed for the Flamels in the 1910s. It helped him gain notice where he built his influence. We will, Pernell said reassuringly. Even from Dumbledore? Atticus asked with narrowed eyes. Nicholas looked at him with a scrutinizing look. From everyone. Nicholas said. We are not in the habit of breaking the confidence of people, Nicholas stated before he eyed Atticus with a curious glint. Interesting that you mentioned him specifically, Nicholas pried. Atticus laughed a little bitterly. Why would I not? Atticus said with a raised eyebrow. He is your former apprentice, and from my own experiences, I'm quite fond of my former masters and who I probably would continue to be in contact with for decades. Atticus said to them, which was truthful. Amanda, Machias, and Daphne were people he very much liked. People he also intended to invite at some point once he built his island. After all, he wouldn't be surprised if they wanted in on helping to create a country of legend. Simply because he is my former apprentice does not mean I share with him everything I learn, Nicholas said with a curious tint to his voice. But you have shared with him what you know of me, and he with you? Atticus asked with narrowed eyes. To some degree, Nicholas allowed, but nothing pertaining to what we found regarding your business quest. After all, it is nothing to do with him. And what have you two shared about me? Atticus pressed. Why are you so confrontational about Dumbledore? Pernell interjected. I'll answer after you explain, Nicholas said as he sat back in his chair, analyzing Atticus. Atticus sighed. Dumbledore was a touchy subject. He really didn't like the man. It was partly because he was bitterly disappointed that he was more like what he suspected the man to be in his old life, a conniving, hypocritical, Machiavellian backstabber who believed himself to have the right to control everyone. Atticus hated that. Even if he was manipulative himself, it was rarely done with malice or thinking he knew best. After all, he intended to manipulate society to be more forward-thinking and scientifically literate, whilst he intended to create a magical society with core beliefs that would help promote excellence in magic and science, with merit and competence the deciding factor in almost everything. He had no real idea what Dumbledore wanted. Not truly. Only that he wanted to control the direction of the magical world in some way that he didn't quite understand yet. His influence in the Wizengamot wasn't great yet, and most of his allies were pushing things that he agreed nominally in, except for the limiting of magic and the invasive searching for dark artifacts. Dumbledore. He trailed off as he considered his words delicately. Is controlling and is highly manipulative. I also don't understand his views about magic. He views magic as light or dark, not the fact that magic is simply as it is, and intentions and meaning far more relevant. Atticus said with a little contempt creeping in his voice before he frowned. I also don't like the feel of his magic. He paused as he considered it. There is something unsettling in his magic. Atticus shook his head. Emily is better at identifying certain things in people's magic, but she agreed there is something wrong with him. Pernell scoffed lightly. See Nikki, she said as she waved her hand with a raised eyebrow. I told you that there was something about him. Pa, Nicholas said as he glanced with a frown at Pernell before he turned back to Atticus. You say Emily is capable of feeling things in people's magic? Nicholas asked with a serious expression. Atticus narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. She can. She possibly has a unique sensitivity, a very rare capability, a version of mage sight. Nicholas mused. Perry, remember Laurent Corleone? He asked his wife. Of course. She nodded serenely before she thinned her lips in concentration. He was capable of identifying us even when we hid our magical signature. She paused. You think she's capable of that too? She asked keenly with interest shining through her eyes. Nicholas nodded. Yes, I suspect she shares the same attributes. He turned to Atticus as he frowns. If what you say is true, I suspect that her instincts are probably extremely honed. He trailed off. Perhaps Albus is also wrong about her, Pernell said with a strange expression on her face. What, Dumbledore also spoke with you about her? Atticus interjected with a mildly annoyed frown. He did. Albus was quite thorough in his observations about you, which naturally involves her too, Nicholas commented. Atticus waited impatiently for Nicholas to continue, which he did. Albus said that his observations of you was that you were a brilliant young man who excelled in magic much too early and much too young. He stated that he wasn't pleased that you were allowed to progress beyond your years, no matter your excellence, and that it would spell disaster as time goes on, Nicholas said with a disapproving tone in his voice. Atticus' eye twitched. Of course we don't agree, Pernell said as she saw the twitch as she smiled a little. Your comments about his views of magic are quite observant. One of the things I have noticed about him is that he much prefers many things of magic to be prohibited with those who are proven to be trustworthy. Whereas with your Emily, Nicholas hesitated a little before he continued. He referred to her a budding dark lady, one that would drag you down with her and one that he expected to deal with in the future, Nicholas said with a grimace. Atticus set his jaws as his hands clenched. How dare he? Only through occlumency was he able to keep his magic under control. The fact that Emily probably would have become a dark lady didn't matter. To cast off one of your students, a very troubled student, without seeking to aid them, Emily wasn't rotten. She could be cruel, but it is what she learned, something he was helping in removing given that it was born from neglect and terrible conditions in an orphanage. She'd always be ruthless, yes, but it didn't mean she'd need to be a dark lady, like what Dumbledore was suggesting. In his opinion, the longer either version of Riddle remained in that orphanage, the more likely they became a menace to society. They were rudderless, alone, and none truly got through because no one tried to get through. Sociopaths were created, and with magic, well. Nicholas spoke quickly, adding, we thoroughly disabused him from that thinking, to throw one of his students into a labyrinth when they have yet to enter it. Pernell scoffed lightly as if that man would listen. He's far too sure and headstrong to ever change his mind, never mind the fact that we are older than his family name and have seen and experienced more than he ever will, she said disapprovingly. Yes, it is a serious flaw in him. Nicholas said with a frown before he shook his head. Don't mind Albus, Pernell said gently. He is wary of anyone with power, and you and Emily have it in spades. How could he not mind Albus? Atticus wondered, considering that Dumbledore was already in the mindset that he was going to contend with them later on. It all but confirmed he'd have to be dealt with, lest he and Emily find themselves in a terrible situation. He attributes Dark Lords to the negligence of the magical world when it comes to dark magic and other more dangerous forms of magic. Nicholas paused briefly. Of course he isn't quite wrong with it. After all, most Dark Lords end up diving far too deep in dark magic, staining their magic, which stains their mind and body. And yet would you not say it is society that is largely responsible for the rise of Dark Lords? Atticus remarked. Naturally, Pernell said, magical society is quite easy to fracture and to gain followers, especially if you are magically powerful. Albus attributes power as a main cause of the rise of Dark Lords. And one of the ways to limit the rise of Dark Lords is to limit the magic that can be practiced, Nicholas finished for her. Atticus scoffed, as if you can remove large swathes of knowledge like that. Banning it through the legal system and removing any references to it in magical schooling will not remove the rise of Dark Lords. It is insane to think so. The only thing that you will do is weaken society to the point where Dark Lords can do more damage. If the likes of Herpo the Foul or Escrides rose, say 50 years from now, after the successful banning of magic that could help you understand and combat them, magical society would end up truly in trouble. And that is where his argument of those who are proven to be trustworthy comes into play, Pernell said succinctly. And who would be deemed trustworthy? By Dumbledore. Atticus retorted. Nicholas shrugged. Perhaps. He acceded. There can certainly be worse people who could be entrusted with. It wasn't wrong, Dumbledore wasn't the worst person to entrust with the world, certainly the average magical probably would live quite happily under him. After all, Dumbledore would likely seek to stymie those with power, both politically and magically, by forcing through things he wanted. They would not miss what they wouldn't know: progress. Progress was something magical Britain and large swathes of magical Europe would fight against. What Dumbledore would fight against? From what they were saying, Dumbledore didn't want people to have power, which wasn't a wrong position to have. For all intents and purposes, Dumbledore was largely benign, and he supposed that his own views were colored by his own interactions with the man. Hearing that Dumbledore was setting himself up against him wasn't nice to hear, but one he expected. After all, he hadn't endeared himself with the man. Maybe he should have, but when he decided to let the world know of his own prowess, it inevitably set them in a collision course, unless Dumbledore managed to force him to orbit around him, using his strength for his own purposes. It raised his hackles, that Dumbledore would want to control him. Not only that, with what he knew of him, what he would have done to a boy who had a fucked up situation. The boy might have survived, but Atticus doubted Potter was truly better off with the way he was, influenced. He wasn't allowed to grow naturally, he was shaped, molded to fit in a specific shape, to fit with specific people. Atticus frowned. Is that what he'd be doing with those Muggleborns, those who he'd rescue? Weren't he and Emily trying to set up magical schools for pre-Hogwarts-aged children, to shape them in the way they wanted? No. He wasn't trying to strip them of their personality, to make them develop a self-sacrificing personality, one where they would not have any worth. He wanted them to have self-worth, to be assured of their place in the world, to have opportunities to do what they wanted, vocationally and socially, regardless of their status, as long as they were competent and had common sense. Dumbledore may not be the worst, but he certainly would be terrible should the statute fall. He'd have them supplicate the Muggles, to bow to them rather than wage war against them, should it become necessary. No. Dumbledore was fine in peacetime, but the period they were entering, no, he'd be Chamberlain amplified 100 times in regards to appeasement. Perhaps, Atticus said reluctantly, I just can't agree with banning magic, most forms anyway. After all, black magic was an aberration to magic. Would you ban alcohol? Would you ban recreational potions and plants simply because there are some who overindulge? He posed to them. Pernell raised an eyebrow. You know, it's not quite like that, she chided before she sighed. We have lived for a long time, so we know that banning magic isn't the right way, but it is a way. She paused as she eyed him intently. Unless you have a better idea. She posed to him. He pursed his lips as he sat back as he considered her words. Short of restructuring the entirety of the magical world. He shook his head. No, I wouldn't. Of course that was what he'd do, on a much smaller scale once he founded his country with Emily. And then the magical world. Without violence. But banning magic, especially those who have family magic that are darker in nature, well, rather practiced magic of a darker degree, would only agitate them and would find champions again and again, he said with a frown as he drew from what he knew. Magical Britain was a crackpot in the 70s and later again in the 90s. He didn't know what the situation would be in the rest of the world. In South America, there were several Dark Lords who reigned outside of Ministry jurisdiction, but who weren't truly Dark Lords like what Grindelwald and Voldemort or Escrides are. More like magicals who were leaders that didn't conform to their region and yet lived well within their boundaries, working with local ministries. Yes, I expect that such a case could happen, Nicholas agreed. Of course, it would mean far more stringent and controlling ministries in the end, which then again may well result in unruly citizens. Nicholas sighed. Magicals are an unruly people, Atticus Pernell stated matter-of-factly. It is the nature of those who have power, easily available power at the end of a wand, or those like us, at the end of their fingertips, she said knowingly. We have lived for a long time and we have seen many things that suggest that peace is never lasting in our world, at least not in European society, Nicholas said thoughtfully. Are you referring to Japan and Thailand? Atticus asked curiously. Not them specifically, but yes, societies where magicals are partially ruled by a monarch, oaths that have been made to Muggle kings, where certain families act as their speakers. Such control has made societies like the Japanese far more stable than their European counterpart. Nicholas stated. Even so, Atticus responded, the last Dark Lord before Grindelwald was over a century ago. Muggle societies have never lasted that long. Is it truly fair to suggest that we are unruly? Perhaps not, Pernell stated with a smile before it turned sadly, but we live longer. We live often 3 times the average Muggle, quite often reaching 200 years of age, and there are likely several hundred of us who have lived before the statute has been implemented. In that context, you can consider us to likely have to live at least in 1 war in our lifetime, especially here in Europe. Many families from different countries send their children to the same schools, networking beyond borders, thus making it easier for ideas, for wars to engulf large regions of Europe. Atticus remained silent at that as he looked at his wine glass. Was he being naive when he was thinking of starting his own country? Of course, initially, people who he trusted enough would make up the core of his country. Later on, if the exodus happens, it would involve many people who would eventually spawn an enemy. How would he ensure that wouldn't happen? Building a nation whereby everyone believes in its core tenets is one thing, but later on, outliers will come into existence, those who would seek to take what's not theirs. You're deep in thought. Nicholas broke him out of his thoughts, and Atticus looked up and met his eyes, who seemed to be quite interested in him. I was just thinking of how to bridge the divide in people, blood status, different beliefs of magic, magical creature heritage and so on, he said, intentionally obfuscating the true thoughts he was having with pursed lips and with a frown. Pernell chuckled melodiously, and he turned to her and saw a sad expression. It is a difficult one that is impossible. Unless you narrow it to people who accept equality readily, which sadly you will be hard-pressed to find in most of the nobility in Europe. Yes, the nobility are largely responsible in many civil wars and campaigns of conquest. Champions and Dark Lords more than not rise from the higher classes of society. Of course there have been plenty Muggle-born Dark Lords, especially in Britain and in Northern Europe, which coincidentally have the largest population of Muggleborns and also the one where they are less than second-class citizens, Nicholas added. Well, it is better than what happens in Eastern Europe, where they rarely survive into adulthood and have no prospects, Pernell stated with a raised eyebrow. Ironically, in places like Asia, Africa, and South America, where there are no Muggleborns, society perhaps the most cohesive. Nicholas said before he turned to Atticus. They take Muggleborn children from parents and have them erased in the Muggle world, taking them into magical families. It's an effective way to keep the statute. Nicholas supplied. He perked at that. He liked that idea, to bring in Muggleborns rather than their parents. He frowned as his mind turned back to what Pernell said. They kill Muggleborns in Eastern Europe? Atticus asked with a disgusted expression. They do discreetly, of course. Parents and villagers are also partially responsible for their deaths. Those who do survive, those who were missed by the Eastern European ministries, tend to be the most scathing of Muggles given their own experiences, strangely. Of course they are barely given rights as well and rarely are taught magic beyond what you would consider around 5th year Hogwarts education. Pernell stated. He hadn't known that. He knew that Muggleborns had it pretty much fucked up, which was why he sought them out, but to hear it being that bad. He wondered how Ireland would welcome so many Muggleborns. Even if they weren't so discriminatory against Muggleborns, they were considered to be lesser. Perhaps he should speak with Sophiasbo about the possibility of taking in Muggleborns and their parents to Macusa. He grimaced inside. He hoped he wouldn't be caught breaking the statute. He needed to talk to Hale about the parents of the Jewish Muggleborns. Don't you think it's such a waste, he said almost in a whisper, to see how our kind is so fragmented? He posed to them whilst he kept his eyes down. It is, Nicholas said with a sobering voice. It is partially why we refrain from contending with the world, beyond academia, and certain families and of course Beaux Batons. It is with our influence that they and the French ministry remain far more accepting of Muggleborns than many of their counterparts. But we cannot change the nature of man, Pernell added. We are a tribal species. Only in the last several millennia has the notion of nationhood truly taken off, largely as a direct result of growing populations. Remember, before Hogwarts, there were only communities, largely ruled by one magical family with several vassals who only had middling association with other magical families. Magical schools were the reason why we came together, and from there we built communities forged through blood and through childhood as more and more people became connected, and from there councils formed, and then later in ministries. With our lifespan, it is only a few generations where such change happened, and with the influence heads of houses have in our society, change can be very slow. Muggleborns come in very late, partially by design and partially because that is what the maturity is, and so they are in the periphery and least accepting of the magical world in terms of traditions and culture, which is partially due to the hostility they receive. Pernell finished. Exactly, Nicholas said with an approving tone and a smile to his wife before he turned to Atticus. Before those times, things were very chaotic and mercenary. Your own family was not the norm, Atticus, which I think you base much your knowledge of, Nicholas said curiously. Atticus nodded. Yes, my own family were large landowners, lords in both worlds for centuries until the instating of the statute. We ruled over several dozen magical families and Muggle towns, whilst we also had an important voice in both worlds. He confirmed. That was not the case in mainland Europe. We were far more fragmented. With only France, Rome, and the Byzantine Empire the only regions where anything resembling nationhood was in the magical world. Even in Scandinavia and in Eastern Europe, tribal elements were very strong, resembling many African and American tribes. Asia, with the influence of the ancient Chinese empires, were the longest integrated communities within a nationhood structure. Similar, until the advent of Islam and Christianity, the northern African and Middle Eastern nations had integrated well within the structure of the kingdoms of the time. Nicholas supplied. Has there never been a magical kingdom? Atticus asked after a period of silence before he continued. Lasting ones, I mean. I know that the Irish Celts had a magical king, just as there had been magical Viking kings, but they never lasted to actually set a dynasty. Pernell considered the question. In the last couple of thousand years? No, she said succinctly. There is evidence of kings and emperors who were magical in the Americas that have had dynasties, but none since contact with Europeans. Similarly with the long-lasting dynasties of the Japanese Mughal Emperor and the Chinese Emperor, there was hardly any room for magical kings, as any magical king in Asia was quickly dispatched by the wizards who were subservient to those emperors. A magical king likely was something that Muggles would not tolerate. The Japanese emperors of the past strictly forbade any magical blood in the mainline royal family precisely because it would result in a civil war. She finished. He did know that the Japanese royalty forbade any magicals marrying into the mainline. Why do you think that is? He wondered. It was something he didn't quite understand. Magical kings. Nicholas trailed off as he considered it before he drew himself up. I once read a fascinating text, one made by some ancient Grecian wizard, one that I was fortunate enough to obtain in my many years of traveling, who stated a unique phenomenon when an independent kingdom, that lied in Anatolia, I think in the region that was called Paphlagonia, he said with a focused frown. Where the oath sworn to a king, a magical king, had a deep connection, one not too dissimilar to how heads of houses had a connection to the members of their family, whereby a community was forged through ties in the land, or the idea of their lands, their kingdom, their home. Nicholas said with a frown. You're referring the text of Solon, the Athenian reformer. Pernell interjected and Nicholas nodded before he turned back to Atticus. He was a man who helped set the foundations of Athenian democracy. It is not well known that he was a magical himself, one who was proudly Greek and magical. He was quite influential, from what it seems in his texts, with incorporating mages in Athenian society, who were largely clan-based at that time. Nicholas told him. I'd love to read about him, Atticus said honestly. It was information he'd love to read about. Of course. I will give it to you before you leave tonight, Nicholas said with a smile before he turned serious again. That phenomenon was partly the reason why he elected to induce reforms of Athenian governance, as he felt magical kings would be too influential in society, too influential over magicals. That is the only thing that I have found that might explain why dynasties never form, as magicals might recognize the power they might hold over them, Nicholas finished. He didn't understand how it was possible. Was it belief-based? He didn't think it was anything to do with a country, more in the case of association, perhaps some form of belief mixed with some form of sympathetic magic, some form of identity that is needed. Perhaps that was why dynasties fell, people who rebelled against the notion, against the idea of being a citizen in a kingdom, making them perhaps free from the constraints than others who accepted the king. He shook his head. Fascinating, but something to consider later on. Where do you think the magical world is headed? He asked them suddenly as he eyed them curiously. Pernell looked at him curiously. What way? In relation to Muggle civilization, in relation to our own progress, in terms of eventual collapse of the statute. He trailed off before he hurried. Not that I think Grindelwald will be the reason. You don't think the statute will last? Nicholas asked curiously. No. Of course not, Atticus scoffed before he eyed Nicholas. I don't think the statute will be broken, not in the way of Grindelwald or any other Dark Lords. No, I think we will be discovered. Really? Pernell asked as if she was humoring him with a raised eyebrow. What makes you think that? Atticus pursed his lips as he considered how to phrase it. As you well know, I'm quite interested in science, in the natural world. The Muggles are discovering many things, quickly and in several other places. Before, discoveries in places like India or China would take centuries to filter through to Europe, but now, with the way the Muggle world is interconnected, ideas and knowledge flow between different nations, different continents within weeks, and soon it will be days and then hours. And then even faster. He paused momentarily. Already they can speak to each other from one side of the Atlantic to the other within minutes. Soon enough, they'll be capable of flowing ideas at the same rate. Scientists that were isolated would be connected, information freely available, and with a rising Muggle population, the population of geniuses will outnumber the population of magicals. He said with a wave of his hand. Pernell tilted her head as she considered his words. You're suggesting the rate of their scientific progress will increase exponentially? Yes. He simply confirmed. Have you read the papers from Einstein? He asked them. We have, Nicholas stated. I assume you are referring, specifically to one of his papers that highlighted the relationship with mass and energy. Nicholas asked. Something that has been known, even if it hasn't been widely spread, in the magical community, Pernell added. Einstein merely formulated the relationship. After all, it is a key component in transfiguration, the relationship between required magic for objects or creatures of certain mass, henceforth establishing energy and mass. Nicholas stated. Though it is inaccurate but useful for simplifying things, Pernell added usefully. It was true. Einstein's theories were incomplete, but the obvious relationship is important, later on, to truly understand the universe. He was learning from the energy classes that Moira gave him about the true laws of the universe. In any case, that relationship will change many things for them. From that understanding, even if it is flawed, they will come up with ways to exploit that relationship, to exploit the generation of energy through being able to quantify the large energies in relation to radioactive decay, Atticus commented. Nicholas furrowed his brows. You are referring to the energy release in fission? The work of the Germans with regards to radioactivity. Walton and Cockcroft have successfully achieved a fully artificial nuclear reaction and nuclear transmutation in 1932, huge news in physics. But what truly caught his eye was what Chadwick found, the neutron. He remembered in his old life the importance of neutrons when it came to fission. Nuclear fission quickly became the new thing in the last 3-4 years, and he knew of the Manhattan Project that was happening right now. I am Atticus confirmed energy is becoming a dense field for them, new ideas of how to measure it, how to generate it. And you think eventually they'll discover magic through those lenses? Pernell finished for him. It's not impossible, Nicholas nodded slowly. But even if they do, setting up methods to wipe their minds as soon as they near it isn't impossible, Nicholas dismissed. Really? Atticus scoffed as he leaned back in his chair. In a world that is interconnected, where everyone has the same access, more or less, to the same information about energy? Where hundreds of institutions can conduct experiments, later on nations conducting experiments to ensure that they remain ahead of other muggles that they are competing with? Atticus said with a scoff. Not to mention, it was only several decades ago that flight was impossible. Look at the world now, Muggle planes can cross the Atlantic. He furrowed his brows. Probably. I don't think Muggles will be able to discover us in less than 70 years, probably a century, but it will happen, and magical society would not be ready for it. Atticus paused. Unless there is a plan for it in the ICW? He asked Nicholas. Not quite, but the scare of 1926 certainly had many people consider it, Nicholas admitted before he frowned. This war with Grindelwald certainly would result in some measure being prepared, if he is defeated. Are you talking about this in support of something? Of somewhere you want to take the magical world? Pernell asked with furrowed brows. I am. Atticus admitted. I'm concerned that the magical world is dooming itself with its ignorance to their Muggle neighbors, he said before he hurried. I'm not a Grindelwald proponent. Far from it, rather the opposite actually, that segregation is ultimately the only truly peaceful way our peoples can live, until it is no longer possible, he sighed before he glanced at them. We lived with the Muggles until we no longer could. Is it so far-fetched to believe it will soon come to a point where the statute will collapse because we're unable to maintain it, largely because of ignorance? He asked them. They remained in silence as they considered before they glanced at each other and then turned to him, almost simultaneously. It isn't far-fetched, but you have to understand, the ICW is not so ignorant as you think. I think magical Britain has colored your perception quite heavily, Nicholas stated. I agree with Nicky, the ICW's main job is to ensure that the statute is upkept. Pernell added, it is their responsibility to ensure that they know of the progress of Muggles, and at the moment what you are saying is simply conjecture. I think the Americans have been working on developing a spell that would alter non-magical copies of an image or sound at once, Nicholas said with a frown. Yes, I think Ilvermorny has several charms masters and mistresses that aiding them in developing that spell. It's fascinating and undoubtedly complex piece of magic. It's admirable, Pernell praised. Nicholas eyed him intensely. Unless it isn't. Nicholas prodded. Atticus looked at him sharply. What makes you think that? He asked calmly, belying the curiosity and worry in his core. Albus might have mentioned that he suspects you to be a seer, Nicholas said in a measured tone. And you say that you aren't close with Dumbledore? Atticus laughed as he hid behind the laughter. Dumbledore knew he was a seer? Granted, the knowledge had was far different from being a seer, although he also actually was one, fortuitously, but he was seriously underestimating the man. Of course. When he told Dumbledore that little riddle about Emily, it must have set something off, and then the warning of his family to the Ministry about Muggle bombs must have confirmed it. Emily had figured out, and even if she was brilliant, he always seemed to have more knowledge than he should have, which clued her in. She still figured it out even though she barely started her magical education. Dumbledore, who had a strange fixation with seers and prophecy, of course would see more to it. Fuck. If he knew, it would explain the standoffishness he was displaying with him. Alienating a seer wasn't a great idea. Taking them certainly was. Having one under your thumb most definitely was. Fuck. He would need to be careful in the future in what he did. Dumbledore would absolutely fuck everything up if he managed to gain leverage on him. I find it funny that he would tell you about his suspicions, Atticus continued before he drank of his glass of wine. After all, seers are a valuable commodity, he said with pursed lips before he tilted his head. The fact he shared his suspicions with you, even if it wrong. Atticus trailed off as hope to remove any allusions to it. He didn't like that they were close, seemingly close. Dumbledore was not one to be trusted, and if he trusted them with this, then that meant that he couldn't trust either of them. Your paranoia is adorable, Pernell cooed whilst Nicholas laughed. Child, you really don't trust anything related to Dumbledore, do you? Nicholas asked seriously. Atticus remained silent and Nicholas sighed before he eyed him. If I give you an oath that whatever we discussed today, would remain between us, would you speak more freely? Nicholas offered. Why would you do that? Atticus asked, genuinely confused. You seem to truly want me, want my agreement, my trust. Because you're everything one could want in an apprentice. Pernell interjected. We've spoken with Amanda Brown as well, she pointed out before she continued. I have spoken with Amanda before, a number of times, given that she was and is a renowned transfiguration master, and she positively beamed once she told us of your capabilities, but more importantly of who you are as a person. Whilst you come off cold and distant, something she did agree with, when it comes to magic you are a different person, she told us, Pernell told him. She also confided that you were responsible with magic, far more than many others would be. Nicholas contributed. He'd gotten his former master to sign a secrecy contract that would effectively bar her from mentioning the discovery or give information that would lead to it, but it was free enough for her to mention it like this. All contracts had some kind of leeway, it was the nature of it. Not quite what, however, but given the fact that you were able to effectively create gold for centuries, it was not difficult to consider that you may well be capable of creating gold permanently, Pernell told him. It isn't impossible through alchemy, of course, but it is hard work and it is low reward, relatively speaking, Nicholas added. Unless you have a philosopher's stone, Atticus remarked, and Nicholas smiled. So to us, it seems that you are responsible enough with magic, which is necessary for any budding alchemist, Pernell said. And you seem to have common sense that many of our people quite like, so you pass that criteria, Nicholas cheerfully supplied as he grinned. Atticus remained silent for a moment. Fine, he relented as he eyed them both. If you both swear to keep what we discussed tonight between yourselves and I, and as well do your utmost to keep any hint from Dumbledore, then I will be more forthcoming, he told them. They looked at each other and nodded and swore an oath that he watched carefully. Faking magical oaths was impossible, as far as he knew. There was a certain blip when it happened. 2 blips later, and he sighed as he decided. Yes, I'm a seer. He confirmed to them carefully. It seemed Dumbledore already knew anyway, suspected. These two knowing for sure, at least with a veneer of secrecy with this oath, was as limiting as possible. What kind? Nicholas asked with curiosity. Atticus furrowed his brows as he considered the words visions that relate to me and also visions that are not related, though the latter is clearer than the personal one. Annoyingly, he sighed as it was true. He glanced at them. When I was younger, I had series of vivid visions, vivid glimpses, of the future that I never managed to experience again, which I verified with the trends and the technology that is currently in the world when I was younger, whereby the world changed significantly. Several Muggle nations were capable of recording and monitoring every inch of the world, and it was only with their aid, I suspect, that the statute was kept alive. My visions only went up until maybe the end of this century, so I don't know what comes after. Since then my visions have been mostly in the next year or two, he told them. In addition to that, they will be capable of destroying the entire world with a push of a button within the next decade or 3, to the point where it is a knife edge whether they will be successful in destroying us all. They remained silent. The Oracle of Delphi, Thermono, was said to be capable of seeing visions of in the far future, decades and centuries in the future, which drove her mad eventually. Pernell said to Nicholas as she turned to him. There is no conclusive evidence that she did actually exist. I have never heard of powerful seers like what Atticus is suggesting he is, Nicholas said with a frown. Largely because it kept within families, Pernell pointed out before she turned to Atticus. Seers, powerful seers, are protected heavily within magical families. The oracles of Delphi, the highest priestesses, all stemmed from a powerful bloodline that since has been diluted, but all of them had capabilities of what you are suggesting, of which we have only some surviving texts. But I have never heard, and neither has Nikki, of anyone in modern times who is seemingly capable of seeing decades in the future. Pernell told him. Nicholas interjected, yes, it is not easy to believe, but it is not outside of the realms of possibility, he said as he rubbed his chin in thought. I can understand why your father protected you, Pernell said with a strange expression. Atticus looked at her with confusion on his face. What do you mean? Nicholas chuckled lowly as he looked at Atticus. Why do you think your father kept your secret? Because it would have exposed me? Making me a target. Atticus responded. He knew that having a seer was a game changer. Grindelwald had some capability of the talent, given that he showed a vision of the nuclear bomb in Paris over a decade ago. Child, historically, male seers were killed as soon as they are discovered, Nicholas supplied gently to Atticus' great surprise before he continued. Male seers, especially in prominent families, were considered a threat to many families, and historically, they have been killed to prevent the talent to be tied to that family's bloodline. Your father was protecting your life more than he was protecting your secret. Atticus looked at him in shock as he sat back in his chair. He hadn't know that. I didn't know that, he said with a daze. It's not something that is documented, and it is something that is rarely spoken of. It hasn't happened in the last few centuries. The Trelawney family is a maternal family precisely because of this, even if they are only prophets rather than seers. There is a reason why the Trelawney family is still only middle class even with the talent their family has sprouted. It's a matter of survival, to ensure that they are as non-threatening as they can be, Pernell softly told him. He remained silent for a moment. He knew being a seer was a dangerous prospect. Luckily he was powerful. But it did change a lot of things. He had to ensure that as few people knew as possible, at least until he was as close to unassailable. But then, he couldn't have it exposed that his line had the capabilities of seers, much less hyperpercipience, which he knew would get his family hunted down. No, his children, should he have them, could not have this ability known about them lest they be killed when he, or Emily, weren't around. We will not tell anyone nor make any indications we know, even if we hadn't been under the oath, Pernell gently said, breaking him from his thoughts. He inclined slowly. Thank you, he sighed. What about the magical world? Pernell asked, and he looked at her gratefully. He hesitated. He didn't want to tell them anything about that. He decided. He shook his head. I don't want to say anything, he sighed. My visions are changeable, he said slowly. I'm not there yet, which they could infer, so largely the visions remaining more or less true, he said with a little frustration in his voice, though he managed to keep his worry out of it. You don't want to tell anyone? Pernell prodded gently. For fear of changing your visions? Nicholas inquired. No, because I don't trust you completely, Atticus said plainly. Ah, Pernell said softly. Atticus winced. Pernell reminded him of his grandmother. It would be foolish to trust us after a few interactions. Nicholas agreed. Yet you told us you were a seer, Nicholas said with a raised eyebrow. Atticus shrugged. Would you have believed my denial? He posed to them. Yes, Pernell said simply with an amused expression. Atticus looked at her skeptically. Really? Yes, Pernell said again with a smile. She wouldn't have. Stop teasing him, Perry, Nicholas said with a tap on her hand with his own. He turned to Atticus. No, we wouldn't have. We know that your family has a seer based on what happened in the ministry, and given how much your father protected this seer, even under the pressure of the ministry, the conclusion likely is that it is a member of his family. You fit the bill. I suspect many will think you are a seer. Albus shouldn't be alone in his thinking. Was he surprised some may come to that conclusion? Yes, and no. Atticus nodded, so denying it would not have helped my anonymity, which I knew. With this oath, I'm a little more assured, even if you can circumvent it in several ways. Even if I don't trust you, I trust in your integrity to keep to the spirit of the oath, but if you don't, it is already something that is already out there, for those who want to find things out about me and are smart enough. Atticus said plainly with a tinge of worry creeping into him. Pernell hummed but said nothing as she eyed him. We won't break your confidence. Nicholas promised. Atticus simply nodded, even if he didn't quite believe it, as they fell silent. He had to trust to some degree. So your question regarding as to how magical society will head to is in relation with the progress of Muggles, Pernell stated before she continued, that they will eventually discover us through technology. Yes, that is what I'm saying. At the moment, there is no magical population that isn't within any borders of established Muggle countries, barring those in Central Africa, he told them, which will also change in a few decades as a consequence of this war. And so when the statute falls, you're saying that self-governance will end, Nicholas finished for him. It is what I suspect from what I could infer, should things remain as they are, which may well not be the case, he said before he rubbed his face with his hand. And your business with the Muggleborns is related to that? Pernell asked with a keen insight. Atticus nodded. It is. I am pushing through innovation, or more accurately, I will be pushing through innovation through inventions and hopefully setting up institutions that will increase scientific awareness within the magical world, which would then later on be used to help increase the delay in the statute. You still think eventually the statute will break down? Even after ensuring scientific ignorance is minimal? Nicholas prodded. Yes. He simply stated it is inevitable, the statute is unsustainable. I do not know how long it can be sustained. It requires truly investigating the trends of both worlds, of technology and population, for it to be verified, but from what I have seen, even if I have not seen exposure, I expect it would. I much rather would want it to never happen. He grimaced. I'm not sure how, accepted we will be in the Muggle world, especially if they think we are weak, he said with pursed lips. We might be powerful in comparison to Muggles, but they have the numbers and they have better organization. We do not have armies, simply specialist policing forces. He shook his head. Nicholas said as he looked at Atticus with intense eyes. And what would you do? He asked calmly. To put us in the best position. He remained silent as he considered what to say. The idea of a separate nation would be something that he'd need to sell it to many people. Build a separate nation, free of Muggles, he said finally as he met Nicholas' eyes, who narrowed them. Build a separate nation? Pernell asked slowly, and he glanced at her. A separate landmass, he added carefully as he eyed them both. Yes. It is not impossible. Not with magic, which had them stumped, before they sat back in their chairs thinking on it. You could form an island in a region with intense volcanic activity, Nicholas said distractedly before he looked to his wife. Yes, she said slowly as she looked up and met her husband's eyes. It wouldn't be difficult to take advantage from fissures to create a volcano, which would then create the landmass, she said with a slow forming smile before she turned to him. It's never been done before, she told him. There's never been a need, he returned to her as he sat back on his chair. It was a risk to mention this, but it was calculated even if he didn't quite trust them. Indeed, there's never been a need. Nicholas echoed as he looked distracted. The political headache, Pernell sighed tiredly whilst Nicholas laughed. Yes, it would be more difficult than actually creating an island, Nicholas mused distastefully. The volcanic idea is pretty good, he mentioned to them. Not what you were thinking? Pernell questioned. Atticus shook his head. It wouldn't be capable of housing the entire magical world, should there be a need, he smiled with a glint in his eye. She narrowed hers. Will you tell us? She questioned him. He shook his head, not without a more firm agreement. Also not without getting to know you both better. He hesitated a little. You really do have trust problems, Pernell said sadly as she looked at him with pity. He shrugged. Trusting people, especially when you are trying to change things for the better, is quite problematic, especially considering what I'm hoping to achieve, he told her plainly before he continued. For all of Grindelwald's idiocy, he isn't wrong about the danger of muggles. People don't quite understand that muggles are far more dangerous than they can ever realize. He said as he trailed off before their eyes met. In a few years, the muggles will develop a weapon, one that I have seen that will be more powerful anything we can come up with the exception of perhaps Fiendfire and Protego Diabolica. And even, their weapon would be far more devastating, in the long run. He told her. I suppose we will find out then, she said simply as she eyed him. Your trust issues will likely backfire on you. She warned him. He smiled at her a little wryly. It's something I'm working on, but ultimately, paranoia and limiting the number of who I can trust is simply ensuring that I won't be stabbed in the back. After all, you and Nicholas rarely associate with most people other than a few, and in certain events, he said knowingly. She inclined her head in acceptance. That is a fair comment. She paused before she eyed him. How much does our relationship with Dumbledore factor in your decision to not want to trust us? Heavily, he answered truthfully before he sighed. Dumbledore. He trailed off. Dumbledore is not a man you can trust to turn your back to him. Especially if you are someone who trusts him. He paused briefly as he considered what else to say. He shook his head. She watched him closely. I suspect your visions play a heavy influence in your distrust. She asked him. Yes. He said simply before he met her eyes with intensity. I wouldn't trust him with anything even if he had been my brother. He shrugged. She narrowed her eyes at that but said nothing. So you have a plan to already have a landmass available for settling? Nicholas finally spoke up. Atticus nodded yes. It's quite some time away from happening, he sighed. There is much to do until then. He confirmed. For someone who doesn't trust us, you are awfully candid, Nicholas said amused. I'm willing to try, he allowed. I would be a fool not to consider either of you in this endeavor if you are interested, he admitted to them. Nicholas looked at Pernell and seemingly seemed be able to communicate silently before he turned to Atticus. How far have you gotten? Nicholas inquired. Preliminary stages, most of the magic and science is worked out. Which was true. He tested out the size of the diamond batteries needed on a mountain in one of the islands in Scotland. The magic needed due to different material does not diverge as long as they aren't magical metal in nature, and the shrinking and weightlessness runic schemes that he calculated the positions of where to inscribe. From there, he would extrapolate later on. Before he was in space, he'd found the nickel-cored asteroid of his choice. It was a high-density asteroid mostly made out of nickel and iron, a mass estimate of approximate 2.37 x 1019 kg with a bulk density of approximate 3.89 g/cm3, information courtesy of the drones Moira sent him. It would have a surface area of 165,000 square kilometers, more than England and Wales combined, but a diameter of approximate 226 kilometers, just 16 kilometers longer than Wales at its longest. Considering that he intended to shell the inside, removing 90+% of material, some of the material that he would convert earth and rock, the surface of the inside would be large, more than enough to fit the entirety of the magical world, at least until it was time to move to their new world. If it ever ended up like that. I'm not the stage where I would be able to act on it, that's for sure. I'd also need a lot of help, he mentioned to them as he eyed them. He wanted to trust them. He hoped Emily wouldn't bite his head off. They looked at one another. We can't help if we don't know. Nicholas commented. Atticus nodded before he pursed his lips. I can show you what I intend in the summer, he said with a tilted head. That's agreeable. Pernell stated before she turned to Nicholas. If nothing else, it would be quite an interesting project, she smiled at Nicholas. Building a country. Nicholas said with a wide grin and a gleam in his eye. That would be very interesting. If only they knew what he originally intended to do to Venus. He might actually mention it to them when he took them up to space. Regarding the apprenticeship. Atticus began and gained their attention. May I postpone it? Maybe in a decade. He asked them carefully as his eyes flickered to both of them. And would you accept Emily as well? That won't be an issue, Pernell answered for the both of them. Of course, it may not be immediate, she warned before she frowned. He inclined his head naturally. I can't expect you to wait on me or Emily. I can only ask for the opportunity to be available a little later. Regarding your Emily. Pernell trailed off. Nicholas picked up from her. We would have to meet her to truly see if she is someone who we would like to teach. He paused for a moment. A decade, a formal apprenticeship at that point may be moot, but we will see when the time comes, Nicholas finished. Atticus nodded at that. It was fair enough. Learning from him was more than enough rather than a formal apprenticeship. He suspected Emily would be pleased about that anyway. So the business, this country building, and the war are what keeping you from accepting this apprenticeship? Nicholas asked shrewdly. Atticus nodded. After this academic year is over, I'm going to take a sabbatical before I join with the ICW to fight in the war, he confirmed to them. Why? Pernell asked in a concerned tone. You're only 17, just a child. He bowed his head slightly before he smiled wryly. I know, but it is necessary. Grindelwald will do a lot of damage in the next few years, more so than in the last few. This was true, the battles he'd been seeing seemed to be huge on the continent. He recognized some of the features of the terrain. Why can't you simply inform the relevant people? Nicholas asked keenly. Leaks and changes that would significantly change the course of the war. Atticus shook his head. No, it is better for no one to know. Besides, the less variables change, the better I see. At least for now, he told them. Well, I wish you luck, Nicholas said as he stood up, and Atticus did the same. Thank you. Atticus said gratefully. He hoped he wasn't a fool by giving much more information than he would have. Break. My lord. Damien Greengrass kneeled, his head bowed. Damien, he spoke in that unsettling eerie tone of his. Damien looked up and saw his telltale silver-white eye looking down at him. He was clad in black robes, with thin golden accents on the edges of his robes, with his now infamous coat of arms proudly located on the right side of his robes, a triangle with a circle and a vertical line contained within the symbol, his symbol, and those who bore it in his name. He looked every bit a conqueror, the man who would bring in a golden era of magical superiority. But first, Damien swallowed deeply. I have news regarding the Sayers. Damien spoke lowly, reverently. A flash of interest passed Grindelwald's eyes as he turned from his position and walked with fluidness, with sleekness, with echoing steps towards a seat at the end of the room. With a wave of a hand, one of the men departed as something passed between his lord and the man left in a quick pace. Damien got up from his position, silently, and moved towards him, his eyes roving around the room. He caught the eye of one of the men who was present in the room, who looked at Damien with dispassionate eyes whilst others looked at him with thinly veiled mockery. He gritted his teeth as he turned away from those judgmental eyes. Not everyone was a fighter, not everyone was talented in certain fields. His purpose was not with the wand, it was to provide information for his lord, and it was something he was good at. He seated. Who were they to judge him? He was far more valuable than the mediocre fighters that they were. Of course he never voiced this, and he never would. His lord's pale long fingers wrapped around his chin, as he sat languidly, lazily as he eyed Damien with disinterest and impatience clear in his posture, and Damien swallowed as he felt as if his life force was leaving. The longer time passed without a single utterance passing through the room. The doors opened and Damien sighed inaudibly in relief, and he looked back and saw one of the more important men in Grindelwald's ranks walking through the room with his steps echoing as he neared with his long strides. He ignored Damien as he arrived in front of his lord. Ezra. Grindelwald spoke almost fondly, his voice smooth and patient, the look of disinterest leaving him. My lord, Ezra said with a bowed head. Damien Greengrass has news regarding the Sayers, news you should hear, Grindelwald said with a gleam in his pale blue eye as they turned to Damien. Ezra turned his head slightly before he looked back to Grindelwald and bowed his head before he stood next Grindelwald's seat and turned to look at Damien. His lord's eyes fixed on Damien, disinterest gone and sharper than he'd seen before, and he swallowed nervously before he cleared his throat. The Sayers have been careful in their appearances in public, Damien said carefully. It was something that he was nervous about. His daughter never had anything truly pertinent to share, something that they could use against the Sayers, until a comment she heard regarding Atticus Sayers' maternal family, the Prividetsis, a former Balkan family, from the same region of the families that caused them the most problems in those Balkan countries. But the Prividetsis are an avenue where we can catch them, Damien said with a gleam in his eyes. Grindelwald's eyes narrowed. The Prividetsis? He questioned. He was aware of the Prividetsis, naturally given their links to the Sayer family. Damien nodded rapidly. Why yes, my lord, the Prividetsis are a insignificant family within Britain, given that they are still foreigners, having left the Balkans only just over a half-century ago. Lukas Prividetsi, the Lady Anne Sayer's brother, has moved into Godric's Hollow, and as per the traditions of their culture, a blessing of sorts will happen in 2 weeks' time whereby they'll conduct rites when the sun is at its highest. Grindelwald turned his eyes away from Damien, who sighed in relief as he felt that edgy feeling leave him. Ezra, are the measures the British are employing enough to prohibit our entry into the Isles? Grindelwald questioned with sharp focus. Ezra mulled it over before met his lord's eyes. We can take an advantage that they have not yet noticed. Ezra glanced at Damien for a second uncertainly, who gritted his teeth in the slight and dishonor, but Grindelwald waved him on. The magical net now incorporates any vessels that are imbued with magic, and we'd be caught if we go that way, but they not considered underneath the magical net. The British magical net is an immensely intricate web that takes advantage of their natural borders, one that they do not have to negotiate with other powers on the continent, and so they are able to employ more restrictive, invasive methods once their net is up, at least in the current setting it is in. Ezra palmed his wand and with a wave conjured a map with raised landmass and water, of Western Europe. The magical net extends 2 miles, 3.2 kilometers into the air at its highest point, in a dome-like structure, but what they have not considered. Underneath the magical net, Grindelwald finished for him, intrigue and interest in his voice, his eyes shining with satisfaction. Excellent Ezra, Grindelwald said with a soothing tone, and Ezra inclined his head in acknowledgement whilst his eyes shone in vindication before he turned back on the map. The shortest distance between England and France is 34 kilometers, in territory that we occupy. There are certain locations on the English coast that we have not yet used which will serve us well. We can traverse the Channel waters with certain obscuring methods. Ezra trailed off for a moment before he shook his head. We would be able to come up with a plan with the 2-week deadline, though we will need to make use of de Gaulle's prisoners to ensure that we are undisturbed in our assault on the Serres, Ezra said with a slight distaste in his voice. Damien grimaced. Those prisoners, it did not capture the true nature of those people who were under de Gaulle's tender care. The lucky ones, the ones who had true value, were more or less whole, whilst the ones that did not were experimented on, from what he could gather from the few allies he had that worked with de Gaulle. What about the Ireland route? Grindelwald asked with unblinking eyes as he stared at the map. Ezra thinned his lips. That route is closing. I don't think we'll be able to circumvent the protections Ireland, in cooperation with the British Ministry, have placed around their island. We could force our way through, but we would lose our element of surprise, Ezra admitted. No. That won't do, it would leave things to chance, and that is unacceptable. Grindelwald unwrapped his pale long fingers from his chin, and with a beckoning flick, a parchment flew towards them and began to use his finger as a quill and wrote onto the parchment, "Have that taken to de Gaulle later and have him release as many individuals you need for this mission." He turned his mismatched eyes back to Damien, who stiffened slightly under his eyes. "Are you certain they will attend?" he said with an even voice, but the threat was clear in his voice. Damien felt a shiver pass through his body, forcing an instinctive deferential nod out of him. He hesitated to speak for a moment. "As far as I know." A twitch of his lord's brow made him hasten. "The Prividetsis are friendly with a number of lesser pure-blood families in the Isles, and from them, I managed to glean that the siblings are close." He bowed his head. "It is as much as I could find out," he said in a reverent apologetic tone. Silence permeated the room, increasing the tension in the room with sharpness and danger until he was relieved, pleased to hear his lord. "It will do," Grindelwald said with an eerie tone, and Damien picked up his head and saw his lord leaned back in his chair, his starch blonde hair hanging loose as he stared up at the ceiling. "It is unfortunate that the Serres are unwilling to remain in their neutral camp," Grindelwald said suddenly, his words having the gravitas of a finality, a cataclysmic inevitability, a decision long reached but finally accepted. Damien said nothing, and neither did Ezra. The Serres were becoming a thorn in their cause, even more so than the Blacks. It was unfortunate that Arcturus Black survived his assassination. It was unlikely they'd ever catch him out again. The Serres were funding the ICW, heavily with resources, potions, and money. Their creature reserves were now protected ICW assets, so important were the Serres with their aid that they were dedicating forces to protect their reserves with ICW forces that were being given an easy duty, as a reprieve from the front lines. The minister himself, Spencer Moon, was being cornered with Marcus Sayers maneuvering, and it was edging closer to war from the minister's vaunted neutrality stance within the Wiesengamot, a war that their cause did not need, not yet. Britain had the largest concentration of magicals, outside of France and Russia, and also the highest concentration of magicals who were sorcerer level. Enough to truly make a difference in their war, even more so than the Americans. Grindelwald dropped his head, his hair flowing down in seamless smoothness as his eyes gazed at him penetratingly, and Damien felt naked under the firm unrelenting gaze. "Will Herr Sayer be in attendance?" he asked, curiosity brimming in his voice. Damien sighed heavily and shook his head. "He will be teaching a class just before lunch, so he would not be able to attend." Damien paused. "My daughter said that he'd attend likely after it is finished." Grindelwald's eyes shone with malice. "Excellent, Marcus Sayer has to die given that he will not relent." But Anne Sayer, a vicious curl of lips came across his face, and Damien stilled as his composure frayed under the sheer cruelty that was in that smile. Grindelwald turned to Ezra. "Anne Sayer must be captured." Grindelwald stared at Ezra with quiet, dark eyes as something passing across Ezra's face. Ezra bowed his head. "Yes, my lord." Ezra hesitated for a moment, and Grindelwald waved him on. "Will we employ our agent in their Floo network? Even if we attack their home, it is possible that they may escape through the Floo." Grindelwald remained silent for a moment. "Yes. We will have to. The Serres are too important to let slip through our fingers. Herr Sayer is powerful, and he has the intelligence, from what our people have observed, to truly become a larger thorn than his father. Capturing his mother is a must. I will not accept a loose end like Herr Sayer, and the death of his father will caution him when we have his mother in our grasp." He turned towards Damien with narrowed eyes. "It is unfortunate that you were unable to ascertain the location of his sister." Damien bowed his head under the rebuke. "My apologies, my lord," he said with a forced calm, one that did not betray the unease and lingering fear he felt. "No matter," Grindelwald said dismissively. "Anne Sayer will do." "What about the Prividetsis?" Ezra inquired. "It seems as if their entire family will be there." Grindelwald waved dismissively. "Do as you will with them. Let them live or die, it is up to you, as long as Marcus Sayer dies and Anne Sayer is captured. The Selwyns have a few members of their family available if you need any further assistance," Grindelwald said with finality. Ezra bowed. "Yes, my lord," and proceeded to leave. Grindelwald turned towards Damien. "Continue as you have been. With the death of Marcus Sayer, the neutral camp should be disorganized. I expect you to take advantage of it. Damien nodded and bowed. Yes, my lord, and Grindelwald stared at Damien for a moment before he turned away, dismissing Damien, and he turned on his heel. Forgive me, Nymera, Damien sighed as he closed his eyes as walked through the dimly lighted halls. She warned him of Atticus, of his personality being a veneer, hidden away from everyone. What would he do, once it is known that his mother was in the hands of Grindelwald? Chapter 43. A/N Hello all. A few responses to reviewers that I thought I should answer. Onudimel 3AF and Hujas, I agree, the Flamels have endless potential and I have great plans for them, the reason why I have tagged them in this story after all. The Flamels aren't explored as much as they could be. They're an endless gift to furthering lore. Winky face, fused bump, read chapter 41 regarding coming off as poetry. It wasn't quite as what I intended, but the heavy descriptive language I used was an exploration, something I tend to do from to time. I do agree I probably could use a beta/polisher, haha. Please note, my Patty page is now up under Boombox 117 where you can the next chapter, chapter 44. FF will be updated every 10 to 14 days whilst I will be posting chapters a couple of weeks minimum before they are on here. I expect I'll probably get several chapters ahead. Enjoy. 14th of March 1942. Hello Sparkly Dawn, he greeted politely as he walked through the halls of the underground complex. Greetings Inheritor, Sparkly Dawn replied in that robotic voice of his, of it as it floated ahead of him. Is Moira in her usual spot? He asked curiously. The AI turned towards him with its large glowing orb looking at him as it continued to float forward backwardly. She is not. She is in Section 4 Lab 2, the AI confirmed before it turned back facing forward. He hummed and they continued to make their way there. Finally they arrived and he saw her using a holographic display to assemble something? The room was the same kind of silver grey though it was illuminated with white light. She turned towards them as they closed the gap. Ah Atticus, she said warmly as she glanced at him before she turned back to the display. Come, have a look, she gestured him forward absently. Sure, he said a little surprised. He made his way towards her and he saw what she was assembling. It was an engine drive, its support systems. One of the energy modules in his energy course was regarding the necessary energy and physics to open up a slip-space rupture between normal space and slip-space, which required quite a bit of reading on the mechanisms of slip-space engines. Remember the problem Sparkly Dawn highlighted regarding using a standard engine that we could salvage from one of the scout ships? She asked him as she rotated the holographic engine. I do. Even though the engine could be mounted, embedded within the island, the high strain that is created on the slip-space portal and the local space-time due the mass of the island would have far more severe casual reconciliation effects, causing loss of reality and time and even possibly depriving people of solidity, he said with a frown. Slip-space physics was incredibly complex, especially considering how much the ancient humans fine-tuned the physics over the course of more than 1,000,000 years. He was still having some difficulties wrapping his mind around some concepts, such as reconciliation and slip-space travel, which generated chronological and causal paradoxes. Reconciliation was the self-healing effect of space-time that eliminated any paradoxes that might occur. The severity of the effects of reconciliation depended on the amount of discrepancy of information from one place to another, as well as the strain on the local space-time membrane. Mass was a huge factor that had to be accounted for, and the scout ship engines were insufficient to truly account for the massive object that is the island. Yes, and the scout ship slip-space drive simply isn't rated to be able to open such a massive portal as well, even if it is modified to account for the size of the world ship. She said with a disapproving glance before she returned to blow up the engine. He rolled his eyes. She wasn't entirely happy with him with regards to the size of the island, given that it'll be huge. She was deeming what he was making a world ship. Something that they historically never made, but there had been plans for it at the height of the war against the Flood. The closest thing to it were their habitats, which were more comfortable star bases than they were world ships. But the risks of exposing the Flood to another galaxy had been deemed to be too high, and by the time the Flood had been defeated, the war against the Forerunners made it almost impossible to be able to escape on a world ship, given that they were able to manipulate slipspace to such a degree, that they were able to prohibit large journeys, forcing to fight the war at a large disadvantage. He'd read some of the reports that Moira had given him regarding the war, and he'd seen that the war with the Flood truly weakened them. The fleets they had at the time of the defeat of the Flood were mere 36% of pre-war numbers, and even then, the Forerunners had taken a millennia to defeat humanity, and it hadn't been certain that they were able to accomplish it. The Didact was solely responsible for ensuring that the Forerunners won by employing tactics that made it difficult for humanity to be anything other than defensive once they shifted towards the Forerunners. He blinked away those thoughts and frowned at the holographic display in this design. He said as he assessed the display. This design is one we used for a few of our habitats, though it had been effectively discontinued considering the risk of a portable habitat presented. Luckily enough, only a few had been infected rather than the few dozen we had in our territory. She usefully supplied. Yes, he could see the dangerous prospect of a portable habitat filled with millions of Flood organisms. Not that the Flood didn't convert ships into one anyway. The manufacture of several materials would have been difficult as we would have had to mine several of these precious metals and crystals. Several of these metals are required to be mined rather than synthesized due to the properties they exhibit once the base metal is exposed to a specific radiation around a neutron. The instability of the metal is stabilized under this exposure for minutes longer than the fractions of seconds that it would otherwise occur. Elementus, the metal that is key to housing the crystals that would mitigate reconciliation effects, is unfortunately out of our grasp, at least for some time until we can manufacture the necessary mining equipment. She turned to him with a curious lilt of her head. Though your ability to permanently alter one form into another, as long as you understand and know the molecular structure of the target material, is something that we can utilize, she posed to him. He nodded seriously. Of course, he said with an incline of the head. She nodded serenely before she turned back to the display. The support systems are all things that we can manufacture here, once we have set up the limited capability that we have, though once more we will need the resources from the crust rather than extracting it from the outer core of the planet. I already have a manufacturing company purchased that I will expand further as years pass. The war that is going on makes it difficult to organize anything substantial, he told her. He paused momentarily before he looked at her. The goblin race are also a source I can use to gather resources. They may actually be better for it too, but I won't speak with them until the war is over. That's fine. Whilst we do have the dimensions of the asteroid you're intent on bringing down, the design of the world ship is not complete, something you should reconsider, she said with a glance at him. Yes, I know, it is a ridiculously large world ship that I am creating, he sighed. You will spend many years shaping it. Time you could save by simply creating a smaller but more purposeful city ship with ample space for biodomes, given that you plan on migrating away from Erdetyrene in the future, she pointed out. She had a point, a sensible point. He sighed as he turned his eyes away from her and stared at the holographic display. From the looks of things, the drive requirements won't change either. It is a 50 km world ship or a 201, he said as he turned to her, and she nodded slightly. The holographic display rotated the interconnected systems, highlighting several devices in a red tint. The number of these devices would be increased to ensure efficiency and stability remained at optimum. The synthesizing of the rarer elements necessary are within the scope of this facility, and we have been repurposing some space to build synthesizers. The rest has been readjusted to work on materials freely available on Earth, creating alloys that your peoples have yet to discover but effective and able nonetheless, she informed him. He nodded in understanding as he remained silent for a moment. He pressed his lips together before he looked up to her. Is your reservation about the size of the world ship about my final goals or because of practicality? He tilted his head. After all, even if adds several years to the completion of the project, the larger size grants us greater possibilities. Both. She said simply. You intend to colonize a world within the next 50 to 100 years, leaving you little time to focus on anything other than completing your world ship if your timeline regarding discovery is correct. Your species' abilities make size not a major issue, and you will be able to create biodomes several factors greater within the biome than the space that it takes. She paused momentarily as she eyed him. Neurophysical energy within your people has often paved the way for your people to be irrational and proud in the way you see and do things. She tilted her head as her face softened. Do not lose sight of what your ultimate aim is. You have ideas on how to speed up the process that otherwise would take several decades, but often delays are incurred without notice. So be aware of such concerns, she said finally with an respectful incline of her head. He thinned his lips, displeased and feeling quite chastised, but as always, Moira was proving to be a voice of reason that he immensely valued. He nodded in acquiescence and she smiled slightly in response. The next few hours was about going through the materials he'd need to provide ahead of time, as the drive and critical components would take years to make. The world ship/island would take years to complete. He was making headway regarding mass permanent transfiguration, but it was a matter of magical power once more, and he was having difficulties figuring out a way to program mass transfiguration to the exactness he needed. But he had time after all, and he was doing it alone, which he was going to have to rectify. He already had several Muggleborns doing masteries with transfiguration masters that he corresponded with, including of course his dear former master Amanda Brown, who was teaching one of the more talented ones. It was getting closer to when he needed to incorporate more people in his more sensitive plans. They sat down in the enclosed natural habitat that Moira enjoyed, and as they talked, mostly him telling her of his encounter with the centaur, the discussions with the Flamels regarding the disunity of his people, he enjoyed the various sounds that were emanating from the forest around him. He unloaded on her the problems he was facing as she listened, patiently and focused, to him. My society had never been so fractious, perhaps only in the distant past, which really only alluded to it. There were factions of course, but none like your society, Moira serenely supplied as she sat in her grey metal chair that was molded to fit her perfectly. But we did face many problems in our exodus of Erdetyrene, given that there was little direction at the time. In the end, it did take several thousand years for a system to establish that bound my species together in its entirety, she told him, and he picked up on that. What was the system? He asked, very interested. She mulled it over. If you want the details of the societal and governmental structure, I can give you the necessary information, but in simple terms it was a serval system whereby the basic principle was that all of our kind worked for the common good. He frowned. Can you expand on that? He asked of her and she smiled slightly. Of course. The common good. She paused momentarily as she thought it over. The common good, in its most basic terms, was that we all worked towards a societal purpose which stemmed from the mantle of responsibility, something that we came to understand from the records of Karam Hawker. Though this was not the case at the beginning, when the common good had been to surpass the forerunners once it became clear how much of a threat they posed to us. She paused momentarily. When it comes to the mantle of responsibility, the core principle was the idea that it was our duty to tend to all life in the galaxy, to ensure that the galactic ecosystem, life that was abundant, was tended to and ensured to thrive without interference beyond certain degrees. Fascinating. And this was something that everyone bought into? He questioned. Not initially. She smiled with a tilt of her head. There are notable differences between our species, Atticus, but one thing that we do share in abundance is our capability of great violence, though our emotional range is dulled in comparison to your own species. After all, emotions are important in social aspects, social dynamics of primitive species, and as time passed, such crude methods of understanding dynamics and interpreting interactions fell away as my species' intelligence grew. In the same manner, instincts, such as familial instincts centered on family and tribal units, is dulled significantly in my people, just like self-preservation instincts have less strength, though it is of a lesser scale in comparison to family units. These differences were not enough to facilitate a strife-less transition to the system that we employed that lasted over 1,000,000 years until our defeat. She told him. He frowned. So you fought amongst yourselves? The civil war you once mentioned stemmed from this? He asked her. She nodded. Yes, it did. There had been factions that did not want to join and let go of the various systems they employed, fighting to keep their individuality to the detriment to our species, and it went on for hundreds of years until the faction that worked towards the common good won and the golden age of my people began then. You said war between empires. Did your people have an emperor? We did not have an emperor. Such systems were deemed to be flawed, she told him. Not as such with regards to inheritance. Inheritance was important to my people. She extended her arm and a pylon appeared in the middle of the courtyard they were in. A holographic display emerged and a pyramid-type structure appeared with the language of her people. Simplistically speaking, our system was a council, of 3 tiers. The lower council, focused on a planetary scale, and a representative is selected through a series of tests that gather the competence, the skill, intelligence, and certain personality traits that we have charted out to be the most effective and capable in determining the ideal representative. The higher council was made up from experts that also underwent a series of tests along with the experience and the success they obtained in their assignments, and the fields were technology, science, military, culture and education. The ruling council was for those who set the agenda for the empire, such as species relations, expansion, and technological focus. There were of course certain bloodlines that proved to be capable, and at times leadership could come from the same family for several generations. Inheritance in our people was genetic, just as your neural physical energy can be shaped through centuries or millennia of careful selection by your ancestors. Inheritance in my people was predominantly catered towards shaping offspring through their formative years, she finished. So it isn't a democracy, he stated, and she looked at him with a serious expression. Democracy is a primitive idea, one that is ineffective and naive. The instability caused by democracy, from the changing policies and stances on a short-term basis to the corruption and divided loyalties that stem from those who aided the leader to power, are not conducive to a thriving society beyond, at most, a few hundred to a few thousand years, which is something most species will discover, as most species tend to try out the system in one form or another before they discover the ineffective structure, particularly during a divisive era, she told him, pausing momentarily as she eyed him curiously. Individuals voting for their leaders, voting for what they have but the most basic knowledge of, is opening up society to those who will deceive and promise what they cannot achieve. It is something that is observed time and time again, whereby species will vote for those who promise prosperity over those who state unpopular observations that may prove to be the best course of action. When you are a civilization that is at least tens of thousands of years old, stability is as vital as resources are. She finished. Is there not a concern about absolute power corrupting the leadership, turning them into tyrants? He asked with a deep frown. It was something he was concerned about, one of the things that worried him about having children if they made inheritable positions for himself and for Emily. She tilted her head as she looked at him with a curious expression. Power doesn't create tyrants, Atticus, corruption does, and democracies or those like it are often the most corrupt systems, even more than most autocratic systems that we have noted in our history from observation of the lesser species. The autocratic systems were of course also corrupt, but there was a ceiling in terms of how high people could rise, and those autocratic systems that lasted into dynasties were often those who were capable of suppressing corruption in any large scale. Of course it was also an ineffective system, but certainly better than democracies, where even the best systems can be ground into standstill with regards to taking actions due to competing interests that are not aligned with the health and protection of their society. He sat back and thought that over. He hated corruption. It was something that he knew was corrosive the cohesiveness of society, and it seemed that successful systems were all geared towards minimizing that factor, which simultaneously minimized the number of voices whilst also meeting the needs of the many. His mind went back to what she said earlier. Formative years. He questioned. You mean in their first few years of life? She inclined her head yes. As I mentioned to you before, family units did not exist in the manner of your people, whose genetic parents rear their children. Most planets were structured based on their assignments. For example, those who did research in certain fields like energy or biology would be assigned in the same region as those who were of similar expertise. As such, the rearing of children was the same. At birth, children of parents who had similar expertise were reared together by caretakers who would oversee and teach them as they matured, until the age of 16, at which point they would meet their parents who would impart familial history, and the child would have the option to succeed in their parents' fields or to head towards another direction. Fascinating, he whispered as he sat back in his chair considering her words. And so you instill in the children the core principles of your society without the interference of parents, he said with a contemplative look. Correct. It ensures stability in the individuals whilst also ensuring that the parents are not neglectful in the developmental stages of the children, which might otherwise negatively affect the children and thus cause problematic individuals that otherwise might have been well-adjusted kin in our endeavor to our common good. He sat still for a moment as he considered this. In his first life, this would have been infinitely more preferable, but he really loved his parents here. But he knew he lucked out with his parents, and it also removed the imbalance that existed in society when it came to material assets if what he suspected was correct. Were you close to your parents? He asked her. She smiled. If you are referring to the closeness you exhibit with your own, then no. Not quite like that. There was a bond, of course, but it was not deep. She closed her eyes momentarily before she opened. I did have a deep bond with Seth and our children, however. She smiled a little as she looked into the distance. It was unique to experience such closeness. Our society was not bereft of emotions, far from it. We were rich in culture and social affairs, but it was not culturally existent the manner with which emotions were shown. Very early on, we are taught mental control, not unlike your own, and as such the early years of bonding with our creche siblings did not create the deep bond that one would have through time and instincts, like what happened with me and my children. He nodded in understanding and remained in amiable silence with her for some time, reflecting on her words. You mentioned inheritance, does it extend beyond genetics? Like material? He asked her intently. She shook her head. Beyond familial history, ancestral homes, and perhaps artifacts? No. There was no concept of material assets beyond what you created yourself. Monetary systems like the one prevalent amongst the primitive humans here were long since abandoned, even before our exodus of Air to Tyrene if the few texts were correct. It is a system that is useful in the early stages of development, driving progress in a direction, something that we have seen happen to several species that were similar to us in some ways, particularly those centered in tribal or clan-like social structures, but it becomes pointless and obsolete after a certain point. Based on the developmental stage of both your societies, it is unlikely you will have the same structure in the next 3,000 years, although I suspect your own, with your input, probably would make it obsolete sooner. With your species' capabilities, there is little need for wealth beyond food production. She said with a shrewd look. He nodded. If the system crashed, there wouldn't be a huge change in comparison to the Muggles who depend on this system for everything. Yes, it is something you will have to consider when you create your society. You have certain races, like the elves, that would be ideal for many things. Genetic inheritance, to what extent was that? He asked her intently. He'd known of the concept of designer babies, but he doubted it was as superficial as what most people thought of. Genetic inheritance is a result primarily of the system of rearing that we employed, but also the removal of any defects within the genome and hormone balancing. Our genetic research was not so much geared towards changing ourselves, though we did enhance to some degree, rather the elimination of defects that would have a cost. The hundreds of thousands of years of the same system has shaped our people, naturally increasing our abilities, and certain bloodlines are better at some things in comparison to others. My mother's family were predominantly explorers, focusing on charting and cataloging artifacts and unique biological life. My mother was focused more towards tracing the steps of humanity. Towards the latter stages of the war, whereby everyone was required to enlist and fight, she became a commander of a small squadron of ships and troops. She shook her head, as if dismissing her thoughts on her mother. We were against the modification of our genome in a significant manner, with the exception of an immensely small fraction of our population who accepted modification in order to aid our society in our endeavors. She paused briefly as she frowned. Why? He asked curiously. From everything he had learnt about his ancestors, they were capable of truly modifying their species to much greater heights, and he wondered about it for some time. He was undergoing rituals himself to improve himself, so he was curious why they weren't interested in doing so. Moira, beyond simply wanting to die a natural death caused by her losses in her life, seemed to not want to extend her life for than just that reason. She smiled at him, likely understanding why he asked. There were many reasons. One of them was that it was against the mantle of responsibility to detrimentally affect life, which we would have done had we modified ourselves in greater scales, and also because of the Forerunners, she said with a dark look. He looked at her curiously and she continued. The Forerunners were abominable with the degree of genetic manipulation they underwent. They mutated themselves, customized mutation that was a combination of genetic engineering, gene therapy, and biochemical manipulation. All this stems from receiving genetic imprints from mentors through a caste system. Beyond the certain advantages and abilities they receive, it is a large-scale personality and genetic overwrite whereby the recipient is little more than a clone with amalgamated knowledge and traits from their mentors. This is in direct conflict with our interpretation of the mantle of responsibility as it removes genetic diversity and stagnates the progress of species, she told him. And so you preferred to let nature and time dictate the course of your species, he finished for her. She inclined her head but he frowned. Didn't you say that you were experimenting with the genes that allowed you limited access to neurophysical energy? He asked curiously. We were experimenting, yes, but it was within the limits of our understanding of the mantle. After all, we were simply trying to enhance the genes, rather than overriding them. He doubted that. He did not understand the motivations of the forerunners, but the ancient humans were similar enough. He doubted that they would have not changed themselves if they had been able to crack the code. His eyes widened as a thought hit him. He sat up straighter and looked her in the eyes. Do you think it would be possible to create a gene therapy for those who have the necessary genes, or at least most of them, to use neurophysical energy? She frowned at his question as she tilted her head. It would be possible, she said slowly, until she understood. You're asking with reference to those of your population that are unable to access neurophysical energy but have most of the necessary genetic structure. He smiled widely and nodded deeply. Her eyes grew distant, a telltale sign she was speaking with the AI most likely. Her eyes livened up again and she turned to him. It is possible. The aspect that we were unable to truly replicate was the metaphysical aspect, the element that is not biological in nature, of your abilities, but if some of your population are unable to use the energy due to genetic deformities, then it is quite likely that we can fix this aspect, unlocking their capabilities, she told him, and he suspected that he had twinkling eyes. That would be amazing, he breathed out. It would help solve several issues. And it would help you with creating solid loyalties with yourself from those who you were able to help, she said shrewdly, and he nodded seriously. It would, he said with a gleam in his eyes. The next couple of hours was spent talking with her about the finer points, whilst also her pointing out that it was fast approaching time for him to involve people in his plans, particularly Emily and his family. He promised her that he would. Break. 15th of March 1942. Emily POV. She closed her notebook and sat back with her legs cross-legged on the chair after letting off an inaudible sigh and a flick of her finger, closed the hovering thick tome that she'd been referencing before she floated back down onto the desk. She left the dark corner of the library and returned the book to Madame Pance, a newly appointed librarian after the previous one retired to take care of her recently orphaned great-nephew, supposedly. Pance's head was still down, her eyes fixed on the book of organization, the charmed book that kept it registered of which books were taken out and if books were where they were supposed to be. Strangely, the book did not include the restricted section. Presumably they believed the security system was enough. It wasn't. Pance looked at the book when she put it down and returned her eyes on the book, and Emily would have been offended had she not understood that the woman was caustic. She was young, probably mid-20s, but it was obvious she did not care for much beyond books from what Emily could ascertain from her observations. She walked through the mouth of the statue in the Chamber of Secrets and made her way towards to the opened door. She stepped through the door and she was hit with a gentle breeze, swaying her skirt slightly, that carried the smell of sea. She gazed upward with the slight inclination of her head, and the sight of billions of stars filled her eyes. She waved her wand idly at her shoes and banished them away, her feet now standing on soft white sands that glittered in the light of the countless stars that hung above her. She'd never tire of the Room of Requirement, the sheer versatility of Rowena's masterpiece. Atticus certainly knew how to create impressive landscapes with it too, that creative mind of his conjuring up marvels of locations, real or imagined. The billions of stars that lies far beyond our reach, urging us to come forth, enticing us with the promise of endless potential and possibilities. The stars that we will one day be amongst, as visitors, as conquerors. Her lips curled upward. He had a way with words too. Her lips twitched as she debated with herself pointlessly whether his tongue was better with words or between her legs. She brushed her locks behind her ear and glided towards the tide, her long legs carrying her towards the soft noises of the swaying sea that filled the ambient silence. As she peered at the faint outline of the horizon, illuminated by the billions of bright stars that hung in the distance, she couldn't help but think on the soft sands of the beach, the uncountable pebbles that outnumbered the stars that hung above her. They weren't real, but there were plenty of locations with sands just like it. She imagined the histories of those remnants, of the last vestiges of what had once been mountains, their histories long lost as they were shaped into tiny fractions of what they were, until all that remained was for them to be treaded upon, to be worn down even further by her feet. Nothing remained as it once was, time shaped all, in endless patience. It wasn't difficult to think to herself that it was humbling, in some part to think of the great monuments of strength, of permanence eventually whittled down to the barest of remnants, now only fit for being trodden upon by their feet, feet of those who would challenge time, challenge nature. Was it any wonder why she liked this beach, where the white sands, the billions upon billions of pebbles that glittered under sunlight, the pebbles they treaded upon which resembled the stars so very much? She continued to walk at a sedate pace, raising her hand and brought into existence a small flame and changed it into a small bright spherical ball of fire, its dancing flame flickering harmlessly in her palm as she let her imagination run wild, as she imagined the ball of flame, the symbol of life, of fire, of passion, of power, being a star all in her grasp and control. She extinguished it with a dismissive wave of her hand, returning to the dim lighting of the illusion. She turned her gaze left, and she saw him in the distance, near the tide, at the center of an electric storm. If she strained her ears, she could hear magic crackling around him, a convergence of arcane power. Magic bent space around him, as he hovered 5 feet from the ground in a seated meditative, cross-legged posture. He was without a shirt and only had loose-fit trousers on. Greens and purple eldritch strands of power surrounded him, as if it protected him from the elements, from the sheer distortion his magic had on the environment, the fracturing it induced around the atmosphere around him. She strode towards him, her long legs moving with an automatic elegance, and she began to notice more and more the changing density of the air, the heaviness of his power affecting reality. She sighed contentedly as she reached out with her magic, as she neared until she was within a few feet of him. The bubble of protective power washed over her, as she stepped into it, assessing her with eagerness, with happiness, which she could only smile about until she walked around him, and faced him. His face was one of sereneness, one of peace, one that she hadn't seen on him for the past few weeks, not like this. His hair was floating, gentle breeze swaying it as time passed, as if he were in weightlessness, as if gravity had no effect on him. It had been a passing curiosity of his, to try and float through the power of his magic, by his will, and she was more than a little jealous that he was capable of it so easily. It's the longest he's succeeded, she suspected. She only managed to do it for a minute or so before she lost control, and not yet with this ease or manifestation. She watched him with keen eyes which widened when the air changed, as a wave of heavy air rushed past her, and she breathed in deeply as she breathed in his magic that felt like opium as she took it into her body. She let go of the reins of her magic, swirling and twisting around her, meeting his magic as they wrestled around each other. Magic came easily to her, magic hummed in her veins, a throbbing network of power that lied just underneath her skin. His eyes opened, and his eyes glowed with power, with a blazing purple-green fire as their eyes met. Emily, his voice was warm amidst the swirling mass of power that surrounded them. His magic swirled around her, in comfort as he bent his magic with his raw will around her, in protectiveness, in affection and in love. His face softened, the slant of his eyes lessened, the glow of his eyes brightly cast shadows over his sharp features, made him seem more godlike than a mortal man. She'd never wanted him more than in that moment. She walked towards him, in a sedate pace as he remained hovering above the ground, his magic sustaining his defiance of gravity. Their eyes stood transfixed as she neared, until she closed the gap with their faces but a few inches apart. She tilted her head minutely and measured, and he eyed her curiously in response. "How long were you like that?" she inquired softly as her eyes assessed with scrutinizing eyes. He hummed thoughtfully. "I don't know," he confesses. "I lost time," he said. A light frown marred his face as they kept their eyes on each other. "Show off," she murmured lowly with an annoyed look, and he chuckled lightly. She raised her hand and with the edges of her fingertips stroked his face. "You seemed at peace," she remarked as she eyed him critically. He smiled in that manner, the manner that was only reserved for her. "I am more at peace now that you are here," he said with a charming smile as he unfurled his legs and set his bare feet onto the sand, his height now above hers as his arms wrapped around her. Charmer," she murmured as she gave him a half smirk, one that hid her pleasure from his words. He looked at her with an expression that seemed to indicate that he knew what she meant, but he didn't comment on it. He leaned in slightly and kissed her, gently on the lips. She melted into his warm embrace, embers stoked into an awakening emergent inferno as she lost herself but for a moment, until she drew back, slowing that emerging flame back into a simmering ember, lest she relent and yield into her lust that he provoked in her. She broke the kiss and gently pried herself from his arms, reluctantly, before she palmed her wand and with a simple twist conjured a wide sofa for them to sit on. She holstered her wand and dragged him towards the sofa. She sat down onto the sofa and he dropped next to her, but then he slacked and dropped his head onto her lap, sighing contently. "Lazy," she said humorously, and he hummed contently as he shifted his body in her lap, so that a side of his face was on her lap. He sighed deeply, his magic drawn back into his body as he relaxed into her lap. She began to play with his midnight black hair, hair that flowed smoothly through the gaps of her long fingers. They remained silent as time passed, as they both savored this moment of timid intimacy. She relished in knowing that this vulnerability, this sensitivity of his is reserved only for her. She caressed his head softly with the edges of her fingers and he hummed in pleasure. She felt his magic almost purr because of the act, and she suppressed an amused smirk that threatened to appear on her face. "Aren't you feeling needy this evening?" she purred softly though she continued to play with his hair. "We all have days like this, dear Emily," he sleepily says to her. They remained silent for a moment as peered at the horizon, absently thinking on his magic. "I've not managed to get such an outward expression of my magic, not to your extent," she said with a thoughtful expression. He hummed. "I know," he murmured as his eyes remained closed. "I'm not certain if it is because of understanding, or if it's something more inborn in me, Perhaps a combination of the two, he finished, his eyes opening. She frowned as she looked down. What do you mean? He remained silent for a few moments until he spoke. I think my understanding of magic is not normal, he said delicately in a measured tone before he added, and also unorthodox. He continued, I've done quite a few experiments on magic, Emily. For example, why is Stupefy red and Expelliarmus blue? He posed to her. Her mind worked at a fast pace because of the nature of the effect of the spells. She responded after a moment passed. Not quite. He said as his eyes flickered past her until he met hers again. Magic. He trailed off as he considered on how to explain it. Magic is complicated, beyond simply what the magical theory books say. They classify spells in charms, transfiguration, hexes, jinxes, curses and so on, but there are far deeper aspects to it. She looked at him expectantly and he smiled reassuringly as he responded to her look. I've compiled some notes on my findings and experiments, I'll give them to you to look into. Her lips curled and she nodded. You already sense far more than the average magical, you can see magic to a certain degree, your senses and magic working together to see more than what your eyes can see, when it is related to magicals and objects. He said carefully as his brows furrowed deeply. But I think I'm slowly seeing more, as if an understanding is being slowly unlocked within me. Mage sight? She questioned and he shook his head. Not quite. He answered before he halted as he took on a ponderous expression. Perhaps I should say more along the lines of, not yet, though I suspect my mage sight might not be the same as those who have it, but I can't be sure. My senses are growing as time passes and it's almost as if it's approaching a threshold, so to speak. My ability to extend my magic to the degree is tied to my capability and control over my magic and of magic as a whole, along with the fundamental understanding I'm reaching with regards to the nature of magic. The more I understand the relationship between magic and life, the more I am able to understand instinctively and. He trailed off for a moment. And it's given me a unique perspective of magic, which is what I'm drawing on when I extend my magic like that. He said finally. She frowned as she thought it over. When it came to him, she knew dismissing anything would be mistake. He looked at her calculatingly, distracting her from her thoughts. What? She asked warily. Have you noticed anything different with my magic? He questioned. She shook her head. I haven't. She tilted her head. You expect there to be a shift in your magic in accordance to your unique situation? I don't know, he shrugged. Merely a passing thought. I'll keep note of it, she promised him, and he nodded gratefully. She narrowed her eyes. Don't think I haven't forgotten about what you said. You're actually creating your own magical theory? She asked strangely. Of course he is, she thought, exasperated. This is the boy, the man who wants to create his own runic language. Why not redefine what magic is? He nodded in her lap with an abashed smile. I don't think my capabilities should be as impossible as people say it is, merely speaks of inadequate understanding and willful exaggeration that certain factions of society propagate either to hide their own incompetence or because they want keep people controlled with wands. He paused momentarily as he stared at her with unblinking eyes. You're greatly in tune with your magic, and I doubt that there are many alive who are as in tune or in control like you are. The knowledge gap between is mostly due to the time room I've had access to all this time, and I doubt you won't catch up by the time you graduate Hogwarts. He said with a smile in his voice. She smiled at him before she turned her eyes away. She was deep in thought when he murmured, It's ridiculous how capable you are, Emily. I've worked on my magic probably since I could walk, and yet you have this natural connection to magic which is incredible. He sighed deeply as he closed his eyes. I'm just glad I managed to help you from the destructive path you could have walked. What a shame it would have been for your mind and your magic to be warped, your brilliance lost before it could truly flourish, he murmured softly as he dozed off. If he'd seen her, he'd have seen her smug smile that cut across her face. His compliment warmed her immeasurably. She never felt truly inept in his presence, more disappointed in herself for not being as good as he was, but she knew she was young and had time to catch up, especially given that she had access to the time room. She hummed musically as she began to caress his cheek with the back of her hand. She had nothing to say to that. She didn't need to. She didn't know how long she watched him sleep in her lap, as she thought on his words. Her fingers trailed the contours of his face, repeatedly, incessantly. She had a fascination with touching him, the mild pleasure she gained from it, so different from the disgust and loathing she felt whenever others touched her. He stirred under her touch and she felt him drifting back into consciousness. You're growing stubble, she remarked as she circled on his cheek with the edges of her fingertips. He responded sleepily. I'll probably shave later tonight before I retire for the evening. I've noticed that you're not as tired as you've been in the past few weeks. I take it you're sleeping better now? She asked intently, curiosity and perhaps a vestige of concern leaking through her voice. I'm not surprised you noticed, he murmured as he leaned into her touch. Her hands were warm, different from the usual cold that they were, and he seemed to lean into her soft touch. I don't think there is much I don't notice about you, she says, matter-of-factly with a smidge of superiority and satisfaction. I've reached a point where I have decided I can only be prepared for what comes rather than incessantly being concerned about things, he responded. Her eyes narrowed slightly. So he was still letting insignificant matters bother him. It's not just your dream visions, is it? She pried lightly as she surveyed him with her dark keen eyes. For all his remarks that his morality was flexible, that he was fluid in his thinking, he was remarkably haunted by things that she couldn't understand. What did it matter if there were people who you didn't know, who you had no responsibility for, were suffering? It's a combination of things, he said as he opened his eyes before he readjusted himself so that his face was facing upward and met her eyes as she looked down. She frowned lightly for a second as she considered it. The Jewish Muggleborn reports, the visions? She inquired. He scoffed in amusement at her assessment, but he nodded and confirmed, his head moving slightly in her lap. Yes. He said with a sigh. My visions. He trailed off before he closed his eyes momentarily and turned his head away from her. There is nothing I can do about that, not now, he said almost with resignation, disquiet lingering around them. She frowned in disappointment and she uncurled her long index finger and laid it underneath his chin and turned his head towards her. He opened his eyes. I have never known you to be defeated by anything, she said with intense eyes, her lips set firm. She would not allow weakness creep into him. You said that you can change your visions, through skill and experience. There is nothing you can do with regards to experience but you, Atticus Sayre. She paused momentarily as their eyes met. Do not lose yourself in uncertainty, remember what you have accomplished and who you are, she said with slow articulation, absoluteness in her tone, her voice seeking to infuse comfort into his being, her fiery eyes determined to burn away his pitiful withering moment of weakness as they gazed into his eyes. He stared at her, unblinkingly before they lost their sheen of weakness, of uncertainty. Thank you, he says with sincerity. He smiles. Riley, who knew that Emily Riddle, heir of Slytherin, the Slytherin of Slytherin, had such tender words to accompany her tender touch, he said as his lips twitched in mirth. She smirked with a well-worn arrogance. As I once said, there is nothing Emily Slytherin can't do. Her voice soft-spoken, but it was cutting. Her face scrunched up with distaste. Just don't expect me to say something like that again, I feel like a filthy Hufflepuff, she said with annoyance. He softly chuckled as he raised his arm and brushed a lock of her falling hair behind her ear. Emily Slytherin? He questioned with unrestrained interest. She hummed musically as his eyes looked captivated in her, as if she was the center of his existence, and she stifled a shiver of pleasure that threatened to emanate from her from the unveiled hunger that was in his eyes. She knew that he was as attracted to power as she was. He enjoyed the strength she held, the commanding presence she exuded. It was a trait that she saw in his father. His mother, even if she was softer, kinder, held a certain strength in her core, and she knew that it was likely the case for most women the Sayres chose. I'm considering expediting taking up the ladyship, the words slipping through her mouth. Why? He asked with genuine curiosity. She looked away from his inspecting eyes and gazed towards the horizon. I have applied for early emancipation, which is permissible for underage magicals who do not have family to take them in. Your family taking me in isn't quite the norm, given that most families, at least in the last 100 or so years, only took in those from related wizarding families, which I am, but they don't know that. Your father helped me with my application and I should soon be expecting official confirmation. She pursed her lips and she looked down. He looked surprised. You didn't tell me this, he said with a questioning gaze. She shrugged lightly. I haven't yet received word that my emancipation has been accepted, so I didn't think it was worth mentioning. She paused as she tilted her head. Besides, I'm telling you now, she said snippily. He lets it go from what she could discern from his relaxed facial muscles. So you're taking up the ladyship in order to protect yourself from persecution that you would be exposed to when you don't have the protection of being underage, he surmised, and she nodded slightly. Yes, I will be given the same privileges as your father would once I take up the ladyship. At the moment, my blood status is in question, and even with my heir status, it would leave me exposed to more invasive proceedings that my ladyship would otherwise protect me from. She succinctly told him. She was keenly aware of her situation. Even if she ruled Slytherin, it was insular, it was within a children's playground, and she always won in the playground when the rules were for her to manipulate to her advantage. But they weren't outside of Hogwarts, which she was keenly aware of with some of the Slytherins that were expelled. Rumors were rife in the common room that the families of the boys were lobbying in some degree or another about reinstating them back to Hogwarts, the ones that still had years left until they were 17 anyway. Tarquin Selwyn and the other 7th year had to complete their newts at the ministry. Will you make it public? He inquired, drawing her attentions again, or will you stick to the plans that we've made? She pursed her lips as she considered it. Her rule of Slytherin was not total, and so far her power and the respect she held was what kept them in line. But with the knowledge that the heir of Salazar Slytherin, the Lady of Slytherin, was amongst them, well, that would gain her far more loyal and odd followers. She was considering simply letting the heirs of Wisengamot seat holders in on her secret, to begin to work on them whilst she was still in Hogwarts, paving the way for later when she entered politics. But she also had an impulse of simply letting the world know, to see where the pieces fall. Atticus had told her of Dumbledore's odd reaction when the founders had been mentioned in the briefing of the incident. It made her curious to find out if she had control over Hogwarts, which she inquired with her goblin account manager. To say she was surprised was understating it, to say that she was gleeful was to say that it was severely understated. Hogwarts was owned by Lords Gryffindor and Slytherin, with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff having a permanent seat on whatever form of ruling body existed, in this case the Board of Governors. The Gaunts before her, the ones who qualified for the Slytherin headship, hadn't known that little fact. Whilst Gryffindor and Slytherin are effectively voices that stood above all other voices and could dictate, in every meaning of the word, the direction of the school, with the exception of the inability to change or pervert the Hogwarts Charter which was written by the founders themselves. One of the immutable facet was that the school must be available to all those with the gift of magic, regardless of blood status. Something that ran counter to the supposed hatred that Salazar had with regards to Muggleborns. She was hovering on the idea of outing her heritage in favor of seeing Dumbledore's sour face when he realized that he could not be appointed to headmaster without her blessing. Even if the Gryffindor heir was found, it would not change, simply that they would have to both agree to appoint a headmaster. He had a vested interest in ensuring that she did not ascend to her ladyship. And if Atticus did not defeat Grindelwald and Dumbledore did instead, she could anticipate difficulty in barring him from attaining the role as politics would get involved. The Light's champion and the champion of the dark would be a propaganda point that he would ruthlessly use. I have not yet decided. She finally said as she stared at those purple-green eyes. There are advantages and disadvantages to each route. She relayed her thinking and he turned his eyes skyward as he considered it. Tell the heirs, he finally said as his eyes returned to hers. She brushed his hair away from his face as she tilted her head as she looked down at him. It would set the stage and it would minimize the exposure if you do it in Salazar's other chamber, he said with a glint in his eye. Her lips curled in appreciation as she looked down at him with pleased eyes. It would protect my secret until I allowed it, she hummed in thought and looked up and towards the horizon. The fact that Sidwell and the Unspeakables knew of her Parseltongue, for there was no doubt in her mind that they knew, given that Sidwell brazenly alluded to it, was a reason why she wanted to let the world know on her terms rather than something leaking. I'll do that, she finally said, setting herself on a course. Her hands ceased to caress his face and hair as she leaned back in her chair in thought, gazing out into the distance. I always knew Muggles were vicious, she said in a strange tone, almost in a faraway tone. The Jewish Muggleborn reports? He asked intently. Even for them, the cruelty is something else, she said finally after several minutes' pause before she looked down at him, her eyes dark and guarded. The gas chambers, the elves observed them installing in the Polish camps in particular, she laughed bitterly. Muggles hated anything different, even other Muggles. Yes, they'll be packed like sardines as they're gassed to death and their bodies thrown in mass graves. He paused momentarily and she could hear pity in his voice. Hopefully we can save most if not all of the Muggleborns from that fate. He told her as he watched her reactions to it. It'll do wonders in increasing your Muggleborn army, if you can save most of them, she said with a raised eyebrow. He scoffed. Don't even joke about that, he chided miserably. She had mockery in her eyes. It's the kind of talk that would get me marked a Dark Lord within days, he shuddered. A smirk grew on her face as she drifted in her musings momentarily. I can see the headlines, Dark Lord Sayer and his Mudblood army, she said mockingly, and he groaned miserably. It's depressing that I can see that actually happening, he murmured softly. Silence filled the space between them until he inquired, how is your animagus transformation going? You mentioned that you were spending at least an hour before you retired for the day. She glanced down at him for a moment before turning back to the horizon. It's going well, my limbs are all transformed when I try it. She frowned lightly. She hadn't completely tried to complete the transformation. With the busy end-of-year tests coming up, her own extracurricular studies and the morning duel she and Atticus did, she did not have too much time to finish the transformation. Better than me. He mumbled and she looked down and saw a sour expression. She smirked a little and patted his cheek. You'll get there. After me, of course. Surprisingly, he was having difficulties with the transformation. He could only change his hands into those strange hooves, but nothing more than that so far. You should probably spend some time with the Thestrals herd, understand them a little better. There is that mental component that is needed, in addition to knowing how their bodies work. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. You may be right, he admitted after a few moments before he asked seriously, do you think the changes will be noticeable? She mulled it over for a moment. She had to admit, she wasn't quite sure what to think about the animal side bleeding over into her. Akamis were extremely aggressive to those who approached it, and she didn't like the idea that she'd lose control over herself. It was partially why she wasn't in a rush to complete the transformation. The benefits, however. Akamis had heightened eyesight, able to see miles into the distance to hunt prey. They were quick and were able to change size to fit into a small space or large space. She expected to have the improved eyesight and probably some capability to see into the dark, and probably her aggression would rise. Obviously it had advantages, but aggression should be a measured tool and she would ensure that it remained so. I think they will be, after all of the Animagi texts hint slight personality changes and greater senses, depending on the animal you become. She said as she turned back to him. I think with our capabilities with the mind arts, the changes will become noticeable to us and especially to each other. She paused momentarily. The benefits of complete transformation outweigh the negatives. She mused more to herself than to him. He hummed and she looked down and saw a disturbed look on his face. You're wary about your animagus, she stated. He turned to her and nodded slightly. I don't know what to expect when I complete the transformation, thestrals are quite mysterious. He sighed. No one knows what they can see, he told her. She frowned. You're concerned that what they see is completely different to what normal creatures see. This was related to his changing perspective of magic. He hummed in affirmative. The way they are connected to death, or at least the concept of death, makes me wonder what they can see, given that you must see death to see them. I see, she said slowly as she furrowed her brows. It was something she hadn't considered. Thestrals had no pupils, their eyes were not conventional. It would not surprise her if they were like bats or other animals that used other senses to see. But they were magical and chances were things were probably a lot more interesting. Wouldn't it be interesting if you saw souls? She mused aloud and she felt him stiffen on her lap and she looked down surprised. He was staring at her. She blinked before she frowned. You expect to see souls? She asked disbelievingly. He shrugged uncomfortably. Maybe not quite souls, but something more. She was fascinated and for the first time, she felt jealous about his animagus form. Of course, her form had more practical use. After all, she would be able to turn herself as small as possible or as large as possible, depending on the situation. His was a malnourished, ghastly-looking Abraxan, as she frequently and smugly reminded him. But to see souls, there must be so many practical applications. Wouldn't that be something you'd want? She asked with a tilted head. I can't imagine being able to see more than what we can normally see not being advantageous. He hummed. Perhaps. But sometimes you don't want to open Pandora's box. He added quietly. Silence fell amongst them as they both digested the information. He shook his head in her lap, making she look down. I've finished the enchantments, he told her, moving them away from the earlier conversation with a slow-forming smile. Which enchantments? She inquired as she looked down at him. He removed his head from her lap and sat up straight next to her, his eyes gleaming with barely restrained excitement. The enchantment that would shrink and correctly reduce the mass of a massive structure in correspondence with the reduced dimensions, with evenly and correctly distributed devices with the enchantment set in their positions. His eyes shone with immeasurable satisfaction and pride. Her eyes widened as she stilled whilst she processed what he said. Her eyes met his gaze, his eyes brimmed with anticipation, with passion and vindication of his success. You mean? She asked softly, surprised with the immensity of what he was saying. He grabbed her hand and brought it to his lips, which he kissed lightly, all the while keeping eye contact with her. Yes, Emily, he spoke with a sibilant voice, one filled with seduction and triumph. We are one step closer to creating the island, he said with deliberate pause. How? Escaped her lips as her mind whirled, readjusting the timescale that they'd been working on. The hard limits of shrinking charms, the one about power, I was approaching it the wrong way, he said quickly, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. The shrinking charms do not care about efficiency, nor did they care about the size of the object, simply will and their magic directing towards the size. He said with a sardonic smile before he turned serious. I modified one of the shrinking charms to be more efficient in the way it uses magic whilst also being specifically for large objects. The diamond batteries will be needed, naturally, I won't be able to do it under my own power, he grimaced. I'd be dead in the attempt, he shook his head. So now we only need to finish the mass illusion enchantment and the field that would suspend the asteroid mid-air, she surmised as she considered it. He nodded deeply. Yes, that's the next step. He frowned. The wardstone arrangement will be immense, I'm not certain how to go about it, he admitted. She brushed her errant locks behind her ears. We have time, you've already managed to get ahead of schedule with the shrinking enchantment. She paused momentarily before she eyed him with narrowed eyes. Are you working in the time room when you can't sleep? She accused slightly. He looked a little abashed and a minuscule twitch of the eyes passed her face until she sighed. No matter, she said before she got up and stretched her lithe body. She turned to him and a serpent-like grin grew on her face before she licked her lips, her tongue taking on a serpent quality. She palmed her wand and pointed it at him. A curious expression arrived on his face for a moment before he looked at her with an inspecting look with a raised eyebrow. A gleam entered her eye and with a wordless twist of her wand, transfigured the sofa, the one he was seated on, into a queen-sized bed with 4 iron bedposts. He looked back at her with a look of hunger in his eyes. He made movement to get up. She pointed her wand at him and with a low-powered spell, pushed him back on the bed. She shook her head with deliberate slowness. No, Atticus, she whispered softly. She froze him with Petrificus totalis, a low-powered one. Tonight, I am in charge, she commanded softly as she floated his half-naked body further up the bed. With a flick, she conjured 2 thin silk clothes and tied his wrists to bedposts. He eyed with an expression that spoke of a burning hunger and eyes full of anticipation. You've lost your privileges, she said with a slow shake of her head as she strided towards the bed. Why? He almost growled in lust as his eyes roved over her body as she began to slowly undress, after taking off her tie. She tilted her head as if he asked a stupid question. You did not come to me when you were having trouble sleeping, she said with a tone that spoke of his stupidity. For that, you need to be punished, she said with a gleam in her eye as she watched his face cycle through several expressions. The most prevalent ones remained to be lust, excitement, and hunger. Oh, he said in a strained voice as she saw him breathing a little more heavily, his arousals running high. She could not deny that her own arousal wasn't climbing either. She liked taking charge, and him submitting to her was getting her to her peak arousal very quickly. She dropped her shirt and was clad only in her bra and skirt, but with a flick of her wrist, her wand long since holstered, she tightened the silk cloth around her wrists, which yielded a grunt from him whilst his eyes flashed slightly. I did not say you can't speak, did I? You are to remain silent until I say you may speak. Not if you understand, she hissed out authoritatively as she stood by the foot of the bed, her knee on the bed in between his legs. He swallowed deeply and nodded. She smiled triumphantly. She knew that Atticus at times liked to not be in control, in certain conditions, and she knew he was attracted to power. She wasn't dissimilar in truth. She liked submitting to him, if he was able to make her submit. They hadn't progressed completely, much to her displeasure, but it had been one of his rules to wait until she was 16, an arbitrary age but one she acquiesced to if he agreed to her adjustments of the agreement. She returned her attentions to Atticus. Now, let's talk about your punishment, my dear Raven, she said in a sibilant tone with a wicked glint in her eyes. Atticus' eyes cycled through wariness, excitement, worry and hunger. This will be fun, she thought with an inward smile. Break. 27th of March 1942. Emily POV. She walked into the classroom with a few of her associates and sat in her usual spot by the windows in the middle rows. Rockwood sat next to her. Seems like we're early, he commented as he took out his books from his bag. Or the Hufflepuffs are tardy as usual, she replied blithely, making him snort a little. Soon enough the class filled up and Ernest Whittle, their history professor, began his lecture. Please turn to page 256. He instructed and the class did as instructed. Last week, we finished going over the Druidic era that began to wane mid-first millennium, in the aftermath of the Roman conquest and the subsequent adoption of wands and the Roman way of wielding magic. He paused as he calmly paced in front of them. But the true end, the one that we can consider that truly brought the death knell to the Druidic era, was the aftermath of the fall of Camelot, the last kingdom where integration of our people with the Muggles was complete, and perhaps, he paused for effect, the last time such integration with Muggles was possible, Whittle said in an introspective tone. It was good that happened. The Muggles are little better than animals. Malfoy lowly whispered to Not next to him, but loud enough for her to overhear. Whittle continued. Camelot at that time, prior to the ascension of King Arthur, was unlike many other kingdoms around Europe, even in the Isles, was where magicals were not denigrated for their magic but rather because of Uther Pendragon's personal dislike of magicals due to the death of his wife. The next hour and a half passed quickly as Whittle captured the attention of the room with ease. He talked about Merlin Ambrosius, the man that Merlin Emrys had been named after. Merlin Ambrosius had been a druid, a powerful druid who bridged the gap between the magicals and muggles with his friendship with Prince Arthur and worked with him closely once Arthur Pendragon ascended to the kingship. "I've never been so conflicted," Rockwood lamented as they entered the great hall. She glanced at him for a moment before she took her seat. "About?" Druella Rosier asked with interest in her eyes. "Whether I miss Bins because of the free couple of hours of nap time or whether I enjoy Whittle's lessons enough to not miss it," Rockwood sighed dramatically. Malfoy and Not sat opposite them whilst Orion Black sat further away with Walburga. "I can't say I miss Bins," Malfoy supplied as a pinched look came across his face, "but I also can't say I enjoy the homework that Whittle gives out." Rosier groaned a little. "Tell me about it," she groused. "None of the content is the same anymore, so we can't buy off homework copies from the upper years. The good thing is that what we're learning is so much better than the constant goblin rebellions." Not interjected as food popped into existence. "True enough. I hadn't known that there were two Merlins," Rockwood said before he tucked into his meal. She brushed her hair behind her ears before she too tucked in. The conversations around her fell into the background as she thought on the history lesson. She wasn't fascinated with King Arthur, not even Merlin, but rather about the Round Table, which had been enchanted and where Merlin Emrys took inspiration for the Wizengamot enchantment. Camelot was lost to history, Morgana having reduced the castle to ruins and obscured it and the surrounding lands from everyone, as a final revenge after Merlin had defeated her and grievously wounded her. It had been the last time anyone saw her and the last time anyone knew where Camelot had been. She wondered if she could find the ruins. "Professor Sayer is looking a little pale there," Rockwood called, breaking her out of her thoughts. She immediately cast her eyes towards the staff table and she saw that Rockwood was indeed right. He looked pale and was still for almost 10 seconds by the time she saw him until he broke out of it. The chair screeched after he got up, in a hasty, panicked way, halting all conversation around the hall, and eyes fell on him. A concerned Professor McGonagall asked him what was wrong, but he ignored her and he ran out of the great hall, faster than she'd seen him run before. As soon as he left the room, the whispers grew in volume. That can't be good, Malfoy murmured, and she snapped to him and his eyes grew slightly. He was staring at his hand, presumably his ring. Families like his sometimes have enchanted rings that are linked with other rings that worn by his family. Malfoy supplied with a grim expression. No. Rosier exclaimed softly before her hands went to her mouth and she stared at Emily. She wasn't the only one who was staring at her, and her eyes went towards his Ravenclaw table before she fixed her eyes on his friends. Macmillan looked worried, as did Paredes and Roll, but Greengrass. She narrowed her eyes. She had a look of guilt and was almost as pale as Atticus was. Greengrass' eyes flickered towards Emily and somehow it was possible for her to pale even more. She thinned her lips as she stared at Greengrass, who averted her eyes. I'll have to find out what she knows, it can't be a coincidence. Are you going to follow? Rosier asked. Not answered for her. There is no point, I doubt Sayer is still in the castle. She repressed the desire to bit her lip in concern. It was unlike him to run out like that. Break. Anne POV. Anne stepped out of the flue with skilled grace before she looked up. Lucas. Anne said with a warm smile as he approached her. Sister, you're early, Lucas said with a grin and outstretched arms, and she came forth and hugged him. I thought we should arrive early so we can get a good look at your new home before the rest come. She stepped back and looked him over with squinting eyes. You've gotten fat, she said primly with a raised eyebrow. He rolled his eyes, but before he could speak, the flue activated again and outstepped her husband. He dusted himself off and looked at Lucas. Lucas, he said evenly with a nod which her brother returned Marcus just as evenly, their eyes evaluating each other. Men, she sighed disappointedly. Marcus' attempts at wooing her and his infatuation from the moment he'd seen her left Lucas still harboring a lingering dislike to Marcus which was more prideful than anything reasonable. Marcus looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. You look, well, he said carefully, and Anne couldn't help herself and snorted. Lucas chuckled and gestured them forward. Welcome to you both to our new home, he said as he took them on a little tour of the estate house. It wasn't as large as Sayer Manor, not many were, but it was certainly a respectable size. It was 3 stories and had a dozen bedrooms, perfect for a large family like theirs. It was built in an old Romanian style, one she knew that her brother liked when they'd visited one of their great-uncles. The entrance to the estate was paved with patterned stones, rows of plant pots filled with lush red roses along the wooden railings that traced along the outside walls and walking path. It had a nice modest front porch and an access door at the side, within the wards, that lead to the cellar where he and his wife kept their favorite wines. The arches of the doors were low and varied, different to each room that you entered. She liked the decor. Dark woods, white walls, and blood-red colors of furniture dominated, and it gave the house a very Balkan feeling to it. The estate house was situated to a nearby forest, and its lands incorporated ample farming land, which she knew Lucas wanted to use for large greenhouses. As they walked towards the southern parts of the estate, a blur bumped into Marcus and a childish ow was heard. The little girl, no more than 5, picked herself off from the ground. Olena! A voice cried out and a preteen girl rushed to them. Marcus looked at the little girl in concern. Are you all right? He asked gently. Yes sir, she sniffled as she readjusted her little dress, positively melting Anne on the spot. Oh, she cooed and bent over and dusted the little girl off. The girl looked up from the ground and Anne smiled slowly. She had her and Sophia's eyes, the bright emerald eyes that were so fundamental to the Prividetzis, the same eyes of her. Her hair was not quite brown, more red blonde than anything, inherited from her mother, but it had similar texture to her own. Olena, a beautiful name for a beautiful girl, Anne said reassuring as she smiled kindly at the little girl. The girl looked at her wide eyes and a happy smile replaced the guilty look. Father, I'm sorry, she just ran away when I said it was time to do her hair, the preteen girl said. Olena looked at her father betrayed. But father, she said in a horrified voice, when Clarissa does it, it hurts. Only can do it without hurting, she said with a quivering lip. Yo, Clarissa looked at the little girl with venomous eyes, anger making her momentarily speechless, and she was positively shaking with an angry retort waiting to be spewed, and Anne laughed a moment as she remembered a similar moment with her own sister before a sadness overtook her and she shook her head. She didn't have time to dwell on it as Lucas broke her out of her thoughts. Clarissa, it's fine, Lucas' voice sharp and cutting, killing any retort from Clarissa, who looked a little upset. Lucas turned to Anne. I'm sure Anne would like to help. He posed to her. Of course, Anne said with a wide smile which the little girl still didn't quite take to. She looked at Anne warily and Anne struggled to contain herself as she wanted to just pinch those adorable little cheeks. She said in a conspiratorially voice, you know, I helped your mother with her hair all the time, you know. She said with a small grin. Really? Olena asked skeptically. Anne wanted to laugh at the girl. She'd make for a wonderful Dimstrang student. The blood of their clan ran strong in this headstrong girl. She nodded deeply. Oh yes, I remember when I helped her braid her hair at her wedding. She got up from her crouched position and stuck out a hand. I can tell you all about it as I do your hair. She asked gently. The little girl wavered. It won't hurt? She asked with fierce eyes. Anne shook her head. I promise it won't, she reassured the little girl, who stared at her a moment and nodded and took her hand. Olena, why don't you take her to the room facing the gardens? Lucas asked of her daughter. Yes, Papa. She chirped and dragged Anne away, making her chuckle. A half-hour later, embellished stories and a neatly and ornate French braid later, Olena thanked Anne and she skipped away happily, leaving Anne to her thoughts until Lucas arrived. Olena loves the braid, he commented with a laugh. She kept on goading Clarissa with it until I put a stop to it, he said with a fond exasperation. Anne laughed as she leaned back in her chair with a sad smile on her face. He took the next seat to her and they sat in silence for a moment, no doubt thinking about the same thing. Where's Marcus? She asked suddenly. Lucas turned to her. Oh, cousins Michael and Yvonne and their families are here, so I left them in his capable hands, Lucas said with a wry smile. She sighed. Really, Lucas, you know about Marcus' sensibilities. They'll overwhelm him. She said with a light glare before she shook her head with a smile. You'd think having children of their own would have calmed them. Lucas laughed. I doubt Michael will ever lose his immaturity. He's got 2 children at Beau's batons whilst the 2 youngest are only a number of years away. If he hasn't lost it now, I doubt he'll lose it ever. She smiled and shook her head. Michael was an acquired taste. He had a certain view of life, and whilst being older has made him far more sensible than when they had been children, he still had bouts of insanity that could sour people. Your daughters are wonderful. You've done a great job raising them, she said with a smile. Lucas chuckled. Clarissa needed little work. She's more like me than her mother, very goal-orientated. He looked in the distance. She does want to become a duelist, however. Anne hummed. Not surprising. Even if she hasn't inherited your abnormal ability in herbology, it was likely she would inherit our more martial inclinations. She commented shrewdly. Their mother had joked in their Dumstrang days, after receiving raving reports from the herbology teacher that she wasn't sure where he came from, given that none of the Prividetsis or the Kimmich families had talents in herbology. It was why they were expecting him to be very successful in caring for rare magical plants that would be very difficult to care for in climates like England. His only competitors would be the green grasses, but given that Lucas was going to try and corner a more niche market, it wasn't expected that he'd face much competition from them. He turned and smiled at her. Yes, I suppose so, he sighed. I would have liked to send her to Dumstrang, but... Yes, it's impossible for now. Honestly, it was lucky that Michael's twins were to attend the following academic year. He inclined his head. Indeed. Unfortunately, that was not the case for Evelina and her son. She grimaced lightly. Evelina, their other first cousin, had a son in Dumstrang who she hasn't seen ever since the occupation. It has devastated her. It hadn't helped that her husband's 2 of 3 brothers were dead at the hands of Grindelwald's men, making her fear each day of the condition of her son, fearing retribution on her husband's family for aiding the resistance there. She sighed sadly before she turned to her brother. Sadly, my heart goes out to her. They remained silent for a moment as they peered in the distance. She reminds me of her, you know, Lucas spoke up suddenly. She didn't look at him. Her fiery stubbornness is so similar, Anne said with a sad shake of her head. He sighed. You should see her when she doesn't get her way. When Olena looks at me with those green eyes and the same eyebrows as are. He shook his head. I wilt under them and give in. It infuriates Evangelina. He laughed a little. Anne laughed, but she couldn't prevent it from having a sad tone to it. I can imagine, she sighed softly. You know, you should be visiting more often, he said with a look. I know, she sighed. She hadn't visited her brother in a number of years. She turned to him with a glare. It's not as if you are visiting me either, she said snippily. He inclined his head as mirth filled his eyes. True enough. He said calmly. Do you think she is happy? Anne asked her brother. I hope so, he said a little quieter. Have you tried to find Lucille? Anne asked her brother. He'd lived in the outskirts of London, a small area with a few other magical families, though it was mostly dominated with muggles, hence the reason why he moved here. He shook his head. I don't know where to begin. If she's even alive. Father and mother did a too good job in eliminating any hints to where she might be. Anne sighed. She expected as much. As the years passed, especially as she saw her own children grow older, she couldn't help but wonder at the fate of the sister that was sent away and the guilt she felt whenever she thought of her sister, with the memory of when she looked at Anne with those betrayed emerald eyes. In the Balkans, squibs were sent away, just like here, but they'd be sent away without any memories of their family and with a fictional background. It was safer that way, rather than what they did here to send them away with their memories. The Balkans was an unstable region since time immemorial, rife with ethnic instability, and the lessons they learned about ensuring non-magicals didn't know about magic made such acts a necessity. They weren't barbarians like some of the dark families in this country that would kill their squibs due to some ridiculous imaginary shame. Blood mattered, regardless if you were magical or not. And so, they'd set them up with a nice wealthy muggle family, conjuring some false story about taking in a child from distant relatives and let them live a good life. Her parents had done the same, though they couldn't bear the thoughts of little Lucille not remembering them, so they simply had her sent to a girls' boarding school where she'd be housed until she was of age. It was selfish of them, and Lucille had shouted that she hated them, and she couldn't blame her. Anne never tried to find which school when Lucille had been attending, something she greatly regretted as now she had little chance of finding her given that her parents obliterated the school and the false name Lucille was under from their memories. Well, she said blithely, intending to skip past feelings of regrets and guilt. Shall we rejoin the others? I think I heard mother chastising Michael, she said with a humorous tone to her voice. Lucas chuckled and got up. The next few hours went past merrily as she was surrounded by her family, since her children. Her husband, her parents, her brother, her 2 cousins and their wives, and 4 pre-magical school children made it wonderful home-warming event until it was time for the rites to be performed, when the sun was at its highest point in the sky. A small fire was lit in the center of the living room as they stood around the fire in a circle. Lucas stepped forward as the patriarch of the house and took central stage. Ovaje den ber may majanski Blagoslav, de go Blagoslavi naet dom inato si mejstvo so nejanata zatita I nejan. Boom. The ground shook, scaring the small children. The wards. Lucas shouted out. He turned to Ivan, check the floor, who nodded and left, and Lucas ran towards the front of the house. She ran after him, as did Michael and her husband. They got the front and her heart sank as she saw over 40 individuals clad in black robes and the damnable symbol on her robes, Grindelwald's emblem. Grindelwald stooges, Lucas growled out as the ground shook again. How long will the wards last? Marcus asked quickly as he turned to Lucas. Not long. I have not yet had warders in to weave the ancient enchantments yet, Lucas admitted as he turned around and ran back to the main room. Bax's Eden. Michael swore as he jogged after him. They made it back to the main room. Her mother and her sisters-in-law were comforting the frightened children. A resolve filled her as she looked at them. Yvonne looked pale and her stomach dropped. The flow is down. There are also anti-apparition and anti-portkay wards up. Anne's eyes widened and she quickly looked at her and her eyes went to her ring, which she turned and she hissed slightly in pain, an act that got the attention of everyone. I've signaled Atticus. She told them and Marcus nodded. The ring was an emergency call whilst the blood would allow him to track her, even under the most of the heavy obscuring wards. He'll be able to get help. Marcus turned to Lucas. Please tell me you've at least created the escape route that we've told you to make months ago. He asked urgently. Lucas nodded firmly. We have. We've even blood warded it. None can enter or leave through the tunnels without having Providetsi blood. He turned to his wife. Or the blood of Evangelina, he added, and she looked relieved and nodded. Boom. Wait, you mean Natalia and I won't be able to leave with her children? Kate Rova exclaimed furiously. Lucas dipped his head. No, the escape plan did not include spouses of those who did not share our blood. It is meant to save the children from attack, help them escape at the very least with one parent, he added quietly. Natalia turned to Michael. Is this the same in our home? Michael nodded resigned. Natalia made to speak but he raised his hand. I will not leave you to your fate, Natalia, he said with a glare. You must, she almost shrieked. Do you wish for our chill? Anne walked away and tuned out their conversation out of shame. She knew that the Grindelwalds were here for her and Marcus. Pop Mistress Anne. A cry distracted any further arguments. Anne looked at the elf. Tweenie. Is Atticus on his way? She asked rapidly and the elf nodded furiously. Master is on his way, he says he will be here as fast as he can be. The flow network is all down so he is operating, Tweenie replied before he added, Master told me stay with you. Boom. Natalia walked past her and made her way to Evangelina, who was soothing all of the children. Evangelina, please take care of my children, Natalia pleaded with glistening eyes, and Evangelina nodded empathetically. I will take care of them as if they were my own, she said solemnly, her words meaning more than what she is saying. Those wards won't last much longer, Lucas said urgently before he turned to their mother. Mother, you and Evangelina must go and take the children away. Evangelina knows the way. Their mother shook her head. No, it must be Anne and Evangelina. I am not a fighter, Luca, and Anne is much better with her wand. The children will need a protector as we hold them off and distract them. Anne looked at her mother aghast, but the cry of a child distracted them. No, Mama, I don't want to leave you. And that started off a wave of cries and the mothers rushed forth to calm their children. Anne turned back to their mother and saw resolve on her face. Her mother raised her hand. Do not argue, Anna. She said with a sharp tone. We do not have time. She said as she pulled her and Evangelina away. She turned back to Marcus in dismay, who only smiled at her. Will survive. I'll come back to you, he promised, and for the first time since they got married, he was lying to her. Her eyes glistened. Tweenie, inform Atticus that Anne and the children will be at the southwest entrance of the forest, Lucas said sharply. Inform Dayton as well of the situation here, Marcus quickly added, and the elf popped away. Lucas stunned Olena, who was clutching at her father, and handed her to Anne. Anne hesitated for a moment. Boom. It jolted her and she turned. Evangelina, let's go. She said sharply, and Evangelina nodded and ran ahead holding the hands of Michael's children whilst Clarissa was following behind her. The children were sniffling but they were doing as they were told. Tweenie popped back and followed them. Master understands and he is now at Godric's Hollow. He wringed his hands. It is not good there, mistress. Many deaths, but Master is coming, Tweenie informed them. A distraction she realized, but she pushed it at the back of her mind. Tweenie, how far does the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards extend? She asked hurriedly as they descended down a flight of stairs. Evangelina made a cut on her hand and smeared the blood on the door, and with an audible click, the door opened and she pushed the children through before she followed, and then Anne and Tweenie followed. A wave of magic assessed her before accepting her as she passed the boundary. I do not know Mistress Anne, but I know the wards are much bigger than they should be. Tweenie said nervously as the elf in the odd suit that Atticus made his elf wear shuffled next to her. That's terrible, Evangelina said agitated as they walked in a hurry, her voice echoing in dark hallway. It means that they are employing an anchor ward stone, which is ridiculous and over the top, she said disturbed, turned slightly to Anne and sent her a glance. They're here for us, for Marcus, she said quietly. Evangelina looked at her with a glance and looked away from Evangelina in shame. You are not responsible and neither is Marcus. This war touches all of us. Evangelina finally said, leaving her with her own thoughts. Why would they come after Uncle Marcus? Clarissa asked in a tiny voice as she walked ahead of Anne. Anne was lost for words, but mercifully she didn't need to say anything. Uncle Marcus was helping the good people stop the bad people, Evangelina answered over her shoulder. Crack. The wards have fallen, Anne realized. The tunnel shook a little, frightening the two little children, and Evangelina sent a calming charm over them. Grindelwald? Clarissa asked frightened, and Evangelina responded yes. Grindelwald and his people are the bad people. They've hurt bad people, even a few family members in Macedonia. A silence fell among them as they hurried until a door in the distance appeared to near 10 minutes later. Again Evangelina smeared blood on the door and the waft of fresh forest air hit them and they rushed through. Evangelina frowned. The wards are still up. Tweenie, go find the edge of the wards, Evangelina ordered, and Tweenie hesitated for a moment but nodded and left. Anne turned towards the distance and saw pieces of the estate being blasted and she swallowed. She turned rapidly at the noise. Quiet, she hissed out. A snapping sound of a branch was enough for her to know the precarious situation. Her mind whirled until she figured it out. She put the sleeping Olena down and pointed her wand at the girl and transfigured her into a marble. Oh, a snap! Silencing charm from Evangelina to Clarissa stopped her, but it wasn't fast enough. Over there! A voice shouted out. Anne transfigured the other two children into marbles whilst Evangelina transfigured Clarissa into one as well. She handed the 3 marbles to Evangelina. Run and call out for Tweenie. He'll help you get away. The sounds of running was getting clearer and clearer. Evangelina didn't hesitate and nodded. I'll send him to you once he shows me the direction of the edge of the ward, she promised, and left under a disillusionment and several charms to silence and soften her feet. She heard an echoing scream in the distance and her heart broke. She didn't know where the resolve came from, but she found it deep in her core. She raised her wand and blasted out a conf ringo, and the sounds of pain hit her ears before she transfigured several tree trunks into panthers and sent them to remain hidden in the trees. She fired blasting curses, earth-gouging curses and concussive curses to distract them momentarily, enough time for the panthers to get into suitable cover as she ran in the opposite direction, nearby to a clearing within the forest. Quickly, surround them, a voice called out, and spell fire was sent to her. And she ducked beneath a stunner and took cover behind a tree. She could have followed Evangelina, but she knew that it was really her and Marcus they were after. Continuing to escape with Evangeline and the children would have only put them at risk, and Grindelwald and his followers were not merciful to their enemies, even if they were mere children. She glanced from behind her cover behind the tree and saw 4 men with wands raised. Her eyes flittered around her and she couldn't see anyone else, but it didn't mean much. She took a deep breath and came out of her hiding position. She turned and walked at a sedate pace with her wand perpendicular to her body. Ah, there you are. A jovial voice in a thick German voice forced her to turn her eyes to him, but she remained alert. She eyed them carefully. Can I do something for you? She asked nonchalantly as she positioned her body in her dueling stance. They began to laugh, cruelly, as their disgusting eyes roved over her. Jakov, you owe me 50 galleons. I told you, she'd be even more beautiful in person than those gala pictures. Neen, I owe you 10 galleons, I bet you that Esra was right to place us in the surrounding forest. As long I get to be first, Esra did say that as long as she is alive, we can do what we like. The man with thin diagonal scar on right side of his neck said hungrily as he turned his leering eyes on her, malice and promise of pain ample in his eyes. She set her jaw. She'd rather die than to have these filth touch her. A few moments passed as they spread themselves, trying to encircle her, but she positioned herself well, her back to several tree lines. One of them neared to the tree that had one of the panthers waiting, whilst the other 3 were further away from the other panther. One of them sent a sickly yellow curse, one she recognized as it debilitated you but left you alive, and she turned out of the way before she signaled the panther, and the panther dropped down on the man near the tree. She twisted out of the way from a spell as she brandished her wand with a wide arc, a gust of wind picking up the loose particles on the ground, partially obscuring the field. Arg gurgla. The panther ripped out his throat but was destroyed soon after by one of the others. She ducked out of the stunner sent her way, and she turned her wand on the man clutching his throat with bloody hands on the ground and snapped off a piercing hex. The back of his head exploded before his comrade could reach him and she sent a dark cutting curse at his head which he ducked out of the way from. She weaved out of the way of several stunning spells sent her way whilst she followed up with a blasting curse aimed at the ducking man. The man shielded and rage was in his eyes. Schlamp. He roared as he sent a killing curse at her. Her eyes widened before she dropped to the ground. Gustav, she must be taken alive. The man with the neck scar bellowed out as he sent a chain spell at her which she rolled out of the way from. There are other ways of revenge, he added as he sent a stunner at her. She rolled out of the way and almost slipped as her feet propelled her to take cover behind a tree. One of them looked up into the trees and destroyed the panther that was hidden there before he turned to her and began to transfigure the remnants of the panther into small stones and sent them careening towards her. The tree was pelted at with breakneck speeds, shattering off pieces from the tree. She conjured a flock of birds and sent them on their way before she left her cover behind the flock of bird, following up with dark ribbon curses as her conjured birds were burnt away. They evaded her curses and followed with a series of chain and binding spells and she ran before she weaved out of the way of an incoming pain curse and raised a shield to stop the arrows that threatened to puncture her. One of the arrows nicked her on her hip and she clamped down on her occlumency but not before a hiss of pain escaped her lips. She waved her wand in an arc and the sticks, leaves and rocks raised from the earth and with a swirl clumped some of them together before she transfigured them into spears and with a jab directed it to the one who had sent the stones. He hastily raised a shield but cracks appeared on his shield and he scrambled to duck underneath the remaining spears she sent him. She weaved out of the way of the binding and cutting curses that were sent her way before she, with a smooth transition swirled her wand around towards the man who was just getting off the floor and sent several piercing curses aimed at different parts of his body before following up with a green acid curse that ate through anything biological. He ducked out of the first piercing curse but the next one hit his thigh and he cried out but he managed to duck out of the last piercing curse but not fast enough to move out of the way of the acid curse which splashed on his collarbone and his neck. An echoing shriek escaped his throat before he gurgled, distracting the last two momentarily for her raise a fire whip and she snapped it with a flourish that sliced through the air and wrapped around the wand arm of one of them. You fucking bitch, he screamed before the man with the scar neck sent far more debilitating curses at her, forcing her to end the spell and to hastily raise a magical shield. One of them sent a blasting curse to her feet and she dived out of the way, silently thanking the training regime Atticus put her through before she rolled and conjured a shield, protecting against a stunning spell before she fired piercing curses in rapid succession as she gracefully got back to her feet. Fuck, signal the others now, we should have signaled the others sooner, the man with the scar ordered and a multicolored flare was sent high in the sky from the man with the barely functioning wand arm and her stomach dropped momentarily before she forced herself to end this quickly. The man with the scar on his neck sent two rapid spells after her, a cutting curse and a binding spell and she sidestepped the wide binding spell before she dropped the shield and turned away from the cutting curse but it caught it on the thigh and she hissed out in pain. She raised Protego Maxima as spells began to be pelted at her from two different directions and she gritted her teeth as she stood firm. You're more powerful than we were told, the man with the scar grunted out as they continued to try and come through her shield. She bared her teeth in an animalistic way but said nothing else as her mind worked rapidly as she thought on how to escape this situation. She couldn't rely on her mobility anymore but she was still able to kill them. She heard incoming shouts and she almost wavered as she knew her escape avenues were closing. Pop, mistress, I sorry for being late. Tweenie said but she could kiss him at that moment. Tweenie. She said harshly, has Evangelina and the children made it out? Yes, mistress. They be leaving only just before I popped, the elf confirmed. She sighed in relief before she returned to the problem at hand. The elf popped away from the spells that were fired at him whilst he levitated stones in the path of spells. She didn't need him here. She could deal with them but not if they're reinforced. Go and delay the incoming enemies as much as you can. She ordered him. Yes, mistress. Master gave me tools to use as he straightened out with a devious glint in his eye. Master is on his way, mistress. He said before he popped away and it filled her with grim hope. Her shield was buckling as cracks appeared in the translucent blue shield and she waited. Screams and shouts of was heard in the distance as explosions was heard in the distance and she could see them looking into that direction every so now and then and she knew a moment would arrive. The spidery webs on the shield grew and grew and grew until their moment arrived and she ducked under the converging spells and she rose just as quickly as she ducked and sent a concussion curse in the space between them, sending them flying for a few seconds as she used the time to heal her wound that was leaking blood. They got up and hatred was showing in their eyes. She positioned herself into another stance, a defensive one, and she looked at them with grim resolve. I will break you after we subdue you, the man with the scar seated as he began to pelt her with torture curses, pain curses, cutting curses, bludgeoners whilst the other was sending stunners, bone breaker curses and binding spells at her. She struggled to deal with the avalanche of spells, allowing for some of the pain curses and cutting curses to hit rather than any of the stunners, binding spells or torture curses. She moved with grace, well as much as she could, as she weaved out of the spells and raising magical shields that lasted mere seconds under the avalanche but enough for her to position herself better to deal with the remaining spell fire. With a snap of her wand, she sent a gouging spell at the other man's feet, making him yell in pain as she sent him falling down, but not fast enough to miss a spell that hit her left arm, and she screamed in pain as her right arm was heavily mangled. She gathered herself fast enough to bat away the binding spell that was sent at her, and she gritted her teeth as she sent a darker variant of the bludgeoning curse at the man who swatted the spell in contempt and stared her at with anger in his eyes. But it was enough for her to gather her magic and cast Lumos as she closed her eyes, blinding her opponents given their screams of pain. She hastily shuffled away from her spot as they were sending spells at her blindly, but it was enough for her to get an open shot at the man with the scar, and she raised her wand, grimly, and cast Avada Kedavra, and the green light hit the man dead center, and she swirled on her heels, just turning away from a sickly purple curse, a flesh-rotting curse. "You fucking bitch, I don't fucking care what Esra wants, fucking die, you dirty whore," he screamed at her. She applied a numbing spell during his tirade whilst she kept her eyes on him. She smiled grimly at him as she breathed heavily. She was in a bad shape, her left arm was mangled, there were deep gashes on her torso and hips. It was a good thing that they wanted her alive, as she doubted she would have survived otherwise. She could hear the others approaching. There must have been a group that was split from the ones that Tweenie was distracting. "Fiend fire!" he roared, and her eyes widened in surprise and shock. An explosion of fire spewed from the tip of the wand that the man held with both hands, sweat dripping from his head, which coalesced from the various creatures into a fiery wyvern that loomed over her, above the tree lines, its menacing eyes burning white-hot as wisps of red flames made out its threatening face. It shifted on its hind legs, its wings spread wide enough that it consumed and burnt trees to charcoal, the trees that it touched. It roared as it reared its head towards her, and it charged, its flames wreathing and writhing, insane in its quest, driven by the madness of all-consuming hunger. The earth blackened, scorched under the unforgiving heat, life force consumed under its malicious magic. She swallowed deeply. She could feel the malice rolling of the sentient fire, the endless hunger that radiated from the golden red orbs of fire it had for eyes as it continued to close the distance between them. Fiend fire consumed everything, especially magic, life, and could only be contained by the will of the caster and magical power. Magical power she was sorely lacking at this moment of time. As the distance closed, she resolved herself. She'd do all she could to survive, she just needed to hold it off long enough. Her boy was on his way, he would come for her. She knew that Marcus was likely dead, there were too many of them at the house. She shook away that thought, and she raised her wand arm, and with a complicated weaving pattern of her wand, stood there with her feet firmly underneath her as she prepared to contain the spell magically in her will. The fiery beast roared loudly once more as it converged on her until it stopped, as if it hit an invisible shield, a barrier that it could not overcome. Her bones rattled, her body shook as sweat poured out of her and threatened to get in her eyes. Partially from the flames that threatened to lick at her, that threatened to taste her before they consumed her flesh, her muscles, her blood, her bones until nothing but ash remained. And partially from the strain that she was under. She cried out in pain as she felt herself weakening, her magic dangerously weakening as the fiery beast began to inch towards her as time passed. 10 seconds. An inch closer. 30 seconds. 5 inches closer. 2 minutes. A feet closer. Her knees gave out, and that momentarily lapse cost her dearly as the fiery malicious wyvern was so close. The ground around her was blackened under the heat of the fire, tiny wisps of fire jumping on the nearby trees. "You damn fool!" A shout came, and her hopes began to plummet as she saw several men coming out of the forest. "Esra told you to only capture her, not kill her." She tuned them out as she focused on the creation. She had no avenues out. Tweenie was likely dead, and she knew calling on the other elves was pointless. They wouldn't be able to get her out. And other than Tweenie, none of them had any inclination of battle and get themselves killed before they were useful. She gritted her teeth as her arm began to buckle, the heat becoming more and more unbearable. She grimly smiled before she closed her eyes. She could hear faint explosions, faint tremors through her knees that lied in the dry but soft earthy soil that was the forest ground. End the spell now, she heard. "What is that noise?" Another called out. "I can't," the panicked voice of the man who cast the spell at her cried out. "I've lost control." The explosions, the tremors were not so faint anymore, but she tuned everything out as she resigned herself. She opened her eyes. The children were out, and she would deny them a prisoner. She knew that being a captive woman was a terrible fate, especially being a captive woman of dark wizards. Nothing was sacred to them, and she would not let herself be deviled. Her eyes glistened. She was glad her boy wasn't going here. She believed him to be strong enough, but she did not want him to be faced against the dozen men that were here surrounding her. The ground shook slightly, but she didn't pay any attention to it, her eyes solidly on the malicious creation in front of her that roared at her, its eyes firmly set on consuming her. The fiery wyvern was less than 10 feet away, and she could feel her magic becoming dangerously low. She closed her eyes, likely for the final time. She hoped her children would not be broken by what happened to her and Marcus. Chapter 44. A/N. Merry Christmas, people. Hope you all had a wonderful few days. I had a lot of fun writing this chapter, and I hope you enjoy it. If you enjoy this fanfiction and want to support me, if you aren't already. In that case, thank you. You can find me on patreon/boombox117 page where the next 2 chapters are already posted. Alaric Moody POV. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse sailed past him as he turned away from the deadly curse before he banished pieces of rubble from burning and broken buildings into the attackers, lifting 2 of them off their feet before he turned to 2 others who were firing at civilians who were running in all directions, screams and shouting dominating the air as the attackers killed with abandon. He saw a family desperately defending themselves from the onslaught of several enemies and he rushed forward, and with a turn of his wand arm, he raised the sum of the debris into small tendrils of steel ropes and whipped one of the attackers away before with a swift flick of the wand sent a bludgeoning curse at the other, blasting him through the walls of a burning building. Go. Go find a place to hide, the flua and the wards will keep magical travel out. If you have brooms, use them. He barked out. Tha thank you, the woman who was helping up her husband said meekly as her daughter cried and clung onto her mother's leg. He turned sharply and raised a shield before a cutting curse could bisect him and with a shield and drew his arm sharply and sent a banishing charm at his attacker, lifting him off his feet before he followed up with a rapid stunner and a chain-locking curse, binding the attacker tightly. He turned his eyes to his partner who was limping desperately as he evaded the killing curse sent his way and he ran towards to him, wand raised. With a sharp jab he sent a piercing curse through the leg of his partner's attacker, barely stopping the attacker in his focus on his partner, much to his disbelief, before he followed up with a stunner and a binding spell. He made it to his partner almost until he was warned Moody, duck. Jones called out desperately. He heeded the warning and ducked under the green spell and with a swift movement, got up and transfigured rubble into a large stone fence in front of a damaged store. He scrambled to it for cover, and dragged his injured partner with him. Jones, are you able to continue? Alaric grunted out as he cast diagnostic spells on him. Aye sir, Jones said with a hiss as Alaric cleaned and knitted the wounds on his torso with a battlefield healing spell. Alaric ducked his head slightly as chunks of stone were broken off. Boss, I don't get it, are they suicidal? They're casting to kill but they have none of the normal survival instincts, Jones said perplexed. I don't think so, Jones, I think they're probably on the Imperious, told to kill and last and nothing else. Moody said contemplatively as he looked beyond the cover they were under. There had been around 60 perpetrators, though now they were whittled down to just over 40 and spread around the village. He could see bodies of dozens of bystanders amidst the burning buildings and destroyed storefronts however. It was a damned slaughter. He and the young lad Jones were on their duty in Godric's Hollow when a anti-apparition and Port K award went up which meant that someone had brought a damn anchor wardstone here. The Isles didn't use them like they did in the continent but he was going to speak with the director about doing something about this security flaw. What a mess. He sighed before he breathed in deeply. Stay here, Jones, and recover for a little bit. Kilbrook should have been able to get beyond the ward line and get help in by now. Boss. That's an order, kid, don't make me stun and bind you. He barked out as he glared at the boy who backed down and with a satisfied nod, he gripped his wand a little tighter and made his way towards a cluster of the Imperiused individuals. He shot various stunning spells and binding spells, catching 3 of the 8 out before they returned fire at him with killing curses and dark piercing curses. He hastily moved out of the way of the killing curses, narrowly avoiding some in any case, and he was suddenly glad of those remedial training sessions that he took not a few weeks ago. He raised the debris and transfigured them blunt objects and sent them careening towards the cluster, taking out another 2. Before he could do anything else, a wave of red light was sent and the 3 were all stunned before he could blink, and he squinted and saw someone stunning them. He was dressed in professor garments and he immediately knew who it was. There was only one person that young and a professor. Young Ma, he called out, but the boy crouched down and shot off in the air, with speeds that he'd only seen brooms do, towards the north, leaving him gaping at the sight. The gust of wind from the act broke him from his stupor. That's not something you see every day, a voice remarked, and he turned and saw Jones standing behind him, limping to him. Screams and spellfire around the block got Moody out of his thoughts. Come on, lad, we need to meet up with the rest of the force, Moody ordered, and with a determined nod, Jones followed. Break. Esra POV. Esra watched on as the wards were being overwhelmed. A blue-white dome was being assaulted as they cast magically intensive spells at the dome. Wards like these were high-grade but ultimately could be overwhelmed with time. A follower dropped from his broomstick and walked up with broom in hand to him and saluted. Esra nodded at him. Sir, Godric's Hollow is being attacked as we speak. He turned away from his soldier and turned his eyes at the buckling wards. He glanced at the man. And how is their performance? They're performing well, sir, they have no trouble casting killing curses, but their intuitiveness is not so good. He hesitated for a moment. They're careless of their attacks. He grunted and turned back to the wards that were now showing spidery cracks. No matter, they are doing what they were designed to do, he said with an emotionless tone. Godric's Hollow was a diversion, to ensure that they wouldn't be interrupted in their primary mission. The anchor stone they had was meant to ensure maximum damage with delayed interference whilst at the same time ensuring that the Sares had no backup to come and to keep them in. Killing the Lord Sayer was a requirement whilst their secondary missions involving the assassination of several other highly outspoken lords were opportunistic. He looked over his shoulder. Go and inform the men surrounding the estate to keep their eyes out, there may be some that might manage to escape. Families like these tend to have escape routes, he ordered. The man saluted and took off. The wards, after sustained fire, began to crack even more until a final assault destroyed the wards and a resounding crack dominated the air. Streaks of spells were fired from the house, from different positions, and some of them managed to his men. One in particular was subjected to a particularly nasty blood-boiling curse. He saw the figure in the house responsible and he narrowed his eyes at the figure. Men, attack in your assigned squads. He shouted loudly. 2 groups of 3 got on their brooms and got airborne whilst 6 other groups ran into the house and 5 others surrounded the house, keeping the men in as backup. He turned to the estate and unholstered his wand and watched on, intent on succeeding the mission his lord set him. Break. Marcus POV. We need to split into groups, Lucas said in an authoritative voice to the groups. Michael, Natalia, take the upstairs and go to the left wing of the estate and keep those on brooms occupied. The balcony at the other end of the hall is something you need to be aware of. He turned to the others. Yvonne, Mother, Kate Rova, take the southern entrance and barricade the entrance. Yvonne, Kate Rova, have you kept up with dueling skills? Lucas asked sharply. We have. Kate Rova answered for them. Boom. Good. Mother. Lucas trailed off. She cut him off. I will be able to defend them against spells, she said curtly, and Lucas gave a pained smile. Marcus knew that they were very unlucky to survive, at least most of them, until help arrived. Can we not escape on brooms? Natalia asked, and Marcus shook his head. Unless you are world-class on a broom to escape the numerous enemies on brooms, you're far more likely to be shot down like a bird in a hunting party, Marcus said grimly. Vladimir grunted. We can only fight our way out or until help arrives, and everyone grimly knew their chances were low of fighting their way out. They needed aid, and soon. Marcus, Father, and I will be the ones that will deal with the ones trying to enter the home at the front. The house is proofed against fire, the windows are directional, and most kinds of damages will be deflected. Unless they burn us out with fiend fire, Vladimir Prividetsky, his father-in-law said grimly. There is that chance, Lucas sighed, but they have not yet cast it, he reminded his father. Only because they don't want the magic of the wards to feed into it, Yvonne commented. He glanced at Marcus. I suspect they also don't want us all dead, otherwise they would have done it anyway. That was true. Fiend fire would eat through the wards, growing stronger as it siphoned off the magic whilst the wards kept it at bay for a short period. In the end, it would grow uncontrollable until it was dispelled once the magic that was gathered to sustain it died off, or if it could no longer feed to keep itself going. Marcus cursed himself. Atticus had pleaded with him to accept some of the measures he came up with, but he'd refused all but the rings that would pinpoint their location and the increased number of experienced duelers in their employ. In his arrogance and pride, he accepted his son's warnings but believed himself to be more than capable of devising methods of ensuring his and Anne's safety, despite his son's capabilities. Atticus' propensity for secrecy and the number of things he had hidden from him had played a factor as well in his decision. He knew that Atticus' respect for him was likely the only reason why he didn't force him to accept his methods, and he played on that respect. He was proud of his son, immensely so. He achieved so much in his young life, and he had the treasured family trait, the most powerful version too, but protecting the family was his duty, his responsibility, not his son's. His son's visions were not clear, merely the hazy visions and vivid emotions he felt from them, and it was not enough to truly dissuade him from his route. And here he was, without the safety of Dayton and the other men that were hired to protect his family, likely consigned his dear Anne's family to death. And that is key to our survival, Lucas said grimly, and everyone nodded determined just as Marcus did. He set his jaw. What was done is done. Boom. Crack. The wards are almost done, get into position now. Marcus stepped up to the wall next to the front windows. Cray-a-a-a-a-a-a-ok. He turned and began to cast feverishly, ending his chain with the entrails expelling curse before he had to duck as spells rained down at him, the windows shattering but the wall remaining firm under the spell fire. Spells continue to rain down, forcing them to backtrack under the heavy fire. Lucas, we need to lay traps. Marcus said with a grunt. I will do it, Vladimir said gruffly. Keep them occupied, he ordered as he ran a pace that belied his age. Lucas grimly chuckled, who knew a little bit of danger would be enough to get him to move that fast, he said as a dark expression flashed across his face. Lucas fired a blood-boiling curse, and a scream later confirmed that he got one of them. He smiled grimly until they heard. Men, attack in your assigned squads. He grabbed Lucas' shoulder. Come on, we need to create barriers, he said in a rush as he dragged Lucas away. Break. Tweenie. He called out as soon as he arrived in his office. He hastily grabbed a clump of fluid powder. Prividetsky Hall. And the fluid didn't connect, dread filling his stomach. Kelly's Tavern. He called out, the tavern in Godric's Hollow, and found the same thing happening, no flow connection. 3 broomsticks? Again nothing. The flow network is down, he gritted his teeth. Pop master. Tweenie called out. He turned around. Tweenie, go to my mother, father, and tell them I'm on my way. Stay with my mother and do as she orders you, he ordered. Pop and Tweenie left. He ran out of his office and made his way to the gates of Hogwarts. With a little bit of magic channeled through his legs, he ran faster than he'd ever done so. He hadn't visited the new home of his uncles, so he'd have to make his way through Godric's Hollow. As soon as he was past the gates of Hogwarts, he operated out with a mild crack. He bounced away far from his intended target, spiraling him away mid-air until he righted himself and with a focused mind operated mid-air once he halted his drift and he dropped uncontrolled in a clearing. He shakily got to his feet and saw he was overlooking Godric's Hollow, which was in the distance. Fuck, so that's what happens when you find yourself trying to get through a two-way anti-ward, he ground out before he shook his head. The dawsiness left him as soon as he saw the fires around Godric's Hollow from his position and he gritted his teeth. He raised his hand and with a cut of his palm levitated some of his blood onto a conjured compass. He chanted an ancient Egyptian blood spell that had been originally designed to keep track of escaped slaves. It was one of the more powerful spells with regards to blood tracking. The two needles spun erratically whilst he neared the end of the chant and it fixed onto two locations. The needles barely differentiated and he sighed in relief until he realized that he'd have to travel through Godric's Hollow from where he was. He gritted his teeth in frustration but refused to yield to despair. Pop, his head swiveled towards the sound. Master. Mistress Anne and the children are the southwest entrance of the forest behind the house. They are taking the emergency escape tunnel to get there. Tweenie said in a rush. He sighed in relief before he sharpened, what is the situation at the hall? He said as he got his bearing right. The needles were pointed at the same general location, so for the moment he had no major divergences to be concerned about, but he needed to get there quickly. The house is surrounded by many people, Master. Tweenie bounced on his heels, clutching at his ears. Master Marcus and the adults remained behind. Thank you, Tweenie. Before you go back to my mother, take the grenades in the secret depot and protect them. He ordered, and the elf with a gleam in his eye popped away. He'd have to dispatch the enemies that surrounded his father quickly. A sinking feeling failed to leave him. He breathed deeply as he calmed himself and he crouched, his arms in a runner pose. His magic thrummed in his veins and with a simple thought, he channeled magic through his body, through his legs, and with a push, he soared through the air, 100 meters in the air with seconds. He palmed his wand and with a wide area concussive curse propelled himself forward, accelerating him significantly until he passed over at the houses at the edges of Godric's Hollow. Gravity once more came calling and with a simple flick of the index finger, he cushioned the earth and he landed in a crouch, and again he channeled magic through his legs, soaring through the air. He jumped like this twice, passing over several new magical districts in Godric's Hollow where battles were waging, killing curses flying all over the place, and he passed over them dispassionately. He could not be focused on them, he had to save his family. He passed over the center of Godric's Hollow and was descended into an area where an aura was battling with 3 attackers. He palmed his wand and as he cushioned his fall with his free right hand, he swung his arm in an arc and with a wide area stunner, he incapacitated the 3 attackers and in the same time, channeled magic through his legs. Young Ma, he jumped again, ignoring the man, and continued to make his way towards his family. Break. Marcus POV. He ducked under a fallen banister. Lucas, I need a few seconds, he yelled out amidst the sounds of destruction that was visited on them. They've been battling for the past 10 minutes as they used all of their wits to move and cast as they used the interior of the house as a battlefield. Lucas growled but said nothing further as he strode further and a funnel of fire exited the tip of his wand that then turned out balls of fire as he directed them at the dozen enemies who had them pinned down around the corner in the hallway in front of the stairs that lead to the upper floors. He heard several screams and he got up and swirled his wand above his head. The broken wood, glass, and items were raised around him and with a flick he transfigured it all into rugged, sharp shards of glass and with a swirl transfigured them into small hummingbirds and with a jab animated them before he disillusioned them. Lucas duck, he said as he drew back his wand and then with a flourish extended his arm and with a flick sent them on their mission. Their wings, their beak, and claws were deadly sharp. Lucas dodged the thousands of sharp birds who swished and swarmed into a deadly host which then turned the corner and he heard screams and sickly sounds of his creations cutting through muscle and flesh. Marcus sent a shield in front of Lucas, saving him from a curse and giving Lucas time to turn his wand towards the enemy, and sent a dark cutting curse at the man who cast it at him. His head removed his body and with a heavy thud, his headless body dropped to the ground. He ducked as a piercing curse almost took his head and Lucas banished a dagger at the direction of the spell, through the gap of the wall and a cry confirming that it was a successful hit. An explosion rumbled the house, dust and broken pieces breaking off the walls and roof. We can't stay here, we need to leave this place, Marcus said as he began to duel with 2 of the enemies in the remnants of the hallway. If you have an idea on how to accomplish that, I'm all ears, Lucas snarled as weaved out of the way as 3 individuals turned the corner casting at him. He snapped a concussion hex at the wooden floorboard in front of them, the debris splintering off which they hastily shielded against. Marcus swished his wand and sent off several ribbon-cutting curses that cracked the shields before Lucas followed up with a scything curse, diagonally cutting 2 of them in half, and the third lost his left leg at the knee and most of the lower right leg. Marcus nailed the legless bastard with a explosive curse that took off his head and much of his shoulder. Gory red mist sprinkled them and pieces of skull and flesh covered all over the place, pieces of brain getting stuck on the ceiling. A horrifying feminine scream was heard above them, and he looked sick when he realized who it was. Fuck! Lucas snarled, and he grew more aggressive as he sent piercing and scything curses after one another, dispatching one enemy whilst the other managed to shield and conjure knives that the attacker sent towards Lucas. The wall next to Marcus was blasted apart, distracting him from one of the men he'd been dueling with, and he lost his footing for a moment before he let himself fall, spinning around and rolled on the ground, and he gritted his teeth as pain washed over him as an errant curse hit him in the shoulder. He rolled back to his feet and shielded against a cutting curse that almost removed his head from his shoulder before he planted his body against the ground, letting a blood-boiling curse fly over his head. Serpent Sorsha he incanted in his mind, and half a dozen black mambas arrived. Bite those in black garments, he rapidly and quietly said as he hastily got back to his feet, moving away from a gouging curse that nearly turned him into a wreck. He dueled against the man who blindsided him before he yelped out in pain as he was bit by several snakes before the man burnt several of them. He snapped off his wand and cast Interia, a curse that caused massive internal bleeding which hit him, and he screamed in pain before Marcus decapitated him with a swift cutting curse. He was almost hit with a flesh-eating curse that he shielded against hastily before his shield was pelted with shield breakers, and he turned away before he ended the shield and ducked under a blasting curse that hit the wall behind him, sending him sprawling to the floor. Get up! Lucas hissed out as he shielded Marcus with stone that he transfigured from the floor in front of him. Marcus raised himself up just in time to avoid the blasting curse that broke the stone shield and narrowly turned away from being hit by an acid curse that ate through the floor where he'd been. Lucas weaved his way out of the curses that had been sent at his back and turned to duel his opponent, leaving Marcus to contend with the man he'd been saved from. He dueled with the man until an opening arrived, and he hit his enemy with a Congealo Corpus. The man who he hit screamed as his insides were frozen, but Marcus couldn't yet finish him off as he hastily turned away just in time as a severing curse sailed past him, and he ducked and weaved out of the way before he brandished his wand. In the split second he had to send a piercing hex which nailed the screaming man in the neck before he shielded against a blasting curse that he hadn't had time to evade. Marcus turned towards the man that cursed him, and he saw a look of hatred directed at him whilst his comrade gurgled in anguished pain on the ground. "A friend of yours?" Marcus drawled before he grimaced as adrenaline was beginning to run out as his injuries were beginning to restrict his movement. His shoulder that had been hit wasn't his wand arm, thankfully, but nonetheless, he no longer was fluid in his movement. "Avada Kedavra!" He bellowed, and Marcus hastily summoned debris in the path of the spell, shocking the individual before he cast a bone-breaking curse at the man's wand arm, forcing the man to drop his wand before he followed up with a flesh-shredding curse at the man, tearing his skin and muscles from his bones, a cruel death. He turned sharply to Lucas, who was battling with 2 men and was looking rough for wear. He turned and began to battle with one of them, giving Lucas enough time to go on the attack. Marcus weaved and ducked out of the way of the spell chain that was sent his way and batted a Franctus Manus, a finger-breaking curse back at the caster that hit him before he followed up with Flammasectum, a white-hot fire curse that had the man shrieking in pain seconds before he soon enough died. He breathed heavily and turned to Lucas, who finished dispatching his opponent. An explosion threw him and Lucas to the ground. His ears rang as he began to cough amidst the dust and debris. He looked around and his vision was straining to see. The first floor was crumbling down directly behind, the damage cascading throughout the floor, and spidery cracks appeared above him. He felt an arm hoist him up and he struggled to get to his feet. "Come on, Marcus, we need to find the others," he said tiredly. Lucas looked worse for wear. His face was caked with blood and dust, his hair matted on his face whilst he sported several injuries that would make it difficult for him to move. Marcus put a leg forth and nearly buckled, and would have if not for Lucas. He looked down and saw his leg broken. "Hold on," Lucas said as he cast a bone-knitting spell, and Marcus clenched his teeth as he inaudibly groaned at the pain. "Let's go." Marcus looked around. The walls were torn apart, cracked floors and smell of burning wood and dust dominated his nose. He gritted his teeth. "Break. Esra POV." He snarled silently as he heard the screams of his soldiers as they were cut down by the defenders of the estate house as he watched on. It shouldn't have been this difficult. They'd stormed in from several different entrances and none of them were successful in subduing them. They managed to create several bottlenecks and managed to get them to come at them piecemeal. "Tony, take 8 men and move to the southern entrance and blow out the walls. Capture the ones that are defending that area," he ordered before he turned to his other lieutenant. "Blow out the ones on the first floor and subdue them. I don't care how you do it," he said with a growl. The man nodded and left. Spell fire continued to ring until he looked up and saw several of his men drawing fire, ducking and weaving out of the way whilst several others hung unmolested in the air and began to cast, at the same time, an intensive dark explosive curse that took out a major section of the floor that forced the spell fire to die down amidst the action. He saw his men fly into the broken section of the estate house and he made his way towards the southern side. He saw, of the 26 odd men he sent through the house, only 12 were standing with 3 prisoners. The groups that had been flying descended down and were staying nearby. He walked at a quick pace as he inspected the 3 individuals. A young to middle-aged man who had blood running down his arm and his face covered in dust and blood, an older woman who looked barely conscious and a young woman who had a broken arm. He turned his gaze at his men who were guarding them. "What about the others?" he asked curtly. "Sir, there are 3 dead, none of them are the targets," he informed his boss. He turned his attentions at the 3 prisoners. "Where are the Sairs?" he asked as he stared at them impassively. The younger man spat at Esra and with a simple flick conjured a shield. "Odyssey," he said with a hateful glare. One of his men came forth and kicked the younger man in the ribs, soliciting a pained groan as he sprawled onto the floor clutching his ribs. "Michael!" she called out in despair as she tried to get up, which resulted her being dragged to the floor by her hair, forcing out a cry in pain. Michael snarled and attempted to get to his feet, but he was knocked to the floor with a swift kick to the head, kicked into unconsciousness. Esra lost his patience and pointed his wand at the younger woman. "Imperio! Where are Marcus Sayer and Anne Sayer?" he demanded. The spell washed over her, a dull sheen to her eyes took over. A cry from the elder woman escaped before she was silenced in seconds by one of his men. He glanced momentarily at her and saw a look of anguish on her battered face. He felt her struggle against his spell, but with further application of the curse and his will, her willpower collapsed. "Marcus Sayer is in the house. Anne Sayer escaped with Evangelina Sayer and 4 children," she dully and emotionlessly explained. He gritted his teeth. Anne Sayer escaping was unacceptable, they'd lose leverage. "Where did they escape to?" he hissed out the question. She resisted, or tried to, but once more Esra overwhelmed her with his will. "To the southwest side of the forest through the tunnels," she once more dully answered. "Emil, Salinsky, go inform the men in the forest and the nearby farmlands that there are escapees somewhere nearby the southwest side of the forest," he ordered as his mind raced to think of where they might be now. The wards they sprang upon over several kilometers would ensure that they would not be able to leave through any magical transport, including through elves. They had time, but barely. "Yes, sir." The 2 men walked away hastily, clutching their brooms until they took off towards the forest. "Identify yourself and the 2 other prisoners," he ordered as he kept the spell up. "I am Natalia Prividetsy, that is Isabel Prividetsy, and that is Mil Prividetsy. How many other survivors are there in the house with Marcus Sayer?" One. He didn't need to know who it was. He released the spell and she blinked away the haze of the curse and she began to sob, much to his annoyance. He turned his attentions to the house and raised his wand to his throat. "Whoever remains in the house with Marcus Sayer, we have captured the 3 remaining people still alive. Natalia, Isabel, and Michael." He kept the sonorous charm up as he pointed his wand at the younger woman. "You have 4 minutes to exit the house and meet us here." The tip of his wand glowed green. "Avada Kedavra," he said emotionlessly and watched the life flicker out of existence of the younger woman. "Natalia Prividetsy is now dead, Marcus Sayer," he said amidst the chuckles of his compatriots. "Curse you, you monster!" The older woman spat in a strong Balkan accent, much to the amusement of his men. "You will get your due, mark my words," she promised amidst her vehement hatred. He stepped forward, grabbing the older woman by the hair, eliciting a cry from the woman, her cries echoing in the air. "You now have 3 minutes, the maximum length of time most individuals can be placed under a certain curse before becoming insane," he said with a cruel tone as he dragged her by the hair. He threw her to the ground. He pointed his wand at the elder woman, malice dancing in his eyes as she stared back with hatred in her eyes. He felt oddly respectful of the woman, for showing her defiance in such a way, in such conditions. It made it all the more sweeter when he extinguished the defiance. "Crucio," he said with a hiss. And she screamed, her screams echoing in the pale afternoon day. "Break. Lucas POV. You have 4 minutes to exit the house and meet us here." "Let's go," Luke Marcus said in a hurried tone as he shrugged off Lucas' support and quickly limped towards the southern entrance. "They don't intend to leave any of us alive," Lucas said grimly as they hobbled through the main hall that would lead through the living room. The dust, the building smoke and rubble slowed their progress. "I know." Marcus sighed tiredly as he winced when he put too much weight on his left leg. "They would have otherwise requested me personally before they attacked." Avada Kedavra. Lucas' eyes widened in horror as he stilled for a moment. "Natalia Prividetsy is now dead, Marcus Sayer." "No." Lucas whispered. Marcus turned around and dragged Lucas by the arm. "Bastards!" Lucas hissed out in anger. "They have no honor, no decency," he ground out. They made it through the living room that led through the terrace as they hurried. "Curse you, you monster!" his mother said, and Lucas' heart skipped a beat as his face melted into a horrified expression. "No, no, no, be quiet, mother," he pleaded desperately as he forced his broken body to comply as he dragged it forward at a faster. "You will get your due, mark my words," his mother said with a scathing tone. "You now have 3 minutes, the maximum length of time most individuals can be placed under a certain curse." Crucio. A toe-curling scream escaped his mother's throat and he choked in despair and anger. He felt a hand on his shoulder and he turned to the person with distraught on his face. They ran shakily through the remnants of the house, ignoring their wounds, their broken bones, their flesh that had been ravaged. They finally made it through a broken wall that offered a faster route, and it captured the attentions of their attackers. His mother had stopped screaming, her body jerking unnaturally on the ground. "We're here, stop your spell!" Lucas screamed as he hobbled forward with his hands empty. The man torturing his mother ceased his cruciatus, his relief quickly replaced by hatred that he felt as he met the eyes of the man who tortured his mother, the hatred boiling within his stomach that threatened to burn him inside out. "Drop your wands, now!" One of the group of men stepped up closer to meet them, said in a harsh tone. His eyes looked at his mother and he felt nothing but anguish at her state. He eyed the man with hatred in his eyes. The temptation to disregard everything and simply kill their leader nearly overwhelmed them, knowing it would consign them all to death, death that might come sooner than if they simply meekly surrendered. But the uncertainty of the survival of his children and wife kept him restrained. "It is my fault that I brought this misfortune upon us," Marcus said grimly, breaking him from his haze of hatred. "I hadn't expected an attack on your home, Lucas, forgive me," he said before he walked past Lucas, not waiting on his response. Marcus dropped his wand and raised his arms, and he was hit with a petrifying curse, and Lucas felt the same once he parted with his wand, cursing their foresight and dismay nearly overtook him. They were floated, their bodies facing forward, closer to their leader, Marcus being brought closer to him. He wanted to hate Marcus, oh he really wanted to hate him, as he watched his mother lying there unconscious and passed out from indescribable pain, filling him with anguish and helplessness, but he couldn't, and he felt nothing but hate at the man who subjected his mother to this. "Marcus Sayer," he drawled as he eyed Marcus with inspective eyes. "You've proven to be troublesome as well as meddlesome," he said with a cruel gleam in his eyes. Lucas was floated towards the dead Natalia and his twitching mother, and he cried out as fresh waves of anger and anguish washed over him whilst he struggled to overcome the magic that petrified him. He was hit in the side and he breathed out pain as he felt one of his ribs crack. Tears of pain threatened to be produced. "Quiet or you will be subjected to more pain," one of the men hissed out as he got into his face before a malicious glint entered before he turned to his unconscious, twitching mother, "or she will be given another dose of torture," he said with a sneer. Lucas hatefully glared at the man but clenched his teeth, in frustration, in pain, in helplessness. "Your family's vaunted neutrality should have been kept up, Mr. Sayer, and all of this would never have happened," the leader said in a lecturing tone as Lucas' attentions finally diverted from his mother. He was dropped to the ground and he suppressed a pained groan before he was released from the petrifying spell. He was yanked by the hair and he bit on his tongue as his head was forcefully turned towards Marcus, who already released from his petrifying, who was kneeling in front of their leader, a tired and resigned look on his. "It would be a shame for you to miss the final moments of the man who destroyed your family," one of them taunted as he spoke in his ear. Lucas struggled against him, but a painful jerk ceased his actions. "Watch," his captor ordered. He turned his eyes to Marcus and the leader. "Nothing to say," the leader said as he loomed over Marcus, whose face he could not see. "Perhaps subjecting all of your wife's family to torture will loosen your tongue," the leader said maliciously. "You have not asked anything for me to answer," Marcus finally said, his tone even and unfazed, which seemed to anger the leader, who punched Marcus in the face, sending Marcus flopping onto the ground. Marcus groaned and spat out blood before he tiredly drew himself up again, apparently something that angered their leader. One of the men stepped forward. "Ezra, we were ordered to kill Sayer, we should do it quickly and catch up with the others for the sea." Their leader, Ezra, raised his hand before he glared at the man for a few moments before he turned back to Marcus. "You and yours have cost me many men today," he spoke softly, but his voice carried through the air. He drew himself up. "My subordinate is correct, as much as I love to draw out your death for your insolence, we have far more important things to do." He pointed his wand at Sayer's head, green light glowing at the end of his wand. Marcus Sayer met Ezra's gaze impassively, without fear. An explosive sound was heard in the distance that halted everyone in their action. "Sir!" one of them called out in alarm. Over there, he pointed out, and everyone turned toward that direction. The leader, Ezra, turned his eyes skyward and Lucas could see the unhidden surprise in his face, and Lucas turned his eyes upward as well. He saw someone racing towards them in the air at a speed that had him in disbelief as the figure grew larger and larger as seconds passed. At the rate he was going, he would be close enough in less than a minute. Lucas saw Marcus drawing himself straighter, his face more serene than he thought should be possible. "You will die. All of you. My son will see to it," Marcus said, gaining the attention back towards him. Lucas saw pride and satisfaction on his face. For a moment, he thought he saw something akin to peace make its way on his face. "You fool!" Lucas despaired as he understood Marcus' intentions. It angered their attackers, and Ezra whipped his wand around, the tip of his wand glowing green as he pointed his wand in between Marcus' eyes. "Your son will join you soon enough," Ezra said with a furious sneer. Avada Kedavra, the sickly green curse sped towards him, and it hit him between the eyes, a half-second faster than the stone pillar that rose from the ground that just missed the spell. Seconds passed as he watched Marcus drop to the ground. A hauntedly anguished scream that sent chills through his spine took his eyes off of Marcus' falling body, and he saw Atticus nearing, rapidly. He could not take his eye off his nephew, whose scream, one that had been filled with pain, morphed in a scream that was one of rage and hatred, the necks of his hairs raised as if something primal was warning him. He saw that it also had an effect on his captives as the near 24 men turned their wands at the sky. You dare! His nephew's voice took on a demonic quality and it reverberated around them that chilled the air. Kill him now! Ezra bellowed out, snapping him out until a symphony of screams around him had him turn around, and he saw spikes rise from the earth that pierced and ripped through the chests and backs of the attackers in mere seconds. From the corner of his eyes he saw Ezra narrowly dodge out of the way from being eviscerated by a couple of spikes. Streaks of green light, of sickly yellow, of sickly orange were sent into the heavens. Chaos reigned as shouts and screams dominated the air around him. He watched as several of the more distant attackers were cut in thousands of pieces in gruesome fashion, the shields they raised broken through as if they weren't there. This was his chance, he thought as he bolted to his feet and faced the man who'd held him, but he was too late and he came to face a wand pointed at his face, wand movements being finished and a curse on the tip of his woodkiller's tongue as met each other's eyes. But he hadn't needed to worry as a spike made from sharpened stone tore through his head with a sickening squelch and look as ran and took the dead man's wand which barely functioned. He swiveled his head rapidly and saw the 24 men reduced to less than half a dozen who managed to evade the initial attack. He decided to protect the unconscious bodies of his mother and Michael and turned towards them, but halted when he saw walls of compacted earth envelop them that turned into a dome before it submerged into the ground, greatly surprising him. Thud. He swiftly turned around and brandished his wand towards the sound. His eyes momentarily surveyed the field and he saw none left standing except for him in his immediate area. All within seconds. Dust clouds obscured his vision until what he saw stilled him. Even more so when he began to struggle to breathe as heaviness descended upon his body, as the air turned acidic that began to burn at his skin. His legs buckled and he dropped to his knees. His eyes struggled to focus as he watched a veritable storm of magic, dark purple and near black greens filled the environment, 2 white orbs where eyes should be. Magic surrounded him, magic in a form he'd never seen before, menacing and forbidding that had a primal voice in his mind scream at him to escape, to run, and never look back as he watched this being, his nephew, stride forward, his eyes glowing unnaturally white with hints of purple and green. It was wrathful, magic made manifest. Each step of his nephew's rattled his bones, his vertebrae grinding against each other as reverberations traveled through his spine. And yet his pain wasn't overpowering, a sense of numbness washed over him. He watched his nephew approach Ezra as a predator would approach a wounded and bleeding prey, savoring the anticipation, savoring the despair and fear that emanates from one that knows that it is marked for death, for oblivion. Wisps of power, strands of magic bled through the limbs of his nephew as magic crackled with each step. He did not belong on this earth, to walk amongst them. His robes billowed slowly with each step he took, the power he was exuded was beyond anything he'd seen. You took from me, uttered in that same demonic voice. Atticus stood over the captured Ezra, who groaned faintly as the giant hand made out of stone held him upright, and yet Atticus still loomed over Ezra as if he were a titan, a son of the primordial beings, wroth with wrath. I will take from you, spilled from his mouth, and a bell rang, one that spoke of a finality that gonged into the fabric of the universe, one that spoke, that sung that nothing would be left of what Ezra was, nothing would remain of what the follower of Grindelwald was once his nephew was through with him. The screams that spilled from Ezra was inhuman, an abhorrent shriek that made him shiver at a primal level, so terrible, so horrifying that for a tenth of a second he almost felt pity for Ezra until it transformed into vivid, visceral, vindicated satisfaction. Until he remembered. Until he realized time was not on their side. He fought against the magic that threatened to suffocate him, that held him still as a deep well of will and desire pushed past through the dominating magic. Atticus, he ground out as he stared at his nephew. He didn't know if he heard him. He didn't know if he was conscious in the bloodlust that dominated his nephew's psyche, the scorching wrath that burned through his veins. Your mother, Atticus, he screamed out with the every last vestige of his strength that he held before his vision began to blacken, but not before the weight that was on him was released, the ground moving around him. As he began to fall with the last seconds of consciousness, he heard a squelching sound, a bang and a gust of wind that blew much needed fresh air to his face before he lost consciousness completely. At least I heard the end of the man who destroyed his family, was Luca's last thought before blackness took him. Break. He could see the estate now in the distance, or rather what was left of it as he took in the destruction that it was subjected to, and bile threatened to rise up from his stomach. He descended, a final time back to the earth amidst rows of cabbages before he channeled as much magic as he could through his legs, the ground denting, soil and plants sent flying as he pushed off at speeds he'd never gone at. The wind howled in his ears as he sailed through the air, his magic forming a protective unseen bubble around him, protecting his eyes and ears. His eyes, even at this distance, could see over a couple of dozen men surrounding 2 men and 3 bodies. As he neared, his eyes cleared and widened when he realized it was his father who was forced to kneel in front of someone. No, he thought desperately as a wave of overwhelming panic bubbled in his core, a simmering pool of helplessness that he was wading through. His eyes hardened, his intent turned razor sharp. I will not allow it, spilled from his mouth, his magic registering his desire as it hummed at a quickened rate beneath his thin layer of skin. He palmed his wand and angled it behind him on a direct course towards his father and blasted forward, his magic protecting him from the harsh winds as he desperately surged forward. He saw them turn their heads towards him, one of them speaking to the man that had held his father at wand point. He willed his body forward, faster, more. The figures grew larger and larger as he closed the distance as he dived at breakneck speeds, the ground rapidly nearing. He was half a minute away. It was enough. It had to be enough. The man turned back to his father and his eyes widened in fear. 25 seconds. No, 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 no. He whimpered as he pushed his magic more than he'd ever done, more desperately than he'd ever done before, pleading with his magic, begging the universe. 18 seconds. He swung his wand around and pointed it towards his father. 16 seconds. He had time, he had time. Time slowed to a crawl as the dreaded curse erupted from the wand. He was captive as time ceased to be stopped, ceased to wait on him, for him. He wrestled away from time and pulled at his magic, demanding it work beyond the constraints of human limits, demanding that it obey him completely at his time of need. A surge of power rose from within him and he willed with all his might to intercept that curse. He watched, his eyes fixed on the curse that eked towards his father, unrelentingly, as time moved fraction by fraction, ever nearer towards his father. 14 seconds. A pillar of stone rose in this haze of time dilation, everything moved in slow motion. The sickeningly green curse passed the distance, to his growing despair, over the stone pillar that rose from the earth and hit his father on his face. He watched as he saw his father begin to fall as if his strings were snapped, cut from life, from existence into a state of nothingness, leaving behind a meat suit that once housed his father. Crayock. He had time. 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 Time halted its unrepentant march as understanding bloomed in his mind, as the meaning of what has happened seeped through the crevices of his mind, a cancerous acid burning through every corner of his being. His father. Father. Dead. Father dead? He stood standing on an island of despair, a towering wave loomed over him, its height straining his neck, until it washed over him, a wave of deep harrowing grief plunging him into the crushing depths of anguish. It was drowning him. His ineptitude laid bare as life left his father before his very eyes. His will sundered into 1,000 pieces, registration of his complete failure stamped harshly in his mind to prevent this. To prevent what he'd seen coming. His rage at the vague dreams was inconsequential under the immeasurable guilt and pain he felt. Pain. So much pain. It was his fault. My fault, 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 my fault. It repeated through his mind endlessly as he retreated into his mind, the weight of his failure tearing him apart, stringed into individual molecules, dragged into the singularity, never able to escape. In the crevices in his grief-stricken consciousness, a memory sprang forth in his moment of despair, of self-destruction. Flashback. I returned home and Anne was waiting for me. I asked her to forgive me and she held my cheek and said that there was nothing to forgive. She understood my fears and she told me that there was nothing to forgive. His father finished. His father now completely turned towards Atticus. 3 years later you were born. There had been some slight issues but eventually you were just fine. Your mother doted on you. Her little miracle. His father chuckled. He turned back and faced the city below them. And now we are here in Alexandria to celebrate your second mastery at 16 and where the year before you gained your mastery in transfiguration at age 15. His father said without looking at Atticus. I've always said that you make us proud. I do not think you can understand, son, how much. Given the struggle we've had to have you and to see what you have achieved and what you will achieve, for I have no doubt you will be great. His father shook his head. It is difficult to put into words how miraculous your mother and I find you, son. His father said with a kind tone to his voice whilst he kept gazing into the distance. A long silence fell between them. There were no other words to say and they both understood the precious moment they shared. Flashback ends. No more would they share moments, no more would he go to his father and be offered advice. The man who was, a man he was proud to call father, a father he loved and who loved him just as much. A man who made his first father seem like nothing more than a decrepit, insignificant, wretched cockroach of a person, who instilled in him the value of family, of duty and responsibility. A tortured scream tore through his throat, an ode that ferried the pain, the grief he felt at the loss to the universe. His magic coiled around him, serpentine-like as it sought to comfort him. 11 seconds. Time began again as his vision cleared and he watched his father drop, the man who cut his father down still having his wand raised. His mind fixated at the wand. The wand that killed his father. No. Wands don't kill. His eyes drifted at the hand that held the wand, then they drifted to the face of the man, the face that held a sneer. The man who killed his father. The man who took his father from him. That man, took, his father. Tinaeop. His scream turned from grief, to rage. Anguish turned to wrath. Pain turned to hatred. Molten wrath and hate coursed through his veins. Something came unshackled, the last tendrils of what that been bound came loose. It burns under his skin like it has never, his hate warping what had been a controlled power into an unhinged firestorm as he submitted to the haze of hatred. His magic detonated out of him in a maelstrom of liquid power that ebbed and flowed with each beat of his heart, dancing to the drums of promised vengeance and the song of unending cruelty that he'd exact on them. You dare! The voice travelled through the air by the will of his magic as he neared the ground. Dozens of killing curses and fatal spells were cast his way. He flicked his wand, which still had been pointed at his father, with the barest of movements. The earth drank in his magic and came alive as sharp spear-like tendrils rose from the earth like wet clay, ripping through those who'd cast at him. That man managed to evade his spell, barely in his blood sung at this turn of events. Death was not enough. Would never be enough. He turned at the curses that were edging towards him and with a simple twitch of a finger conjured dozens of stone birds that flew into each curse, trivially ending the minor danger they represented. His eyes returned to that man he hated more than he could have imagined and he saw the fear in his eyes as Atticus approached them, only a few seconds away. Port4 was at the forefront of that man's mind. Unacceptable. Within a flash, he whirled his wand and that man lost his footing as the earth liquefied, submerging him at the ankles before the earth hardened in titanium. Tendrils of earth and vines climbed across his back until they snaked around that man's arms incapacitating him. His eyes flickered to the surviving men and saw there were only a few, all of whom were trying to Port4 out and with a slight jab he cast Secarimelis thrice, a spell of 1,000 knives, which he didn't restrain and when they hit, 3 men were reduced to nothing more than hippogriff meat as they were diced to pieces. He saw one of the last surviving men point at another and he plunged a spike through his head before his eyes turned to the ground. With a flick of the finger the landing spot he was a few seconds away from softened and he righted himself as he landed on his feet with a loud thud, the mild pain that travelled through his legs were inconsequential. His magic wreathed and whirled around him as his eyes set on the man that was held in vines and with the barest of twitch of his wand, the wand that was pointed downward, the vines sucked in more soil, more earth and formed into a massive hand that gripped his hated enemy. Magic crackled as he walked, power roiled off of him in a swirling tempest as he strode forward. His eyes were fixed on the subject of his hatred. You took from me. The voice spoke. He saw the man was groaning faintly, his head bowed. He cocked his head and the thumb and index finger uncoiled from the man, grabbing at the man's head, forcing him to look at Atticus. The man's eyes widened in fear and Atticus felt a fresh vein of hatred burst. The man's fear dissipated under a mask of courage, one that failed to hide the fear that Atticus could practically smell. You're not as powerful as my lord. He will avenge me. I did my duty, the man said his final words, the final taunt. Malice tinged his magic. I will take from you. The voice intoned. He dived into the mind of the man, the occlumency barrier ripped apart through his merciless assault, memories rapidly being torn asunder as he soaked into the memories and emotions. Esra. Esra Hisham of the noble house of Hisham. Of Cordoba. He ravaged the man's mind of everything that he was, everything held dear. He has 3 brothers, all of them back in Spain, in Cordoba with their own families. Little nephews and nieces. He has an uncle and cousins. Parents and grandparents still live. He has a woman he intends to marry once he returns victorious. Esra cares for them all. Esra loves them all. Esra will lose them all. Esra will die knowing what he will do them. He plugged into his mind everything he'd do to them, the wrath he'd descend on the house of Hisham, one of the few old magical Berber houses in Spain. Atticus plays it all in Esra's mind as he built scenario after scenario, death after death, all of which Esra is made to feel deeply as he transmits the emotions of his victims every time they die in this dream world he's conjured. He barely notices the scream in the real world. No. He's too busy savoring the sweet taste of the broken vessel that was, Esra Hisham. He rebuilds Hisham's psyche, his mind. Esra Hisham mind shatters. Atticus rebuilt Esra Hisham's mind. Esra Hisham's mind shatters. Again. A whisper of Aat Atticus is heard at the edges of his consciousness but it doesn't register, it doesn't hold. Again. Again. Your mother Atticus is screamed, his mind no longer fixating on Esra. Mother. He whispered and he unexpectedly latches onto the strands of memory within Esra's mind and he takes them all. Fury and unrelenting wrath bubbles in his stomach at the plans he found in his mind, the betrayal he discovered but it dies, it is quelled when he realizes his mother still lived and that he might lose her too. He breaks the assault immediately, returning to the world. He has to save her. He would save her. He took out the compass and it pointed east and he began to run but not before he remembered. In his haze, he still remembered the rest of his family and with an open palm facing upward, he made a beckoning motion and the soil split, revealing the bodies of his family members, of his father, the bodies he turned away from, proof of his failure. His mother would not be another. He waved a hand and transfigured them all and his uncle into marbles and floated them into his pocket as he ran east. As he ran, he raised his open hand and he closed it into a fist. A squelching sound was made behind him whilst he channeled far more magic than he'd done before, tearing forward towards the forest, an explosive bang going off as he tore through the air. He ran and ran, everything passing him by in a blur, his eyes fixed on the forest. He outstretched his wand and the ground rumbled as he bent the trees out of the way, creating a free pass that he extended continuously as trees were bent and torn from the roots, the ground shaking as he ran and jumped mere meters from the ground. His eyes fixed on the great fiery dragon, no wyvern, roared and stood high above the tree line and he pushed himself even more. The ground shook as he blasted his way forward, leaving destruction in his wake. He began to see clearer through the tree line as the cursed flames shone through the gaps between trees. Almost. He prayed to Lady Magic, he prayed to the living energy of the cosmos to let him be in time. Break. And POV. The fiery wyvern was less than 10 feet away and she could feel her magic becoming dangerously low. She closed her eyes, likely for the final time. She hoped her children would not be broken by what happened to her and Marcus. The heat became unbearable and she dropped her shoulders and waited. Bang! A gust of warm wind hit her and the hairs on her skin were raised under the heavy presence of magic. Magic she recognized. She opened her eyes quickly and she saw her son standing in front of her, his hands outstretched as he battled fiend fire. He grunted and the fiery wyvern roared as Atticus began to reduce the flames, at first slowly and then something happened and the fiend fire turned and with a jerk Atticus pushed forward. The wyvern roared and it rotated back whence it came. What is happening? Someone cried out as the wyvern that obscured her vision, flew towards where her enemies had been. Atticus, she whispered as she stared at her son's back. He was practically glowing with magic but it felt wrong, darker. Quickly come and contain it. Someone else ordered. He glanced back at her and she recoiled slightly. His eyes were not his. They were white orbs that glowed ethereally. His eyes briefly turned back to a familiar purple as their eyes met. She saw the pain etched on his face and her heart broke. Oh Atticus, she whispered as tears began to roll down her face. Marcus. She despaired as she looked at his face and she knew. He smiled pained, brokenly before he raised a hand and waved over her. She felt a little more energized and she could see her wounds closing. The earth rumbled before it began to envelop her. Wait Atticus. She said with an outstretched hand. I'll be back mother. She drew back in shock as he turned away from her before the earth completely enveloped her. What happened to her baby boy? She thought despairingly. Break. He turned back at the men. The men who'd hunted his mother. Who intended to capture her. To use her as a chain on him. As if that was the only purpose of his mother. The wyvern was finally dispelled under the collective work of the men in front of him. There were 9 in front of him. You bastard, one of them seethed. Sir, we should leave, a younger voice hesitatingly said in Polish, gaining Atticus' attention. Shut up Yuri. Another hissed out. Break. Yuri POV. Yuri breathed in and out heavily, his heart pounding as screams rang around him and he buckled over and held his ears with his hands. He couldn't believe he lost his portrait. Stupid, 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 he muttered fearfully as he ignored the sounds of his comrades at the hands of that monster. He should run but he knew he'd die. Other tried to run and he caught them as a fucking tree moved like a fucking vine to smother them. He should have listened to his brother and just signed up for grunt work rather than being a loyal soldier for Mage kind. But no, Yuri had to be brave and wanting to prove himself. Yuri had to ignore the pleas of his father and mother. Yuri knew better. He let off a choked laugh that sounded more like a sob. Yuri was going to die. The screams all stopped and he let off a whined whimper as he stood trembling behind a large tree. Before he could decide what to do, a vine wrapped around his left leg and he yelped as he pointed his wand at the vine and cast incendio at it, but it remained unburned and it yanked him around the tree, unbalancing him, and he just about managed to protect his face from hitting the tree roots with his arms, but the pain caused him to drop his wand. No, 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 he cried out as he clawed at the earth trying to stop the vine from dragging him. He glanced over his shoulder and he saw the monster, the thing that made Baba Yaga his babula used to scare him about, seem like a saintly blushing maiden. He was lifted in the air and he was hanging upside down facing away from the monster, and he was slowly turned around and Yuri closed his eyes and recited an old prayer his babula used to recite to him. Open your eyes, the monster ordered. He whimpered as he shook like a leaf. Moments passed as he fortified himself, as he built up the courage. He opened one eye and he yelped in fear as he stood mere feet from the monster's face. His eyes were no longer pure white, it had swirling greens and purple. He cried out in pain as his mind was violated for an agonizing amount of time until it ended, leaving him bereft of air and struggling to retain consciousness. You should have listened to your parents, Yuri. The demon said, and Yuri would have laughed if he hadn't been petrified by crippling fear. He lost bowel control and his piss was running down towards his head. The monster looked at him in distaste and raised a finger, and with a diagonal swipe, he fell towards the ground. It hurt as he hit the ground and rolled and he faced upward. He felt lightheaded and his vision was failing him but not before he registered warm liquid hitting his head. He looked up and saw the rest of his body, severed at the neck. Oh! I should have listened to Mama, was Yuri's lost thought. Break! He waved his hand and the earth split apart, his mother re-emerging. He'd checked her wounds and knew she would be fine for the next 10 minutes when he'd hidden her in the earth. Her eyes surveyed the battlefield before she looked at him. Atticus, she said tiredly as she struggled to get to her feet. He twitched a finger and he floated her upward. Oh, she made out as she floated. He strode forward and he gently took her in his arms, her legs dangling over his arm as he carried her. He knew she was staring at him. What happened? She asked. He couldn't bear tell her of what befell their family. I'm sorry. The voice said. What happened? She gently cupped his cheek and turned his head towards her. He closed his eyes before their eyes could meet. Please, Atticus, my little boy, look at me, she pleaded. A strangled laugh threatened to escape his throat as memories of her referring him as little boy rushed into the forefront of his mind. He opened his eyes and his mother was staring at him with tears in her eyes, her disheveled hair and pale skin born from exhaustion and pain unable to distract him from the care and concern she held in her eyes. He felt the hatred and pain he was holding on to seep out of his body. He felt relief, he felt so much relief he managed to save his mother. Her eyes widened. Your eyes are back, she whispered, and he smiled sadly. He'd need to think of what that was, he'd need to think on a lot of things. I failed mother. Father, the others, his mouth was open but no further sounds escaped. His eyes glistened. She closed her eyes and tears ran down her face. Take me to St. Mungo's, Atticus, she said with quivering lips. He nodded. But please, let's look for Tweenie. He might still be alive. He helped a lot. He saved me. He again nodded. Hopefully he survived. They found Tweenie, injured and unconscious but still alive. Soon enough, he arrived at a busy St. Mungo's with his mother in his arms. Heartbroken and alive.